Chapter 17. Lee squints at the glare of the morning sun in the glass door of the Duford gym as he pushes the doors open, making sure to hold it open long enough that a still groggy Zinnia and almost bouncing Brendan can follow behind him. Strangely, the anticipation isn't nearly as bad as his first gym battle. Maybe it hasn't fully sunk in that his second gym challenge is upon him, or maybe Birch's words from the day prior, about Vulpix's telepathy, is still bugging him too much for anything else to get a foothold. Rich, powerful people would put their whole life savings on the table to either buy her or pay a thief to steal her. They might even hurt you to get to her. On his shoulder, Vulpix shoos the anxiety away simply by wrapping a little tighter around his neck. ECN asterisk 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 TS asterisk asterisk H asterisk 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 N asterisk L asterisk 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 asterisk, she telepaths to him. Though much is lost in translation, her intention to soothe him is obvious. Lee sighs and focuses on the here and now. The Duford gym lobby is deserted, as to be expected since Lee took the 7 a.m. slot. The gym is smaller and less extravagant than the Rustboro gym, and the old but well cared for lobby reflects it. There are several seats off to the side with a few potted plants breaking the lines of chairs up. By the front desk, there is a trophy case filled with glittering gold cups and medals. On the other side of the desk, a table with an old coffee machine sits. Behind the front desk is a door labeled, Staff, Challengers Only, offsetting the larger double doors by the trophy case saying, Arena Seating. Zinnia breaks off from the group with a grumble, beelining for the coffee machine as Lee and Brendan walk to the front desk. Nervous? Brendan asks Lee. Brawley took over for his dad just a few years ago, but he's already considered to be really strong. Honestly? Not really. Lee answers back as they wait before the desk. He leans back on the desk, being careful not to knock a large logbook off the side as he turns to face Brendan. Whatever happens, happens. I've got confidence in my team. Brendan gives the older trainer a sidelong look. You sure? What's actually on your mind? The expected reply makes Lee falter some. Nothing, really. At Brendan's raised brow, Lee sighs and relents. Just an assignment your father gave me. The info is sensitive and I'm just trying to figure out how to best go about it. The half-truth seems to satisfy the boy, who nods with a smile. I getcha. If Dad is okay with other people knowing, let me know and I'd be glad to help. You're a good kid, Brendan. Lee smiles, making the boy grin. Now, where is the receptionist? Lee turns and looks at the front desk, not finding a bell or anything to call someone. He glances down to the logbook that his elbow almost knocked off, and finding his curiosity getting the better of him, he opens it. Inside is a neat day planner filled with names, trainer IDs, and times. After a quick glance, it seems like Brawley takes 6 or 7 challenges a day if he's in. One repeating name jumps out at him. Andre. Brendan looks at the book as well. Andre? Isn't he the dick who you and Zinnia beat? Yeah. Lee confirms, flipping through a few more pages. It doesn't take long to find a pattern. Andre is the last match every other day going back for weeks. Turning a few pages forward, he finds the young dark-type specialist has slots saved weeks in advance. The hell? Lee mutters to himself, feeling Vulpix's bewilderment as well as she peers over his shoulder. Ahem. Lee, Vulpix, and Brendan freeze, looking away from the logbook as one. Behind the front desk stands an older woman, probably in her 50s. Her light blue hair is tied back in a ponytail and her eyes, framed by slight wrinkles in a set of bifocals, stare at Lee and Brendan disapprovingly. Perhaps you could not snoop through our schedule? I would be glad to disclose any relevant details if asked. Brendan laughs nervously and shuts the book on Lee's behalf. Sorry about that. The woman still clicks her tongue in disappointment. See that it doesn't happen again. Now, can I help you too? Yes, I'm Lee Henson and this is Brendan Birch. Lee tries to smile past his embarrassment. We're scheduled to see Brawley for gym matches this morning? The woman makes a show of sharply lifting up the schedule book and slowly thumbing to the latest page. After silently scanning the page, she nods. You'll be first, Mr. Henson, followed by Mr. Birch. Take a seat and you'll be called when Brawley is ready. Sure thing, ma'am. Thank you. Lee smiles and quickly leads Brendan away with a hand on his shoulder. The pair take a seat in the corner waiting area as the woman vanishes behind the staff door. Geez, that lady was something. Brendan murmurs. Why do you think that Andre guy is on the list so many times? What about the brat? Lee, Brendan, and Vulpix look up when Zinnia takes a seat to the right of Brendan, a steaming cup held in her hand. Already, the dragon tamer looks to have much more life to her. She takes another sip from the cup in her hand as she waits for an answer. He's booked fights with Brawley for weeks in advance, Lee explains, leaning back in his chair. Is he really getting beat every time? Zinnia shrugs and crushes the empty paper cup in her hand before tossing it in a trash can a few paces away. Dark type versus fighting type, so probably. Brawley probably knows the little shitheel's detect gimmick and can counter it. Now how does one effectively counter detect, I wonder? Overwhelming speed? Run the clock like we did? Or is there a trick to beating it without wasting so much energy? Lee internally muses with only Vulpix privy to his thoughts. Probably, he agrees with Zinnia aloud. The conversation peters out into silence, neither Brendan nor Zinnia making an effort to continue. Brendan sits with his 2 Pokeballs in his lap as he pulls out his Pokédex. He rapidly flips to the section on common Hoenn fighting types as he bounces his knee nervously. Zinnia, meanwhile, seems content to withdraw her phone from her hip pouch and idly scroll through the news. With nothing else to do and not wanting to think of the upcoming match, lest he make himself anxious, Lee thinks back to yesterday after the Granite Cave adventure. Again, Lee is struck by just how normal the squid and octopi in the tanks before him are. One octopus runs a tentacle over the glass, letting Lee see the little suction pads work in sync. He looks away from the glass to the myriad of other tanks in the clean, if dimly lit marina warehouse, finding all manner of unsettlingly familiar sea life. At his feet, Vulpix sits quietly. Lee can feel her displeasure as the fishy smell of the warehouse makes her nose tingle unpleasantly. Lee's call to Duford Seafood Outlet the night prior was met with zero resistance from the enthusiastic owner, who accepted Lee's flimsy excuse of wanting to study mundane animals without a second thought. Our establishment would love to host a trainer and Pokémon researcher of your esteem. The man enthusiastically agreed, and Lee vaguely recalled his voice among the many he spoke to during the beach tournament. The man even had his employees go out and gather examples from the actual open-air farms that dominate a little corner of Duford and bring the animals here in display tanks. With Lee, a boy in water waders marked DSO stands several feet behind him, ready to answer any questions the trainer might have. No doubt this is all a stunt to curry favor with Lee, and thus the much more influential Hoenn Pokémon Lab, but the scarred trainer is grateful nonetheless. Lee looks down at his notebook, where notes on the animals before him and several crude sketches dominate the page. He slowly walks by the tanks with Vulpix following close, not paying his teenaged farmhand watcher any mind. He passes by a tank containing common bay clams, then a tank containing what looks like several Dungeness crabs that scuttle about. Then a thought hits him. Lee turns and looks at the name tag on the teen boy's waders. Jordan, do you know what species these crabs are? The boy jumps, apparently not expected to be addressed. These guys? They're just Duford crabs, I think. Some other places have different names for them, though. Lee frowns at yet another unexplainable similarity. And the octopi? The boy shrugs. Duford octopus? His answer sounds more like a question. Don't feel bad if you can't answer this one, but do you ever see any of these guys in the wild? Lee gestures to the whole setup of display tanks. Well, sometimes. Jordan rubs the back of his head with a hand. Not often, though. Pokémon gobble up animals pretty fast. If that's the case, then how did any animals live long enough to be domesticated? No books or websites seem to know. Lee feels a headache coming on and sighs. Right, I should have guessed that. Is it okay with you if I run a quick experiment? It'll involve one of your bay clams being eaten. Sure, go ahead. Boss gave you free rein. If you're hungry, though, I can ask a supervisor if I can take you to the Marina restaurant. Not for me, but thanks for the thought. Lee smiles. He removes one of his gloves and rolls his sleeve up, then reaches a hand into the tank of clams and withdraws one on the smaller side. Then he tosses the little mollusk into the octopus tank. One of the little invertebrates immediately comes to investigate the clam, its little tentacles curiously wrapping around the invader. The octopus seems to realize what it has and shuffles the clam to its mouth. With one venomous bite from the octopus beak, the clam opens to its doom and is promptly eaten. All very standard feeding behavior. Lee murmurs. It's almost like nothing changed, it's too perfect. Lee is drawn from his thoughts when he notices the throngs of people entering the gym heading for the arena seating door. Unlike Rustboro, there doesn't seem to be anyone checking tickets. Hey, guys? Beside Lee, Brendan looks up away from his Pokédex, then his eyes light up. Dad. Lee looks up as well, finding a smiling Professor Birch standing before them. When did you get here, Dad? Brendan can't help but grin like a loon and pocket his dex and Pokeballs before standing to greet his father. And why? Medicham teleported us this morning, Birch laughs. Tuckered him out coming all this way, so he's resting right now. I was originally going to come out here to study bird Pokemon inhabiting the seaside cliffs, but I figured I would come early to see my son in the lab's cash cow battle in the gym. Oh, cash cow, am I? Lee snorts and stands. Gee, Professor, glad to know you regard me so highly, he says, sarcasm woven into every word. Don't be like that, Lee, Birch mockingly chides. Your and Miss Zinnia's big win at Dewford's tournament got us a full 5% increase in funding and a flood of independent donations. Keep up the good work, really. The scraggly professor then turns to the still-sitting Zinnia with a pleasant smile. And you must be Zinnia. Thank you for keeping an eye on the boys here. The tanned woman openly laughs and stands, reaching out to take Birch's hand in a handshake. It's a full-time job, really? If your lab has any professional babysitter positions open, she trails off coyly. Birch shakes his head. Afraid not, but it's not often I meet a dragon-type specialist. If any studies that need dragons with a paycheck come up, I'll have Brendan or Lee pass it along. Now, he looks back to Lee, Vulpix, and Brendan. It's been a while since I've seen a good gym match, so you two give it your all, okay? You know it, Brendan exclaims while Lee just nods. Boss is watching. No pressure. Oh, and before I forget. Birch suddenly jumps, looking over to Lee. Did you think over the offer of that study I proposed? Lee looks over to the fox on his shoulder, and she hesitates before shrugging her little shoulders. We're still debating it, Professor. Mr. Henson, the older woman from before pokes her head out from behind the staff door. Please come back here so we can get you ready. Your match will begin shortly. That's my cue, Lee begins, shaking away the excitement that makes his limbs tremble. Wish us luck. Break a leg. Zinnia laughs. You got this. Brendan cheers. Birch just smiles. With Vulpix astride his shoulder, Lee follows the blue-haired woman behind the staff door to a barren waiting room with little more than a single chair and a small table holding a few water bottles, a box of nausea medicine, and a little box that is a mess of black wires. Just ahead of them is a large door labeled, Arena. Need anything to settle your stomach? The still unnamed woman asks, peering at Lee over her glasses as she taps the little box of generic nausea pills with a finger. Lee shakes his head. I'm fine, thanks. She nods. Very well. 1 second here. She turns to the box of wires on the desk and withdraws a little microphone unit, the same sort Lee used when giving lectures to zoo guests. Without bothering to ask, she clips the unit to one of his front pockets and clips the actual microphone to the collar of his shirt. The range on that little contraption is narrow, so it'll only work in the marked trainer box in the arena. Keep that in mind. I will, Lee confirms. After a second of hesitation, Lee keeps speaking. Ma'am, I know it's not my place to pry, so feel free to not answer, but what was with Andre having so many reserved matches? The woman pauses and looks at Lee with narrow eyes. Why do you wish to know? Well, the scarred man struggles to formulate an answer and rubs the back of his head. Andre was our final opponent in the brawl on the beach, and his Pokemon were top-notch, but he seemed to have some sort of preconceived notions about me before we even battled, something about me being a failed trainer who ran away to Hoenn. That, combined with his obviously sour relationship with Brawly, just has me curious is all. The woman sighs with disappointment and pinches the bridge of her nose. Oh, Andre. Must you lash out at everyone who even looks similar to him? The world isn't out to get you. Her murmurs are too quiet for Lee to hear, but Vulpix telepathically feeds him what her ears pick up. Before Lee can puzzle out who he might be, the woman looks up tiredly and pushes her glasses further up her nose. Let me apologize for anything he might have said. Andre is rough, but he's a good boy at heart. Lee nods along. The condition of his Pokemon speaks a lot about him. Indeed. Where are my manners? My name is Wilma, Brawly's mother, and manager of this gym. The now named Wilma introduces herself with a slight incline of her head. Lee Henson, and this is Vulpix, but I suppose you already knew that. Lee returns her courtesy. Wilma inclines her head once more. It's not my place to say much. Andre lives here in Dewford with us at the behest of his mother. He insists that he has something to prove in defeating Brawly's full-powered team, hence his spots on the schedule, but considering his fondness of dark types, it's an uphill battle. Lee finishes with a frown. The answers only muddle things more. I see. Thank you. I won't pry anymore. Welcome to the Dewford gym. Today we've got an exciting lineup of trainers set to face your gym leader, Brawly. A booming voice can be heard over the gym sound system, rattling the room. There is muffled cheering behind the door leading to the arena. Looks like it's beginning, Wilma mutters. Alright, young man, she addresses Lee. When your name is called, head on out and stand in the box on your side of the field. The rest is self-explanatory. Ready? The zoologist takes a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be. Good. Brawley will not be pulling his punches, so beware, the blue-headed woman warns before she pats his shoulder and leaves back to the front room. Our first challenger this morning is a doozy. Coming from Little Root Town, we have Lee Henson. Here goes nothing. Lee sighs and walks out to be greeted by a wave of cheers. The arena is almost a clone of the Rustboro Gym, only the ground is just hard-packed dirt with no rocks scattered around. The bleachers lining the arena are filled to the brim. Some of the more excited fans hold up signs. A few are for him and his team, and an amusingly large number for Brawley are held up by teen girls. Near the center of the right side, Brendan, the professor, and Zinnia all sit and applaud Lee's and Vulpix's entrance. Lee waves up to the crowd, and after a mental nudge to Vulpix, she raises a paw as well, easily doubling the roar of the crowd. Huh. This is much easier than the first few times. J********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* LF, Vulpix snuffles in wan amusement. Not only is he this year's Brawl on the Beach winner, but Lee is also a special researcher and Hoenn lab trainer under the esteemed Professor Birch. With Rustboro Gym's stone badge already in hand, Lee is really going to give Brawley a run for his money. The commentator's booming voice hypes the crowd up even more. Off to the sides, a TV camera crew takes their place as a gym aide, and a pair of drowsy, no doubt there to power the barrier, set up a few paces away. One member of the TV crew even releases a Magnemite from a Pokeball, who levitates over the arena with a smaller camera hovering at its side. Across the way, Brawley grins eagerly at Lee, and Lee can't help but grin back, excitement overwhelming everything else. Finally, a referee in a black and white striped shirt makes his way to the field and clears his throat into his microphone, causing the chatter to die down. This match will be a 2-on-2 standard battle between challenger Lee Henson and gym leader Brawley. Matches will commence until one team has lost 2 members. Only the challenger may substitute, and may only do so once. Trainers. The ref looks between Lee and Brawley. Please select your first Pokemon. No brainer on this one, Lee thinks, taking Corvisquire's ball and expanding it. Corvi, you're up. At the same time, Brawley takes a ball from his belt and throws it just as Lee does his. Machoke, I need your help. Corvisquire bursts from his ball in a shower of white light, a chilling screech already echoing from his beak. The bird's red eyes gleam with malice as he hovers on their side of the field, eager to tear into a worthy opponent. Brawley's Machoke appears in a flash of light just like Corvisquire. The superpower Pokemon stands 6 feet tall and is built like a brick house. Bulging muscle ripples under his thick, gray hide, and his 5-fingered hands are already clenched into cannonball-like fists. The Pokemon takes one look at Corvisquire and sighs in distaste. It's wicked speed and mobility versus classic Dewford muscle. Corvisquire dominated his fights in the brawl, but Machoke is an old hand on Brawley's personal team with a punch that can derail a train. This'll be a nail-biter. Are both trainers ready? The referee picks up where the commentator left off. Ready, Brawley calls, his voice echoing through the sound system. I really hope that derail trains with a punch line was hyperbole. Lee takes a deep breath. Ready. The drowsy off to the side raise their hands and wiggle their fingers, raising a transparent barrier and locking the Pokemon in the arena. Begin. Corvi, get up high and use Hoenn claws. Lee orders quickly. Brawley and Machoke make no move to stop Corvisquire, who quickly rises to the ceiling. When Brawley smirks, Lee instantly hears alarm bells ringing in his head. As Corvisquire raises his talons to grind them together, Brawley speaks. Machoke, Rock Tomb. Oh, fuck off with that. Machoke drives his fingers into the ground, and with an effortless flex of his arm, pulls up a boulder larger than himself. He reels back his arm and throws the enormous rock with the same ease a human might a baseball while Corvisquire is mid-buff. A faint red glow overtakes the boulder, which cracks and splits into 5 smaller stones that rush the crow Pokemon with menacing whistles. Abort and duck, Lee orders frantically. Corvisquire heeds his words with only a second to spare, sharply diving and twisting to fly between 2 of the stones he can't dive fast enough to avoid. The rock tomb crashes against the barrier with a thunderous bang. Not going to let us buff, huh? Then we'll just have to debuff you instead. Scary face. Lee calls out to his Pokemon. Corvisquire is in motion before Brawley or Machoke can react. His already irritated visage takes on a nightmarish twist, his eyes practically shining red. He opens his beak and lets out a shrill, bloodthirsty cry that makes Lee's spine stiffen. The sheer potency of Corvisquire's scary face almost makes a weight settle over the arena. From the corner of his eye, Lee spies several of the audience members rock back in fright. Machoke stiffens and grits his teeth, sweat breaking out on his brow despite his best efforts to maintain his composure. Now, hone claws. Machoke, stop him with rock tomb. Brawly is quick to bounce back. Corvisquire rises once again and grinds his talons together, dropping glittering, metallic sparks below him. Machoke gasps and suddenly realizes he was given an order. Arms still shaking, he plunges his fingers into the ground and lifts another boulder up before hastily tossing it, but by the time the rock is in the air, Corvisquire finishes sharpening all his natural weaponry and rolls out of the way of Rock Tomb. Corvi, move in with extreme speed. Then pluck. Lee can see Brawly curse under his breath. Machoke, be ready with Thunder Punch. High above, the raven cackles and vanishes in a blinding burst of speed, with the crack of displaced air being the only hint something was once there. Machoke's right fist only just begins to crackle with electricity over before a razor-sharp beak is driven into his back. The fighting-type Pokémon roars in pain and whirls around like a top, his fist lashing out in a backhand. Corvisquire can't avoid the partially electrified fist in time and takes the blow to his sternum like a cannonball. The raven's eyes bulge as he's thrown all the way into the left barrier wall with a dull thud, drawing a wince from the onlookers. Corvisquire wheezes and forces his way back to his feet, his face drawn back into a scowl. Corvi, you alright? Lee asks, when the bird looks at him with an expression that clearly says, what do you think? The man feels a little foolish. Man, I knew that Corvisquire was fast, but that's something else. Brawly says aloud. Machoke, square up. The fighting type stands and brings his fists up in a ready stance, now seemingly ignoring the wound in his back. Fast, huh? Brawly battles that monster Absol all the time though. Does Corvisquire edge him out? Lee's mind quickly churns. Brawly probably didn't start with his ace. No, I'm sure Machoke is not his ace. An ace that has probably clashed with Absol over and over. That in mind, ref, I'm substituting Corvisquire. Lee calls to the ref, who just nods and presses a little button on his mic, causing an air horn to blare out over the speakers. It looks like Lee is using his substitution. The commentator calls, why sub now? And who will he send in? Across the arena, Brawly raises an eyebrow and Machoke lowers his fists just the slightest amount. Grovyle still needs to get used to his new body, so you're up, girl, Lee sends to Vulpix, who mentally reviews his plan with a nod and slides down from his shoulders. He draws Corvisquire's ball and recalls the raven in a flash of red light. The entire time, Corvisquire wears a betrayed, furious expression. Lee holds the shaking ball close to his mouth. No need to be so upset, I'm saving you for the tougher battle. You'll get your time to shine, he whispers quietly. The displeased shaking calms. It looks like Lee is sending in Vulpix. How will this little fox compare to Machoke? Vulpix calmly walks her way into the arena through a little hole in the barrier that closes behind her, sealing her inside. Match restarting in 3, 2, 1. The ref sounds the horn again. Vulpix, baby doll eyes. Lee rapidly orders. Then charge Confuse Ray. Machoke, look away. Brawly reacts near instantly. Machoke tries to look away as Vulpix's eyes shine an eerie pink, but the move is just too fast and seeing a split second is enough to force Machoke's muscles to slacken. He groans and his shaking becomes visible. Bulk up, is Brawly's follow-up. Then karate chop. No more playing defense. Machoke takes a deep breath and flexes every muscle in his body at once, and he's back to looking like baby doll eyes never hit him. Then he drops down into a runner's stance and charges Vulpix like an Olympic sprinter, eating the distance between them in a scant second. Confuse Ray. Vulpix smirks a vulpine smirk as her eyes glow yet again. Machoke can barely even react before he trips in his sudden confusion. He falls face first to the dirt and his momentum drags him painfully across the ground, digging up a shallow trench behind him. The crowd lets out a collective wince. What happened? Why did Machoke suddenly lose his footing? Brawly face morphs into open surprise. Did Roxanne not tell him about their telepathy? Oh well, now is not the time to be dwelling on that. Vulpix, will-o-wisp. The vixen plants her feet and opens her mouth, a white-hot orb forming between her jaws. She rears her head back and throws the ball forward with a dramatic flourish. Machoke, listen to my voice. Dodge it. Brawly orders. Machoke, even in his confused haze, realizes the danger and tries to stand. His powerful legs let him leap well over 20 feet to the side, where he lands in a boneless heap with a grunt. It's for naught, however, as the slow will-o-wisp makes a perfect 90-degree turn to follow. With a growl, Machoke rolls to his back at Brawly's order. Then, Machoke. Intercept Will-O-Wisp with Ice Punch. Machoke's right fist frosts over with a layer of blue ice, and with either luck or sheer confusion overpowering willpower, his fist rockets forward and smashes into Will-O-Wisp with a loud hiss of steam, throwing up a cloud of vapor that obscures him. Brawly clicks his tongue and sighs. Don't let him have any time to breathe. Ember. Lee follows up. A barrage of fireballs fly from Vulpix's mouth and spread themselves out into a wide net to cover the entire steam cloud. They fly through the steam with minute hissing sounds, dispersing the mist after just a second, revealing no Machoke there, only a hole in the ground. What? Neither Lee nor Vulpix can react in time when a huge fist bursts from the ground right below Vulpix, socking her right in the chin so hard that she is sent flying straight up in the air with a yelp. The crowd roars at the titanic hit. Lee bites back a cry when his own jaw and teeth suddenly flare with Vulpix's pain, and several of his teeth feel as if they're broken. The tang of non-existent blood coats his tongue. With great reluctance, he closes his side of their telepathic bond just enough to reduce the pain to a minor ache. Vulpix. Reposition with quick attack. Lee grounds out, sending her a mental landing point. The fox twists midair and pushes away the stars in her vision to zigzag down to Brawly's side of the field where she lands and tries to shake off the super effective hit. Lee widens their connection and winces when he ghosts over her senses. She was hit so hard that she's seeing double, her ears are ringing, and at least one of her teeth is broken. The rapid swelling in her jaw only makes the tooth pain worse. You alright to keep going, love? She huffs. Machoke pulls himself out of the ground and stands tall, his eyes now clear. His right hand is raw and burnt, his torso is a mess of less severe steam burns, and the stab in his back still bleeds, but the Pokémon is unbowed. He even flexes his injured arm to the crowd, drawing cheers. What a turn. Machoke proves his power with a huge hit using Dig. Poor Vulpix nearly had her lights knocked out. Brawly smirks. You two aren't the only sneaky ones. He yells across the battlefield to Lee. He knows, and has nonverbal signals of his own. Shit. Fine then, no stops. Lee grunts. Vulpix, get ready, he sends, falling into her psychic embrace with ease. Lee feels his own body become slightly numb as he pours his being into her. Ember. Vulpix rears her head back with a quiet breath, and even behind the barrier, Lee can feel the temperature of the arena spike by several degrees. Then she throws her head forward and unleashes a veritable storm of fireballs, easily thrice the volume of before with twice the speed. The sound is akin to an automatic rifle burning through its entire magazine, fitting considering the embers are little more than bullet-like streaks. Machoke and Brawly's eyes widen as one, and Machoke is already in motion when Brawly's mouth opens to yell, detect. Then close in and cut her off with revenge. Vulpix's large foe leaps to the side, left hand already crackling with red energy, but he's forced back further when the embers swerve mid-flight to scream right at him. He ducks under one stream only to dance backward as another blasts at his feet. His charged revenge is used to swat away several fireballs that he isn't fast enough to avoid. Then his back hits the corner of the barrier. Gotcha. Vulpix and Lee, working in sync, pyrokinetically spread the embers out in a net spaced perfectly to catch Machoke. As one, all the fireballs descend like demented wasps. With nowhere to dodge and out of time to use a move, Machoke can only squeeze his eyes shut and raise his arms in defense. One ember explodes against his arms and Machoke grits his teeth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the fighting type groans. 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, and he can't help but cry out as smoke overtakes his form. 40, 50, 70, and finally the last one strikes and detonates. Machoke. Brawly cries out, his eyes wide and disbelieving. The crowd waits with bated breath as the smoke slowly clears, and when it does, it shows them all Machoke, slumped against the wall with his eyes closed and body covered in burns. Hey, Machoke, buddy. Can you get up? Brawly calls, his fists clenched tightly. Other than the harsh rise and fall of his chest, Machoke does not move. 3, 2, 1. The air horn overhead sounds and the referee waves his arms. It's over. Machoke is unable to battle. Vulpix is the winner of round 1. Lee sighs and drifts away from Vulpix's psyche back to his own as she trots back to their side of the field. His limbs feel the slightest bit unsteady for a moment until he reorients himself. A smile is worn on his face the entire time, however. The audience erupts into applause and cheering, though Lee can spy a few of the teenage die-hard Brawly fans adding boos into the noise. Across the way, the gym leader pulls a Pokeball from his belt and recalls Machoke in a flash of red. He stares down at the ball blankly, as if he didn't actually expect to lose. Then he huffs out a short laugh and replaces it on his belt, this time taking a great ball from his belt. Even from this distance, Lee can see the top hemisphere of the Pokeball is worn down to bare metal in places. I gotta hand it to you, Lee. That was something. The surfer smiles. It shows me I've still got plenty to improve on. Machoke won't go down to a ranged fighter so easily next time. This Pokemon, though, he holds the worn Great Ball up. He belonged to my father and was passed down to me when I took the mantle of gym leader. He's helped me a lot over the years, and I've stepped away from borrowing his power, but I know when I need help out of a bind. Lee feels his smile sink a little. I don't like the sound of that. Brawly's smile morphs into a wide grin. It's good to be cautious. He glances at the ref, who gets the signal. Gym leader Brawly, please select your next Pokemon. Brawly throws the Great Ball past a hole in the barrier. Hariyama, I need your help. The ball bursts open, and a shape wreathed in white light expands onto the field, growing bigger. And bigger, and bigger. When the light finally fades, Lee finds himself blinking in disbelief, but the spike of alarm he both feels from Vulpix and sees on her vulpine face tells him his eyes aren't failing him. Standing over 8 feet tall and easily 11 feet wide with his arms spread out, an absolutely gargantuan Pokemon stares them down. The Hariyama before them looks just as Lee remembers them, being a roughly humanoid sumo wrestler of unbelievable proportions. 2-toed feet attached to legs as thick as tree trunks hold a massive torso of pure muscle aloft. His short arms end in wide, flat 3-fingered hands perfect for arm thrusting attacks. But what strikes Lee most is the little details littered across the huge Pokemon. The Hariyama's eyes are framed by faint wrinkles, and the left eye is a blind, foggy white, probably owing to the scar dragged through Hariyama's face. His hands are likewise marked, his palms a menagerie of calluses and scars, leaving almost no unharmed flesh behind. Lee's dread-filled musings are broken when Hariyama grunts, a low sound that Lee feels in both his and Vulpix's chest. The enormous Pokemon puts his palms on his knees and raises a single leg, then he brings it down like a lightning strike, shaking the entire gym. The lights above rattle, someone in the crowd screams, and one of the cameramen falls over. Lee himself bends his knees to not be knocked over. Hariyama raises his other leg and brings it down again, pulverizing the ground under him and rattling the entire building again. Then with his knees still bent, he plants a hand on the ground, taking a sumo-like ready stance. An almost tangible weight settles over the arena, eerily like standing before Steven Stone's Metagross. We're fucked. Get ready. Brawly's smile could light up the arena if Hariyama's preparation accidentally knocked the lights out. We're going full tilt. Match 2, Hariyama vs Vulpix, begin. For a moment, no one moves, and it gives Vulpix ample time to pull Lee back into her mind for his added strength. Love, while I'm not doubting your abilities, there is no way you can beat him after Machoke nailed you with Dig, Lee gulps. We need to wear him down as much as possible for Corvisquire. Not going to move first, eh? The gym leader nods. Fine by us. Hariyama, belly drum, fuck. Confuse Ray. Vulpix growls and fires off the invisible, sinister ray from her shining eyes. Hariyama draws his huge hands back, then pounds his own stomach with a series of deep thuds. The sound belly drum makes move something primal inside of Vulpix, and Lee can feel her sudden thrill of fear. The pupil of Hariyama's one good eye dilates, and a hazy cloak of red energy diffuses from nowhere to cover his form. He slows for a moment as Confuse Ray strikes him, leaving his eye unfocused, but after a single blink, the confusion vanishes and Hariyama finishes belly drum with a loud, echoing strike to his own abdomen. The cloak of red, smoky energy surges and crackles. From bad to worse, Lee grimaces. Vulpix, Ember, come in on his blind side. Like before, Vulpix draws her head back and fires off a stream of embers more akin to laser bolts than fireballs. Some rush Hariyama from the right, but the majority of the flames twist and curve into his blind spot. Whirlwind, Brawly orders. Hariyama's arms are little more than blurs as his flat hands move the air like fans, kicking up rushing currents of tornado-like winds on both sides of him. Vulpix's embers, even empowered by Pokemon and trainer working in tandem, are snuffed out like candles in the face of the whirlwinds. Then Hariyama thrusts his arms forward, merging the whirlwinds and sending a titanic tornado right for Vulpix. The tornado gains power as it moves, dragging in all manner of dirt and rocks as it howls furiously at the shocked fox. It crosses the arena in less than a second, and by then, the tornado is too big to dodge. Vulpix screws her eyes shut in panic. Fire spin. Lee screams, both in body and mind. Counter whirlwind's rotation. Vulpix's eyes snap open, shining a hellish orange. A spiraling inferno pours from Vulpix's throat, and in an instant, Whirlwind is met with a twisting, raging tower of fire that roars just as loud as the whirlwind shrieks. The two elements meet, and Whirlwind begins to peter out as it feeds the vicious firespin, which grows into a seething wall of white, spinning hellfire that splashes against the top of the barrier. Lee can't see Brawley or Hariyama or even hear anything over the din of firespin, but he does see the attack rush forward and engulf the other side of the field. Sadly, Vulpix's burst of might runs dry after a scant 10 seconds. Firespin dies near instantly, leaving a cloud of smoke and deafening silence behind. When the smoke clears on the Brawley side of the field, it reveals Hariyama standing with his arms raised and blackened, burn-coated palms out. Grunting, he slowly and painfully pulls his arms back into a ready stance, revealing that his body is pockmarked by smaller, less severe burns that overtook his defense. Around his feet in a perfect V formation as charred dirt and soot, meaning he stopped the firespin. Even with the unmistakable power Vulpix displayed in her battle with Corvisquire, Hariyama stopped firespin. Jumping Joltix, folks. Vulpix unleashed the fire within and turned Whirlwind right back around on Hariyama, but Hariyama was having none of that. The audience goes wild when the commentator breaks the ice. Vulpix wavers on her paws, and Lee can easily feel her exhaustion. She pants harshly and falls to her rump. Hariyama. Brawley hesitates for a second. Force Palm. The massive sumo Pokémon thrusts a hand forward, shooting a screaming shockwave that crosses the field like a tank shell. Vulpix scrambles up and leaps away, but the explosion Force Palm makes when it hits the ground she was standing on throws her down to her side where she tumbles. Another Force Palm flies from Hariyama's hand and crashes into her like a missile, throwing the limp fox head first into the barrier with a painful thunk. She slides to the ground, her breathing shallow and body unmoving. Lee winces. Already he feels the phantom pain in his sternum and head fading, meaning his vixen is in blissful unconsciousness, but it does nothing for the deeper hurt in his chest whenever Vulpix is harmed. She's just knocked out. Nothing she can't handle, he silently reminds himself. With great reluctance, he catches the eyes of the referee and shakes his head. The air horn sounds and the referee raises his arm. Vulpix is unable to battle. Hariyama is the winner of the second match. The crowd applauds and cheers. As Lee recalls Vulpix to her ball and near silently murmurs how proud he is of her, he scans the crowd. Almost instantly, he finds who he's looking for. Brendan, Birch, and Zinnia all sit near the middle of the right side. Brendan's face is one of open shock as if he can't believe what he just saw. Zinnia's is harder to pin, being a combination of surprise and worry rather than the calculating expression she normally wears when viewing an intense battle. Birch's eyes are glued to Lee, and in his lap is a notebook with several full pages already flipped. The look is so intense that the younger man looks away. Challenger, please select your next Pokémon. Lee grabs Corvisquire's ball, which wiggles in anticipation. Like before, he holds the ball close to his mouth to whisper to it. Corvi, whatever you do, take this seriously. This guy tanked Vulpix at her full power, even after hurting himself with Bellydrum. He's torn up, but this is still an uphill fight. If we want to win, we need to play smart, got it? The ball goes still. With a deep breath, Lee reels his hand back. Go, Corvisquire. The ball flies from his hand and releases the Raven Pokémon, who screeches and flies into the arena when a hole in the barrier opens up for him. He glares down at Hariyama with malicious glee, and Hariyama stares back coolly with his working eye. Final match. Corvisquire vs Hariyama. Begin. Swift. Lee orders to feel out Hariyama. Corvisquire caws and swipes a golden, glowing wing through the air, throwing a wave of shining stars down at the sumo Pokémon. Hariyama just swats the stars out of the air with a single broad hand when they approach. Some of the burnt flesh on his hand cracks and bleeds when the swift rays explode against it, but he ultimately seems unbothered. Force Palm. Brawley counters, his smile growing. Hariyama's massive palm flashes forward, and a rippling shockwave rushes the Raven Pokémon. Corvi. Extreme speed into Pluck. Get out of there. Lee cries. The Raven vanishes from sight with a crack of displaced air, letting Force Palm smash into the barrier behind where he was. Hariyama whirls around 180 degrees with speed that should have been impossible for a creature of his size, his palm lashing out the instant Corvisquire appears behind him. The Raven is so shocked that he loses focus on his pluck and his beak loses its glow. An instant later, Hariyama's palm strikes him like a battering ram. Corvisquire is thrown into the barrier without an arc to his flight, crashing into the invisible wall with a bang. That rattles the whole thing in a plume of loose feathers. His eyes bug out from the impact and he can only wheeze in pain. Unlike with the blow from Machoke, Corvisquire is much slower to get to his feet. Don't let up. Close in and end this with close combat. Brawly orders, even pointing a finger for emphasis. Hariyama grunts and thunders forward like a locomotive, every step shaking the gym. Corvi, get up, Lee urges. Come on, don't go down like this. Corvisquire's eyes light up hatefully, and with a shrill cry he shoots up into the air away from Hariyama with a single powerful wingbeat. Hariyama doesn't stop his charge, and with a stomp that rocks the building, he leaps right at the bird Pokémon in stark defiance to gravity. His hands shine a baleful red just like the cloak of energy still wrapped around him. He winds up an arm thrust just as Corvisquire flies up higher. It's almost too quiet to hear, but Hariyama grunts something that makes Corvisquire's entire face twist into a rictus of loathing, and rather than run away out of close combat's range, the Raven howls and dives right at the sumo Pokémon, making Lee's heart sink. Corvisquire narrowly dodges one arm thrust, but the other one clips his wing with a quiet snap that Lee almost doesn't hear, making Corvisquire spin in the air unevenly. Nonetheless, Corvisquire's beak lights up with sky blue flying energy that he brutally drills right into Hariyama's left shoulder, drawing blood. Hariyama, Brawly yells in alarm, his smile dropping for the first time in the match. The sumo growls and slaps away Corvisquire like one might do a mosquito as gravity takes its hold again and drags him back down. Corvisquire contorts his body midair and flares both his wings, even the broken one, to stop in a hover. His face shows no pain, only seething, burning anger. Hariyama crashes into the ground feet first, throwing up a short plume of dust. His good eye glares up at Corvisquire, who stares right back without wavering. Hariyama raises his hands into a ready stance again, but his left arm shakes and sinks ever so slightly. Corvi's attack must have nicked something important in his shoulder. Lee silently theorizes. He's blind and now partially lame on that side. We need to take advantage of it now, before Corvi's rage-fueled adrenaline runs dry. Can he safely use extreme speed? If I dare even imply that he's not fighting ready, he'll be pissed. More than usual. Corvisquire, extreme speed, Lee orders. Hit him where it hurts, he says, silently hoping his Pokémon knows how to interpret the order. Hariyama, behind you, Brawly yells in advance. Arm thrust him into the wall. Again, the avian Pokémon blurs into motion as if his wing was never injured, and again, Hariyama turns a perfect 180 to catch him. Only this time, Corvisquire appears above him. Before the fighting type can defend himself, Corvisquire, cackling like a villain, is upon him. He drives his beak right into the same wound on Hariyama that he created earlier and cruelly twists at whatever he can bite. The larger Pokémon roars in pain, his first sign of weakness the whole match, and swats at Corvisquire, who blurs away again with a cackling laugh. The strength in Hariyama's shaking left arm wanes, and he can't raise it up any higher than his waist. Stay angry, Corvi. Win this. Come at him again, Lee calls, the excitement from earlier beginning to grow in his chest. Hariyama, watch your left and above you, that's where they're coming. Brawly instructs. Corvisquire is a little too smart to hit the same location 3 times in a row. Lee smiles. Hariyama is too slow to keep up, so if he doesn't know where Corvi is going from. A caw echoes through the room and Hariyama turns to his left, his good arm blasting forward at nothing. At the same time, a twirling beak shining a sky blue drills into his upper right arm, savaging the muscle and connective tissue. Then he's going to get picked apart. Hariyama growls and swings at Corvisquire, who once again backs off with extreme speed. Bring him down. Brawly's face is now losing confidence and his fists are balled up. Whirlwind. A broad right hand swipes through the air, kicking up a huge gale, but not anywhere near the tornado that ravaged the arena earlier. With a flick of his wrist, Hariyama throws the whirlwind forward. The raging wind tears at the flying blur that is Corvisquire, slowing him enough that his form becomes visible once more. He struggles to not be sucked into the whirlwind as his broken wing just can't flap with the same power of his unbroken one. The whirlwind passes and dissipates, but to Lee's despair, he can see Corvisquire's energy beginning to flag. The bird pants and even his ever-present wrath slowly begins to fade. Force palm, knock him down. Brawly's voice shocks Lee out of his thoughts. Hariyama's eyes narrow in concentration as his right fingers flex, and he throws a shockwave right at the hovering Corvisquire, who just barely dodges by folding his wings and plunging from the sky. Force palm smacks the barrier with much less force than earlier. Corvi, Finish him. One more extreme speed. You can do it. Lee calls up to the Raven. No, you don't. Defend yourself with whirlwind. Brawley counters. Corvisquire rushes forward just as Hariyama draws his hand back, and that's when Lee knows they lost. Hariyama spins around, whirlwind following his palm and wreathing him in a cloak of swirling, protective air. Then Lee's jaw drops. Corvisquire pulls up at an angle that rips at his broken wing, making the bird grimace as he flies directly up, abreast the whirlwind, then he flies over the mouth and drops down right at his foe. He closes his injured wing and holds his good one out, letting the air currents in the whirlwind spin him up like a drill. His beak bursts into an eye searingly bright blue just as vibrant as the sky, and then like a screaming missile, he drops onto Hariyama in a full-powered drill peck. The sumo Pokemon's eyes widen, and in a last-ditch effort to defend himself, he pulls back his right arm and thrusts it at the Raven with a roar. Beak meets palm, and flying meets fighting in a contest as old as the Pokemon world. The whole tornado glows with the clash, crackling red versus screaming blue. Blue overtakes red, and the flying energy overpowers the fighting with an explosion that kicks up a huge cloud of dust. The entire arena holds its breath. Slowly, the dust settles, and Lee's heart sinks. Prone on the ground, a broken and battered Corvisquire lay, his eyes closed and unconscious, face peaceful. Scattered around the bird are broken stones and loose feathers. Then Lee's eyes look further. Just as knocked out as his Raven, Hariyama lays on the destroyed and cratered ground with only his breathing as any indication that he's alive. Behind Hariyama, Brawley's eyes are wide in bold-faced surprise. Above, the airhorn sounds. That's it. Round 3 ends in a double knockout. This battle is a draw. The referee calls. The audience goes wild, everyone standing, shouting, clapping, and more than a few cell phones are held up, some of which flash with camera lights. A draw? Lee wonders, his mind flashing back to the league rulebook he is still trying to finish. What was the end result of draws? Was it the challenger's loss? Damn. Slowly, the gym leader on the other side of the arena smiles a big, goofy smile. Wow, that was awesome. Hariyama hasn't had to fight that hard in years. He draws the battered great ball from his belt and points to his Pokemon. Hariyama, return. The behemoth of a Pokemon is withdrawn in a flash of red, leaving behind a crater that several grown men could stand in easily without touching shoulders. Lee licks his lips and mirrors Brawley, taking Corvisquire's ball from his belt before recalling the bird in a flash of red. He shrinks the ball and holds it gently in his hands. Thank you for going above and beyond, Corvi. Be a pain in my ass all you want. I won't ever give up on you because I know you would do the same for me, even if you deny it. A few onlookers audibly go, ah. And that's when Lee realizes his mic is still on with a blush. He flips it off and starts walking when the barriers drop and Brawley begins walking to meet him. Both men meet in the middle of the devastated field. Still grinning widely, the blue-headed trainer claps Lee on the shoulder. Now that was the battle I wanted. I knew it would be good, just not that good. It's going to be a while before someone tops this one. Lee sighs and smiles ruefully. Well, you're getting more here soon, so don't worry too much. We've got a ways to go now that you've seen our best tricks firsthand. The gym leader blinks. Huh? I'll schedule the next one here in a week or two. We'll win then, it's a promise. Lee smiles and turns to leave for the Pokemon Center, but Brawley doesn't let go of his shoulder. I don't know why you're leaving. Brawley's smile grows a little. You need this first, he says, holding out his hand. In the surfer's hand is a shining knuckle badge. Lee feels his mouth go dry. Hold on, that was a draw, not a win. Maybe, Brawley smirks. But my gym leader authority says I get to choose the win condition for our match, and after a showing like that? You're the winner here, dude. Take it, you earned it. Slowly, Lee reaches out to take the badge. But, Lee's hand stops. Brawley's eyes shine with mischief. On the condition that I get a rematch next time you're in Dewford. The scarred trainer lets out a short laugh. I can do that. Lee's hand raises the badge up for everyone to see, and the crowd roars their approval. At least 4 days with no strenuous activity and at least 6 with no battles, Mr. Henson, Dewford's nurse Joy hands Lee the Pokeballs he turned in just half an hour prior. Your Corvisquire's wing suffered 2 breaks and he'll be exhausted for at least a full day. Vulpix, however, will be fine with a day or so of rest. Next time, the nurse's hands fall to her hips and her pretty face frowns. Don't push your Pokemon so hard. I'll try, nurse, Lee promises with a sheepish smile. For a while there, Corvi was keeping himself in the air by sheer force of anger alone. The joke seems to go over Nurse Joy's head, but at Lee's side, Zinnia snorts back a laugh. Hee. She clears her throat. Come on, she elbows Lee. Let's go find a good spot to watch Shrimpy's match. The pair stroll away from the center's front desk to a waiting area in the corner with a large, wraparound couch that faces a wall-mounted TV. Several other trainers ranging from young adults to teens watch Brendan's match on the TV closely. Beside one of the trainers, a Ralt sits on the edge of the couch and kicks her feet. Thankfully, Brendan wasn't upset when Lee left to take care of his Pokémon. So long as the older trainer promised to watch the match remotely. Brendan just stuck his tongue out at Zinnia when she left with Lee. Zinnia and Lee watch Marshtomp overpower Brawly's Hitmonchan when the fists of the two Pokémon meet again. Hitmonchan grits his teeth as the grinning Marshtomp pushes him back. Earlier, Shroomish battled Brawly's Mienfoo and wore down the Weasel like fighting type enough that Marshtomp could steamroll him. Now Marshtomp and Brawly's Hitmonchan are locked in a slugfest where Hitmonchan is losing steam. Meanwhile, Marshtomp only gets more eager the more bruises he accumulates. Think he'll win? Zinnia wonders aloud. Brendan? Lee asks with a smile. Hitmonchan is on borrowed time. He watches Marshtomp take an ice punch to the face from Hitmonchan, only to laugh and lash out with a punch of his own that makes Hitmonchan double over. Say, Zinnia? That freighter we sailed with last time. Do they do runs to Slateport? I think so. Why? Zinnia turns and blinks at him. Lee draws his phone from his pocket and opens the browser, typing in the name of the cargo company they rode with. It's where we're heading next. Interlude 3. My office has so much wasted space, Stephen Stone silently muses to himself. Do I really need an entire floor to myself up here? In the extravagant champion's office at the top of Hoenn's Pokémon League HQ, Stephen looks down at the bustling island city of Evergrande from the wall-spanning window, watching all the people and Pokémon below. Looking away to the west, he can see the faintest hint of Sootopolis's top rim on the horizon. Oh, how he longs to dive deep into the waters of the crater city and find bits of the meteorite that formed said crater over a millennia ago. What secrets and wonder would the meteorite hold? Would it hold an interesting mix of earthly elements, or would it show him something alien and exciting? Alas, the rock-headed members of the Sootopolis City Council are adamant that the entire lakebed is a historical landmark and denied his requests to excavate samples. It would be child's play to overrule them and go anyway, but no one would be amused by a champion flagrantly abusing their power like that. The steel specialist shakes his head in disgust, thinking of Unova's champion, Alder, and the recent scandals the man has been involved in. Perhaps when I pass the title to someone else I could go to Sootopolis not as Stephen the champion, but Stephen the Devonair. He smiles and fingers the mega keystone crowning his lapel pin. Ruminating on the meteorite once more? The rumbling voice comes not from anywhere in the office, but in his head, making Stephen smile a little wider and turn around. Standing before his desk and gleaming in the sunlight, Metagross regards Stephen impassively. That I am, friend, Stephen smiles a little wider. A mere sliver of it would tell us so many things about the larger universe out there. It makes my skin tingle just thinking about it. If Metagross had eyebrows, Stephen is sure one would be raised. I understand your fascination, the Pokémon says, dryly, but sincerely. But perhaps you can daydream another time. You have 54 unfinished forms to review, and a meeting with the gym leaders and the Elite Four in 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Stephen looks down at his opulent oak desk. In the corner where his paperwork sits in 2 piles, the in section has a stack of thick folders several inches high, and the out has only 2. I really need to gather a task force to review what gets sent to me. So much of this is junk or just redundant. The Devonair sighs and sinks into his plush office chair as Metagross just chuckles, a sound so deep it rumbles the floor. Faintly in the back of his mind, Stephen feels his Pokémon's amusement. It's no greater than a tickle, but the alien feeling, so far removed from what a human might ever feel or even perceive to be emotion, makes his skin break out into goosebumps. Stephen jiggles the mouse of his computer to pull it from sleep mode and opens his email, silently groaning when he finds yet another 100 or so waiting to be read. He ignores them for now and opens his calendar, clicking on a meeting link within. From there, he mutes his microphone and leans back. Rarely do they ever need his input, and he doubts today will be any different. Over the next few minutes, several other names pop up on his computer screen. First is Roxanne, ever punctual and the usual leader of these meetings. Petalburg's Norman is next, with Mauville City's Watson following shortly after. Sootopolis gym leader and Stephen's best friend, Wallace is next. Dewford's Brawley, Fortree's Winona, and Moss Deep's Liza, Tate pop in one after another. The Elite Four Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake all enter at once, no doubt using a meeting room a few floors below Stephen. The only one missing is. Is Moore having computer troubles again? Norman's faintly amused voice asks, the microphone icon by his name flashing. Seems like it, Watson laughs. The old coot can barely work a toaster. Sidney's scoff conveys his sneer better than any camera feed could. Maybe he should retire rather than waste our time. No need to be hostile. Roxanne jumps in to play mediator at the first sign of trouble. I'm sure he'll figure it out. Just as Rustborough's gym leader says that, the name, Moore, Laveridge, appears on the screen. There you go, Grandpa. It just needed a reboot, I think. The sound of a young woman's voice comes from Moore's icon. Thank you, dear. Damn computers, they were easier back then, I swear. An older man's voice comes from Moore now. Sorry, everyone. The old confuser was on the fritz. It's no problem, Moore. Thank you. Roxanne says quickly before a certain someone can sling an insult. If we're all here, let's begin. Moore, you said you had big news? I do. The old man laughs. I am both happy and a little sad to announce that I'll be retiring this year and handing the gym over to my granddaughter, Flannery. There are murmurs of surprise over the line and even Stephen feels one of his eyebrows rise. I thought we were the psychic ones here, Tate. Liza giggles. I have trained her diligently for this day, and she, in turn, has trained her Pokémon for the rigors of being a gym leader. Moore presses on past Liza's interruption. All the paperwork is done and just needs to be sent in. In the next month or two, I'll turn her loose to run things on her own. I've even got her here with me to see how we do things. Say hello, dear. Hi everyone. The young woman greets unsurely, getting a few quiet welcomes from several of the other gym leaders. Stephen unmutes himself for a moment with a smile. That's very exciting news, Moore. I have no doubt that Flannery will be a great gym leader. We're all going to miss you here in the league, though. You were one of the best Elite Four members and gym leaders Hoenn has ever had. I'll have one of my Pokémon head out to Laveridge to pick up your paperwork in the next day or so. He says, muting himself afterward. Oh, can't wait for the Magcargo mail to get rid of me, eh? Moore chuckles. But thank you, Stephen. Ty and I are getting old, and it's time to do everything we couldn't when we were young. Watson. Drake. Moore suddenly exclaims. You two are the only ones left of the old guard. Don't let the kids get into trouble, you hear? Drake merely grunts, but Watson lets out a hearty laugh. What do you take us for? Speaking of new things, Winona leaves off. We're a month and some change into the new league year. Has anyone had any interesting challengers so far? Most answers are negative, with Wallace being the only exception. I had a splendid young woman with a beautiful team challenge me just yesterday. Stephen can almost hear everyone's eyes rolling at his best friend's words. Did they win? Phoebe asks despite everyone knowing the answer. They did not, but they were as graceful in defeat as they were in issuing their challenge. Wallace, dear, perhaps tell us when you have a challenger that excels in battle prowess rather than aesthetics. Glacia dryly says what's on everyone's mind. Roxanne, Brawley, you two have been silent. Have any trainers of note crossed your path? The champion's mind is instantly taken back to several weeks prior when he and Metagross watched one of Roxanne's lessons turn gym challenge live. The scarred, passionate visage of Lee Henson is impossible to forget. Equally difficult to forget are his Pokémon, a rare Vulpix that prevailed against Roxanne's Nosepass with techniques he had never heard of before, and a Corvisquire, a Galarian Pokémon Stephen had never even seen in person before that day. The eyes of that Vulpix, even exhausted, burned with unmistakable power. It's only a matter of time before she and Metagross clash, and by then, she'll have matured into a worthy adversary. Indeed I have. Roxanne's contemplating voice breaks Stephen's thoughts. 3, to be exact. 3? Brendan Birch and Lee Henson are surely two of them, but who is the last one? The first was an older trainer in his 20s, a lab trainer under Professor Birch by the name of Lee Henson. Roxanne begins. I offered to count a demonstration battle for my class as an official challenge, citing the lackluster learning material mandated by the League Education Committee. He used a Corvisquire and a Vulpix against my personal team. That draws a few exclamations from a few of the gathered gym leaders. Lab trainer, eh? Watson hums. I thought Birch's son was starting this year, and the other slot was going to your daughter, Norman? I decided that May would have more fun on her journey without needing to answer to Nigel, so I am paying for her expenses, Norman answers simply. It seemed unfair to have Nigel use his only 2 slots on children anyway. I hope the league board provides him more next year. Well, it looks like the professor chose wisely, as both Lee Henson and Brendan Birch defeated my personal team, Roxanne reveals, starting another round of startled chatter. Lee's fighting style is difficult to pin down, and it seems like he even changed tactics partway through our battle, though he is fond of using status moves to place his team into a favorable position. Corvusquire displayed a mastery of extreme speed, and his Vulpix was somehow able to control her fire attacks mid-flight, connecting projectiles even with her line of sight obscured. Lee's claims of his research being focused on Pokémon moves and techniques certainly hold water. Mastery of extreme speed? Winona wonders aloud. Controlling fire moves after launch, More hums. Interesting. She didn't tell them about their telepathy? The champion wonders. Well, I'll not rock the boat. If they can cultivate such a skill in such a short amount of time, I think they deserve the advantage. Brendan, meanwhile, is very much his father's son, and played to his Pokémon's strengths well, Roxanne continues, ignoring the comments like she would a rowdy class. He and his Shroomish were content to take the battle slowly, refusing to fall into the trap of moving too fast as many young trainers do. I had to end the first round in a double knockout with Geodude's self-destruct, lest Shroomish become a thorn in Nosepass's side. His Mudkip evolved mid-battle into Marshtomp, thus rendering Nosepass's electric moves useless. Brendan and Marshtomp capitalized on this and ended the match with Marshtomp's newfound power. That's the Birch family for ya, Watson cuts in. Be glad most of you weren't gym leaders 20 years ago because Nigel Birch was a gym-sinking terror. You'd play right into his hands without even knowing it and end up crushed. The academic community might give little Nigel the cold shoulder for his short tenure, but none of them would dare slight him to his face. He guffaws. I bet that kid Brendan had his moves planned several steps in advance just like his pops always did. It certainly seemed like it. Roxanne murmurs. The last trainer, who just departed for Dewford several days ago, is Ash Ketchum. Ash? Norman asks, incredulous. I take it you've met him? Roxanne asks. Your children were with him and his other friend Brock. The mic symbol next to Norman's name blips when he bumps something on his desk. Yes, I've met Ash and Brock, they're good kids. Ash and I had a short practice bout when we were interrupted by some hooligans calling themselves Team Rocket. So you've met them too. Roxanne's irritation is almost too quiet to hear. We sent them packing and filed a police report, Norman sighs. I thought they were cosplayers or some practical jokers. The furthest thing, actually. The Rockets were an organized crime ring that terrorized Kanto and Johto for years, more openly growls. Even after they were broken up, cells still pop up here and there. Hoenn police should be on high alert for them, he says, obviously directing his last line at Steven. Steven unmutes himself for a moment. Of course, I'll notify the League Law Enforcement Command and the Rangers. He mutes himself again and frowns. Why is a foreign gang suddenly encroaching on Hoenn? New victims, new opportunities, escaping law enforcement already looking for them, or just on a whim? Metagross silently provides. The motives of criminals are often illogical and can vary drastically. You're right. We're not letting them get a foothold here though. Steven's face darkens. Certainly not. Roxanne clears her throat. Ash Ketchum is one of Professor Oak's lab trainers and proved it in our match. He asked to face my true team, and I agreed even if I was doubtful of his ability. He played to his C.'s strengths in an unorthodox way, using Rollout, stopping just long enough to cast Absorb, then using Rollout to escape my Geodude's retaliation. We eventually hit C. with a Mega Punch for a knockout, but by then Geodude was in no condition to face Ash's Pikachu. Brawly whistles. An electric type against a ground type? That's bold. Indeed, but Pikachu's impressive speed and use of Iron Tail secured him the win against Geodude. Nosepass put up a valiant fight, and Pikachu was hurting after their match, but Ash's pragmatic strategy of keeping out of reach with Pikachu's speed and punishing openings with lightning-fast Iron Tail attacks proved effective, even when Nosepass used Sandstorm to try and keep Pikachu at bay. A contemplative silence descends upon the call, then Dewford's gym leader clears his throat and takes the reins. Guess it's my turn, then. Brawly's smile can be heard in his voice. My list is more or less the same as Roxanne's. We battled Brendan and Lee just 2 days ago. Lee's Vulpix and Corvusquire took on Machoke and Hariyama. Hariyama? Drake's gravelly voice speaks for the first time in the meeting. Which one? Brawly laughs. My dad's starter. I didn't think that old mountain was still kicking. The old dragon tamer grunts. Salamence still remembers him. So the Lee boy lost, then? Nope. You could hear a pin drop in the following silence. Well, it ended in a draw I felt was worth a badge, Brawly hastily explains. Machoke could only get one good hit on Vulpix before she blew him away with a storm of embers, and Hariyama weathered a huge firespin to knock out Vulpix. Hariyama then fought Corvisquire, and the type advantage tipped the scales just a little too much, so Corvisquire's last-ditch drill peck resulted in a double knockout. Hariyama is pushing 60 years old and has slowed down a lot over the years, but he's anything but a pushover. Brawly pauses. That Corvisquire though. The little dude is hostility distilled into bird form. When he evolves, he's going to be a once-in-a-generation monster. I want to see it. Drake grumbles. Don't bother explaining anymore. Someone play it on your screen. I want to see the other boy, Brendan, too. It takes a moment, but Brawly shares his screen with everyone else and pulls up the battles that the local TV station captured. Corvi. Get up high and use Hone Claws. Machoke. Rock Tomb. Corvi. Move in with extreme speed. Then pluck. Machoke. Be ready with Thunder Punch. It looks like Lee is using his substitution. Why sub now? And who will he send in? Lee is sending in Vulpix. How will this little fox compare to Machoke? Bulk up. Then Karate Chop. No more playing defense. Ember. What a turn. Machoke proves his power with a huge hit using Dig. Poor Vulpix nearly had her lights knocked out. Then the embers start to fly again. One ember explodes against his arms and Machoke grits his teeth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the fighting type groans. 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, and he can't help but cry out as smoke overtakes his form. 40, 50, 70, and finally the last one strikes and detonates. Machoke. An air horn blares. It's over. Machoke is unable to battle. Vulpix is the winner of round 1. This Pokemon. He belonged to my father and was passed down to me when I took the mantle of gym leader. He's helped me a lot over the years, and I've stepped away from borrowing his power, but I know when I need help out of a bind. Several of the younger gym leaders gasp when they see the huge Hariyama. Match 2, Hariyama vs Vulpix, begin. Firespin. An inferno overwhelms the cameras. My word. More mutters. Flannery can be heard squeaking behind him. Vulpix is unable to battle. Hariyama is the winner of the second match. Final match. Corvisquire vs Hariyama, begin. Corvisquire, extreme speed. Hit him where it hurts. Is that Corviscore fighting and using extreme speed with a broken wing? Winona sounds equal parts aghast and disbelieving. Brawly's answer is quick. As I said, that bird is powered by raw fury. No you don't. Defend yourself with whirlwind. Beak meets palm, and flying meets fighting in a contest as old as the Pokemon world. The whole tornado glows with the clash, crackling red versus screaming blue. Blue overtakes red, and the flying energy overpowers the fighting with an explosion that kicks up a huge cloud of dust. That's it. Round 3 ends in a double knockout. This match is a draw. Brawly lets the video end and jumps right into Brendan's match before anyone can comment. Shroomish, start this off with poison powder. Mienfoo, circle around and use acrobatics. Mienfoo does as instructed, but runs face first into a cloud of purple when Shroomish throws out poison powder from every direction. Shroomish, back up and use Leech Seed. End it fast, Mienfoo. The chubby Shroomish dances around every strike with a little twirl as his weasel-like opponent grows weaker and weaker. Then in a burst of desperation, the fighting type lands a critically placed acrobatics and knocks Shroomish out. Shroomish is unable to battle. Mienfoo is the winner of round 1. Go. Marshtomp. Wallace gasps. What a robust water type. The good professor certainly picked only the finest Pokemon for his child. Look at his height, his muscles, his vibrant color. This Marshtomp is beautiful. The mightiest Hoenn gym leader gushes. Fruit. Sydney murmurs. Oh. Mienfoo is down with only one punch. Who will Brawly pick next? Hitmonchan. You're up. What follows is a brutal slugfest, where Hitmonchan rapidly loses ground and stamina while Marshtomp only laughs and strikes harder. Even the camera hovering above rattles from the furious exchange. Hitmonchan. Ice Punch. Marshtomp takes the attack right to the face with barely a flinch. Then he laughs and lashes out with a punch to Hitmonchan's stomach that makes the fighting type double over. Steven can hear a few of the watchers mutter in sympathy for Hitmonchan. Marshtomp. Seismic Toss. Crash. Hitmonchan is unable to battle. Marshtomp is the winner of round 3. Marshtomp and Brendan win the challenge. Brawly lets the video end. I admit if I had Machoke or Hariyama, I think I could have beaten Brendan. Hard to say, however, because that Marshtomp was insane. These two were worth watching, I guess. Sydney clicks his tongue. Is this meeting over yet? I ain't getting any younger here. There was also Dewford's local event, the Brawl on the Beach, where Lee and his partner Zinnia Draconid won. Like the Draconids in Meteor Falls? Steven wonders with only Metagross to hear it. Drake's attention is instantly captured again. Draconid? He asks sharply. Play it. Skip everything else. Brawly obliges. We'll do just the last one, it's the good part. He opens the video, and everyone, Steven included, watches closely. The champion can't help but notice that Sydney goes suspiciously quiet as soon as a teen boy in black is called to battle Lee and Zinnia. As soon as they all witness Vulpix's convergence in action, Steven knows there are wide eyes all around even without a video feed, as he himself blinks owlishly at the attack he's never seen before. Tate, brother of Liza and one of the gym leaders of Moss Deep, is quick to ask something. Mr. Moore? I've never heard of that fire move. Do you know it? No, I do not. The fire-type master quietly replies. Even Steven is taken aback by the answer. Watson snorts. Moore, my buddy ol' pal, I don't think old Drake and I can keep that promise about keeping an eye on the youngsters if they're going to be this much trouble. Drake makes no comment, and Steven knows it's because his eyes are locked on the tanned young woman, Zinnia. Chapter 18. Theft at Devon thwarted. By Amelia Thatch. Earlier this week in Rustboro City, where the headquarters of the Devon Corporation is stationed, a gang member from the eco-radicalist group known simply as Aqua attempted to steal experimental Devon technology. Readers might know Devon for their numerous mining subsidiaries or their wide array of household products, but the company has also dabbled in many trainer-focused technologies such as the PokeNav, new Pokeball variants, Pokemon medicines, and other tools to aid trainers. In an official statement delivered from Mr. Joseph Stone, owner and president of Devon Corp., the thief entered into the restricted section of Devon's R&D laboratories by posing as a member of the public and taking one of the weekly tours of non-restricted areas. He then released his Crawdaunt, and after overwhelming on-site security, threatened harm to tour goers until a security officer relinquished his keycard to the laboratory. Before the thief could escape, he was confronted by Kanto-born trainer Ash Ketchum, one of Professor Samuel Oak's professional lab trainers, and then promptly defeated in an intense Pokemon battle. The stolen goods were recovered, but the gang member managed to escape arrest, and the Rustboro PD urges the public to remain alert for suspicious activity. While this was a frightening experience, we came out of it without any bloodshed and wiser than before. Joseph Stone said in an interview, I trust our men, women and mons of RPD to catch the perpetrator and bring him to justice. We will also be putting tours of our facility on hold for some time as we review our security procedures and hire additional officers. The safety of both our staff and visitors is paramount. Mr. Stone declined to comment on what the thief was attempting to steal. I couldn't just let him go. Ash Ketchum was passionate during our interview with him. The 12-year-old veteran of both the Indigo League and Silver Conference had this to say. Stealing is wrong, it's as simple as that. I don't know why he was after Devon's technology, but he was up to no good. Being a Pokemon trainer has taught me to trust my gut, and my gut said I couldn't let him get away. The young trainer's take is as down-to-earth as it is refreshing, but Ash declined to answer any further questions and asked Hoenn News Network to contact Professor Samuel Oak for anything further. Ash recently battled Rustboro's Roxanne in a gym challenge, so be sure to click here to see the HNN highlight reel. More articles like this upset. Grass Specialist defeats Fortree gym leader. Idol Lycia dominates latest Lilycove Pokemon contest. Phoebe of Elite Four spotted on Lilycove Beach in risque bikini. Alien life? This think tank led by an Alakazam says it's a certainty. Pyramid King Brandon goes undefeated for 14 months. How to Tame Your Dragon. Lance Blackthorn's newest tips and tricks. Dewford's Brawl on the Beach highlights. PKMN Rangers tracking unusual Beautifly migration. Lee looks up from his phone when the ship's horn blows, signaling that they're coming into port. The trip to Slateport via cargo ship proved to be much more leisurely than the ride to Dewford. The weather stayed beautiful and sunny, and Brendan made sure to bring nausea medication this time, meaning he wasn't confined to his bed with a face as green as Grovile's scales. The rooms were much the same as last time as well. Ma, youch. The older trainer hisses and plucks the dozing Vulpix from his lap. He deposits both his phone and the drowsy Vixen on the lumpy bed, ignoring her telepathic irritation, and hops to his feet. Over on Brendan's bed, the boy cradles his bleeding hand as his Mawile hisses and backs away. Between them lies a pile of misshapen teeth carefully extracted from Mawile's overcrowded jaws. Brendan must have tugged on a painful one that isn't ready to come out. Time out, both of you. Lee frowns and slowly steps closer, keeping a careful eye on this still hissing Mawile as he does so. When she opens her jaws a little wider in a clear threat display, Lee stops his advance and slides over to Brendan. The younger trainer holds his hand with narrowed eyes and gritted teeth. What's the deal, Mawile? I'm trying to help, he exclaims loudly, his voice cracking somewhat. Mawile just glares at him with her red eyes and hisses much like a crocodile would, making her sound much larger than she is. Come on, I said enough. Lee finally raises his voice, stopping both Mawile and Brendan short. Out of the corner of his eye, Lee sees Zinnia finally stop playing with Gumi and pay attention to the commotion. Zinnia, can you get my first aid kit from my bag please? The woman sets Gumi down on the bed so she can get up to get Lee's bag, but Brendan is quick to protest. I can dress my own cuts, Lee. I'm not a kid. The birch air grounds out harshly. If I needed help, I would ask. Lee doesn't need his bond with Vulpix to notice her irritation with the younger trainer's attitude, as her face portrays her thoughts perfectly. Marshtomp and Shroomish were cakewalks, pics, Lee sends to her. He's just a kid, a talented one at that. It's natural that he would get frustrated when he comes across something he can't get right on the first try. Vulpix sniffs, but lets the issue drop in favor of laying her head down and dozing off. You've been sleeping a lot during the day. Are you feeling okay? Not sleeping well? A flicker of dismissal is the only answer. Lee frowns and makes a mental note to look into it later. Right now, he's got bigger fish to fry. He turns his attention back to Brendan and Mawile. I understand, Brendan, but sometimes you need help whether you like it or not. Dental work is delicate stuff, and tooth pain is one of the most distressing experiences an Oni Pokemon can endure. Lee nearly trips over his words with a grimace. Go hang out with Vulpix and bandage up your hand while I finish up Mawile's tooth extraction. When she's past the worst of it, I can teach you how to spot a tooth that needs to come out in the safe way to do it, yeah? It's not something you'll have to do often. For a second, Lee fears that Brendan is going to put up a fight, judging from the glower that darkens his face, but then he sighs and stands from the bed. Okay, sorry I didn't notice you were in pain earlier, Mawile, he says quietly, meeting the deceiver Pokemon's eyes. Mawile's face remains blank. Lee claps Brendan on the shoulder before he can walk off. You did a good job, Brendan. If we weren't on a rocking ship, I'm sure you would have gotten her fixed up easily. Lee smiles. The boy trainer returns the smile with a small one of his own. Brendan takes his bag over to Lee's bed and pulls out a small roll of bandages before sitting down. Vulpix huffs and flicks an ear when the motion awakens her again, but she still crawls into Brendan's lap before shutting her eyes again. Seeing that she's not needed anymore, Zinnia shrugs and returns to laying back and petting Gumi, who coos and gurgles in delight. Lee steps back over to his little corner of the ship cabin to grab his own backpack and withdraw his berry case. Popping it open, he shakes his head when he finds that he's low on Oran. Again, he also spares a glance at Brendan and is satisfied to see the boy disinfect the cut across the back of his hand and wrap it tightly. Walking back to the still wary Mawile, Lee seats himself and shows her the berries in his hand. I'm going to crush these into a paste and then we'll rub your gums down with it, okay? He asks slowly. Without waiting for an answer, he sets one down between them. You can sample one if you want. It's just a normal Oran. Mawile's distrustful gaze softens slightly, and she steps closer to take the offered berry. She inspects the blue fruit in her little hands carefully, sniffing it a few times, then takes a bite with her smaller, front-facing mouth. The tension in her shoulders eases somewhat. See? Easy. Lee smiles, taking care to not display his teeth as usual. After pulling his gloves off, he cups his hands and crushes the other Oran into a thin mush as Mawile watches and munches on her treat. She hesitates when Lee twirls a finger telling her to turn around, but she presents her crooked jaws to him, looking back at him the entire time. Modified horns my ass, this is a full mouth. Lee mutters, looking at all the pearly razors that would make a crocodile green with envy. Her gums are swollen and even bleeding in places, definitely owing to the teeth all trying to overtake each other. Lee dabs his fingers in the blue paste in his hand and gently rubs the Oran mixture along Mawile's gums, stopping for a second whenever she flinches. The entire time, Lee is careful to not let any part of his hand linger between her teeth any longer than needed. One bite, and off goes my hand. I can only imagine the sheer power of these teeth if they can rend an Aron to bits and pierce Marshtomp's skin. Hey, Lee, is Mawile always going to pop teeth out? Brendan asks, stroking the sleeping fox in his lap. Lee nods absently as he works. From what I can tell, yeah, he pokes Mawile's drooling tongue to keep her from licking at the Oran soaking into the roots of her teeth. Then with feather-light touches, he carefully prods her teeth to find loose ones. She's what's called a polyphyodont. A polyphone what? Zinnia perks her head up off her pillow to blink curiously. Brendan likewise looks lost. A polyphyodont is a Pokemon that continually sheds and regrows teeth, usually because they're often used, Lee explains, nearly tripping and saying, animal, again. He pauses to finger a wiggly tooth, and when Mawile doesn't flinch, he grabs it between his index finger and his thumb and gives it a short tug. With a quiet schlick, the tooth comes free and is tossed into the pile. Normally you see it in certain reptilian and fish Pokemon, like the Sharpedo, Garchomp, or Sceptile, but some mammals like Mawile can be polyphyodonts too. When your teeth are your main mode of attack, it makes sense to be able to replace them when one is damaged. Mawile's mouth is overcrowded at the moment, so this is not the norm. As he gives his impromptu lecture, Lee's hands keep moving, slowly removing several more loose teeth and dropping them into the pile. Lee stops, then tenderly runs his hands over a few spots where teeth are still trying to grow over each other, but none of the remainders wiggle like they're ready to come out. Well, it's not perfect, but this should keep the pain down until we get to the Pokemon Center and have a professional perform something more comprehensive. Thank you, Mawile. The little Pokemon tilts her head at being addressed. Ma? Normally my patients aren't so understanding when I root around in their mouths without proper anesthesia. Lee chuckles and stands, walking to the small bathroom to wash off his hands. The boat shish, attention all guests, the old PA system crackles to life, echoing up and down the ship. This is your captain speaking. We've docked in Slateport. The time is 2:45 p.m., and the weather is clear and sunny. Thank you for riding with us, and please disembark on the starboard side. Should be docking any minute, Lee finishes with an eye roll. He flicks the faucet on, cleans his hands off, and dons his gloves again. Let's roll. Brendan and Zinnia both withdraw Pokeballs. Mawile, return. Gumi, return. Both Pokemon are recalled back to their balls in flashes of red light. Brendan then shakes Vulpix awake, who yawns and stands, letting Brendan get up to gather his things. Lee shoulders his bag and lets his fox leap to his shoulder, where she settles but remains awake. It takes the three trainers only a minute or so to stuff their belongings away and exit their room. Brendan throws open the door leading out and nearly bowls over a Meowth standing in the way. Sorry? Brendan apologizes when the Meowth rears up on his hind legs and hisses. The cat Pokemon hisses again and scrambles away into another open cabin door, his tail fluffing up as he does so. Then, Meowth, were you out there making trouble again? Lee and Zinnia step into the hallway just as a man exits the other cabin with the Meowth trailing at his heels. The man smiles at the group. Hi there. Name's Tyson. Sorry if Meowth was being a pest. He does that. He leans down to stroke the cat Pokemon along his back. The beige cat looks totally unrepentant and just soaks in his trainer's affection with a purr. The man before them looks to be a young adult, a bit younger than Lee and probably closer to Zinnia's 19 years of age. His brown hair is several inches long and lightly swept back, matching his brown eyes. Garbed in an open, light green jacket, a darker green shirt, simple cargo pants and plain boots, it would be easy to lose him in a crowd. No, it's cool. I shouldn't have opened the door so fast. Brendan returns Tyson's smile with a sheepish one of his own. My name is Brendan Birch, and this is Lee and Zinnia. The Birch heir introduces the group, pointing to Lee and Zinnia in turn. Zinnia raises a hand in a casual wave. Hey, it's a pleasure, Tyson. Lee nods absently. Where have I seen this guy before? I know I have. Some part of the anime? Let's dig, shall we? What brings you to Slateport? It's not really Slateport in particular I'm going to. He begins, falling into step with the other three trainers as they continue off the ship. My hometown is in Mauville, and after blowing the gym challenge big time a few years ago, I traveled around and trained my team. Tyson lets out a wistful sigh. Watson curb stomped us, and I kind of gave up. Zinnia snorts and crosses her arms. If you're that much of a quitter, then you're not going to go far in the world, let alone a gym circuit. Zinnia. Both Brendan and Lee shoot the dragon tamer glares, but Tyson just shakes his head ruefully. You're not wrong, hence our little sabbatical, he mutters. At his feet, Meowth mewls softly and rubs up against his leg. The group exits the ship and finds themselves on the sunny deck, making Lee blink his eyes in the bright sun. He turns his head slightly so less sunlight can sting the lines marring his face. When his vision finally adjusts to the sudden brightness, he looks at Slateport and feels his eyebrows rise. The port city is a true metropolis, with sleek high-rise buildings that dominate the skyline and sidewalks packed with people and Pokemon. The port is massive, easily dwarfing Dewford's. Tankers, cargo ships, and cruise ships crowd the docks as other ships, smaller boats, and even a number of water-type Pokémon weave between each other in a complex dance. To his amusement, Lee even sees an Empoleon casually towing a small sailboat with a broken mast. The crew of the damaged boat all lean over the side rails with spirits low. But I think we're strong enough to make a difference this time. It was arrogant of me to think I could take on Watson's real team back then, but I believe that my team can do it now. Tyson's bright smile is dazzling like the sun and drags Lee's attention back to the conversation as they descend the ramp to the terminal the cargo ship is moored to. So I'm on my way home to reunite with my family, beat Watson, and then challenge the rest of Hoenn. Hey, good luck. Brendan laughs and pats the Pokeballs on his belt. Cuz Lee and I are taking the gym challenge too. Both of us already beat Roxanne and Brawley going all out. Tyson's eyes widen. Really? Do you have the badges? He asks. The group steps out into the terminal and several paces away from the ramp before Brendan fishes the badge case from his backpack. With a proud grin, he pops the case open to show the 2 badges inside. Tyson almost reaches out, but stops himself short. May I? Grin dropping into an expression of wariness, Brendan mulls it over and slowly nods. The older trainer lifts the knuckle badge from the case and turns it around, his eyes widening even more. No way. Lee steps a little closer to see what Tyson is looking at. Peering over the slightly shorter man's shoulder, he finds a tiny bee engraved into the back of the badge. It's outlined in what looks like a laser-etched QR code. Tyson replaces the badge and picks up the stone badge. The back of it has an R engraved into the metal with the same code-like pattern around the letter. Standing on the tips of her toes, Zinnia looks over Tyson's shoulder to see the little mark as well. What does that mean? Zinnia asks, raising a brow. You guys don't know. Brendan blinks. If you beat a gym leader, Tyson begins, putting the badge back in Brendan's case. Then you get a badge, everyone knows that. What a lot of people don't know is if you really beat a gym leader, then the badge will have a mark on the back, and that badge qualifies you for the Evergrande conference for 3 years rather than the standard 2. Note to self. Finish that rulebook. That would have been nice to know. Lee sighs. If it's not too much to ask, could I bother you for a battle? Tyson asks, catching Lee's eyes with his own. Sorry if this is too sudden, the brunette man laughs nervously. But I want to know how well I stack up against trainers who can go toe-to-toe with gym leaders. I don't see why not, Lee shrugs. Let's find a battleground. The walk to the battleground is a short one, as just off the terminal where the cargo ship landed, there's a large, circular shopping plaza bustling with sailors, tourists, and a dizzying menagerie of Pokémon. The center of the plaza is dominated by a towering 2-story tall fountain featuring a slew of stone water Pokémon statues spraying jets of crystal clear water into the shallow pool below, and onto a Slowbro who rests in the cool water half asleep. Around the massive fountain, several Pokémon battlegrounds marked with white paint sit ready to be used. Does one-on-one work for you? Lee asks as he and Vulpix take his side of their chosen field. I've still got one down from the battle with Brawley. Tyson's visage sours when the gym leader is mentioned, but he covers it up immediately. I was about to suggest the same thing. Tyson calls. His hand throws back his jacket, revealing 6 Pokeballs on his belt that his hand hovers over. Brendan? Lee calls the boy. Care to ref? He smiles. Sure thing. Brendan bounds to the side of the arena and clears his throat. This will be a one-on-one match between Lee of Littleroot and Tyson of Mauville. The battle will end when either Pokémon is no longer able to fight. Select your first Pokémon. A crowd quickly gathers around the arena as the people watching realize a battle is about to start. Already, cell phones and Poke Knobs appear in people's hands, ready to capture the action. Lee draws Grovile's ball from his belt and enlarges it as Tyson pulls one from his. Reeling his hand back, the zoologist tosses his ball in with Tyson following suit a second later. Grovile, you're up. Donphan, let's go. Grovile materializes on Lee's side in a crouch, one hand planted against the ground, his eyes closed. Slowly, he rises, shifting his twig to the corner of his mouth and crossing his arms. His eyes snap open, then he dismissively scans the onlookers, who eat up the dramatic intro with cheers. Lee shakes his head as he feels Vulpix's exasperation. Just let him have his theatrics. When the bright white light clears around Tyson's Pokémon, it reveals a scowling Donphan. The squat Pokémon resembles an armored elephant just a bit over 4 feet tall at the highest point of his hunched back. Thick, rock-like armor covers the outside of his trunk and continues up his back, covering both his long ears and tail. Long ivory tusks shine in the sunlight just below Donphan's narrowed eyes. The Pokémon's body carries small, discolored scars and chips in his armor here and there, much like the marks across Grovile's torso. Donphan raises his trunk and cows the small crowd with a trumpeting, bone-shaking cry that echoes off of the tall Slateport buildings in the distance. Huh. That's a fearsome Pokémon. Less so than Absol, though. I hope we don't discourage him enough that he gives up again. Lee shrugs. I wish I knew where this Tyson guy was from in the anime, though. Begin. Brendan chops a hand down. Tyson's eyes narrow and focus solely on the Pokémon in the arena, focus energy. Tyson wastes no time calling out an order. Uh-oh. Lee frowns. Grovyle, circle and use Leaf Blade. Catch and punish him, Donphan. Tyson's mouth is moving before the last syllable of Lee's order is even out of his mouth. Donphan lets out another trumpeting cry and raises his trunk, orange energy crackling like lightning around his body briefly. His narrow eyes shine with cruel intent. At the same time, Grovyle raises his arm, the leaves on his wrist growing into rigid leaf blades. Then, without needing to be told, the white aura of quick attack bursts to life around him before he charges forward as a featureless blur of green, curving to come in on Donphan's left. Donphan moves. Before Leaf Blade can tear into Donphan's hide, his trunk comes down like lightning and wraps around Grovile's wrist in one precise movement, stopping Leaf Blade dead just an inch short of landing. Grovyle seems stunned, then struggles to pull himself free, but Donphan doesn't budge or even look as if he's straining his muscles keeping a hold on Grovyle. What the hell? The words pour from Lee's mouth unbidden. At the side of the arena, even Brendan seems dumbfounded from how easily Grovyle was stopped. Zinnia, who stands further back, looks on with her eyebrows raised almost to her hairline. Donphan's scowl twists into a malicious smile, and with a simple flex of his trunk, Grovile's wrist snaps like a dry twig, drawing a collective wince from everyone watching. The gecko Pokémon bites his lip hard enough to draw blood, but does not cry out. Other hand, Grovyle, Leaf Blade, get him off of you. A cold feeling settles Lee's stomach even as he gives the order. Grovile's first Leaf Blade powers down, and the leaves on his free hand, powered by desperation, flare into bright, humming blades. Deflect and punish with Firefang, Tyson orders the instant before Grovyle swings. Donphan's tusks burst into raging, crackling flames, and a simple twist of his trunk redirects Grovile's attack into the closest tusk. Leaf Blade and Firefang meet with the sound of steel on steel, and after a half second, the Leaf Blade shatters. The other tusk is then savagely driven into Grovile's stomach right as Donphan releases the gecko Pokémon's broken wrist from his trunk. Grovile's high-pitched cry almost screech of agony is as harsh on Lee's ears as seeing his Pokémon in pain is to his heart. Grovyle lands on the concrete ground and skids for several feet, breaking off scales and scraping the soft flesh underneath. He stops nearly at Lee's feet and lays on the ground, panting in short gasps. Donphan takes a few heavy steps forward and snorts almost dismissively. With a grimace, Grovyle slowly rises to his feet, cradling his snapped wrist as he glares daggers at the armored Pokémon, drawing cheers and shouts of encouragement from the people watching. On his belly is an ugly burn, like a red-hot iron was pressed to his flesh. The leaves on his left arm are ragged and half gone, and his right arm hangs limply at his side. From his view of Grovile's back, Lee looks at the mess of scrapes and cuts with a grimace. Tyson's focused eyes narrow a little further, almost to slits. Superpower. He almost roars. Donphan rushes forward like a bullet train, each step breaking the concrete ground below him as a shell of blinding red energy forms around him. Under the shell, the elephant Pokémon's muscles all bulge with raised veins and ripple in sync with each step. Shit. Lee panics. Detect. Grovile's eyes shine with sudden clarity, instantly chasing away the weariness that dominated them before. Then with a tensing of his legs, he jumps over Donphan with less than an inch to spare. Donphan grunts, then stops on a dime and jumps right along with Grovyle, making a shallow crater in the ground from the sheer strength of the leap. Grovile's detect-powered eyes widen, and he rapidly charges quick attack to launch himself through the air to safety, but Donphan is just a hair too fast. Like a boulder hurled from a catapult, Donphan hits Grovyle and dispels both detect and quick attack. Grovile's head brutally smashes off of Donphan's superpowered hide, instantly knocking the grass type unconscious before he's thrown straight up from the force. At the apex of his flight, nearly as high as the fountain, Grovyle begins to fall, limp and dead to the world. Lee's hand grabs Grovile's ball with haste born of terror, then his arm snaps out as he begins to yell, "Return!" Grovyle is caught by the beam of red and sucked back into his Pokeball just 10 feet away from a painful meeting with the ground. Brendan looks between the unscathed Donphan and the spot where Grovile was about to land with something akin to confusion. Grovile is unable to battle. Tyson and Donphan are the winners? The onlookers break out into applause, but some look disgruntled, and Lee hears one old sailor grumble, "Only a minute? What a waste. Did that really take just a minute?" Lee wonders, his head feeling light and stomach churning. How? Vulpix nuzzles herself into the crook of his neck, psychically smothering him in waves of comfort, but it doesn't help. Across the battleground, Tyson breaks out into a bright smile as Donphan returns to his side. The elephant's scowl drops off, replaced with a bright, bubbly expression that would be right at home on a fanpy. He reaches his trunk up at his trainer, and Tyson gladly drops to a knee to accept a hug from Donphan. The trainer and Pokemon break apart, and after saying something too quiet for Lee to hear, Donphan is returned to his ball. "Good match, Lee." Tyson smiles as he walks up with a hand held out. Sorry if Donphan was a little rough on Grovile. One of the lessons we learned on the road was to not give any quarter, or we could lose at any time. No hard feelings? Lee looks down at the offered hand. A spiteful, childish part of him wants to slap the hand away and tell Tyson to get lost, but after a brief internal struggle, the rational side wins out, if only barely. With a sigh, Lee reaches out and takes Tyson's hand in a weak handshake. Yeah, no hard feelings. If the younger man senses the barely hidden hostility, he doesn't comment on it. Instead, he turns to the still dumbfounded Brendan and the now indifferent Zinnia. It was nice meeting you all, but I've got to get going to Mauville. I hope we meet again, if not on the road, then in the Evergrande conference. The crowd disperses as Tyson walks to the north into Slateport proper with a wave behind him, leaving just Lee, Vulpix, Zinnia, and Brendan. Pokemon Center? Zinnia suggests. As they leave, the Slowbro in the fountain awakens and surveys the destruction of the battleground with a lazy eye. With a slow, almost casual wave of his paw, all the concrete fragments glow a light blue and fly back into their spots like time itself is being reversed, leaving the arena clean and in one piece. The walk to Slateport's Pokemon Center is brisk and quiet. Vulpix stops trying to comfort Lee about halfway there when it's made apparent that she's being ignored. The Vixen instead goes silent, but not before Lee hears a whisper quiet, so *Ry. Lee just kicks himself for what feels like the millionth time today. When they get to the Pokemon Center, Lee swiftly checks in Grovile, followed by Brendan handing off Mawile's ball to a dental specialist that Nurse Joy calls from the back of the center. Then the group stops in the lounge area to enjoy some rest away from Slateport's muggy heat. With a sleeping Vulpix in his lap, Lee leans back into the old couch in the secluded corner of the center's main room with Zinnia on his right and Brendan on his left. Zinnia busies herself watching a young woman check in her Dratini with Nurse Joy at the front desk while a fidgeting Brendan looks through his Pokédex. Finally, Zinnia breaks the silence with a sharp exhale. Okay, do you want me to give it to you straight, or spare your feelings and keep my mouth shut? The dragon tamer looks at Lee. Because I know which one I want to choose. Lee blinks at suddenly being addressed. I don't understand? About why you lost that battle so badly, she says, brushing some hair behind her ear. There was nothing that could be done. Brendan hotly speaks in Lee's defense. That Donphan was too strong. Brendan. The boy stops when Zinnia actually uses his name. She crosses her arms and continues. You've seen it too, and it's best to get it out now. Then she turns back to Lee, who is still lost. I had my doubts back in Oldale when you said you were a beginner trainer, but as we've traveled, I've come to believe it. Your brains and prep work are top-notch, but you're a mediocre battler, Lee. The words sting his pride much more than Lee cares to admit, and he struggles to suppress a flicker of anger. What makes you say that? He responds, careful to keep his tone neutral. You can never seem to settle on a style, for one. Zinnia begins, holding up a single finger. You're all over the place, and not in a good way. Your Pokemon are freaky powerful, probably because of how you care for them, and you rely way too much on that. They can overpower other Pokemon easily and battle more or less on their own. You've got little tricks that can turn the tide of a fight, yeah, but you make choices that make me scratch my head sometimes. Lee notices that Brendan doesn't come to his defense, and an unpleasant feeling he can't identify rolls around in his stomach. And you have a style? I recall you just sort of went wild in Dewford. Zinnia's face twists into a scowl and Lee instantly knows he misspoke. You have some gall saying that. This isn't about me, so don't deflect it onto me. I do have a style of battling, and if you want to be like that, I'll be happy to demonstrate it. A growl interrupts any further words, and everyone looks to the now awake Vulpix, who stands and glowers at Zinnia with her hackles raised. And you, The Draconid growls right back at the Firefox. You're part of the problem. You're telepathic, aren't you? What? Lee's mind goes blank. How did you? Telepathic. Brendan parrots in confusion. Zinnia snorts. I'm not stupid, so don't insult me by implying I am, Lee. I can put 2 and 2 together, and I can research to see what Pokemon has what powers. I was just wondering how long you were going to keep it under wraps. Lee isn't sure how to respond, and the sinking feeling in his stomach is too distracting to think of a reply anyway. In the back of his mind, Vulpix begins feeding him an explan, right there. Zinnia's voice startles both Vulpix and Lee out of the mental exchange. The tanned woman points a finger at Vulpix, as if damning her. You both spaced out for a second. Are you giving him answers and making decisions for him? Vulpix's answer is just a glare. You are, and you're enabling these bad habits, Zinnia accuses. Now it's Lee's turn to glare. Leave Vulpix out of this. I will if she stays out of our conversation, Zinnia counters without hesitation. Then she sighs and lets her expression soften just slightly. Look, I'm not saying all of this just to be an asshole. Just let me finish, okay? Without waiting for an answer, Zinnia bulldozes on. 1. She holds up a finger again. You battle like you're just guessing, and you panic and pull last-second tricks when things go wrong. It works because your Pokemon are powerful enough to make do, but up against someone with a refined style, or stronger Pokemon, or both like that guy Tyson. It's going to fail every time. 2. A second finger rises. You second-guess yourself all the time, then let your Pokemon decide for you. You are the trainer in the relationship, so you should be the one calling the shots. It's fine to consult your team and stuff, but the roles of trainer and Pokemon are the way they are for a reason. You've got to be confident to be a good trainer. 3. Now 3 fingers are held up on her hand. Stop being afraid of failure. Affront floods Lee and he can't stop his offended reply. I'm not. You are. Zinnia shoots back, her brows furrowing. You can deny it all you want, maybe you don't even realize it, but you are. You stumble into battles and flail your way to victory, acting like losing means death. If it was Brendan or I or any other trainer who battled Tyson, we'd shake off the loss in a minute or two, because we know we can't win all the time. You're still moping and it's been nearly an hour. Is this the part where you tell me you're a psychiatrist or some shit? Lee snaps, his emotions finally reaching a boiling point. Go on. I'm waiting, he says with a sarcastic wave of his hand. Zinnia's scowl deepens. Work with dragons sometime. You'll learn real fast that reading body language is a skill dragon tamers need. A skill that I thought you had, jackass. I guess not, since you feel the need to insult my intelligence again. The dragon tamer stands suddenly. I dunno what kind of complex you've got, but fix it before it lands you with something worse than those. She points to the burn lines across Lee's face. I'm going for a walk. Bye. With that, she turns and walks to the exit of the center with a clipped pace. Wait. Lee's plea stops Zinnia for a moment. Why did you wait so long to say anything? Why are you still holding things back from us? She shoots back before quickly making her way out the door. Lee is quiet for a moment, the anger bubbling in his chest clashing with a sudden surge of melancholy before both burn out, leaving him empty. Then he turns to a very uncomfortable-looking Brendan. Brendan? Does it seem like I have no idea what I'm doing in battles? Vulpix's almost instinctual attempt to telepathically deny the statement is halted when Lee places a palm on her head with a quiet hush. The boy hesitates, his eyes looking around at anything but Lee's face. Well, I always thought it was some kind of strategy that was just too complex for me to get. I didn't really know. Slowly, Lee stands and Vulpix hops from his lap to the floor. He tries to think of what to do next, and Vulpix is silent in his mind. After a moment, he says, I'm going to get a hotel room. I've got some things to think over. I'll text you the address and room number later, okay? The boy nods quickly, and Lee begins the aimless walk out of the center's doors into the streets of Slateport. He and Vulpix weave through the people on the sidewalk, looking around without actually seeing anything. Vulpix keeps pace at his feet as they walk, seeming just as lost in thought as her trainer. After almost 30 minutes of wandering, they come across a chain hotel that Lee's bleary mind judges is good enough, and a swipe of his debit card later, he and Vulpix are resting in a 2-bed hotel room with the lights off and the curtains drawn. As he lays back in the bed, minus his boots, gloves, and jacket, Lee's mind keeps replaying Zinnia's words over and over again as he stares at the ceiling. You battle like you're just guessing, and you panic and pull last-second tricks when things go wrong. You second-guess yourself all the time, then let your Pokemon decide for you. You are the trainer in the relationship, so you should be the one calling the shots. Stop being afraid of failure. With a sigh, Lee sits up and crosses his legs, drawing Vulpix's worried eyes from where she rests at his side. Vulpix? Do you think? You already know what she thinks. The former zookeeper stops himself short. Should I? He stops again and balls his hands up. I don't. You second guess yourself all the time, then let your Pokemon decide for you. Lee grits his teeth. Damn it. He pounds a fist on the bed. Vulpix watches on, but does not offer any comfort like she usually would. Slowly, she stands and pads her way to the foot of the bed, where Lee's backpack, discarded jacket, and Pokeball belt lay. The vixen taps her Pokeball with a paw and pulls Corvisquire's ball free with another. Her ball enlarges and sucks her inside as a mass of red light, and Corvisquire's shrunken Pokeball freely rolls to rest against Lee's leg. The action is so unexpected that it takes Lee a moment to process it, but her message to speak to someone else isn't lost to him. Does she think she's influencing me in some way? Zinnia's words didn't bug Vulpix that much, did they? Lee silently ponders, taking Corvisquire's ball in his hand and enlarging it with a push of the button. I don't think she's influencing me. What does Zinnia know? She doesn't understand the full story. Lee falls back to the bed with a quiet poof from the covers, rolling Corvisquire's ball in his fingers as his jumbled thoughts bounce around in his head. Maybe I do need someone to talk to about all this. I can barely focus. His thumb falls on the Pokeballs button, and in a blinding flash of light, the ball pops open and deposits Corvisquire on the bed beside him. The Raven looks even more displeased than usual, with his left wing still tightly wrapped with a splint and not due to be freed for another few days. He glances around the darkened room, and upon spying just Lee, who looks at the ceiling rather than him, some of Corvisquire's customary anger is traded for confusion. It's just us, Corvi, Lee quietly explains, turning his head enough to see the bird Pokemon. Some stuff happened today, and Vulpix thinks I should talk to someone other than her. Grovyle is hurt and still at the Pokemon Center, otherwise I'm sure he would have volunteered. Sorry for bothering you. Corvisquire just sighs and sits, already looking disinterested. You don't have to respond back. If you could just listen, that would be great, Lee mutters, meeting Corvisquire's red eyes for a moment. The red eyes roll and the Raven gives a noncommittal nod. We battled a guy today, Tyson. It was a one-on-one between Grovyle and his Donphan, and Grovyle lost without even managing to scratch Donphan. That gets Corvisquire's attention, making the Corvid actually listen to Lee intently. It was frustrating, more than anything on our journey yet. I don't know why it bugged me so much, Lee growls. Brawly could have just as easily said our draw wasn't worth a badge, and I don't think that would have upset me this much. We got to the Pokemon Center after the battle with Tyson and checked in Grovyle. Brendan, Zinnia, and I sat and talked for a bit, and Zinnia said we lost because... He pauses. Because I rely too much on you guys being healthy and powerful, and that I'm not a good trainer for battling. Do you agree with that? Corvisquire unhelpfully trills in his throat. The sound is distinctly uncaring. Right. Lee grimaces. She also said I need to stop being afraid of failing, and that I need to get over it before I end up with something worse than these. He rubs the left side of his face, feeling the scars pull and stretch the healthy skin around them unpleasantly. Corvi? I know she's told Grovyle bits, but has Vulpix told you where I got these? The bird is silent, then shakes his head in negation. If he was paying attention before, then he's truly focused now. I haven't told Brendan or Zinnia either, and I'm not sure when I will be ready to, but I know it has to be soon. Lee takes a deep breath to brace himself. Before I was a Pokemon trainer, I lived in a place without Pokemon at all. There, I made a living caring for animals. You know? The creatures that look like Pokemon, but lack your spark or intelligence. We got warning when it was already too late that some unknown faction of humans used. Lee stops as images flash before his eyes, and pushing them away without Vulpix's help is a struggle that makes his fists clench. Bombs. Flying bombs with enough power to level an entire city. As far as I know, I was the only one to escape, and it's a miracle that I did. It's a miracle that Vulpix found me and kept me sane. My animals, friends, and family are gone, and all I got for the trouble was a torn-up face as a bad memento. Lee once again pauses, memories halting the words in his mouth. Corvi? He finally asks, voice little more than whisper. I've been thinking about them less and less. I'm just out of tears, I suppose. Or maybe I'm running away from the thoughts, I don't know. When the Raven Pokemon doesn't reply, Lee continues on before his nerve can give out. When you evolve into a Corviknight, can you fly me to Littleroot? I want to make a grave for them. Just a little one, so they're not forgotten. Corvisquire, who has been silent and listening with a blank face the entire time, slowly nods. Thank you. Lee breathes, feeling a little lighter. I'm sorry to have kept this from you for so long, but I wasn't sure how to say it. Maybe Zinnia is right. Maybe I do need to be more confident, or be more decisive. I'm just not sure how. What I am sure of, is I need to improve. I need to grow so you, Grovile, and Vulpix can grow. Corvisquire's scoff is much less venomous than expected. With reluctance, Lee's hand snakes into his pocket and withdraws his wallet. From it, he pulls a little card he was given weeks ago. 1-800-2134-9991 Post-Traumatic Stress Specialists of Hoenn. 100% confidential. All insurance types accepted. He stares at the card for what feels like hours when really only a minute passes. Then he puts the card away and stuffs his wallet back in his pocket. I don't need that, he mutters. Not yet. Feeling his eyelids grow heavy as the events of the day catch up with him, Lee turns to Corvisquire a bit more. I'm just going to take a short nap, alright? With a sigh, the raven Pokemon hops onto the other pillow and stomps a divot into it, then he seats himself and gets comfortable. Thanks, Corvi, Lee murmurs as his eyes drift shut. Chapter 19. In the dim morning light that streams in through the mostly drawn curtain of the hotel window, Lee sits on the edge of his bed and looks down at his hands. He slept for several hours yesterday until a hungry and annoyed Corvisquire made his displeasure known with a nip to Lee's nose. After feeding the ornery raven and still quiet Vulpix, Lee made the trek to the Pokemon Center to pick up Grovile, who was on a no-battle advisory for 2 days until his wrist finished healing. The gecko Pokemon was sullen over his loss, but a good meal perked him up. He passed Zinnia in the street on the way back, and neither of them exchanged words, or even looked at each other. The rest of the evening was spent in an uncomfortable silence with his Pokemon, then by himself when his team decided to sleep in their balls. He tried to distract himself with a video from one of the Rustboro University courses, but his troubled mind refused to focus. Sleep escaped Lee until nearly midnight as he dwelt on Zinnia's words. He thinks back to the weeks he spent with Brendan and Zinnia. It seems like every other day there is a spar between them all, and Lee can count his team's losses on one hand with fingers to spare. Style. What did she mean by style? Zinnia's battles all come to mind. It always seemed like she was a simple berserker, going full throttle and ruthlessly exploiting any openings. Openings that her Pokemon made by using mist, smokescreen, sand attack, shooting at her foe's feet, and other ways to halt and break momentum so her Pokemon can take a low-risk, advantageous position. Then when the opponent exposes any weakness, Zinnia's Pokemon move in and strike like vipers, repeating attacks if needed so the moment isn't wasted. She does have a style. Lee blinks as the realization hits him like a train. And she sticks to it. Is that how she keeps her flow in battle? What about Brendan? Again, he dredges up memories, this time of Brendan's battles. With how often Marshtomp is used, it always looked like Brendan's strategy was to just punch the meat off of anything in front of him, but the more battles he thinks about, the more Lee realizes just how far from the truth that is. Brendan plays his Pokemon's strengths like a master. Marshtomp always keeps a measured pace, his stamina seemingly endless with how he takes his time, giving Brendan all the time in the world to come up with a plan. Each blow is calculated, with Marshtomp taking hits so long as he can retaliate with greater force, and when physical force fails, he backs off to attack from range. Shroomish meanwhile almost never fights head-on at Brendan's order, always patiently waiting for his poison powder and leech seeds to sap his opponent dry. All his real attacks are to simply make the opposing Pokemon back off or to herd them into a more advantageous position. Brendan battles like he's playing chess. Lee takes his phone off the nightstand and opens his browser. A few taps of his fingers later, and he's signed into BattleNet, looking up Brendan's battles. The battle with Roxanne was rough, but Brendan showed his tactical prowess there in a subtle way, finishing with a genius non-verbal bide. The bout with Brawly truly shined, as Brendan kept control of the battle from start to finish. Brawly made a mistake using his inexperienced Mienfoo, and by the time Hitmonchan took to the field, the gym leader played into Brendan's hands. I never realized that there was such a level of depth to how they battle. Lee realizes. Then a more sobering thought hits him. What else have I missed? Maybe I should take Brendan out to eat or something as a late congratulations. What does he like again? Another unpleasant realization is thrust upon him then. He doesn't know what Brendan's favorite food is. Lee bites his lip in concentration. He doesn't know what the younger trainer enjoys eating, or his favorite color, or even his birthday. And the same can be said for his knowledge on Zinnia. The only personal things he knows about her is her love of dragon types and first choice of drinks. And the last one is because she explicitly said it, not because he noticed. Oh my God, am I blind or something? How do I not know these things? They're my friends. I should know all of this. Lee shakes the distressing thought away and focuses back on his earlier problem of a battle style, and what exactly Zinnia meant by it. Is this what I'm lacking? Lee wonders, running his thumb over the cool glass of the cell phone in his hand. Would I do better if I had my own way of battling? Like a set of operating procedures? Not trusting his bruised ego to present his memories fairly, Lee gulps and types his own name into BattleNet's search bar, finding videos of both the Duford Gym battle and the beach tournament. As he watches the videos play out on his phone, Lee feels his heart sink as he picks out countless opportunities he wasted, points where he froze, so many mistakes where he just seems to give a random order. Fire spin in the first round of Duford's tournament was utter overkill, and the last match with Andres Absol was won because Trico took charge when Lee himself choked. His way of battling is purely reactive. Would I freeze up less if I had a style or procedure? He silently asks himself again. He sets the phone on the bed, mind whirling as he rises and gets dressed for the day. Looking at the messy state of the other bed, he concludes that Brendan must have crept in during the night, slept, then left again all before he woke up. The last thing Lee dons is his Pokeball belt, holding Grovyle, Corvisquire, and Vulpix, all of whom elected to sleep in their balls. Grovyle and Corvisquire were obvious considering their injuries, and Vulpix. Lee gives the thin psychic thread leading to Vulpix's ball a tug with his mind, just to confirm she's there. A second later, the thread is tugged on the other end, drawing a small smile from him. Knock knock knock. Eh? The maid or something? The zoologist wonders aloud as he turns to the locked hotel door. He walks over and cracks open the door, peering through to see who knocked. On the other side of the threshold, a disheveled Zinnia stands, nervously wringing a handful of her cloak and looking down at her feet. Schooling his face into one of careful neutrality, Lee, I'm sorry. Zinnia suddenly blurts, her eyes darting up to meet his. Can I come in and talk to you? Taken aback, Lee absently opens the door the rest of the way and lets the woman in. She slowly steps past him before seating herself heavily on the edge of Lee's bed. Lee, meanwhile, closes the door and turns to lean against it with his arms crossed, waiting. For almost a solid minute, neither of them say anything. Lee waits, unsure what to expect while Zinnia balls her hands up in her lap, refusing to look at him. Finally, she sighs and looks up, startling the former zookeeper with how remorseful she looks. Lee, she trails off and looks away once more, uncharacteristically quiet. I want to apologize for yesterday. I'm not sorry for saying what I did, but I am sorry for how I said it, and I'm sorry for not saying something sooner. I started traveling with you and Brendan just to see what makes you tick, but... Zinnia looks up, her shoulders slumped and ruby eyes forlorn. You've been a nice friend to me even if you are kinda distant. You remind me so much of Aster, and after yesterday, a bit of that image kinda shattered and it made me angry like I lost her again. She pauses to take a deep breath and seemingly gather her thoughts. I shouldn't have blown up like that. You're not Aster, and I shouldn't take my issues out on you because you remind me of her. She had no problem sharing whatever was on her mind, and I guess it just frustrated me that you aren't the same. It's there. Lee realizes just why he never seemed to bother learning about Brendan or Zinnia, or why the revelation of their unique manners in Pokemon battles surprised him. Zinnia is more than just Zinnia the lorekeeper, with some flavor text in her background. That first night in Duford wasn't a lore dump. She can hurt just like you. She is real just like you. You aren't the protagonist of some game. This is your life now. The logical part of his brain already knows this, but the sudden acceptance makes Lee's stomach flip and his head light. Zinnia's head drops into her hands and she runs a hand through her hair. It's not fair to you, Lee, and I'm sorry. I still want to be your friend and travel with you, if you'll let me, she says, looking up at him hopefully. For a moment, Lee sits and debates with himself. Is it worth it to forgive her? The apologies seem genuine, and the longer he waits, the more she fidgets and the more the hope in her eyes begins to fade. Still, she called him mediocre when his win rate is something to behold, and worse yet, made Vulpix doubt her relationship with him. What he and Vulpix have is special. Maybe even unique. Zinnia has no place sticking her nose into it. Then he remembers the Dragon Tamer's words in full, proclaiming that his wins are because of his Pokemon's health, not his own ability, and how she never said to totally stop speaking with Vulpix, just to make decisions on his own. Have I been getting full of myself without noticing? All the arguments Lee's still smarting pride forced into his mouth, primed and ready to tear into Zinnia like razors, crumble and vanish. The anger boiling in his chest cools, leaving him strangely empty. He sighs and rubs the back of his head. It's okay, Zinnia, even with his ire extinguished, The words still sting his mouth just a bit. I don't appreciate how harsh your dressing down was, but I think it opened my eyes a little bit. It would be dumb to throw away our friendship, no matter how flimsy it is, over one fight. She blinks in surprise and her mouth drops open before she closes her jaws with a quiet click. Then she smiles so brightly that it practically lights up the room. She stands and in one deft movement, pulls Lee into a tight hug. The sudden hug makes Lee stiffen, but Zinnia doesn't seem to notice as she pulls away, smile still in place. Thanks, Doolittle. I'm not good with all this emotional stuff as you probably know by now. Doolittle? Is Lee's bemused thought. Is Dr. Doolittle even a story here? And it's just Zinnia saying this, not lorekeeper Zinnia, she continues, looking away as her smile wanes into something a bit more wistful. If you ever want to talk about anything to someone who isn't a Pokemon, I can listen if nothing else. Only when you're ready, though. Her soft voice rises into a demand at the end, complete with a thin finger pointed at his face. Lee's chest grows warm, and at the same time, he can't stop the amused half-laugh that escapes through his nose. Yeah, sure thing. I don't know when I'll be ready to talk, but when I am, I'll let you know. Of course, she exclaims with a grin. Here, I got this for you, too. Lee raises an eyebrow when the Draconid tribe's woman reaches back into the sylph pouch at the small of her back and withdraws a colorful blue and red ticket. Oh, this little baby is a ticket to the battle tent here in Slateport. Zinnia says, waving the bit of paper before Lee's eyes. They've got big prizes for trainers who do well in their battles, and the gimmick in Slateport's battle tent is rental Pokemon. It'll be good practice to battle with Pokemon who aren't naturals in the field like your own. Battle tent, huh? Lee asks as he takes the offered ticket and looks it over, finding the address, a little serial number, an effective date on its redemption to be from now until next week. I kind of forgot about these. Zinnia nods. Kind of like a mini battle frontier with less snobs. She looks around, her smile falling somewhat. Say, where is your Vulpix? She asks, looking somewhat nervous again. I feel like I should apologize to her, too. Lee's gaze drops down to the Pokeballs at his waist, and slowly, he pulls Vulpix's ball free and rolls it between his fingers. I haven't spoken to her since last night, so I'm not sure what sort of mood she's in. The dragon tamer grimaces. Oh, regardless, Lee hits the button on the Pokeball, making it grow to full size with a low whine before it bursts open. Instantly, he can feel Vulpix's mind reach out to his before she's even fully materialized, and he gladly embraces the little probe of thought. She hesitates, but then gives in and floods his psyche with rolling waves of love, instantly washing away his lingering worry. When she fully takes form upon the bed, Vulpix blinks the stars from her eyes before turning her chilled gaze to Zinnia. To the dragon tamer's credit, she doesn't falter at Vulpix's nearly palpable displeasure. Hey Vulpix. Zinnia begins awkwardly. I dunno if you bothered to listen to Lee and I talk, but I wanted to say I'm sorry to you. I shouldn't have gotten snappy with you when you're probably doing the things you do for Lee's sake, right? Although Lee can feel a trickle of surprise from her, the vixen's face remains impassive as she gives Zinnia a single clipped nod. I still stand by what I said. Zinnia frowns. I don't think you should be making decisions for Lee when he should be the one to do it, but I could have been nicer about it, so. I'm sorry, she says, swallowing her pride and inclining her head. Vulpix's frigid anger lessens considerably, but she still turns her nose up at Zinnia in dismissal. Well, I don't think she forgives you, not yet, but she's not as upset anymore, Lee supplies, looking between his two friends. Zinnia's face scrunches up in annoyance, but rather than make a fuss, she just takes a deep breath. I can live with that for now. She mutters. Anyway, enough of this gloomy shit. Shrimpy said he was going to run an errand his dad asked of him, so let's go check out the huge market in the west side of town. It's supposedly got stuff that can't be found anywhere else, and we might find supplies that could be useful in getting your style going. Come on. Before Lee can get a word in, Zinnia seizes his hand with her own and pulls him along with surprising strength, barely giving him enough time to wrap his free hand around one of the straps of his backpack and drag it along. Vulpix just shakes her head and leaps to Lee's shoulder before either trainer can get too far. Outside the hotel, Zinnia releases her ironclad grip on Lee's hand, making him flex his slightly numb fingers until he can feel them again. No need to break my hand. It's not like I was going anywhere, he says dryly. Zinnia puts her hands on her hips and raises an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth perking up. It's hard to tell with you, Doolittle, she says, starting a brisk walk down the sidewalk. Lee follows just beside her as she continues. You've got 3 expressions. Tiny smile, surprised, and blank. It's not often I see something else on that mug of yours. Really? Lee muses aloud. It might be because anything intensive pulls at these, he says, tapping his index and middle fingers on the left side of his face. It's probably a subconscious thing now. Zinnia winces. Ah, wow. I really need to stop putting my foot in my mouth. She mutters. It's fine, Lee reassures as they come to a stop at a crosswalk with a few other people waiting to cross. He glances up and down the street, noting the amount of cars on the road and how their numbers are dwarfed by scooters, motorcycles, large delivery vans, and even a few Pokémon mounts in traffic. Further down the road, Lee spies a woman astride a Sosbik laden with saddlebags, who is stuck trotting behind a slow, miniature car. The dear Pokémon snorts and leaps right over the small, slow car with effortless grace. His hooves land on the asphalt with a staccato of clee-clee-clip, then Sosbik and his passenger catch up to the rest of traffic easily. Lee almost doesn't notice the crosswalk signal change until Zinnia is already a few steps ahead of him in the street, forcing him to pick up the pace. So what exactly is in the Slateport market? Lee asks as they walk away from the hotel and resort part of town into Slateport's downtown, where the city is already bustling. He recalls the market in the games sold some unique items, but in a real Pokémon world? It could be anything. Something special, I'm assuming. More like everything special. Zinnia grins with a bounce in her step. A big port town like this? It's got a huge market square with everything you could ever imagine. Exotic food, clothes, electronics, jewelry, you name it, and that's just for normal people. You better believe they've got tons for trainers and Pokémon too. Maybe you'll even find an interesting Pokémon to buy. The same thought runs through both Lee and Vulpix's heads independently, and Lee feels his lips pull downward into a frown. Please tell me there are licensing and proper care requirements in place for Pokémon merchants. Duh. The city probably wouldn't let them do business otherwise. Zinnia rolls her eyes. You worry too much, you know that? Just live in the moment sometime. I've got you and Brendan to do that for me. The zoologist smiles, making an effort to make it a little more expressive. The end result is more of a smirk when the left side of his face doesn't quite lift as much as the right. If I don't worry, who will? She smiles again and shakes her head. The expression is rather pretty, now that he looks at her not as Zinnia the 2D party member, but Zinnia, his friend. Kinda moronic of me to accept Pokémon as more real than other people, or did you help me get over that so quickly that I didn't notice? Lee silently asks Vulpix, who makes her curious not purr in a noncommittal reply. We'll make things work either way. You know, now that I know it's telepathy for sure, it's real interesting to see it work, even if I can't tell what's being said. Zinnia suddenly says, pulling Lee and Vulpix from their silent conversation. Both trainer and Pokémon look over at the dragon tamer. What's it like? Or, if you feel like saying, she hastily amends. Lee carefully thinks over the answer for a moment, remembering Professor Birch's warning. I should give her something, though. He looks around at the other people on the street, and when satisfied that all of them are too absorbed in their own business, he looks back to an openly curious Zinnia. Well, it's kind of hard to describe, Lee begins, raising a finger and tapping his temple. There's no words, just urges, emotions, and sensations. It took a week of constant back and forth before Vulpix and I got the hang of understanding each other. Even now, though, not everything is 100% clear. Humans and Pokémon have a radically different mental makeup and I have to put myself in Vulpix's shoes for some things to make sense. Zinnia blinks. Put yourself in her shoes, huh? How does that work? Again, that's rather hard to put into words. Lee thinks for a moment as they walk. I just have to stop thinking like a human, and start thinking like a Pokémon. Things they see as common and logical are alien to you and I, and you really have to stretch your definition of logic to come to the same conclusions that a Pokémon might. You have to take into account how they see the world with their stronger senses, the tools at their disposal to deal with the problems the world throws them, how those senses and tools would be applied to different stimuli, and the knowledge and personality held by the individual Pokémon. He leaves out how the intelligence of Pokémon makes this much easier than with common animals. Seeing Zinnia paying rapt attention, Lee continues. Even then, I'm oversimplifying this by quite a bit. This is all useful not in just telepathy, but in understanding Pokémon in general. He punctuates the statement by reaching a hand up and stoking Vulpix's chin, who leans into the hand with a small smile. Knowing the hows and why of their behavior, imagining yourself in their place, and emulating said behavior to better connect with them and aid with communication brings you closer together. With this understanding, you can tailor-fit your care for them as well. He smiles along with Vulpix, letting his fingers trail up to her heart-marked ear. Zinnia's hand rises to rub her chin as she looks down at the sidewalk. The two continue the walk in an easy silence as Zinnia visibly ponders. As they go, the sidewalk comes more and more packed with people as they approach a street blocked off with bright traffic cones. By the time they reach the blocked street, it's almost shoulder to shoulder. Upon turning the corner, they come face to face with something right out of a storybook. Stands, shops, people, and most importantly Pokémon dominate the wide street with a dizzying amount of color and noise. Stands with boisterous, hollering merchants line the street and money changes hands faster than anyone can hope to keep track of. Above, bird Pokémon fly to and fro, talons clutching wrapped packages coming in and out of the market. Many of the birds are delibirds or large flyers like Pidgeots hauling whole pallets with ease. Agile Pokémon like a bounding Breloom cut through the crowd without so much as a stumble, carrying their own loads to who knows where. All the stands and stores are filled with everything Zinnia said and more. Jewels, textiles, food, berries, antiques, knick-knacks and other odds and ends with no name. One stand selling clothes has a Gardevoir in a flamboyant orange kimono dancing with supernatural grace to pull in a mass of captivated customers, while another just a few spaces away has a grinning, shiny Sableye coated in enough jewelry for a king holding a sign saying Olaf's fine jewelry. One smaller stall in particular catches Lee's eye, where a young woman with her hair tied back is selling customized Pokémon grooming kits all nicely boxed up and ready to go. The young woman has to shout over the flimsy stall next to hers, where an overweight man bellows mightily about his stacks of authentic TMs, all of which have ridiculous names that he shouts without shame. The street opens up into a large plaza absolutely stuffed with people and Pokémon further down, where a great Wailord balloon hovers high above, moored to the ground by long cables. Lee can't help but blink as he takes it all in. Hehehehe. Zinnia's eyes light up and a smile instantly finds its way to her face. It's even bigger than I heard. Come on. She slips into the crowd easily, and Lee has to swiftly follow, lest he lose sight of the dragon tamer. Lee and Zinnia flit between stalls rapidly, guided only by Zinnia's whim. When the tanned woman finally seems preoccupied with some rapid-fire haggling with a vendor over a new set of boots, Lee breaks away to visit the stand selling the grooming kits. As he walks closer, the young woman smiles brightly and beckons him closer. Welcome. Looking for something to help you pamper your cutie there? She asks, her loud voice cutting through the din of the market easily. Lee smiles back, again making an effort to make it large. Again, the right side of his face lifts more, making the smile into more of a smirk. That I am, he replies, reaching up to stroke a content Vulpix several times. You wouldn't happen to have kits for reptiles and avians too, would you? Do I? Of course I've got what you need. Any types in particular? She asks, her hands already pulling aside a little box labeled, mammal, fire. Grass for the reptile and steel for the avian, Lee says. Then a thought strikes him. Say, in the reptile and avian kits, what's the type-specific stuff you put in there? The reptile kit has a natural scale lotion that eases shedding and boosts photoreceptivity in chlorophyll-rich skin, and the bird kit contains a special feather oil blend that doubles as armor polish along with a rust prevention compound. She rattles off from memory, hands flying to assemble a pair of flattened cardboard boxes that she pulls from behind the stall. All made by Carla Cosmetics here in Slateport. We ship anywhere in Hoenn for a flat rate if you ever need more. She swiftly fills each box with bottles, brushes, nail trimmers, and a single instruction sheet from somewhere hidden from Lee's view behind the stall, then seals the boxes with colorful stickers saying, reptile, grass, and, bird, steel. She stacks them on the mammal box and gives Lee a dazzling smile. Your total comes to 220 credits, honey. Yeesh, that seems a little steep for just some grooming supplies, Lee frowns, but nonetheless, he pulls his wallet from pocket and hands over his debit card to the eager woman, who scans it with a tablet computer she pulls from under the stand's counter. I'll have to learn how to make this stuff myself. Thank you, stop by again anytime. The grinning vendor hands his card back and pushes the boxes his way. Lee nods, slipping his card back into his pocket and unshouldering his backpack to drop the boxes into the nearly bottomless bag. A pro trainer, eh? Take a look here, sir. I've got what you need to take your battling to the next level. Lee's eyes are drawn to the shabby stand next to the one he just bought from, where the overweight, middle-aged man he spied earlier stands with a multitude of CD racks filled with TMs. The man grins widely and clasps his hands together before rubbing them in a decidedly greedy manner. Come on, friend. A new move to unleash in a battle or to dazzle in a contest will help anyone, but I think a pro like you can truly use these techniques to their maximum. With an amused smile, Lee can't help but step closer, sharing a short look with the vixen on his shoulder as he does so. A new move or two sounds nice. What have you got? The vendor grins even wider, showing off a shiny false tooth. He then plucks a red TM in a simple plastic CD case and holds it up gingerly, as if it's made of glass. This right here, my friend, is a TM for flamethrower. He exclaims with building excitement. This TM was copied from the mightiest Charizard of the Cherasific Valley, a fine Pokémon belonging to Ash Ketchum, the powerful protege of the legendary Samuel Oak. With this, your Vulpix will be able to melt rock and boil lakes. It's all yours for a measly 3,000 credits. Lee hums and taps his foot, making a show of thinking it over. He can see that the red film-like sticker on the TM has a bubble in it from being applied incorrectly, so when Vulpix noses his cheek and feeds him a devious idea, Lee has to suppress a smile. Do you have anything stronger? Stronger? The portly merchant asks in confusion, then he recovers after nary a second. Stronger. Yes, my good man, yes. Of course, you need something better. Only the finest for experts of your caliber. He carelessly replaces the red TM and pulls another one, this one also red, from a different rack. Now this is something to behold. He begins. Fire Blast. The most powerful fire attack there is. This one was copied from the Infernape of Flint, a member of the Sinnoh Elite Four. One attack from that Infernape can turn a city block into a pit of lava. That power can be yours for just 7,000 credits. So he's not heard a blast burn then, or he's trying real hard to dupe us. Lee snorts. I need something even better. Don't hold back, he forces down a giggle. The merchant nods slowly, putting the dubious TM back. I see. You are well learned, then. Let me show you my very best, the man mutters, theatrically pulling a briefcase from under his stand's counter and slowly opening in. He turns the case around, showing a single gold foil-wrapped TM inside resting on a pillow of foam. This, my friend, is the Hyper Beam of Lance Blackthorn's Dragonite, the rotund man says with the utmost seriousness. It will teach your Pokémon a terrible power, the power to crumble mountains and reshape the landscape. It's yours. For 20,000 credits. Are TMs actually copied from Pokémon? Lee idly wonders. What kind of machine does that? That'll be something to research. Outwardly, he holds his chin and taps his finger in a thinking pose, staring down at the TM as the merchant sweats. Nah, Lee shrugs. Thanks for showing me, though. The man blinks, and the woman running the Pokémon grooming stall next to him openly laughs at his expression. Before the bogus merchant can recover and complain about his time being wasted, a tanned arm wraps around Lee's and pulls him away. Lee stumbles, nearly throwing Vulpix off, but catches himself before his Pokémon can take a spill. He extracts his arm from Zinnia's and levels her with a dry look. Can you not? I like my arm not dislocated, thanks. She scoffs. If a little jolt like that pulled our arm out of its socket, then I'd tell you to find another career. Now come on, there is way more in the plaza that we have to see. Lee rolls his eyes and in the back of his mind, he can feel Vulpix's lingering hostility for Zinnia flare up before he silently shushes her. They weave through the throngs of people and out into the main plaza of the Slateport Market, where the mass of people have room to thin out. The plaza of the marketplace is enormous, dwarfing the street entrance easily. Countless stands, stalls, and even a number of parked trucks and vans acting as storefronts form lines up and down the several block space. The range of people and Pokémon is even greater than the entrance. Zinnia, Vulpix, and Lee walk down one of the first rows of vendors, taking in all the sights and shops. One of them with a long line is a Smeargle drawing expert caricatures of customers with just his tail and simple canvases. He takes payments on a little phone-like scanner and operates seemingly without a trainer under his simple tent. Another is a man with a Natu on his shoulder touting the power of his special Pokémon supplements into a microphone, and everyone lets out gasps when behind him on a small stage, a smiling Apom effortlessly lifts a full anvil with just his tail and a happy chitter. Considering the psychic bird on the presenter's shoulder is glowing a faint blue, the ruse is obvious to anyone watching closely. Just across from the scam artist, a woman with a thick set of glasses dressed in overalls works on something on a bench in the back of her stall, the drill in her hand whining as she bores into something. Her silently hovering magneton minds customers perusing the various devices and bits of junk on display. Where to even begin? Lee wonders aloud. Over the course of the next 2 hours, the group wanders around the huge market. Lee stops at a fruit stand selling the largest berries he's ever seen, and promptly blows 300 credits on berries alone. One vendor dressed like a stereotypical beatnik is selling evolution stones from the back of a colorful mini bus, but when Lee sees the multi-thousand credit price tags on the subpar stones, he blanches and promptly turns around. Zinnia, meanwhile, aggressively haggles with all of the shopkeepers they visit, yet never buys a thing. She nearly gets into a shouting match with a burly leatherworker over a fine pokeball belt that she only has a passing interest in. Lee has to physically pull her away before it comes to blows and lead her away. Shitty old man, Zinnia grumbles, arms crossed and a scowl on her face. 100 credits for a single belt? That's robbery. Lee sighs and shakes his head. Why even bother when you've already got a working belt? He asks, looking at the red rope around her waist that holds her pokeballs. Just seems silly to me. Saint I. Why you n? Vulpix huffs from her perch, but a scratch on the chin from Lee soothes her ire. Can you blame a girl for being thrifty, Doolittle? Zinnia uncrosses her arms as she weaves around a young family passing by. I don't like asking the tribe for money, so I've got to make whatever I earn myself last. If I can get a deal though. She trails off and stops when they pass a simple canvas tent, where an old, weathered woman clad in a baggy robe sits cross-legged behind a tarp filled with different stones, seemingly asleep. Zinnia walks over to the tarp with all the stones, crouching down to better look at them. Lee follows, curiosity piqued. He stops next to the dragon tamer, who is intently scanning all the rocks. None of these look special or anything, though I'm no geologist, the scarred man muses, letting his eyes roam over the collection of rocks. Most of them are common earthy brown-gray colors with lumps and dirt, looking like any old stone that anyone could find outside. None of them seem to be any special mineral or gem. Sharp eye. Lee starts, jostling Vulpix when the elderly shopkeeper suddenly speaks. Zinnia looks up, grinning as she meets the now open eyes of the older woman. I wouldn't be a good dragon tamer if I missed the dragons who came before. Dragons who came before? The old woman inclines her head, dropping a few strands of wispy white hair into her face. Dragon tamer, Indeed. Do you know which one you want? Zinnia's smile becomes a touch mocking. Really? Do you need to ask that? I suppose not, but begrudge not an elder with a faltering mind. The shopkeeper clicks her tongue. You too shall face the same problem one day. Zinnia says nothing. The old woman picks up one of the stones, one a bit larger than her hand with an oblong protrusion, and after producing a square of white cloth from her pocket, she wraps the stone up into a neat bundle with deftness unfitting of her age. After setting the bundle down, she reaches into another baggy pocket and produces a large, ancient-looking card scanner that could easily be mistaken for a graphing calculator. That will be 2,000 credits, my dear. Without even trying to argue, Zinnia fishes her wallet from her back pocket and swipes it through the presented scanner, her grin only growing. The elderly woman watches the device for a moment, then nods and drops the wrapped-up rock into Zinnia's waiting hand. Good luck, my dear. Practically shaking in excitement, the dragon tamer stuffs the bundle safely in her sylph pouch and stands back up. Thanks. As she and a bewildered Lee walk away, Lee can't help but ask, what was that all about? Megawatt grin still in place, Zinnia beckons him closer with a finger, then stands on her toes to whisper in his ear. That was a tyrant fossil I just scored. What? Is Lee's instinctual response, and the sudden mental jolt he feels from Vulpix tells him the vixen is just as surprised. He blinks and looks back at the old woman, who looks as if she's nodded off again. No one pays her little store any mind. She's selling fossils? He asks, keeping his voice low enough to not carry in the noise of the busy market. Yep. Zinnia replies with a giddy giggle. I would have said something, but I have no idea what the other ones were, and I don't think you'd want to gamble on one, right? Well, no, Lee mutters. There aren't any fossil Pokémon on his wanted list anyway. Are you planning on reviving it? Well informed, as usual, Doolittle, his tan friend laughs. Yeah, I am. I might have to call in some favors and it might take a while, but I think I can get the little guy revived. Tyrantrum, here I come. She giggles again and holds her cheeks with a beaming grin, no doubt caught up in the destructive fantasy of having her own T-Rex. Lee shakes his head and smiles a bit himself. Give me more to worry about, why don't you? Gladly, Tilda, she replies. The pair walk further into the heart of Slateport's biggest attraction, and as they do, the shops grow more and more focused on Pokémon rather than trainers. Eventually, they stumble right into the corner where all the breeders have set up. Stalls and stands are sparse, as the breeder corner is dominated by pens containing all sorts of Pokémon awaiting adoption. Many of them are Pokémon native to Hoenn, with the exotic Pokémon in larger, more expensive setups complete with artificial terrains and full HVAC systems. Many of them have vehicles parked nearby, instantly giving away how lucrative Pokemon breeding can be, or maybe the vehicles are an unfortunate cost of business? The few stands that are set up between the Pokemon enclosures are quite. Lee glances at a little shop between two pens. The sign says, Dexter's Canned Specialties, and one of the most eye-catching things is a rack of white vials in a glass-doored refrigerator behind the counter. The shopkeeper's large hyena, who sits nearby, looks entirely too pleased when a middle-aged well-to-do woman with a finely groomed frou-frou at her side buys one of the dubious vials. Quite interesting? Yeah, staying away from that one. I had enough of that as an intern. Vulpix growls and wrinkles her snout, constricting her end of the psychic pathway to halt the images leaking over to her. As they walk deeper into the little corner of the market, Zinnia lightly jabs Lee's side with her elbow and points a finger to a large pen with an old truck parked beside it. Check it out. Lee follows her finger and feels his eyes widen. Inside the pen are a number of different Pokemon, all mammals. He spies a small wisp of a Shinx, several Puccinas that lay together in a pack, a pair of playing Growliths, a panting Rockruff that the pen owner is showing to a young blonde girl, a fox-like Pokemon from Galar, the name of whom he forgets, and most importantly, two young, healthy-looking Eevees. A grin finds its way to Lee's face. Hot damn. Let's go take a look, he says, already in motion. By the time they get to the gate of the small pen, the breeder running it is showing the young girl who was interested in the Rockruff out. The man smiles and waves as they approach. The breeder is rather normal in appearance, being a tanned, brown-haired man who looks somewhere between 25 and 30 years old. His boots, denim overalls, and flannel shirt all sport bits of dirt and scuffs, and the front pocket of his overalls holds several packets of paper, likely transfer or adoption forms. Hey there, he greets with a raised hand. Name's Leo. Something I can help you all with? He asks with a friendly smile. Sure can. Lee nods his head to the pen. I couldn't help but notice you have a fine pair of Eevees, a Pokemon I've been wanting. Mind if I ask how much you're wanting out of them? The pair of Pokemon in question sit by the fence of the enclosure, both already wearing resigned, knowing expressions with their ears low. The breeder winces. Ah, both are 100,000 credits each, friend. Lee rocks back at the price while Zinnia's jaw drops. What? The latter squawks. You could get a house in some places for that money. She almost yells. A few of the other breeders set up around Leo don't pay the outburst any mind, Vulpix notes, then sends to Lee. Must be a regular occurrence. He thinks, looking around for himself. Both siblings are pure stock sired and born from a pair of Eevee parents without a hint of Ditto in their lineage, Leo explains with his hands raised disarmingly. Raised on natural diets on top of the prelim training they got when they were young. I was told by the appraiser when I got them that 120 grand was the lowest I should price them. I want them to go to a loving home, but I can't just throw out an opportunity like this for my business and give them away. How did they come into your possession if you don't mind me prying? Lee asks, still taken aback by the sticker shock. He crosses his arms and frowns. Holy hell, I thought 50 was a lot. Just one of them is twice that. Well, I'm not in the business of breeding Eevees, the breeder begins, looking back at the Pokemon in question. These two came to me when a family friend who is getting on in his years just started getting too old to breed Pokemon any longer. A real pro he was, and his ranch churned out high-quality Pokemon all the time. He wanted me to have a breeding pair, but I think he forgot in his old age that siblings usually aren't keen on each other like that, especially when both are male. That makes sense. Lee sighs, letting his arms fall to his sides. Still, that's a lot of money for one Pokemon. Leo mirrors Lee's frown. Well, I could see if any banks round here are willing to offer a loan, but... No, that's okay. Lee shakes his head. Knowing my luck, they'd try to hit me with something insane like 30 APR for 10 years. If there is one positive about Earth being a scorched hellhole, it's that all my student debt vanished with it, he morbidly jokes to himself. Maru? The mule pulls Lee away from his thoughts. Looking down at the fence of Leo's enclosure, a pair of bright yellow eyes stares back up at him with unbridled curiosity. It is getting to be about your dinner time, eh, Shinx? Leo looks down at the tiny kitten with a smile. He walks a short way to the old pickup truck, and out of the bed, he withdraws a simple backpack, and after unzipping it, pulls a capped hand-feeding bottle. The little Shinx's eyes quite literally light up, shining a brilliant gold. The electric feline resists none when Leo reaches over the fence with one arm and picks her. Vulpix silently supplies. Her up to cradle her to his chest. With a thumb, the breeder pops the cap off the bottle, letting the little kitten eagerly latch on to the rubber nipple and begin drinking. Shinx settles and contentedly closes her eyes as she eats. She's almost like a lion cub, Lee realizes, captivated. Without even intending to, his mouth begins to move. What's the story with this one? Oh, Shinx? Leo asks, looking away from the kitten to meet Lee's stare. Poor girl was a live birth, but her mother was sickly and Shinx was born several weeks premature. Her mother. The older man trails off uncomfortably, telling Lee, Zinnia, and Vulpix everything. Shinx needs a good home, but she'll need a dedicated trainer if she's ever going to grow up healthy and strong. I've had to turn away a few trainers wanting her because I didn't think they would give her the attention she needs. She's just like Sefu. Lee's throat tightens as he remembers the cub he raised by hand. His right hand rubs his left wrist, right where the little lioness would accidentally knead with her claws whenever he fed her. After the survival of her mother's attempted infanticide, Sefu lost so much weight, looking as small as the Shinx before him. He would encourage the lion cub to eat whenever she could without overfeeding her, just so she would stop being so fragile that he feared she would break when he let her go. A normal Shinx is usually a few ounces shy of 20 pounds. This poor girl looks like she barely breaks 10, and she looks even smaller being held in a man's arm. Lee's mouth moves again before he can stop it. How much are you asking for her? He can feel Zinnia's curious look on the side of his head and Vulpix silently asking if he's sure, but the zoologist can't bring himself to care. Leo's eyes narrow. 550 credits. Sold. Where do I? Hold on. The breeder stops Lee short. His raised voice makes Shinx open her eyes and watch the proceedings with the naked curiosity only a cub could have. I just told you that this gal needs a lot of TLC, and just looking at you, your friend, and your Vulpix, I can tell you're a traveling sort of guy. Do you really think you can care for a baby like Shinx on the road? He asks with a raised eyebrow. You know she won't be battle ready for weeks, maybe months, right? Lee scowls and crosses his arms. If she's never battle ready, that won't bother me. Okay then. Why do you want her? The breeder shoots back. Lee hesitates, acutely aware of Zinnia watching the going-ons closely. With a sigh, the scarred man makes up his mind and spills some of the truth. She wouldn't be the first cub I've raised by hand. My other cub, she was ripped from me by circumstance, but I'm not exaggerating when I say I raised her from birth. Her mother rejected her for a reason that still escapes me, but I made damn sure she was happy and healthy. I see the same thing here with Shinx. You've got other Pokemon to raise and can't give her as much attention as you'd like if Shinx is up for adoption, right? Leo deflates somewhat, his hostility dying as he searches Lee's face for any trace of deception. That I do. This is the exact same situation. Shinx needs someone to love her and ensure she's healthy, yes? Lee nods. I want to be that someone. I want her to grow up strong. I make my own Pokemon food, I monitor my team's health myself, I give them customized regimens, and if it helps my argument any, I am a lab trainer under Professor Birch. Idly, Lee feels some distaste waving around his title, but the thought of leaving without tiny Shinx makes his chest tight. He can do it, damn it. The breeder is silent for a moment, his eyes flicking between the Shinx in his arms and Lee. I'm not a shrink or anything, but isn't trying to fill a hole inside you like this unhealthy? Vulpix openly growls at the slight, but Lee calmly shushes her with a finger held to her muzzle. It's not about me, it's about her. Leo looks down at Shinx again and sighs. For a moment, no one speaks. Then, prove it. Here, he says, gently passing Shinx into Lee's arms. Marrow. Shinx mewls piteously when she's moved from one set of arms into one without her bottle, but Lee is quick to take the half-full bottle from Leo and present it to Shinx again. He lays the kitten along his right arm and holds the bottle close with his left, letting the blue and black feline latch on and begin suckling again, her fussing instantly ceasing. Her left paw reaches up absently, her claws finding purchase on the wrist holding the bottle for her. She really is just like Sefu after all. Lee silently smiles as Vulpix watches from her spot on his shoulder. With his right hand under Shinx's neck, Lee tenderly massages her neck with his index finger and thumb, helping the premature cub's weak throat muscles swallow. Sefu needed the same help until she recovered. The dull roar of the market seems to fade to nothing as Lee focuses intently on Shinx's pace and the gentle rubbing of her throat. After another fourth of the formula in the bottle vanishes into her stomach, Shinx's suckling begins to lose steam and she slowly begins to go limp. Her breathing begins to even out, and from muscle memory, Lee unhurriedly pulls the bottle away, the rubber nipple coming out of her mouth with a quiet pop. Before her head can fall, the hand that was massaging her throat reaches and props her up by her chin, then slowly lowers her head down when it's obvious she's gone to sleep. Snap. Lee looks over to Zinnia, who is grinning like a loon with her phone held up, the camera facing him. Now that was adorable, Doolittle. She gushes, turning her phone around to show the bewildered Lee. The photo, one of him feeding Shinx with a tranquil and decidedly emasculating expression, is none too flattering. Lee blushes and turns away. Fuck off, he mutters before looking at Leo, who watches with a neutral expression. So? The breeder chews on his lip for a moment, then he reaches into the middle pocket on his overalls. Well, I'll need to see your trainer ID and your credit card after that. Lee's heart soars. Chapter 20. Okay, I think that's everything. Lee leans back against the headboard of his hotel bed, dropping the pen from his cramped right hand with a grimace. Sitting across from him with her legs crossed, Zinnia grins and collects all the papers scattered across the surface of the bed. She shuffles through them, eyes gliding across Lee's chicken scratch writing as she slowly nods. On his own bed, Brendan sits holding his phone, eyes glued to the screen, with most of the trio's Pokémon crowded around him. Swablu sits on his shoulder, Gumi upon his bare head, and Shroomish in his lap, with the rest crowded up at his sides. The volume on his phone is courteously set low, so as not to disturb Lee and Zinnia as they study, but Lee can still hear the sounds of a Pokémon battle. The only Pokémon missing are Corvisquire, who sits by the window watching the stormy, raining sky, and Shinx, who lies sleeping against Lee's leg. For the last 3 days the Dragon Tamer has quizzed Lee furiously on countless battle scenarios, ranging from common encounters to once-in-a-lifetime hypotheticals. She challenged him constantly by dictating the Pokémon in the scenarios, what moves they know, and what the terrain was like, only letting Lee pick his own team and moves on occasion. All of this in an effort to see what Lee's first thoughts were and to build a profile on his ideal form of battling. She broke up the theory work with sparring matches where Lee was forced to work around restrictions, such as strictly using attacking moves, no telepathy with Vulpix, direct orders only, swapping teams, and battling against both her and Brendan at once. It's been surprisingly professional. Part of her training as a lorekeeper, perhaps? He also worked on rounding out Grovile's limited ranged capability with a bullet seed TM that ate into an unfortunate chunk of his savings. It still felt silly putting the button of Grovile's Pokeball into the hole of the TM and watching it spin until the whole disc cracked and crumbled away. Lee always thought that a special machine would be needed, picturing a CD player with a slot for a Pokeball on top. Or something. As silly as it seemed, the results were hard to argue with as, sure enough, his Pokémon was now able to spit seeds like a botanical machine gun. When not training, Lee spent every moment getting Shinx settled in. The small waif of a kitten didn't take long to come out of her shell, and had explored the hotel room thrice over by now. She tired out easily, but would never turn down any opportunity to play. With Slateport's robust market, it didn't take long to source electrically insulated toys and top-grade Miltank milk to feed her with. Her physical examination was short, as she simply refused to sit still, but Lee found himself satisfied when the only defect he could find from her premature birth seeming to be her small size. Ever the methodical sort, eh, Doolittle? Zinnia smiles over the papers in her hand. Looking back down, she scans the answers to all the proposed questions one more time with a nod. Taking it slow and bleeding the foe dry before attacking. It's not a bad plan in most cases, but it falls apart when the other Pokémon is too fast and aggressive to play keep away with. Here is what I propose. She lays the stack of papers down. You need to keep training yourself to keep calm and formulate real plans rather than just reacting so you aren't caught on the back foot, or you need to train a dedicated bruiser or two to send in when shit gets crazy. Or both. Both would be best. Lee frowns. A dedicated bruiser, huh? He glances over to Corvisquire, who is busy glaring through the window at a Wingull braving the storm, then to Grovile, who sits with the other Pokémon in a meditative stance rather than watch the battle playing on Brendan's phone. I know who my prime candidates are, then. I thought so, Zinnia replies, a faintly amused look on her face. You've been getting better at working under pressure and not just reacting, which is great. You know when you should be using status moves and when to use raw attacks. For the most part, switching gears between status moves and frontal fighting is still kinda clunky for you, though, so until you can instantly identify when you need to adjust, having a Pokémon whose only job is to hit like a truck makes it easier. Makes sense. Lee nods and raises his arms over his head in a mighty stretch, and groaning when he feels his back pop. Gaw. How long have we been here? The loud pop rouses the cub cuddled to his side. She blinks her luminescent yellow eyes and stands, arching her back in a stretch of her own, Then she looks up at her trainer and paws at his hand when it comes down to rest by her. Marrow, did I wake you, baby girl? Lee smiles, rubbing her chin with a finger, the small kitten leaning into his touch and starting to purr. The slight electric charge in her soft fur makes his finger tingle. Sorry about that. We're probably not going to get in any meaningful training today, Zinnia murmurs, looking out the window as the rain pounds against the glass. Standing, she grabs the remote for the hotel room's TV from the nightstand and flips it on. After a moment of scrolling through the channels, she lands on the news and sits back down on the edge of the bed. Wars are expected to continue for the rest of the day and into the evening. A well-dressed anchorman on the TV smiles and waves a hand at the map of southern Hoenn behind him. On the map is a blobby mess of green indicating rain over the landscape with Slateport in the heart of it. Tomorrow will be a muggy one, with highs in the upper 80s, so enjoy the cooldown while you can, everyone. Brendan looks away from his phone and to the news with his brows furrowed and a frown set on his face. What are we going to do all day if we can't go outside? That's refreshing to hear a kid say, albeit in a rather depressing way. Lee snickers and cups the underside of Shink's head in his hand, petting her cheeks with his pinky and thumb. R&R day it sounds like. Who wants to numb their brains with a movie and order takeout? Both Brendan and Marshtomp jump up, scattering the other Pokemon with a smattering of cries. Grovyle just barely ducks a startled snap of Mawile's jaws from the commotion. Heck yeah, a break day sounds great. ... Not sure how we're going to get a movie working on this dinosaur, though. The boy points out, motioning to the rather dated CRT TV. Don't you worry your little head. Zinnia stands, walking over to the corner where she'd kicked her boots off, taking a moment to slip them back on. There's a video store down the road not too far from here, so we won't have to be in the rain for very long. Walking over and tapping the old VCR under the TV. Places still sell tapes? Brendan blinks. After recovering from being so rudely roused by Brendan jumping up, Vulpix sniffs and hops back to Lee's bed away from Brendan's side. She then settles next to Shinx, pulling the cub's attention away from Lee. When Lee first introduced Shinx to his team, a tiny part of him worried about conflict arising between her and Vulpix due to jealousy, but he watches as Shinx cuddles into Vulpix's warm side with a purr, and Vulpix responds by fanning her tails to cover Shinx's thin form. The vixen runs a careful eye over Shinx, then grooms a patch of mussed fur on the cub's head with her tongue, laying it flat. The baby Pokemon's pleased purr only increases in volume, and she kneads the covers with her little needle-sharp claws. Lee feels a bit silly about his worries now. He hasn't felt even the slightest twinge of jealousy from Vulpix so far. Vulpix is a little too mature for games like that. She's a den mother at heart. He smiles and mentally reaches out to Vulpix. You're the best, you know that? She gives him a sidelong glance along with an amused snort, and the little pulse of love she returns is wordless. Out in the physical world, Zinnia turns and gives Brendan a befuddled look. Yes, places still sell tapes. Is that actually surprising? It carbon dates you pretty well, Grandma. Brendan smirks. Said smirk dies a grisly death when Zinnia scowls and rushes over to pull the boy into a headlock. Gak, the birch heir cries, clawing at the arm around his neck. Lemme go. Marshtomp, help. Marshtomp just stands on the bed and lets out great, croaking guffaws at his trainer's plight. Shinx huddles further into Vulpix's side from the commotion, watching the going-ons with wide eyes and the fur on her back raised. Lee shakes his head and gently strokes Shinx across her back, making a few quiet crackles of discharging static as she relaxes some. Children, please. If you're going to rough house, do it outside. You're making Shinx anxious. Zinnia grumbles and lets Brendan go. Brendan, meanwhile, smiles down at the still wide-eyed Shinx. Sorry about that, girl. Shinx raises her head and flicks her tongue out to wet her nose, fear totally forgotten after hearing the apology. Already beginning to grasp tones and facial expressions, Lee recalls a video lesson he watched from the Rustboro TS a week prior regarding the rearing of infant Pokemon and how in tune they are with the emotions of everyone around them. She should genuinely begin to learn English in the coming weeks. Zinnia pulls her Pokeballs from her belt and holds them out, aiming at her 3 Pokemon. Alrighty guys and gal, I doubt you want to be in the rain, so return. In a flash of red, Shelgon, Gumi, and Swablu are brought back into their balls. Brendan is next. He pulls the Pokeballs from his belt hanging off the side of his bed and rolls their shrunken travel forms in his hand. Anyone want to walk with us? Marshtomp lets out an affirmative croak, but Mawile hisses at the thought of the rain and Shroomish just shakes his head. Satisfied. Brendan expands their Pokeballs and returns the 2 dissenting Pokemon to storage. Lee stands next, hands already reaching for his Pokeballs. Any takers? Vulpix wrinkles her muzzle at the thought of being in the rain. No. Grovyle shakes his head, and Corvisquire just lets his already dour expression deepen into a scowl. Seeing the Pokeballs being raised, Shinx lets out a mournful mewl and reaches a paw out, melting Lee's heart. Something else he learned from the RTS online courses? How to care for infant electric-type mammals. Lesson 1 was keep them away from water unless you want them to quickly and painfully master suppressing their excess charge. I'm sorry, baby girl. You're a little too young to be in the rain. You'll short out and hurt yourself. The scarred man runs his hand across her head with a feather light touch. Maybe next time, okay? Before the kitten can protest, Lee returns all 4 of his Pokemon in flashes of light. The sudden dulling of his connection to Vulpix is hesitantly accepted as he gives the psychic thread to her a tug, feeling a comforting tug back in response. She's still there. Come on, boys. Zinnia throws her cloak on and pulls the wide collar over her head like a hood, casting a shadow over her face. Time's a wastin'. Hang on. Brendan complains, throwing his hat on lopsided and shouldering his backpack. With all 3 trainers in the singular Pokemon prepared, they leave the hotel and walk out into the downpour. It doesn't take long for Brendan, being the lightest dressed, to break into a sprint to try and avoid being soaked. Lee and Zinnia follow after him, while Marshtomp practically skips through the warm rain in delight. It's only a minute or so of a sodden, splashing run before Zinnia points out the video store in question. There, she points a finger at a small, hole-in-the-wall shop in the corner of the block. That's the place. The 3 trainers quickly file into the store, with Marshtomp remaining out in the street, enjoying the rainfall. The sudden chill of the air conditioning on Lee's wet shoulders makes him wish Vulpix was out of her ball to warm him up. The inside of the store is small and devoid of customers other than them. Different racks of DVDs and VHS tapes line the walls, and a number of standing racks form aisles. The musty smell, humming fluorescent lights, and tinny music playing overhead is surprisingly nostalgic to Lee's senses. Near the front of the shop, an older, balding man sits behind the register, leaned back in his creaky chair and snoring away, dead to the world as the rain batters the window behind him. Sitting by him on the counter, a Noctowl turns its head to regard Lee, Brendan, and Zinnia with its red eyes. Whew, we're just browsing right now. Thanks. Brendan gives the Pokemon a friendly smile. Noctowl bobs his head in what Lee assumes as a nod. Woo. Looking around and following behind Brendan and Zinnia, Lee takes in all the foreign titles and pulls a few tapes from the shelf to inspect the covers. The faded cardboard cover of the tape in his hand has a pair of posing police officers in front of a cruiser, and hanging out of the car window is a panting Growlithe. The tape is titled with a very cheesy, Burning Justice. Some kind of buddy cop drama? The more he inspects the tapes, the more it looks like all the movies feature Pokemon in some main character capacity, as expected. He pulls a few more to look at and turns them over to read the backs. One is a very Disney-looking fantasy about a lost Cutiefly finding her way home. Another is several episodes of anime packed into one tape, complete with an appropriately edgy-looking punk-dressed teen and Bisharp on the cover, and a third is an amusingly low-budget kung fu flick featuring a Cacturne and Hitmonlee back-to-back, surrounded by various silhouetted humanoid Pokemon, entitled, Spike Lee 4 inches in bold letters, with a caption at the bottom, "The enemy of my enemy is my enemy, man, I'm going to look like I've lived under a rock my whole life." Lee frowns. I don't know what any of these movies are. Come to think of it, I've never really stopped training or researching long enough to absorb any kind of Hoenn culture. Other than Pokemon, he replaces the tapes and resumes following his companions. I'll have to correct that at some point. I haven't seen some of these in years, Zinnia muses aloud, running a finger down the spine of a shelved tape and flicking the dust away. The tribe doesn't have much in the way of tech, so the old TV and VCR in the elder's house was always in use. Trips to the nearest town were pretty rare, but the runner always brought tapes back. Brendan hums to himself in thought. So you're some kinda film buff? If it's older than 30 or so years, then I guess you could say that. Zinnia barks out a short laugh. When my Pokemon and I weren't beating ourselves into the ground training, we were at the elder's house on that TV. She had to chase us out pretty often. Huh. Lee smiles, filing the interesting tidbit of information away. Well, any recommendations? Zinnia grins. As a matter of fact, she flits from shelf to shelf, intently scanning over the titles of everything she finds. Sometimes she pulls tapes from unmarked cardboard sleeves only to quickly put them back. Aha! She snatches one sitting on a lonely corner and dusts it off. I remember this one from when I was a little girl, a real classic. Take a look. Lee blinks at the colorful cover thrust into his face and takes a step back to properly look. When he does, his eyes widen a little. The title of the movie is Pokémon, Mystery Dungeon. On the cover is a Pikachu and a Piplup in matching blue neckerchiefs, both peering into a treasure chest with excitement. Behind them, a sinister, grinning shadow looms. That's a pretty extraordinary coincidence. What's it about? The zoologist asks, despite having an idea as to the answer. A girl wakes up one morning in a world with nothing but Pokémon as a Pikachu, and she partners with a Piplup to make a rescue team, Zinnia fondly recounts, flipping the tape around to look at the cover herself. I always thought that would be cool, to be a Pokémon. Brendan doesn't seem as impressed if his flat expression is anything to go by. PMD is a kids movie, Zinnia. I know, the dragon tamer sniffs imperiously. Perfect for a brat like you and a softie like Doolittle. This is my vote and I'm not changing it. Probably time for me to step in. We can get more than one. Lee stops Brendan's retort before he and Zinnia can argue in the store. We're going to be in all night, so may as well be sure we've got ample entertainment. That seems to diffuse Brendan instantly. He grins and passes Zinnia, beelining for a corner of the store labeled, horror. You know he's going to pick out the most bloody, gore-filled thing he can find, right? Zinnia dryly asks. Then he's not going to be able to sleep. Perfectly honest? Lee shrugs. That's fine. It's what boys his age do. I'm just glad he didn't go to that section. He points behind Zinnia, who turns to follow his finger. I don't think I could explain that to Birch. Against the back wall and covered by a curtain is a narrow doorway, and pinned to the doorframe is a sign that says adults only. The tanned woman can't help but hold a hand over her mouth and snort, stifling a fit of laughter as her face turns red from the effort, her shoulders shaking from mirth. Brendan seems to find what he's looking for and plucks a tape from a shelf with a grin. Got mine. Lee nods, then turns and grabs the cheesy-looking kung fu movie he was looking at earlier off the shelf. Alrighty, let's get moving before the storm gets worse. The trio shuffles to the front of the store, where the shopkeeper is still fast asleep. Feeling only slightly foolish, Lee presents the tapes to Noctowl, who picks up a handheld scanner off to the side with obvious familiarity. With the scanner held in his talons, the owl scans all 3 tapes, then bends down and taps a few keys on the register with his beak. The card reader on the front lights up, and a swipe of his debit card later, Lee is 15 credits poorer. The register spits out a receipt that Noctowl rips and offers to Lee with a hoot. Thanks. Lee smiles and pockets the paper before taking the tapes under his arm. Turning back to Brendan and Zinnia, he nods towards the door. Any other stops? I'm just going to order dinner and have it brought to our room, so don't worry about food. Brendan answers first with a shake of his head. Nah, let's just get back before. He stops as he peers out of the glass door to the shop. Where did Marshtomp go? Lee follows the younger trainer's eyes and scans the wet sidewalk, only to find no Pokémon. Not this again. Throwing open the door, Brendan steps out into the deserted, rainy street and swivels his head around, but his Marshtomp is nowhere to be found. Marshtomp, Marshtomp, hey, where are you? His voice carries far despite the rain, but his starter does not appear. With a groan, Lee hands the tapes under his arm to Zinnia and steps out after Brendan. Head back to the hotel, I'll help Brendan. Don't have to tell me twice. She grins and stuffs the movies under her cloak. I'll have some towels ready when you get back, 'cause you're going to need them. Have fun in the storm, boys. Zinnia turns and runs back down to the hotel, each step kicking up a splash of water. Lee throws the hood of his jacket up and follows Brendan, who is walking down the road calling for Marshtomp and peering into alleyways. The pair of trainers travel eastward down the road, both calling for the lost Pokémon. Only a few minutes into their search later, and a loud croak catches Lee and Brendan's attention. Marshtomp appears from around a corner ahead, waving his arms and bellowing frantically. Brendan sprints ahead, leaving Lee to run behind him trying to catch up. Why did Marshtomp just run off like that? Normally he's attached to Brendan at the hip. Lee wonders. Both trainers skid to a stop before Marshtomp, who warbles and takes Brendan's hand on one of his own. Hey, what are you? The young Birch almost trips when his Pokémon pulls him along. Hey, pulling his trainer's hand the whole way, Marshtomp leads Lee and Brendan down several blocks, and as they go, the surrounding buildings shift into industrial designs rather than hotels and shops. Finally, Marshtomp takes them down one final turn between 2 warehouses before letting go and stopping. Before them stands the Slateport shipyard. Ships of all sorts, Cruise ships, freighters, fishing vessels, just too many to count. They dot the water in various states of repair. Large dry docks bearing half-complete vessels that can't hold their own in the water, and warehouses hanging over the water containing who knows what. Only a few dock workers scurry to and fro in the storm, hurrying to get between buildings. A ship's horn blows from out on the water, and the noise combined with the dreary vista of the rain-drenched shipyard makes Lee's spine tingle. Marshtomp croaks and points to the nearest warehouse, marked with a large 3, and Lee sees just what has Marshtomp so worked up. Off to the side of the large bay doors on Warehouse 3 is a small man door with 3 people around it. 2 stand at the door fumbling with something while a third sits on the wet ground against the side of the warehouse for some reason. With the heavy rainfall, it's near impossible to make out any details of the 3. Marshtomp lets out an urgent growl. He steps behind both trainers and gives them a nudge before squeezing between them and taking point again. "We're goin', pal, don't worry," Brendan assures with a hand raised in a pacifying manner. "Did you follow these people all the way here?" The mudfish Pokemon nods with an impatient croak. "Come on, Lee. If Marshtomp is this upset, it's got to be worth looking into." Lee just frowns as he takes in the strange scene in the distance. "Alright, sure," he quietly mutters, and after a second of deliberation, he palms Grovile's ball and rolls it between his fingers. The trio crosses the street and walks to the warehouse, where the 2 people at the man door are too engrossed in their work to notice them, and the third one sitting against the wall seemingly asleep in the downpour doesn't stir. As they finally get within 50 feet or so of the warehouse, Lee realizes something that makes his hand clench around Grovile's ball. The third person, a dockworker in a blue jumpsuit and hard hat, isn't sleeping against the building. No, he's knocked out. The ugly bruise across the left side of his face makes it obvious why he's slumped over. Brendan's eyes widen when he notices, then his eyes shoot to the pair by the door with a scowl. "It's you two again." Both men by the door stiffen and look over their shoulders. The first one, a tall, muscular man with a plain face and a scar on his chin, scowls when he sees Brendan and Marshtomp. The second man is shorter with a bearded face and narrow eyes that only narrow further when he sees the trainers behind him. He turns just enough that Lee can see the electronic card lock on the door, now devoid of a faceplate and exposing the wires inside. One wire leads from the lock to a thick, phone-like device in the man's hand. But the thing that stands out most about them is their blue bandanas, each one boldly emblazoned with an A stylized to look like bones. Team Aqua. Lee feels himself sweat even through the pouring rain. "Take your friend and fuck off, kid." The first man raises a fist. "This is your only warning. You know these two?" Lee quickly asks, not taking his eyes off of the gang members. Brendan crosses his arms and glares right back at the Aqua grunts. "Yeah. They were loitering around here a few days ago when I was on the way to the Slateport Museum, and they kept coming back after the dock workers told them to buzz off. Looks like they were staking the place out for a robbery." The Birch heir steps forward with Marshtomp taking an eager ready stance in front of him. "Both of you give up. In my capacity as a Hoenn lab trainer, you're both under arrest for assault and attempted breaking and entering." Both Aqua grunts share a look, then as one, they reach into their pockets and draw Pokeballs. Lee hisses out a sigh when he realizes that Brendan intends to drag them both into a fight. "Grovile, get ready." He throws the ball in his hand out, and in a flash of light, the wood gecko Pokemon takes form beside Marshtomp with his arms crossed and eyes closed. "Bruiser, remember, don't worry about status right now." The zoologist catches Grovile's Pokeball in his slick fingers when it flies back to him. "Don't hold back, Grovile." Both thugs throw their scuffed Pokeballs without any fanfare, and from them emerge a Corphish and a Puccina. The Corphish, which resembles a 2-foot-tall lobster with large, cartoonishly blank bug eyes, scowls and burbles, scuttling forward on his 6 lobster legs and brandishing his pincers at Marshtomp and Grovile. Lee can't readily recall what signs point to a healthy crustacean and abandons the notion of sizing the lobster up. The Puccina, meanwhile, stands steady with his hackles raised, growling loud enough to be heard over the rainfall. His fangs and red eyes gleam in the poor light. While not unhealthy, the Pokemon is smaller than average. We should probably separate them and pick them off one on one. These Pokemon don't look terribly impressive, but if they have decent teamwork, then this could turn into a slog. Lee and Brendan meet eyes for a second, and Brendan's small smirk tells Lee he already knows the plan that the older trainer is thinking of. Marshtomp, scatter them with water gun. Grovile, feint attack. Lee orders a second later, eyes trained on Corphish. You know who to target. Before the Aqua grunts or their Pokemon can process the orders of the trainers across from them, Marshtomp's throat swells with water, then he spits a pillar of water like a missile at the asphalt between Corfish and Puccina. Puccina's eyes bug out, and the dark-type canine just barely manages to jump to the side and out of the way. Corfish, however, is caught in the explosion of water and ripped up asphalt, which throws him off of his feet like a ragdoll. The lobster Pokémon hits the ground and scrapes his shell across it painfully. No one notices Grovile's form flickering and vanishing in the excitement. Puccina, howl and then bite Marshtomp. The short, bearded grunt yells. The muscular grunt's eyes shoot wide open when he sees an invisible shape displacing the rain behind his Pokémon. Corfish, look out behind you. The taller grunt's Corfish jumps to his feet and turns on a dime. His lobster claws glow a faint blue and one rises just in time to close around a three-fingered reptilian hand crackling with dark energy. A moment later, Feint Attack's invisibility fails, and Grovyle melts back into the world. Both Pokémon strain against each other, but remain in a deadlock. Grovile's face is still cool even with the pincer crushing his forearm. Not making this mistake twice. Lee smiles. Bullet Seed. Fuck. Corfish. Harden. The grunt trainer counters with gnashed teeth. Corfish throws Grovile's arm to the side in a burst of strength, then lets the glow around his claws fade as his shell stiffens and shines as if polished. Grovyle doesn't stumble at all from having Feint Attack deflected and instead whirls around in a full 360-degree turn, using the momentum given to him by Corfish. He digs his hind claws into the ground and skids to a stop with his maw open wide, then with a sound like a fully automatic pistol, Grovyle unleashes a point-blank bullet seed. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. The seeds ping off of Corfish's hardened armor with more than a few loudly ricocheting away, leaving scuffs and scratches. Several super-effective seeds hit dead center, cracking and denting his shell despite harden, leaving the lobster Pokémon reeling. Grovyle looses a final salvo before finally ending his attack, battering Corfish and pushing him back several inches. Lee takes his eyes off his battle to glance at Brendan's. He's just in time to see the bearded grunt's poor Puccina take a skull-rattling uppercut from Marshtomp, sending the canine off his paws and up into the air. Seismic toss. Before Puccina can fly away from the uppercut, Marshtomp's other hand shoots up and wraps around one of the dark type's hindlegs, stopping him cold. Then with a savage laugh, Marshtomp throws Puccina down and spikes the unfortunate wolf off the asphalt. Puccina hits the unforgiving ground with such force that all the air is driven from his lungs in a single explosive wheeze. Behind him, his trainer's face twists in sympathetic pain. So far, the only injury Marshtomp has is a bite mark on his leg that is just barely bleeding. Damn it all, Corfish. Do something. The taller grunt screams, dread beginning to form on his face. Back up and use Bubble Beam. Spread it out. Slowly leaking ichor from his wounds, Corfish grimaces and hops backwards. He takes a breath as his mouth glows water blue. Trying to make some distance? I don't think so. Lee shakes his head. Detect. Then close the gap with Quick Attack. Corfish breathes out a wide stream of gleaming, fist-sized bubbles at Grovyle. The lizard Pokémon smirks and dances around each bubble, sometimes with only an inch to spare. The wood gecko's eyes, glowing with Detect, leave ghostly trails of yellow in his wake. The mist bubbles slow down as they fly and explode behind Grovyle without effect. The water type strains himself to keep the bubble beam going, but after several seconds he begins to shake and his claws sag with fatigue. The instant the bubble beam begins to falter, Grovyle cloaks himself in the white aura of Quick Attack and moves as a blur of green, blowing away the water around his feet from the force. Leaf Blade. Corfish. Move. Shink. The aqua grunt's cry is half a second too late, as a leaf blade cruelly cuts into his Pokémon's back, cleanly cutting through Corfish's shell and drawing blood. Corfish stumbles forward with a weak chitter, then finally falls face first to the ground as his legs give out. He goes limp and pants harshly. Lee grins. Good work as usual, Grovyle. The grass type crosses his arms, being just the slightest bit ginger with his bruised wrist, and shifts the twig in his mouth dismissively. Both he and Lee turn to watch the end of Marshtomp's fight. No. Shit. The taller grunt presses his back against the door behind him when he sees his Pokémon fall. He turns to his partner and shakes the bearded man's shoulder frantically. We've gotta run. Take down. Run fucking where? The other gangster screams back, and taking his eyes off the battle proves to be a mistake. His Puccina freezes up in fright when Marshtomp bullrushes him like a train. Marshtomp smashes into the dark-furred canine in a full-body takedown, lifting Puccina up and throwing him back first into the side of the warehouse with a pained cry. The little wolf's head rebounds off the wall, and he falls to the ground like a sack filled with rocks, out cold. The bearded Aqua grunt looks between Marshtomp, Grovyle, Brendan, Lee, then his knocked-out Pokémon with his face going pale. With the battle over and the elation of a win quickly passing, Lee takes a single step forward with a scowl. Both of you, on your knees with your hands up. You're finished. For a moment it looks as if the pair might bolt, then the shorter of the two lets out a shaking sigh and drops to his knees before raising his hands high. It only takes a growl from Marshtomp to get the larger grunt to quickly drop and give in. Just 20 minutes later, the shipyard is lit up with the flashing blue and red lights of parked police cruisers and a single ambulance. And that's about everything, Lee recounts, watching as the now conscious dockworker is checked over by the paramedics parked nearby. He rolls Grovyle's occupied Pokeball in his hand as he talks. They complied until the first units showed up for an official arrest. One of your guys bagged him and tagged him, and you know the rest. Standing before him and Brendan with another officer holding an umbrella for her is Slateport's officer Jenny, who nods as she jots down Lee's statement in a PD-marked notebook. That's about what I expected. The woman murmurs with a frown. We've picked these two up for loitering before, but this is the first time they've really messed enough up to warrant anything other than a catch and release. She sighs and pockets her pen and notebook. The gang affiliation and sudden willingness to get violent are worrying, too. I didn't think a radical eco-group could go this far. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Lee thinks to himself. I should shoot Professor Birch an email or something about this. He might be able to pressure his guy in the league after another run-in like this. What's in this warehouse that would drive those guys to assault someone and try to break in? Brendan crosses his arms and taps his foot. If these Aqua guys are like that magma gang, then they're after something for some kinda environmentalist end, right? The officer holding the umbrella for Jenny clears his throat. If I may, a few of these enclosed docks are owned by Captain Stern, and may house submarines and the special deep-sea equipment to go with them. They may have been looking to steal one. Possible, but we'll need to interrogate them before we know for certain. Officer Jenny reaches a white-gloved hand into her pocket and withdraws a plastic bag with evidence emblazoned on the front. Inside is the thick, glass-screened device one of the Aqua thugs was using to hack the lock to the warehouse door. What I want to know is where they got an electronic lock decryptor. These things are expensive, too expensive for low-level gangsters to realistically get, and this one is bleeding edge. The door was unlocked when we disconnected it. Lee smiles inwardly and seizes the chance Jenny just gave him. Realistically? They have a wealthy benefactor. Or Aqua is something more sinister than just a gang of disgruntled hippies. I'd keep an eye on them, officer, and spread the word to other PDs and agencies to be wary. Who knows what their ultimate goals might be? Jenny's eyes narrow just the slightest amount. A rather strong warning, Mr. Henson. Is there something you're not saying? Lee is just a professional worrywart, don't sweat it. Brendan cuts in with a smirk aimed at Lee. We smoke their Pokemon easy, so they're probably nothing worth stressing over. And Brendan undoes my work. Lee holds back a sigh when Jenny relaxes. Well, either way, you boys are free to go, and thank you for stepping in this evening. Jenny smiles. You should head back to wherever you're staying the night and get a change of clothes before you two catch a cold. I can't believe you guys went and got into trouble without me. As the end credits of Lee's chosen movie begin to run, Zinnia sulks from her place laying belly down on Lee's bed. You could have called me or something, she grumbles, lifting her head out of her hands to look back. Lee himself sits against the headboard, clad in a sleeveless shirt and sweats. In his lap, Shinx greedily drinks from a warmed bottle of milk held in his hand. They weren't that strong, the scarred man replies, raising his eyes away from his Pokemon to Zinnia. No grand plans, no employing anything you taught me, just a 1-2 punch for Grovyle's opponent to go down, and Marshtomp brutalized that poor Puccina like it was nothing. I think if I called you in for backup, you'd complain about having to be out in the rain for a lackluster battle. Maybe, she sniffs and turns her ruby eyes back to the TV. Maybe? Brendan parrots from his bed, surrounded by his Pokemon and bundled tightly in nothing but underwear and blankets. The shivering boy blinks incredulously and pulls the covers around him a little tighter. I froze to the bone out there. It sucked, he whines. I think you would have hated it even more. Lee just rolls his eyes. Looking back down, he sees Shinx beginning to slow her suckling, and once she comes to a stop, he pulls the almost empty nipple-capped bottle away from her without any protest. All done, baby girl? He asks, setting the bottle on the nightstand. Mururu. Shinx stretches out on Lee's folded legs and rolls to her side, wiggling in delight when a hand comes down to rub her full belly. The sight alone is enough to make Lee grin. When he lightly drums 2 fingers on Shink's middle, she mewls and bats at them with her paws, zapping his hand with little static arcs making quiet pop-pop asterisk sounds. A sleepy snort drags his attention away from Shinx over to Vulpix, who lays asleep, napping for the 3rd time today. Why is she sleeping so much? Lee's smile slowly falls. I know she insists that she's fine, and she's not ill, but what is going on? Is she not getting enough sleep at night? She's not been irritable or anything. He mulls over the quandary. Maybe. Slowly and with as much finesse as he can, Lee reaches across the psychic tether to his fox, then lightly touches her sleeping mind. He worms past the dull shell of sleep around her brain and peers inside. A barrage of jumbled confusion and uncertainty knot his own ricochets around his skull instantly, and Lee has to suppress a wince from the sudden headache that blooms behind his eyes. The feelings are so strong yet so vague that he cannot even assign proper words to most of what Vulpix's unconscious mind feeds him. It's like hearing a language humans cannot hope to reproduce with their vocal cords blasting at jet engine volume, but in the deluge of psychic noise, Lee hears one thing that stands out in sharp contrast despite being near inaudible. Why am I? Lee pulls his mind away from his dreaming Vulpix, as if burned. The tiny hole in her hazy mind he gained entry with closes, leaving his brain blessedly quiet once more. He doesn't really notice Brendan's movie come and pass, too lost in thought to care. Why am I? What did she mean? Why were those words so clear? 2 Aquas got picked up by the cops in Slateport. They were stopped and beaten by a pair of powerful trainers before they could bust open Dockside Warehouse 3. They were likely after subparts. Agents are keeping an eye on the area to acquire the subparts for Magma's use. Courtney, right hand of Magma leader Maxie, rereads the curt report on her laptop screen before standing from her desk. Slowly, the short woman paces around her office. The Magma admin's office is Spartan at her own request, being little more than a side cave in the hideout of Team Magma. Her desk, computer, full file cabinets, a stack of books, a bed, and a few personal effects are the only things the purple-haired admin keeps. Once Maxie's plan comes to fruition, then she can allow herself frivolous luxuries. Courtney's blank eyes, the same hue as her hair, narrow slightly. The attached video file showed her the battle the Aquas got into, but in reality it was more of a curb stomp. The pair of grunts were par for the course, each with a single Pokemon of low to middling ability. They were no better or worse than any of Magma's foot soldiers. But the speed at which they were flattened left Courtney with a raised eyebrow. It took only a cursory search to find out that the older trainer, a fearsome man with an equally fearsome Grovyle, is researcher Lee Henson. All of his battles on BattleNet showed Courtney a curious hodgepodge of battle styles and powerful Pokemon. A Vulpix, a Grovyle, and a Corvisquire, all of whom hitting freakishly above their weight class. If the Magma admin didn't know better, she would swear that the Vulpix was some sort of pyrokinetic from the intense power and control of her fire attacks. Despite becoming a trainer so late in life, the man has already defeated 2 gym leaders and boasts an unreal win-loss ratio. The real number of wins could be much higher, as unless one films all of their own battles, many are usually missed. Returning to her desk, Courtney takes the worn mouse and tabs back over to Henson's BattleNet profile. The scarred, faintly frowning visage on her screen seemed to glare at her, daring her to do something. Lee Henson is dangerous, and any one of his Pokemon would cut swaths through Magma's foot soldiers. Already he's putting his nose where it doesn't belong, even if his actions today benefited Magma. Dangerous or no, if he dares to interfere with the plan, Courtney will remove him from the picture. The next trainer, however, interests her much more. Brendan Birch, the son of Nigel Birch. The boy is a prodigy, plain and simple. He dominates nearly all of his battles with a brutal cunning hidden behind a bright smile. He takes his time, and knows that sometimes ground must be given before more can be taken. His mind and his Pokemon are constantly being honed by the grindstone that is Lee Henson, and only a few short months into his career, he's already toppling gym leaders. The admin navigates to a saved link on her laptop, opening the BattleNet profile of young Birch. She watches the latest battle with what is reported to be his newest Pokemon, a Mawile. Once again, he plays his opponent like a fiddle. Birch's foe, a trainer in his late teens, sends out a Torkoal, which should have been a clear indicator of who was going to win from type advantage alone. Less than 2 minutes later, Mawile wins with only minor burns to show for it. Mawile uses Attract then feigns fright at Birch's direction to lure the unsuspecting Torkoal closer despite the other trainer's commands to stay put. A sudden, critical bite right to the head puts Torkoal out of commission. Brendan Birch battles like she does, and such skill has taken her to the position of admin in Magma. They are alike, and thus both can help change everything for the better of humanity. Both can help make Maxie's plan to save the world a reality. Slowly closing her laptop, Courtney stands and throws the red hood of her uniform over her purple hair. There are arrangements to be made. She mutters to herself, her feet guiding her to her leader's office. Chapter 21. Step up, trainers. Step up. The battle tent has fabulous prizes for trainers of all ages if they can brave the challenge. Test your skill and mind with Pokémon not your own. Maybe discover a new favorite. A smiling man in a colorful suit and tie bounds between onlookers passing by Slateport's battle tent, one hand holding a microphone and the other clutching crumpled tickets. By his feet, a Blossom duo cheerfully dances in tune with his voice. Behind him is Slateport's battle tent. Tent is a total misnomer considering the tent is truly a large, domed building painted an eye-catching red, blue, and white. Bombastic, upbeat music that would be at home in an arcade can be heard through the walls, and people are gathered around the windows, each of which have a TV mounted in them. Non-stop replays of the battles inside play on repeat, thrilling the people standing outside and making passers-by slow to watch. With Vulpix seated on his shoulder and Brendan and Zinnia flanking him, Lee stares down at the battle tent ticket in his hand as they all approach. Geez, this place always seems to be busy. Zinnia pulls her phone from her pocket and presses the side button, frowning at the 8:24 a.m. that stares back. It's one of Slateport's big attractions. Brendan begins, crossing his arms behind his head as he walks and takes in the sight of the tent. I'd be more surprised if it wasn't jumping all the time. Lee glances down at his ticket again, then to Vulpix, who regards the battle tent with a raised brow. It doesn't take telepathy to understand she's thinking the same thing as him. I take it they offer more than just battles? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Zinnia nods as the trio weave through the crowd around the front door and step inside. She lets out a pleased sigh with the AC in the tent blows away the muggy morning air. It's probably. Oh wow. She slows to a stop with Brendan gaping next to her. Lee blinks and looks around, suddenly feeling as if he were 10 years old again. Unbidden, a memory of a childhood birthday he spent at an indoor amusement park comes to him in sharp detail. The inside of the tent is dominated by a literal arcade, explaining the choice in music that could be heard outside. The darkened room expands out, feeling much larger than it really is. The floor is covered by game cabinets filled with kids, young teens, and Pokémon. On the far wall, ticket counting machines and a prize desk filled with all manner of things from cheap toys to Pokeballs to TMs of all things to win. Off to the right side, the arcade peters off and leads into a small restaurant and bar where a number of adults sit, some turned in their seats to watch their children. Hello. Welcome to the battle tent. Is it your first time here? Please take this. Lee and Co. stop staring at the scenery and turn to the voice. Standing before them and gyrating to the beat of the pounding music, a Ludicolo in an apron stands with a wide smile. His apron is adorned by the white and blue 3 Pokeball symbol of the battle tent, and pockets on the front hold different pamphlets. The dual grass water type reaches into the middlemost pocket of his apron and thrusts 3 pamphlets out to the trainers. Absently, Lee takes the offered papers and gives one to Zinnia and Brendan each. Hey pal, did you just talk? There is a squawk, and the scarred man looks up. Sitting on Ludicolo's broad headleaf is a chatot who looks at him with narrow-eyed annoyance. Sorry about that? Lee offers with an awkward smile. Say, sorry if this seems invasive, but did you actually speak or are you mimicking lines? If you're actually speaking for yourself, do you think I could ask your trainer for a short meeting? I'm a Pokémon researcher and, the chatot cuts Lee off with an irritated flare of his wings. Hello. Welcome to the battle tent. Vulpix takes this as her cue to nose Lee's cheek. He D**********T N******W*****T SP *****KO M***** NWO ***D. She says. It takes Lee a moment to decipher the telepathic speech, and when he does, he sighs. Damn. Sorry about Lee here, Brendan says with a sheepish grin. He's a bit of a nerd. We'll clear out of the doorway now. Ludicolo gives a non-committal hum and cheerfully dances over to a young couple who walked in behind them, totally unaffected by Chatot's sour attitude. Hello. Welcome to the battle tent. Is it your first time here? Please take this. A still grinning Brendan takes point, and Lee, nose in the pamphlet, follows behind him. Welcome to Slateport's battle tent. A place for trainers of all ages to come and have a great time. Try our arcade with over 200 different games meant to sharpen your skills as a trainer. Hungry? Head on over to our 3-star restaurant, the Taste of the Sea Bar and Grill. We stock only fresh ingredients and have your favorite drinks cold and on tap. We even have tasty and nutritional Pokemon food for all types. Make an event out of your day here. Talk to our front desk or visit our website to book one of our meeting rooms and get a discount on special package deals for your next birthday or corporate event. Or maybe you want a real thrill? Head down to our Pokemon Battle Arena and test your skill for fabulous prizes. Here in Slateport, we test your abilities as a trainer using our rental Pokemon. How fast can you come up with a plan on the fly? Can you seize opportunity when it's bared? Are you good enough to synergize with any Pokemon? Prove it here. F3. VIP Lounge F2, Staff Office F1, Arcade Restaurant B1, Meeting Rooms B2, On-Site Pokemon Center, Arena Seating B3, Battle Arena, Battle Check-in, much more comprehensive than I expected. Lee mumbles. When he looks up, he finds himself at the prize corner of the arcade just as a smiling worker hands Brendan back his debit card and a small bucket of arcade tokens. Zinnia, meanwhile, leans over the glass counter full of prizes with mild interest. There's the obvious stuff, like cheap toys and stickers that cost a measly 10 tickets. Some of the better stock costs 50 or 100, like an amusingly bad Torchic plushie. The higher-end winnings, like phones, game consoles, and large, quality plushies are at minimum several thousand tickets. Then there are the actual interesting prizes. Great balls for 50,000 tickets, some common TMs ranging between 100,000 to 300,000 tickets, and evolution stones starting at a mind-boggling million tickets. They all rest behind a case protected with much thicker glass. Lee quickly runs some math in his head. If 100 tokens are 20 credits, and assuming you're good at arcade games and win roughly 10 tickets per token, that's 20,000 credits for one of those stones. That's nearly twice the MSRP of a high-purity stone itself. The water and fire stones behind the glass are so close yet so far. Already he can imagine Vulpix as a majestic Ninetales, a Pokemon so beautiful grown men cry at the sight of her golden furred form. In his ear, Lee hears Vulpix chuff at the mental flattery. But not for that kind of money. Zinnia looks up at him and smirks as she stands straight again. Sticker shock? Scam shock more like. Lee grumbles. Come on, you too. Brendan holds up his plastic bucket of tokens and gives it a shake, jingling the shiny coins inside. It's not about the prizes, it's about the fun. Let's go. You can share my tokens. He eagerly turns and starts walking into the throngs of people bouncing between the games. Lee looks to a blank-faced Vulpix, then to Zinnia, who looks faintly amused. After you, Doolittle. They follow after Brendan, and as they walk, Lee glances around at the different games. Many of them are just that. Games. A few, however, do actually look like they might benefit trainers on some level. One is a light gun cabinet, where the player's ammo has different types, corresponding to Pokemon types, and they can only zap Pokemon on screen that would be weak to the ammo typing. Another is a rather basic-looking turn-based battling game almost like the Pokemon series on Earth. A different one, where Brendan currently is a glorified milk bottle pitching game probably meant to improve Pokeball aim. Small Pokemon plushie targets on mechanical arms move erratically, each one numbered. On the side of the machine is a trough where the Pokeballs are dispensed. Brendan hefts a ball painted like a Pokeball in his hands, then takes careful aim at the small, moving targets in the caged lane where the game is housed. He winds his hand back, then hurls the ball right at the smallest, furthest, trickiest target, a Melodic. The ball flies true, only to clip the Melodic's head and not count. The ball smacks against the rear of the cage as a buzzer sounds. Brendan's face goes from joyful to dour in an instant. Tough luck, Shorty, Zinnia giggles. Maybe try a closer one? She points to the biggest and slowest target, a Snorlax worth a single ticket. The young boy's face flushes in anger. You try it, then if you're so good. He takes a token from the bucket at his feet and drops it into the machine. A second later, the targets begin moving again and 3 more balls are dispensed with a clatter. Sure thing, Zinnia smirks and steps forward. She takes the first ball and rolls it between her thin fingers, taking a pitcher stance as she does so. Then with a deep breath, she takes one hopping step forward and throws the ball so fast that it flies with almost no arc. The ball whirls through the air like a dart, only to just barely miss when the Melodic jerks out of the way. The Birch Air snickers as Zinnia just calmly takes another ball in her hand. It's called a warm-up, Shorty, she says with a sniff. Watch this. She takes in another great lungful of air and holds it, then fires off her second ball. It brushes the melodic's tail, not counting as a hit. Now Zinnia is scowling. With a growl, she takes the final ball and whips it from her hand as hard as she can. The ball zips to the back of the cage like a lightning bolt, hitting the metal with a frightful clatter when it flies wide and misses entirely. Brendan openly guffaws as Zinnia's face burns red, and even Lee has to suppress a smile. No idea why you're laughing, kid. You're the one wasting your tokens on a rigged game. The dragon tamer crosses her arms and turns away with a grumble. When the youngest of the trio gets his mirth under control, he smiles and looks over to Lee. You want to give it a shot? He asks with a final giggle. Bring home the gold for us? Lee shrugs. I guess? He leans down and takes a token before popping it into the game. Like last time, the targets come to life and another the faux pokeballs are dropped into the trough. Don't laugh when I miss, though. He takes a ball in his hand and tosses it up and down. You might want to hop down, love. He sends to Vulpix. I don't want to launch you off your perch. The vixen mulls the suggestion over, then slides down to the floor to sit at his boots. Is there any pattern to how they move? Lee watches the targets carefully, but when no pattern emerges, he shrugs and winds his arm back. Here goes nothing. He looses the first ball, which flies at the distant melodic, but like with Brendan, the ball brushes the head without counting as a hit. With a frown, he takes the next ball and throws it at the melodic once more, but the ball flies wide and misses on the right. Taking the final ball, Lee suddenly has an idea that puts a smile on his face. Vulpix? Can you? The fox Pokémon doesn't need him to finish, as she gently grips his mind with her own, dragging her trainer deeper inside herself. Then, like a plug being inserted into a live socket, a jolt runs down Lee's spine, followed by a sudden nausea when he looks forward from two different perspectives, one much shorter than he. Vulpix jumps back up to Lee's shoulders with him watching from her eyes the entire time, then he can both feel and see her rest her head on top of his, giving him a perspective just slightly above his own. Lee blinks then almost stumbles when Vulpix not blinking throws him off. Okay, this is making me sick. Let's try and get it over with. Winding his arm back, Lee watches from both his and Vulpix's eyes. The dual, slightly offset perspective gives him a supernatural amount of perception and twice the visual input to work with. Then his arm moves. The entire time he throws, he adjusts his arm until it's perfect, and the faux ball flies in a light arc straight for the melodic, aim to nail it square in the middle where it's sure to count as a hit. Zinnia's eyes widen and Brendan gasps. Then the mechanical arm holding the plushie jerks out of the way at the last second, letting the ball whiff and smack the back of the cage. A second later, the buzzer sounds and the machine once again dispenses no tickets. Both Lee and Vulpix blink in disbelief as Lee mentally extracts his sight from Vulpix's eyes, instantly clearing his nausea. Yeah, fuck this. It's rigged. As one, Brendan and Zinnia break out into laughter that makes the latter of the two double over. New high score. Enter initials? Lee watches Brendan grin widely at the flashing screen, and using the light gun in his hand, the boy shoots the letters on the screen. A. S. S. He. High scores number 1. B and G 11,125,520 number 2. Loc 11,002,250 number 3. AS 10,800,050 number 4. Day 10,600,550 number 5. TTT 10,056,450. Oh geez, Brendan. Lee sighs. At his side, Zinnia giggles like a schoolgirl as she watches Brendan enter his name. Classy, kiddo. Really giving the kids after you something to aspire for. Even Vulpix wrinkles her nose at that one. Bet I could do better. Brendan reaches into his bucket of tokens, only for his hand to hit the plastic bottom. Huh? He peers down and sees none left. Aw, finally out? Lee asks, peering over Brendan's shoulder to see the empty bucket. You had a good run, I think. He says, looking at the tickets still pouring from the light gun game cabinet. You should get something nice. Not sure I'd call anything you can win in one afternoon nice, Doolittle. Zinnia dryly interjects from his left. It's mostly one credit store junk. Brendan gathers up the tickets at his feet when the game cabinet stops spitting them out and folds them into a neat stack. Even if it's junk, I'm going to go look anyway, he says, counting his tickets under his breath. No prob. Lee withdraws his battle tent ticket from his pocket and looks it over again. I'm going to register for my battle before it gets too late. See you two down there? You know it. Zinnia smiles. Come on, shorty. Let's get your junk then get some choice seats. She hooks her arm around Brendan's and drags the boy along, making him stumble with a yelp. They quickly vanish in the throngs of people in the arcade. Vulpix snorts from his shoulder, her irritation with Zinnia leaking over and tickling the back of her trainer's mind. I asterisk 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 I asterisk K asterisk US asterisk 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 D asterisk 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 to asterisk D asterisk 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 la asterisk 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 GR asterisk asterisk. Her message is almost totally garbled in her annoyance, too much for Lee to piece together. I know she hasn't been a good friend until recently, love, Lee sends back as he begins weaving through the people to the west wall, where a neon sign saying elevators hangs. And she made a lot of assumptions. And tried to drive a wedge between us. Okay, so her track record is pretty abysmal, Lee admits with a sigh. But I don't want to tell Zinnia to just get lost. I was serious when I said her experience and powerful Pokemon are tempting protection. Vulpix turns her frowning face to him, a wordless feeling of inadequacy on the forefront of her mind. No, it's not that either. Lee tries to keep his face from looking sour as he steps into the elevator with several other people, but still feels his lips pull downward. A few people look at him, a younger girl gaping in particular, but as usual the eyes are glued to his scars, not his full face. Thankfully no one seems to realize there is a silent conversation going on. You, Corvi, and Grovyle are my champions, my family. I know I can trust everything to you. Baby Shinx. The man pauses for a moment. I know she'll grow up to be as powerful as you three, then she can share that mantle too. You are my life, and that's why I want to stack the odds in our favor. The fox Pokemon bows her head slightly, a silent, apologetic whine escaping her lips. Lee then realizes that he's battering her with a barrage of emotion and constricts his side of their link, reducing the flow to a trickle. I get that you're upset, and you have every right to be. Just put up with Zinnia for now, okay? Who knows, maybe she'll keep the good behavior up. Okay why? Vulpix finally concedes. Although she hides it well, Lee can still feel why she gives in so easily. She's too tired to argue further. Vulpix, the vixen perks up as she's addressed by her name. Are you feeling okay? You've been exhausted for what seems like a week now, and I know you're not sleeping well. Please, if there is anything I can do to help, tell me. He keeps his peek into her sleeping mind to himself. Again, she takes time to answer. Then Lee is smacked with a jumble of confused emotions that nearly make him stumble into a woman in front of him as he steps out of the elevator onto the third basement floor. Vulpix shuts off the deluge of psychic noise after just a second with a sigh. 2. Complex. She haltingly sends to him, and already he can feel the second-hand migraine blooming in her skull as she slowly, painstakingly sounds out the telepathic English. Even with the effort, the words are coated with a curious psychic static that makes Lee's brain feel fuzzy just listening. Express. Plain. When. Talk. No. Vulpix struggles to formulate further words as her migraine worsens. You'll explain when you're better at telepathy, I understand. Lee halts her and steps off to the side so the people behind him can pass. He rests his hand on her head and pulls her into a half hug, gently rubbing her furry scalp behind her head tuft. She melts into the touch as the throbbing in her head slowly begins to subside. When you're ready, I'm ready. The flow of love from the fox is as warm as the furry pelt pressed against Lee's neck and cheek, making him smile. Heart to heart over, Lee keeps walking down the darkened hallway to the arena check-in. Checking in was a simple affair. Lee needed only to present his ticket, sign a few forms, and return Vulpix to her ball before the attendant at the desk led him into a musty back room behind the arena to select his Pokemon. Then came the difficult part. Actually picking which Pokemon he wants. Lee scrolls through the selections on one of the provided terminals in the rear of the arena with a frown. The Pokemon are all common fare, like a selection of Zigzagoons, Puchinas, Geodudes, Ninkatas, Shroomishes, Wurmples, and the like. The terminals are rather sterile in their descriptions of the Pokemon, and the moves all of them boast are less than impressive. Maybe my Pokemon really are spoiling me with their talent. Lee blinks. A regular Pokemon like one of these could manhandle me easily, but I still feel undergunned. Finally, he scrolls to an Electrike and pauses. Summary. Sex. Male age, 3 years old. Personality, volatile temperament. Quick to anger. Use caution. Known moves. Tackle, Leer, Thunderwave, Spark, Howl. Electric types only have ground as a hard counter. Lee rubs his chin. Howl and Leer give some flexibility, and Thunderwave is a utility move that's hard to beat. On-demand paralysis is a game changer. Mind made up. Lee clicks, confirm, steps off to the side, waiting for a tent attendant to bring him his Pokemon. It doesn't take longer than a minute for a teen in an apron bearing the battle tent logo to rush in via a side door, a Pokeball in her grasp. Lee Henson? She asks the gathered trainers. Lee raises his hand, and she quickly bounds over and hands the ball off to him before taking off in a hurry. Your match is in 20 minutes, sir. Feel free to get to know your Pokemon in the meantime. She's gone again through the same side door a second later. Busy place? Lee wonders under his breath, looking at the other handful of trainers still lining the walls trying to pick a Pokemon from the terminals. With a shrug, he taps the button on his lone Pokeball, making it open with its distinctive snap hiss and depositing a glowing white mass on the floor. The light fades, and a young Electrike takes shape at Lee's feet. The canine Pokemon shakes his head and glares up at him, his foul attitude already rearing its head. Lee crouches down slowly, but leisurely, not taking his eyes off of Electrike's and silently daring the young Pokemon to break eye contact first. Electrike lifts a lip to growl. Shish. Lee quickly presses a finger to the Pokemon's chin, halting the growl without looking away. None of that. We're working together for this match and I expect you to give it your all. Understood? Although the finger against Electrike's chin buzzes uncomfortably as an electric charge runs through it, the canine doesn't growl again and finally averts his eyes. I'm glad we have an understanding. Lee smiles without baring his teeth and stands again. Listen to me closely, and I'll lead you to victory as best I can. Electrike snorts. The man and Mon wait for roughly 15 minutes, and in that time, several of the other trainers with loner Pokemon are called to the arena. The matches seem to only take a few minutes each, but the lack of a TV showing the fights in the musty back room makes it impossible to tell exactly. That's probably on purpose. Lee muses. It makes for more of a challenge if we're going in blind and unsure of who we're fighting. Finally, one of the tent workers, a younger man, pokes his head in the room and glances down at the tablet computer in the crook of his arm. Henson, Lee. Lee gently nudges Electrike with his boot, rousing the electric type into standing. That's us, bud. Let's go put on a show. With his loner Pokemon on his heels, Lee is led through a winding hallway that splits down two paths. Coming down the path, Lee, his Pokemon, and his guide take is a dejected, older woman closely following another battle tent employee. They pass the pair, who are heading back to the waiting room. I take it the paths split into the two sides of the battleground? Lee idly asks as he follows the apron-clad employee leading him and Electrike. The man nods his head. Yes, sir. Did Amy go over the rules with you? Lee struggles to recall any of the name tags on the battle tent attendants he's talked to. After a second, he sighs. I don't recall talking to an Amy, no. The attendant nods. That's okay. The rules are simple. Matches are one-on-one. Win 3 to get a prize. You can swap Pokemon at the end of the match or keep Electrike. Standard tourney rules are in play. Simple enough. The scarred man agrees. They come to a stop at a thick steel door that the younger man opens. Gesturing inside, he smiles and says, "Good luck." Lee glances down to Electrike, who is bouncing nervously on his paws. Ready? The Pokemon answers with a short, eager bark. Lee and Electrike step out into the arena, and Lee raises to his brow a hand to shield his eyes from the harsh lights. When his eyes adjust, he gets a good look at the battle tent's main attraction. The ground is coated in astroturf that sports gouges, burns, wet patches, and spots that are totally upturned. Sports pads line the walls, also displaying an impressive level of damage. About 20 feet above the walls is a seamless glass window surrounding the entirety of the ring, and behind the glass are seats lined with people. Many of them are cheering and seemingly hollering, but the window allows almost no noise into the ring. It takes only a second to spot Brendan, Zinnia, and their released Pokemon, who found seats close to the window. Both humans wave down at Lee. If not for the obvious legitimacy of the rest of the battle tent, Lee would have sworn this area held illegal underground battles. Next up, we have Lee Henson of Little Root. An unseen announcer blares through an overhead speaker. His partner for today is the Spitfire Electrike. Can they take down Maybell and Snowrunt, who need just one more win for a prize? Let's find out. From the other across the arena, a young woman with long blonde hair strolls out and waves to the crowd with a wide smile. Trailing just behind her is a little Snowrunt, who takes a few hopping steps into the battleground. The strange Pokemon's expression is difficult to read. Electrike mirrors Snowrunt and steps forward without any prompting, a snarl on his face. A second later, a shimmering barrier flares to life on each side of the arena before fading into invisibility, locking the Pokemon in. Trainers, ready? The young blonde woman smiles brightly and Lee just nods, focusing on the Pokemon before him intently. Electrike is likely faster than Snorunt, and we want to keep that advantage out of the gate. One unlucky ice move could stop Electrike in his tracks and then it's game over. Lee takes a deep breath as his mind churns out ideas. Keep it simple, stupid. Electrike is a straightforward fighter like Grovile. Use his strengths and don't let up. Mabel has to know Snorunt can't keep up with an electric quadruped, so she'll likely start out with begin. Snorunt, use Icy Wind. The other trainer calls near instantly, pointing with a finger. A frontal attack out of the gate. Dodge left. Lee cries, keeping his voice loud and commands short just as Zinnia drilled into him. It still stings a little, remembering how casual and verbose the Dragon Tamer was with Bagon in their first battle. Electrike bounds to the side just as Snorunt exhales a cloud of crackling ice crystals and snowflakes, leaving a thick sheet of frost on the ground where the canine stood a second ago. Thunderwave. Lee orders again, voice filled with authority. Electrike growls and sparkles with a corona of bright yellow bolts, then he shoots a thin lance of lighting that crosses the field near instantly, zapping Snorunt and making the ice-type convulse violently on his feet. Snorunt, get out of. The blonde woman stops herself short when her command is much too late. Snorunt, use double team. Howl, and then spark. Lee doesn't relent. Now. Electrike throws his head back and cries out in a deep howl that cuts down and touches something primal in everyone in earshot. Then he's wreathed in another snapping coat of electricity before charging forward with a savage snarl. The astroturf smokes and curls under his paws as he runs. Snorunt can barely stop shaking long enough to screw his eyes shut and concentrate, but by the time the illusionary clones of Double Team begin to take shape next to him, Electrike strikes him like a dog-sized taser. The arena is filled with a stomach-churning, pop pop pop, of electricity flowing through flesh, and poor Snorunt is thrown off his feet from the force. The TP Pokémon rolls to a stop just a few feet away and struggles to rise, before giving out and falling to his belly. Snorunt, come on, baby. I believe in you. Mabel holds her hands together as if praying. Get up. After a few seconds, just as it seems like the buzzer is going to sound, the ice type slowly gets to his feet with a pained grimace, and the crowd above roars in approval. Lee bites his lip as Electrike looks back at him for an order. Be sportsmanlike and let them recover, or go for the throat. Lee. The man looks up at Zinnia, who has her hands cupped against the glass to help her voice carry through. Evo stones are a portental prize. Don't let this go. Beside her, Brendan nods frantically and presses his phone against the window. Not that Lee can see what's on the screen from this distance, but if he's actually agreeing with Zinnia. Spark. Snorunt, protect. Just as Snorunt stands and gets his bearings, Electrike slams into him again, this time driving the other Pokémon into the wall. Snorunt convulses as Spark runs through his body, then falls to the ground limp when Electrike backs off. A buzzer sounds overhead as the barrier around the arena falls. And that's that. Snorunt is down. Lee and Electrike are the winners without a scratch to show for it. The announcer says, prompting the onlookers to stand and cheer. Across the arena, the dejected Mabel recalls Snorunt into his ball and is led back through the door behind her by a man in a battle tent apron, but not before she turns and sneers at Lee and Electrike. Stupid pro tryhard. She holds her nose up as she leaves. Lee can't help but frown, but he wipes it off his face when Electrike proudly trots back to his feet, stubby tail wagging. See? I told you we'd win. The man grins and kneels down and offers a hand to his loner Pokémon. Electrike presses his muzzle into the offered hand, and Lee suppresses a wince when an electric jolt runs up his arm. Mr. Henson? Lee takes the excuse to withdraw his hand from Electrike and stands, turning to face the same young attendant who escorted him to the arena. The man clears his throat and looks down at a tablet in his hand. Your next match starts immediately. Would you like to swap Pokémon, or keep Electrike? The zoologist glances down at the green electric type, who looks back up at him expectantly. Why fix what isn't broken? Lee shakes his head. I'll keep Electrike. I feel a winning streak with him, pal? He smiles down at the Pokémon, who barks excitedly and wags his short tail faster. The attendant nods and smiles a bit himself. Good luck, he wishes before bowing out and leaving the arena again. With a final wobble, the shuddering and burned Pansage falls to the arena floor, unmoving. Even landing on the wince-inducing electrical burn on his chest does not rouse the simian Pokémon. Pansage, I know you've got one more in you. Come on. The middle-aged woman trainer on the other side of the arena tries to make Pansage fight further with her pleading. Lee shakes his head and turns his eyes back to his loned Electrike. Favoring his left side and panting harshly, the electric type's exhaustion from 3 back-to-back battles is obvious. Snorunt did no damage, but the Baltoy in the last match proved to be a pain in the ass thanks to its immunity to electric moves. What Lee expected to be a rough match actually wasn't that bad, just time-consuming when hit and run became the name of the game to escape Baltoy's Psybeam, which did hit Electrike once. Several times, the volume of Lee's voice swallowed the other trainer's commands or made him stop short, leaving Baltoy open. By the time the other trainer, a man of similar age to Lee, decided to start using Rapid Spin to ward off Electrike, Baltoy was on its last leg and only got one good hit in. Pansage was the toughest of all, being both faster and more versatile than Electrike with Vine Whip and Leech Seed. Something interesting Lee discovered? Spark fries planted Leech Seeds, and Vine Whip becomes a liability when the foe can light themselves up like a stun gun and zap the Vine Whip user via their own whips. One such zap opened Pansage to a surprise Thunderwave, then the immobilized monkey Pokémon was promptly assailed by a barrage of Howl-empowered spark attacks. Electricity is such a powerful element. Although he would never dream of forcing her to battle, Lee silently hopes that Shinx can learn to wield her electrical powers like a pro. Overhead, the buzzer sounds for the third time. That's it. Lee Henson has cleared the Battle Tent Challenge and is our second winner today. The announcer's voice is punctuated by cheers. Brendan in particular gives a standing ovation with a bright grin. I feel like I overtrained for this. Lee shakes his head and waves to the other trainer. Hey, good match. The woman, Lee didn't catch her name, just huffs and recalls Pansage before handing the ball off to the battle tent attendant behind her. On the field, Electrike finally gives in to his exhaustion and falls to his rump, still panting like he ran a lap around the entirety of Slateport. Opponents like Snorunt, Baltoy, or Pansage would barely wind one of my team. But Electrike isn't one of mine. This was probably a huge uphill fight for him. Lee raises the loaned Pokeball in his hand and levels it at the exhausted Pokemon. You helped me to a big win, pal. Thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it without you. Electrike turns and stands, his head held high as he's sucked back into the Pokeball as a beam of red light. Lee hands the ball to the attendant behind him and gives one final wave to the roaring spectators before stepping back into the darkened hallway. The battle tent worker closes the door behind the both of them, and the trek back to the waiting room is spent in silence until Lee breaks it halfway back. I'm only the second one to win today, eh? He asks over his shoulder to the attendant. What do I win? The young man at Lee's side smiles a strained customer service smile as they stop back in the musty waiting room filled with terminals. The prizes are randomized, sir. It could be anything, so I'm not getting a Firestone, then. Lee grouses, making the apron-clad man falter. He sighs. That's fine, I guess. I still need to talk about evolution to my Vulpix. No need to get ahead of myself. While a Firestone is a tall order for our easiest tent, I think you'll find this to be a decent compromise. Both Lee and the battle tent employee turn to face the interloping voice, the latter stiffening. With a grin on his face, a short, rotund man with curly brown hair wearing an all-alon shirt and sunglasses stops to Lee's left. In one of the man's hands is a small box, and the other hand is raised in a wave. Yo, he greets, voice as cool and laid back as he looks. "'Es sir. I didn't realize you were visiting today." The attendant escorting Lee hastily steps up and gives the man a deep, proper bow at the waist. Lee blinks, a half-forgotten memory surfacing as he scans the very tourist-looking man. Some kind of VIP? No. Where have I seen this guy? Not in the games. Or was he? Damn. I need to dig my old phone out and do a replay of Pokemon Emerald to refresh my memory. No need for that. The still unnamed man adjusts his sunglasses and waves off the bow. I just popped in when I saw a trainer of interest register for our challenge here. Lo and behold, he wins handily. Hey, we're going to need to put that Electrike up for adoption soon. He's probably too experienced to stay here after battling under an elite in the making. He thrusts a hand forward with a smile. My name's Scott. I'm the owner here. Nice to meet you properly, Lee. Lee's eyes widen when the man's name suddenly fills in the missing piece of the puzzle. Oh shit. The Scott? The Battle Frontier owner? Fuck. How did I forget that? Outwardly, he clears his throat and clasps Scott's hand for a handshake. The performance was enjoyable, I hope? And meet me properly? Scott laughs when Lee releases his hand. Not as enjoyable as seeing your personal Pokemon battle, but I had a good time watching. I caught yours and Miss Zinnia's performance in Dewford's yearly brawl at the tail end of my vacation and I've been hooked ever since. Scott clears his throat as his smile becomes more businesslike. There's little I enjoy more than watching rising stars. You, Miss Zinnia, and Mr. Birch are all such stars. I've found a handful of others this year, but you three are some of my favorites. It was Nigel Birch's reign of terror over the Ho and Gym circuit 20 years prior that started my fascination, you know? He crosses his arms, and even with sunglasses on, the nostalgia in Scott's eyes is undeniable. Then I find his son, a dragon tamer, and a mysterious newcomer turned lab trainer traveling together trashing gyms and tournaments like Nigel did? The short man's grin is face-splitting. Oh ho 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 ho. Hoenn is due for a shakeup. It's been too calm since Stephen Stone took power, and I think you three are the ones to do it. Lee bites his lip. You intend for us to challenge the battle frontier someday? Someday soon. He nods, grin still locked in place. Here, he holds the box in his hand out. After I saw your Trico turned Grovile's impossible win in Dewford, I've been wondering what a boost would do for him. I think this is better than one of our regular prizes. Gingerly, Lee takes the unmarked cardboard box and at Scott's silent urging, pulls it open, letting out the scent of loamy earth and revealing the inside. Sitting in a velvet-lined indent inside is a cloth band with a glittering, seed-like gem sewn into the center. The gem faintly glows a sunlight gold even in the bright fluorescent light of the room. What is it? Lee wonders aloud, picking up the band and holding it aloft. Scott chuckles. I thought a researcher like you would have known? The zoologist's face colors red a bit, drawing another chuckle from the shorter man. It's a miracle seed, Scott explains, reaching out to tap the gem with a finger. A seed so overflowing with grass energy that it empowers the grass techniques of the wearer. Mr. Grovile will enjoy a nice boost to all of his grass attacks, and it's legal in most tournaments too. Lee's mouth drops open a little. I hadn't even thought of using held items. Then again, I've not come across anyone else using them either. You'll encounter trainers using doodads and baubles like these the more serious you become. Scott practically reads Lee's mind with a knowing nod. The smart ones will try to hide their use when they can. I know Roxanne has a magnet somewhere on her nosepass painted to camouflage it, and if Brawley is following his father's example, then his Pokémon probably have Koba berries ready to bite down onto dull flying attacks. That actually explains a lot. It was weird that Nosepass's discharge was so strong, and Brawley's Pokémon took Corvy's attacks with more ease than I would have expected. Only the brazen wear their gear casually. Scott finishes, not noticing Lee's thoughts. Make of that what you will. Then he reaches up and clasps Lee's shoulder. It's a shame I couldn't see your friends fight, but I understand given the ticket price. Next time, I'll call ahead and let the next tent know that you three are battling as VIPs. He then withdraws a business card from his pocket and slips it into Lee's hand. We'll keep in touch, okay? I'll be watching your career closely. As Scott turns and walks away through a staff door with a wave, leaving Lee and the gaping attendant behind him, Lee looks down at the card in his hand and rolls it between his fingers. I can't escape this main character bullshit, can I? He wraps the miracle seed up and stuffs the business card into the box before making his way out of the back room, passing another group of people being led in to pick Pokémon to battle with. Alone in the elevator, he takes Vulpix's ball from his belt and pops it open, depositing the vixen on the carpeted floor. Barely even needing to blink the spots out of her sight, she jumps to Lee's shoulder, gives him a short nuzzle in greeting, and reconnects her mind to his. Without bothering to ask, she scans through his memories of the last hour lethargically. You slept in your ball, didn't you? Lee asks, already knowing the answer. Vulpix's wince and surge of guilt is immediate. It's nothing to be upset over, Lee murmurs, reaching a hand up to stroke her soft cheek as the elevator begins to rise. We'll keep practicing your telepathy until you can tell me what's on your mind, right? You helped me, and I'll help you. Just try to get some sleep at night, okay? In her throat, Vulpix makes her curious knot purr and gives the man a lick across the side of his nose, her warm gratitude making his chest feel light. The elevator stops on floor B2 and opens, letting in a handful of people going up, Brendan and Zinnia among them. Brendan immediately beelines for Lee with a hand held up for a high five. That was awesome. Way to clown on everyone who looked your way. Lee huffs out a laugh and meets Brendan's hand with his own for a loud smack. Clown on them? Is that some kind of figure of speech? The boy trainer just sticks his tongue out at his older friend. Get with it, old timer. In all seriousness, well done, Doolittle. Zinnia steps in with a smile. All the Pokémon here are roughly on par with each other, and you took 3 wins pretty skillfully. The matches were a little dull, but that's more because the low-level trainers and low-level Mons rather than you. She easily ignores the ugly looks from a few people in the elevator, one of them Maybell, the first trainer that Lee denied a win. You've already got the bond thing down, and now you're on track to be She pauses for some reason, red eyes looking away in thought for a moment. Worthy of some really amazing stuff. Lee raises a brow, and Zinnia awkwardly clears her throat. I'll explain what I mean later. How much are battle tent tickets? Brendan asks Zinnia, steamrolling over the conversation. Oh, he turns back to Lee. What did you win? Zinnia grins evilly. They're 350 some credits, shorty, and no consolation prizes. The elevator dings and reads, F1. The door opens, letting everyone inside out. What? Brendan exclaimed, and he, Lee, and Zinnia walk off to a corner to finish talking. Over 300 credits. That's criminal. Lee shakes his head and looks at the Draconid tribeswoman as well. Did you seriously blow 350 credits on an apology gift? One that wasn't sure to have some kind of return on investment? Yes and yes, she crosses her arms under her bust and preens with a smile. And no return? You won, didn't you? I'm curious too, what did you get? Holding the box up, the camo-clad man opens it and shows the pair of curious faces the miracle seed inside. A miracle seed? Brendan breathes. Wow. That's not an Evo stone, but that's not a waste of credits either. Zinnia whistles and grins. Ha. Stringbean is already a lean, mean, sword-fighting machine. This is going to kick him up a huge notch. Look at the purity of this thing. It's even glowing. She turns and looks back at the elevator with calculating eyes. If these are the kinds of things they give away, I might need to get a ticket for myself. I don't get the feeling that this is in the usual winnings pool. Lee closes the box again and slouches so Vulpix can step over the straps of his backpack that he pulls off. He drops the seed in his bag and replaces it over his shoulders. The head honcho of the place gave it to me. He said he's been following our progress since Duford. The dragon tamer's head whips back around so quickly that the collar of her cloak makes a snap sound. Someone's been stalking us? Not like that. Lee holds his hands up passively. He's some bigwig who owns the battle tents and the battle frontier. The guy's name is Scott, and he said he wants all of us to eventually take the battle frontier challenge. Really? Brendan's eyes light up like Christmas came early. He balls his hands and bounces in place. No way, the battle frontier is only for the best of the best. It's where elites rub shoulders and champs hang out. He wants us there. Brendan almost squeals in happiness. Holy crap, that's awesome. Know a lot about it? Zinnia asks with a raised brow. You're fanboying out real hard. The birch heir scoffs. Of course I do. Dad was invited to the battle frontier when I was little but turned it down to keep his career as a professor. Honestly, I think he should have gone for it. I need to look up Professor Birch's battles sometime. Can you remind me next time we have some time, love? Vulpix flicks an ear in acknowledgement, then silently reminds him of something else he forgot. Oh, Lee exclaims, drawing both Brendan and Zinnia's attention. Scott also mentioned that any other battle tents we visit are free of charge. He wants to see you two battle as well. Brendan's mouth drops open in surprise, and Zinnia just smirks greedily. In the forest path leading to Route 110, the road to Mauville just north of Slateport, two blurs of green and blue cease clashing at an unspoken signal and materialize into a pair of Pokémon. On the right, Brendan's Marshtomp pants with his eyes wide and almost manic. His body is littered with cuts, small bruises, and one deep slash in his thigh that bleeds profusely. The mudfish's whole body shakes with energy aching to be released, and his fists are clenched so hard that his knuckles are bone white. Across from Marshtomp, Lee's Grovyle stands coolly with his arms crossed as the leaf blades on his wrists power down. Any who know him well can see how deep his breaths are and the tremor that runs through his legs, however. His form is black and blue with bruises and busted scales, and his usual chewing twig is bent, clearly broken. He shifts the twig to the other side of his jaw, which lacks a swelling bruise shaped like a three-fingered fist. Around the wood gecko's neck, a black neckerchief bearing a radiant seed sits, ruffled. Nice job, Marshtomp, Brendan praises from behind his Pokémon. The young trainer already has a spray bottle of potion and a water-soaked rag at the ready. He steps in and gently guides his Pokémon into a sitting position before spraying down Marshtomp's wounds, who barely notices the disinfecting sting. When the cuts close, he wipes the spots of blood away with his rag. Never let a type disadvantage keep you down. The water Pokémon takes a deep, gurgling breath and lets out a jolly laugh as his energy finally dissipates. Lee, with Vulpix in her usual spot astride his shoulder, mirrors Brendan and steps up to Grovyle with the super potion he bought a number of days prior. Like usual, Grovyle needs no spoken encouragement and doesn't so much as flinch when the super potion soaks into his scales, reversing the bruises and growing new scales in a way Lee knows has to be itchy as hell. When Grovyle sees his trainer's pleased smile, though, the grass-type stance relaxes ever so slightly. With his Pokémon treated, Lee wipes his forehead with his sleeve and pulls his phone from his pocket, gazing at the time. I think that's enough of a spar for now. Take a rest, Grovyle. The gecko nods easily, so Lee returns him to his ball in a flash of red. Same for you, Marshtomp. Brendan holds out his ball. Rest up. I'll need your help coaching Mawile when we stop next time. Marshtomp gurgles again and raises a finger in a rough thumbs up with a smile before vanishing into his ball as a mass of red light. Okay, you too, Zinnia calls from the shade of a tree to the side. At her feet, a wide-eyed Shinx and bored Shelgon stand. Time to bail out of here before a ranger shows up. She points a finger behind them. Lee and Brendan both turn, then pale as one. A few trees along the path are laying on the ground, felled in the furious fight between Pokémon. A few are cut clean through as though done by a giant razor, and some look as if someone mistook a sledgehammer for an axe but was too stubborn to stop until the tree fell. Well, Mavil is several days away on foot, so let's not dally. Lee clears his throat and turns away from the mess. He kneels down, and Shinx darts away from Shelgon's side into his arms, drawing a smile from him wide enough to pull at the marred side of his face. Zinnia returns Shelgon to his ball and falls in step with Lee and Brendan as they quickly walk northward, away from their impromptu battleground. You know, if you keep spoiling her by carrying her around, she's going to turn into a wussy daddy's girl. The dragon tamer eyes Shinx, who ignores her in favor of cuddling into Lee's arms. That's fine, Lee sniffs, shifting his arms so the cub in his grasp can get comfortable. Nothing wrong with that. She can walk if she wants. If not, the fresh air will do her some good. Zinnia just chuckles. Sure thing, Doolittle. Sure thing. Interlude 4. For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, Zinnia wonders just what she was thinking when she joined Brendan and Lee on their journey. A full day's travel led the group to stop about 3 hours away from the intersection of Route 110 and Route 103, and another full day from Mist Village, the halfway point between Mavil and Slateport. Along the way, they stopped to rest several times and passed a number of other young trainers, most of whom shied away at the sight of Lee's stoic mug. Even with the adorable furball of a Shinx in his arms to break the tension, the taller trainer is just too daunting looking for kids to challenge. Not wanting to come off as a bully as he said before, Lee never issues a challenge first. The wandering trainers gladly challenged her and Brendan, though. She battled one while Brendan battled another. Her opponent, a flirty boy of roughly 15 years of age, had a Lombre with a rather impressive repertoire of moves, but considering the power of all the moves were piss poor, it instantly told Zinnia that the kid focused too much on learning new moves rather than mastering old ones. Gumi struggled in the fight, but netted a narrow win. Brendan's Mawile fought his battle. One against a 12-ish-year-old girl with a Doduo. The girl was just a budding trainer, so Brendan had Mawile bait Doduo into range, then finished Doduo with a single, merciless crunch. Neither Brendan nor Lee seemed interested in the Pokémon in the area, but Brendan, following in Lee's thrifty footsteps, recruited his Pokémon into looking for berries and wild veggies as they walked. They did find a mostly empty bush of Aspire berries, but Shroomish ate the remainder of the disgustingly sour things despite how his face puckered up like a Grumpig's rear end afterward. The dragon tamer breaks out of her thoughts when Shelgon nudges her knee. Sitting on his shell, Swablu tilts her head and peeps out an inquisitive trill. Zinnia sits up from her spot leaned against a tree and reaches her hand out to rub across Shelgon's smooth shell. I'm fine guys. Just pondering, is all. She grins and looks around their Twillet camp. Lee is sitting cross-legged at the foot of his and Brendan's tent. In his lap, Vulpix dozes as a lazy loaf of fox, not at all minding Lee using her back as a prop for his phone, which is playing another one of those trainer school courses. Pokémon evolution catalysts can be split into 3 primary causes: a dry voice, one that makes Zinnia sleepy just listening, drones from the Pokegear branded device. Age, experience, and external causes. As seen here, Pokémon require one or more of these factors to undergo evolution into their next stage. Several examples, such as the Charmander line of Kanto, Trico line of Hoenn, and Totodile line of Johto, require only battle experience to evolve. These Pokémon can undergo evolution at a young age should they have talent and a guiding hand. Others like, okay, enough of that. Lee's Grovyle is meditating off on his own under a tree, but Shinx and Gumi, being inquisitive little boogers, keep bothering him. More than once the exasperated lizard has tried to get them to meditate with him just so they would quit, but Shinx could barely sit still for a minute and Gumi quickly followed his new best friend's lead. I hope some of Shink's confidence rubs off on Goom. The little guy could use it. Zinnia watches the cub and tiny dragon trundle off to find something else entertaining. Corvusquire is high up in a tree above the camp, brooding as per usual. His head slowly swivels around, keeping watch. Despite working himself to the bone for almost 2 hours prior practicing Swift, the crow Pokémon doesn't seem winded. In the low light, his feathers shine with a faint polished iron gleam. In Brendan's little corner of the camp, he and his Pokémon are huddled around a small dry erase board in the boy's lap. His voice is low enough that Zinnia can't make out what he's saying, but from how engaged his Pokémon look, he's probably discussing some kind of battle strategy with them. It won't be long before Shorty catches up and surpasses Lee and myself. She muses to Shelgon and Swablu. We're going to have to up our game. Oh, how she wishes that taking her Pokémon to new heights meant staying competitive with her friends. For the 1001st time, Zinnia wonders what she was thinking, joining Lee and Brendan. Her plan was all laid out, and she threw it away on a hunch, a feeling in her gut. Even now as she rests, the clock ticks damningly, each second another punishment for her inaction. In less than a year's time, Hoenn, her people, and her Pokémon will all be reduced to ruin. As surely as she draws breath, deep in space, beyond the safety of their beautiful planet, death draws closer and closer. Ancient Draconid texts all speak of this year, predicted over and over by many an oracle, who emerged from their prophetic trances from the world between Pale and Ill. Without fail, their warnings matched the prophecy word for word, even if they lived their entire life without knowing the prophecy beforehand. Beware. Beware the hateful intruder. Beware the end of our home. It comes uncomprehending of our plight, and with a shell of earth born to another sun, it will see our home gone and her inhabitants reduced to ash. Only the Almighty who claims the sky and a champion with the power of ascension might avert disaster. Save us, Almighty. Save us, champion. Scholars pored over the texts for years and all came to one conclusion. A meteor sized to destroy the entire region and devastate the wider world is on a collision course with Hoenn, and only godlike power has any hope of destroying it. The godlike power belongs to the ultimate dragon, the one who the Draconids still speak of in hushed, revered whispers. Rayquaza. The almighty dragon would not be enough alone, however. He would need the power of ascension, unlocked with a bond to a powerful human. This Rayquaza and human, working in tandem, would save Hoenn. And who is usually the strongest trainer in the Draconid tribe? The Lorekeeper. Then Aster, the best Lorekeeper in generations, the perfect woman to understand and empower Rayquaza, died and left the mantle to Zinnia. Aster's very memory seems doomed to live on only within Zinnia. Zinnia sighs and tucks a bit of her hair behind her ear. At the same time, her other hand trails down and wraps around a cold, empty Pokeball at her belt. The way the ball chills her fingers makes her chest hurt. Thankfully, neither Lee nor Brendan have noticed her moping. Her plan was all figured out. She would infiltrate Magma or Aqua, let the Jokers summon their legendary Pokémon, then seize the opportunity when Rayquaza came down to quell Groudon and Kyogre. In the meantime, she would train and grow strong enough to impress Rayquaza, so she could power his ascension with Mega Evolution and save Hoenn. It was simple and effective. Then she met Lee and Brendan and her plans went right to hell. Brendan was just an uppity kid in her eyes only several weeks ago. Other than his family name, he wasn't anything special. Then he began to improve. His clumsy battles swiftly formed up into a game of both brains and brawn for the boy. He learned his Pokémon's strengths and learned to pace himself. His slow and methodical way of battling grows more and more advanced by the day, and it only sharpens the more she and Lee spar with him. Truly, it won't be long before she and Lee are struggling to keep up. The kid has a good head on his shoulders and faces every day with a grin even if he stumbles along the way. The more and more she thinks, the more Zinnia sees Brendan as elite, or even champion material. Then there's Lee. The man is frustrating, for lack of a better word. A man becoming a trainer so late in life is unusual, but not unheard of. A man becoming a trainer late in life looking like he went 3 rounds with a pissed-off Charizard with a rare Vulpix as a starter is just bizarre. She thought the dooford punk Andre may have been onto something with his failed trainer, Dig, but that doesn't make sense now. Lee has too many gaps in his knowledge, and his way of battling had little in the way of cohesiveness until recently. Even a failed trainer would have something. Then he displays so much medical and behavioral knowledge of Pokémon that he could be mistaken as a professor if you slapped a white coat over his shoulders. Then the other things, like how powerful his Pokémon are, yet Lee cringes if they so much as get a cut in battle, or how Pokémon just seem to understand him and grow at obscene speed under his care. Only Aster could do the things he could. It makes no sense, and damn, it's frustrating. She promised not to pry if he didn't want to say, though. Just a few weeks ago, she would have never agreed to such a promise, and thus Zinnia realizes something. She meant to only travel with them long enough to figure out the secrets Lee is hiding, but then something happened. Brendan and Lee became her friends. The first one since Aster, and like Aster, they're changing her. Her plan to infiltrate Magma and Aqua and let them summon their Pokémon seemed so bulletproof. A few people may die in the chaos and some things may be destroyed, but it's a small price to pay. Until she wondered what Brendan and Lee would think. The shrimp would instantly decry the idea like the little hero that he is. No amount of suffering would agree with him, and he'd loudly let her know. It might be enough to break their friendship, or even spark a battle that Zinnia isn't sure she could put 100% into. His Pokémon would thrash hers in her weakness, then he'd demand that they all work together to do it the right way, by finding and calling Rayquaza themselves somehow. Lee, ever so pragmatic, might actually agree with her. The dummy would reluctantly follow her if he could convince his Pokémon. Zinnia has seen the 1,000-yard stare and the guilt that chews at him when he thinks no one else is looking. She can barely stomach the thought of putting another burden like willingly sacrificing lives on him. It may not even matter, though. Lee might already know. For every one thing Lee is ignorant of, he seems to know something else that, by all rights, he shouldn't. The telepathy, the wildfire moves, modifying other moves like Swift, knowledge of legends and her tribe. It's not too far-fetched to think he could know about the secrets of Mega Evolution, the mythical ascension of a Pokémon fueled by the bond between Pokémon and human, the coveted ability of the Draconids. He might even know the Draconid prophecy. Or at least Mega Evolution was coveted until that bastard Sycamore poked his nose where it didn't belong and blabbed to his buddies. Do I keep quiet and wonder if Lee, and by extension Brendan, knows? Or do I tell them and deny them the chance of living without the burden? The woman grimaces. Brendan would want to know, but if Lee is keeping his mouth shut because he doesn't want to be involved, then he might try to help out of a sense of duty if I say something. Zinnia sighs and stands. I'll think about it. She stands and waltzes over to Lee with Shelgon and Swablu on her heels. Lee seems too engrossed in his video class to notice her approach. Vulpix, however, cracks open an eye to level Zinnia with a frosty glare. Zinnia ignores the fox in favor of flopping down next to Lee, making the man jump a little and turn to her. Zinnia? He asks, pausing his video. He looks away from her for just a second when Shelgon and Swablu settle by her. What are y'all working on, Lee? She asks, peering over at the notebook she can now see on his other side. It's filled with medical jargon that she can barely make sense of. You're cramming like you've got a test coming up. He shrugs. I do, actually. Zinnia blinks at the answer. Huh? I've started taking the courses from the Rustboro Trainer School in earnest. He smiles a smile that doesn't quite lift the mangled side of his face. They're pretty understanding regarding work and travel and all that, so I don't plan on actually going until this league year is over. In the meantime, I'm brushing up so when I do go for a placement test, I can hopefully skip a year or two on a 4-year degree in Pokemon nutrition. If I'm really feeling masochistic, maybe I'll go back for another degree in Pokemon medical science or psychology. He lets out a short laugh, more of an amused exhale, really. Zinnia smiles in return. Too bad a giant flaming rock could put a damper on that. She banishes the thought and continues on. What brought this on? Lee's smile becomes overly polite, and instantly Zinnia can tell he's uncomfortable. Well, after our heart-to-heart in Slateport. Vulpix's glare redoubles, but Lee cups her chin with his hand and gently strokes her cheeks without looking. The Pokemon huffs and looks away. I've kind of been wondering what kind of direction I want my career as a Pokemon trainer to go in. He hums. Battling is fun, and while my Pokemon enjoy it, I'm not too keen on that being my main career. I've promised to make them strong and take them to the top of the world. He glances over at Grovyle, who is meditating in peace, before turning back. So I'll fulfill that promise, but after that dream is accomplished? I'll probably stick to academics and caring for Pokemon. Professor Birch's endorsement is nice, but I can't make it into the big leagues on that alone. Hence, studying. He wants to be a Pokemon professor or something. Zinnia wonders to herself. I guess that isn't too surprising. She nods. Yeah, I can see it. Have fun with the tuition fees, though. She snorts. Lee's face twists into a grimace. I can't escape student debt, it seems. He was in debt before? The Draconid frowns and voices her thoughts. You were in debt before? Lee tries to hide a wince, keyword tries. Aw, yeah, did I ever tell you about my home? Zinnia shakes her head, too worried that a verbal reply might spook Lee into clamming up again. Across the camp, Brendan's troop suddenly falls silent as well, obviously listening. It was an isolationist region called the United States of America, he begins slowly. He doesn't glance at Vulpix, nor does she look at him. It was a lot like Ore, where there was no wild Pokémon. Instead, animals that Pokémon would have otherwise driven to extinction lived in the wilds. The dragon tamer nods again, her brain turning. I had a degree in zoology and frequently worked with large carnivores. Lee draws one of his sleeves up, showing his arm. With a finger, he traces a few thin scars. That's where all of this came from, and the debt came from the degree. Zinnia doesn't miss how Lee refers to his home in the past tense, and despite her burning curiosity, she refrains from asking. Big carnivores? Like what? Lions and other large felines, he smiles fondly, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Much weaker than a Pokémon, but they were majestic creatures that captivated me from a young age. If you dared not pay them the respect they were owed, they would cut you down in a heartbeat. I learned the hard way a few times. He chuckles. My last day there, I drew the short straw and had to feed Mara, one of the tigers. They're another type of large, predatory cat. Mara was in heat, though, and was feeling extra cuddly. When I went back to my normal charges, the lions, my oldest lioness caught the scent of Mara on me. She was furious and tried to get into my blind spot so she could jump me. Zinnia can't help but scratch her head at how casual he sounds when normally Lee is so danger shy. Jump you? Kill me, I mean. He shifts, and without any prompting, Vulpix raises from her spot in his lap and does a stretch. Makiri had full intention of making her anger known, so with haste born of caution, I got out of there. By now, the night is setting in, so as per usual, Vulpix seats herself near the center of the clearing and conjures a blazing ball of fire over her head, lighting the camp. Around her, different flaming shapes flare to life, each one morphing as they orbit her at varying speeds. Lee snaps his fingers, and instantly Shinx turns away from pondering how to climb Corvusquire's tree to face Lee. With barely any delay, she toddles across the clearing, stumbling once and hops into Lee's lap with a mule, leaving a frantic Gumi behind. The man smiles down at the kitten, and this time it's a real, tender smile. Heya, baby girl. Getting into trouble? Shinx blinks her big yellow eyes up at him and twists so that she's laying on her back. Moreo? She bats at the hand that comes down and rubs her belly with her tiny paws. Lee chuckles and deflects her baps and boops with a finger. It's getting dark and time to settle down, okay? Let's get your therapy done and then you can have dinner. The bright yellow eyes quite literally shine at the prospect of food, so Shinx goes still, letting Lee gently take one of her hind legs and massage it in gentle, circling motions. All the while, the kitten purrs and lets her eyes drift shut. Where was I? He asks, turning back to a still bewildered Zinnia. Right, Makiri. The thing with lions and other big cats is that they don't like to come at you from the front, it's always from the side or behind. Their psychology in hunting and hostile encounters is rooted in identifying low-risk, high-reward positions, like attacking prey who aren't aware of them. If they've been seen, they'll give it their all to wait until the prey's guard is down or move to a more opportune position. With that in mind, I kept my eyes on her and backed out. His smile steadily falls. I really loved them. Many things suddenly make sense to Zinnia, and all at once, guilt crashes down on her as many dots connect and form the beginnings of a grim picture. The dependence on Vulpix, the burns, the odd knowledge peaks and valleys, his insistence on adopting Shinx. They make sense now. Her questions on the things he shouldn't know and the feeling that he's still holding something back are forgotten for now. Zinnia clenches a fist under her cloak and fights to keep her face neutral. She wants to ask what happened and why, but the words refuse to budge. Instead, she gulps. Right. She lets the conversation die and desperately tries to think of something else to talk about before the silence stretches into something awkward. Say, what are you doing with Shinx? He looks down at the kitten as he takes her other hind leg and stretches it out, using his other hand to rub the inside and outside of Shinx's thigh. Well, since Shinx is a preemie baby, I want to be sure I can maximize her growth. Miltank milk alone is good, but I've been adding protein and small vitamin doses to her mix as well. If we're lucky, Shinx should grow to be healthy and full size considering her activity level, but to avoid any discomfort with her growth and to help her muscle weakness, some minor physical therapy is called for. You really think she'll be full size? Zinnia keeps the conversation going with a smile. Lee shrugs. I'm hoping, yes. This is factoring in her evolution, too. If she's not fully grown as a Shinx, then as a Luxio or Luxray, the problem should be mitigated. Once she's a bit older, I'll test her for her electrical output and see about electrotherapy if she needs a boost. He lets Shink's hind leg go and reaches for a foreleg, pulling and stretching it gently while rubbing up and down the limb. What I'm doing here is pulling just a little beyond what she would normally do on her own to keep her muscles pliant and to promote even growth. Normally, these problems are self-correcting in an active cub, but Zinnia nods along and lets the smiling Lee talk about advanced Pokemon care, asking questions here and there to keep him going. It makes him happy, so she'll tolerate the boring subject for a while longer. I can tell them everything later. Zinnia lifts Gumi into her lap when the tiny dragon finally hops over and strokes him across his moist head. Brendan should stay a kid for as long as he can, and Lee doesn't need more heartache. Or, I'll figure something out and do it on my own. It's the lorekeeper's job, after all. She looks up at the night sky, and one bright star draws her attention more than any other. What would you do, Aster? Lee's Logs 3. Log 12, Day 52. Trico evolved after his nail-biting victory at the tournament yesterday, which won us the whole thing. He proved his sheer talent by taking his dodging skills, refined from several weeks of dodging Swift, and refining them into detect through observation of Absol, the ace of the other finalist. I even scanned him with my Pokédex to confirm that he does indeed know detect. With the new move, he dodged what would have been a game-ending blow to knock Absol out. Does that count as a win worthy of a grant increase for the lab? The recording pauses for a moment. You did say any prestige I bring to the lab means more money from the league, right? Anyway, Grovyle is pleased with his evolution, but it has brought its own set of problems. The sudden increase in mass his body has undergone combined with the reduction in mass from his tail has left him unbalanced. I was hoping instinct would correct this, but apparently not. It's not a huge issue, as Grovyle is nothing short of a kinesthetic genius and is already back to fighting condition. I suspect in the next week or two he'll be back to his previous level of acrobatics and then some. In other news, Vulpix used convergence in battle for the first time yesterday. It took nearly 15 seconds to charge up between Vulpix's exhaustion and the stress of the battle, but with Zinnia's Shelgon holding that monster of an Absol still, convergence wore Absol down enough for Grovyle to secure the win. The move's destructive power is incredible, and it doesn't seem to suffer from the same sort of backfire effect that other charged experimental moves of ours have. I'll have to research the cause of its stability more. Maybe more fireballs charging slowly is the cause? When we know more, we can begin on more moves. Lastly, for this one, I kind of regret not going over history more during my prep time. I've been focused so hard on training my team that I've ignored everything else, and some idle browsing of Pokepedia last night was a kick to the head. I knew about the main regions and some rough history, but I still have to remind myself sometimes that this isn't a kid's game, but real life. I had no idea that there were other regions like Fiori, Almia, Oblivia, Farum, Ransei, and a few even smaller ones I can't remember. No idea if they were in any Pokemon games or not, and if they were, I didn't play them. I guess it makes sense that Professor Oak didn't seem suspicious when he heard I was from some small, isolationist land devoid of Pokemon, kind of like an especially barren ore. Ransei in particular stuck out to me. Ransei caught my eye for being the only region currently engaged in warfare. If Pokepedia is correct, they've been in a civil war raging between a fluctuating number of warlords for years, something I was not expecting at all. The mass embargo and travel ban placed on them from every major region doesn't seem to have slowed things, either. I expected the worst as I read on, but something seemed off. The casualties are practically non-existent for a place embroiled in war. I can't help but morbidly wonder why. Military tech has obviously stagnated compared to what I'm used to, as America had a hulking military-industrial complex, but some well-trained Pokemon could cause death on a scale only surpassed by doomsday weapons like. There is almost 10 seconds of silence, followed by the sound of Lee clearing his throat. The sound is dry and uncomfortable, making Birch's own throat itchy. And doomsday weapons. Like, well, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I guess there is also the flip side that factors the feelings of the Pokemon in as well. I have no doubt a Pokemon could slay a man easily, so the question then becomes, would they want to? And I'm guessing no in most cases. Hey, did you have to run so far ahead? A young voice familiar to the professor calls in the background of the recording. That's it for now. Lee, out. Log 13, Day 56. A lot has happened in just a few days. I've updated both the training routines and diets of all my Pokemon here recently, as I realized that we've been focusing a little too much on specialized subjects and ignoring the fundamentals. Updating the diets was pretty straightforward. as all that I really needed to do was increase the serving size to scale upward with the effort that everyone is putting into their training. I'm still trying to better my cooking ability so that a strict vegetarian like Grovile can better enjoy his food, but I'm struggling a bit to find a mix that is both properly nutritious and pleasing to the palate. It doesn't really help that Grovile refuses to complain and insists that whatever I give him is fine. I can appreciate trying to make things easier for me, but come on. Since Vulpix's pyrokinesis is growing leaps and bounds every day as evidenced by her successful use of convergence, we've decided to pull back slightly and return to her physical conditioning. If you're wanting to see the move in action, take a look at my BattleNet profile and I'm certain it will be there at about 20 different angles, all equally grainy. While Vulpix was the fastest member of my team for quite some time, she's begun to fall behind both Grovile and Corvisquire recently. Considering Corvisquire's mastery of extreme speed and Grovile's almost religious use of quick attack, I suppose it's not too surprising. Anyway, Vulpix has remained healthy as expected and continues to grow at a wonderful pace. While I had suspicions about her being stronger than myself pound for pound just a few weeks ago, I know she's stronger than me now. Onto Grovile, the one you haven't seen in action yet. Like I said, he recently evolved during a local tournament at Duford. His opponent was a monstrously powerful Absol owned by a teen boy named Andre. I'm not joking about how powerful this Pokemon was, Professor. He could cross a field 100 feet in diameter in literally the blink of an eye without using any speed-enhancing techniques. Or if he was using a speed-enhancing technique, then he has it mastered to such an incredible level that there is no visible aura. I don't even want to think about how long that would take. I'm getting off topic here, back to Grovile. He evolved after pulling off a narrow win and gained an instinctual knowledge of how to use a number of cutting moves with the leaves on his wrist. Leaf Blade was the first one I observed, then he learned X-Scissor in what seemed like no time at all. To help round out his repertoire, I'm going to begin teaching him how to use Slash soon. I still need to figure out a good ranged move for him. As for his conditioning, he still throws his all into whatever training I set in front of him and is growing powerful enough to give Vulpix a challenge even with the type disadvantage. He's a stunning Pokemon and my regret for stealing him is swiftly dwindling. There is a pause in the recording followed by a tired sigh. Finally, there is Corvisquire. I don't know what I'm going to do with this bird. I know that he had a prior trainer, he's too strong and has too varied a technique pool to not have, but his reluctance to let me touch him has some very worrying connotations. I've tried multiple times without success to get him to agree to a physical checkup, and he's rebuffed me every time. He won't even tolerate human medical staff at Pokemon centers getting close to him with the intention of helping, meaning that the nurse Joy on duty has to call in her Chansey or Audino to do the job. At the very least he doesn't look put off by my mere presence anymore, so there is some improvement. If what I fear happened to him is true, then this is the easy part and the worst is yet to come. In regards to his training, he steadfastly refuses to fall behind Vulpix or Grovile, and I believe that is what is currently driving him to listen to me. Our experimentation with Swift is coming along slowly but surely. The technique seems most responsive to Corvisquire thinking out a set of commands for it before it is even launched, sort of like a programmable missile. Improving the speed and power to tolerate tight turns or target changes is boiling down to practice, practice, practice. Once he has this down to a comfortable level, I'll begin teaching him about Dark-type energy and how to infuse it into his attacks. I'm probably going to need to recruit Vulpix's help for this since I don't have a frame of reference for what the actual feeling is like, but we'll figure it out. After doing a bit of research into his evolutionary line, Corvisquire's next form, Corviknight, should have a larger concentration of Dark-type lineage than his current middle stage, even if it's still not to the level of a true subtype. That in mind, I fully expect Pursuers to be battle-ready by the time Corvisquire evolves. With our business in Duford complete, we've chartered a cargo ship to take all of us to Slateport, and from there we will head to Mauville. That's it for this one. Lee, out. Log 14, Day 58. There is no noise coming from the recording other than the faint drone of an air conditioner. Leaning back in his office chair, Professor Birch waits patiently. Am I doing something wrong? I didn't ask for Grovile to get thrashed in a hopeless fight. God damn it, I'm not doing this right now. Fuck, this isn't some stupid diary. I'll do this report tomorrow when I can think. The recording abruptly cuts and begins the next one, making Hoenn's Pokemon professor frown. Log 15, Day 59. We were dealt a pretty devastating loss yesterday. Another trainer in his 20s made short and brutal work of Grovile with his Donphan. I panicked during the battle and was barely able to help. Apparently, I've been doing this for a long time and just didn't realize it until Zinnia very bluntly pointed out. Evidently, I have little in the way of a cohesive style of battle. Looking back, I can see it and I think I realize what exactly went wrong. Those Pokemon games I told you about? While the player versus player aspect was very competitive, the actual storyline of them was not. Why would it be? It was made to entertain children. My own way of playing them both as a child and adult was to overlevel my Pokemon to a disgusting degree and stomp the CPU trainers. I think I've been trying to do that here as well and it's finally backfired. I have been relying too heavily upon the sheer power of my Pokemon and contributing too little to the actual battles myself. Zinnia was very thorough in her dressing down of me. She pointed out my panic when the going gets tough in battles and confronted me about my overdependence on Vulpix. I suppose it all stung my pride and I apologize about the previous recording. Thankfully, our argument didn't shatter our traveling group. For as irritating as she is, Zinnia is still very much a powerful trainer that I can learn from. Although she didn't apologize for her harsh words, she did apologize for coming off as more hostile than intended. I'll leave out the details of why she was so upset since they were rather personal, but she's offered to assist me in the refining of my own battling ability as an apology that I accepted. She and I visited the famous Slateport marketplace today and I have to say that it definitely lives up to the hype. There was quite literally everything there. I wasn't terribly interested in any of the knickknacks or other souvenir-style junk, but some grooming gear and a few other minor supplies were appreciated. This is also where I found my fourth Pokemon, a Shinx. She's such a tiny little thing, Professor. Just barely large enough to fill my palms when I put my hands together. The breeder here in Slateport said she was a premature live birth and that he expected her to stay a runt for her entire life. This is actually a situation I'm familiar with. One of the cubs at the zoo years back was premature and she was given a very low chance to live beyond several weeks. This was years ago when I was just beginning my courses on zoology and the cub in question was hand-raised by my soon-to-be mentor. She went on to live and grow into a healthy adult, so my mentor, Osser, thought it necessary to teach me how to care for such a cub. I'll be putting everything I learned into practice here. Additionally, there is the sound of someone shifting in a creaky chair in the recording, then a faint sound that Birch leans in and strains his ears to hear. Purring. Baby Shinx, she's so much like them that it's almost painful to look at her. So many behavioral cues from her would match one-to-one to a lion cub. She's still so young that little in the way of a personality has emerged from her yet, and a selfish part of me almost wants her to stay this way forever. As she grows, the animalistic side of her will be tempered by intelligence and it'll distance her from how she is today. I bought her on pure impulse and now I think that maybe I shouldn't have. This might be some sort of unhealthy coping mechanism and Shinx doesn't deserve to be caught up in that. I wish that the zoology courses I took went over the psychology of primates a bit more, so maybe I could self-diagnose this shit and pretend that I didn't make a dumb decision. Birch pauses the recording and gently rubs his temples with his fingers. After massaging away some of the impending headache, he looks at his computer and at the other audio files lined up after the current one with trepidation. Lee, what am I going to do with you? He murmurs. It's obvious to the professor that the experiences the younger man went through are still haunting him, holding him back. He's a kind, wondrous, unique trainer with the potential to turn the entire world on its head, but he's going to crash and burn before he gets that far if he doesn't sort through his issues. Birch bites his lip and looks up at the ceiling as he reclines in his chair, tracing a faint pattern in the ceiling tile above with his eyes. He could always mandate that the younger trainer received counseling to remain under his employment. In most places, such a thing might trigger a medical confidentiality complaint, but as the regional Pokemon professor, the only person that Nigel Birch truly must answer to is Stephen Stone. But on the flip side, letting Lee go would be a horrific blunder if the scarred man refuses to see reason. He could potentially wander into the clutches of someone less than kind, and all of Lee's enormous potential would be outside of Birch's reach. Still weighing his options, Birch presses play on the recording from his lab trainer and keeps listening. Well, what's done is done and I'm going to stick to it. Lee's voice is more confident now. I don't know if she'll ever be battle ready, or even if I want her to be battle ready, but I'm going to raise little Shinx to be as happy and healthy as possible. With that in mind, I'm going to resume normal training with my team tomorrow. The only good thing to come out of my episode yesterday was that I talked to Corvisquire for a while. I told him bits and pieces of my past and he seems more agreeable today. Hopefully this little bit of extra common ground is just what I need to begin cracking his shell. Grovyle is recovering well from his injuries yesterday and should be back to full capacity in about half a week. Finally, the thing worrying me most at this moment is Vulpix. Over the past week, I've noticed that she has been having trouble sleeping. I've given her another physical and found nothing out of place, but several times I've noticed her napping during the day or struggling to sleep at night. I've asked her what is going on, but she just insists that it's nothing and I should not worry. Her skill with her telepathy continues to grow, and I imagine it will only be several months before we are able to have full conversations. I'm hoping she can tell me what's eating her before then. Circling back to my conversation with Zinnia, it did make me stop and think about what I actually want out of being a trainer. Battling is certainly fun and all, and my Pokemon are well suited to it, but I don't see that being a long-term lifestyle for me. After much mulling over it, I think I am going to do what I did back home and pursue a career as, well, not an animal handler but a Pokemon caretaker. I'm still torn on if I want to be a breeder or a researcher, but I'm sure the choice will become more clear as time goes on. In preparation, I've begun using the resources given to me by the Rustboro Trainer School so that by the time the league year ends, I will have enough of a grasp on the subject matter to take an entrance test into the Trainer School University courses. I don't want to seem too pushy, but the performance back in Dewford was enough for a pay bump, right? I'm not going to count on any scholarships or anything, and it's pretty much a universal rule that academia is expensive. And that's all for this one. Lee, out. Log 16, Day 66. Quite a bit has happened in the last couple days, so I'll try to condense it down. Zinnia and Brendan have been assisting me with building my own procedures in battle. Zinnia in particular has thrown herself into this, likely seeing it as some sort of challenge. We've had our Pokemon sparring day in and day out with a medley of different conditions attached so that I'm forced to have a style or procedure to fall back on when things become uncertain. It certainly highlighted Zinnia's brutal style and Brendan's slow and steady approach so much that I feel like a bit of an idiot for missing it. In lieu of direct battle, I found that I quite enjoy the use of different status ailments in order to keep an advantageous position, which is apparently pretty common if what Zinnia says is anything to go by. Onto my team. Shinx has been an absolute sweetheart and I'm glad to have her. Her physical examination showed that her small size and weak muscular structure are the only issues she's had. A few days after the fact, I did take her to the local Pokemon Center to get a second opinion just to be 100% safe. Nurse Joy agreed with my prognosis, so I've begun taking corrective steps. Rather than feed her with store-bought formula, I returned back to the Slateport market and purchased Miltank milk to use instead. The formula would be fine as a stopgap, but genuine milk has the correct mix of fats, sugars, vitamins, enzymes, and antibodies needed to promote healthy growth on top of just plain being easier to digest. Miltank milk is not perfectly optimal, but trying to source Luxray milk has proved to be an expensive pain in the ass. After taking Shinx's weight into account, I've also been adding a small bit of additional protein to promote muscle formation and an even smaller amount of powdered copper mix to assist in electrical flow. Sorry if I ramble a little bit off topic here, but having both an infant and an electric type has opened up even more avenues of research for me. I never knew that mammalian and some types of reptilian Pokemon can both give live birth and lay eggs. Birch blinks. Huh? Do animals not do that? That's just such a strange adaptation. There's a lot of conflicting information in the sources that I've read regarding the phenomena. How some people say egg-born Pokemon are weaker than live-born, or the inverse, or that there is no appreciable difference at all. I've definitely noticed that purebred, live-born mammal Pokemon fetch a very high price in the breeder market. There's an inaudible grumble in the audio. While not super high on my list, that's something I'm probably going to study in the coming years. Circling back to the fascination with electric types, I was expecting something like a secondary nervous system used just for the transmission of electricity in the body of fleshy electric types. I was actually pretty surprised to read that electricity flows through the bloodstream and the circulatory system of most. The tiny nodes of copper particles in the red blood cells used to transfer bioelectricity up and out of the body without interacting with anything sensitive is a genius bit of evolution. My heart goes out to the electric Pokemon with copper deficiencies and blood-related birth defects. I can't imagine that accidentally locking up your muscles all the time is pleasant at all. Anyway, I have high hopes for Shinx and she is an absolute delight. I don't have much in the way of an update for the rest of my team. Vulpix continues to improve steadily and is the one adapting best to the new tactics that I am implementing, considering that she can simply pluck the information from my head. Grovyle, being a battle savant, is adapting equally quickly. Corvisquire required some convincing to adopt a new battling style. Previously, I had him battle largely as a mindless thug, and changing that has required flattering his intelligence by saying that a smart Pokémon like himself deserves a more sophisticated battling style. It works, most of the time. Besides that, the individual training of all three continues to progress. I meant to shoot you a call regarding this, but it was in the middle of a rainstorm and my only thoughts at the moment were getting inside and getting warm. Brendan and I had a run-in with Aqua. Birch stiffens, making the plastic computer mouse in his hand groan quietly when he squeezes it. It was just a pair of thugs this time. Both had weak Pokémon and were defeated quickly by Grovyle and Brendan's Marshtomp working in tandem. After the confrontation, the police were called and carted both off to jail. What worries me was the equipment they were carrying. They were trying to break into one of the enclosed docks here in Slateport and had some sort of electronic lockpicking device that Officer Jenny said was bleeding edge, as in far too expensive for common gangsters to afford. Magma and Aqua are beginning to move. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but please push your contact with League law enforcement to do something. Letting them run around unchecked is going to be disastrous. Finally, during our last day here in Slateport, I competed in the local battle tent as a test of my battling skills without my Pokémon acting as crutches. It was pretty hard fought, but I and a spunky little Electrike powered through 3 matches and won. I have to say, I do feel a little proud of myself. After that, the owner of the place, Scott, showed up. Scott? Birch exclaims in alarm, rewinding the recording several seconds to make sure that he heard correctly. After that, the owner of the place, Scott, showed up. Oh no, the Pokémon professor mumbles. He drags a hand down his face and sighs. Don't tell me. He presented me the award for winning the challenge and openly said that he was scouting Brendan, Zinnia, and myself for the Battle Frontier. The professor groans. Scott, you meddling, bloodthirsty. The descriptors become increasingly rude until Birch stops himself and remembers that he was in the middle of reviewing his lab trainer's logs. I'm not quite sure how to feel about that, knowing that he's going to be watching from here on out, but I suppose there's nothing I can really do about it. Tonight is the last night we'll be spending in Slateport, and then we'll begin the trip to Mauville in the morning. The path to Mauville is apparently somewhat mountainous and the only civilization between Slateport and Mauville is a small little town called Mist Village. We'll probably stay there a night or two along the way. That's about it for this one. Lee, out. With the last audio log over, Birch stands from his desk and idly strolls out into the laboratory proper, his mind whirling with several different thoughts. He passes by several of his lab aides, who all smile and greet him, but he's too distracted to return the courtesy. His feet carry them to the rear door of the laboratory which leads out into the Pokémon pasture. Birch steps out onto the rear porch and slips his hands into the pockets of his lab coat, watching the various Pokémon out and about. He looks down at the edge of the porch, where the concrete ends and the grass begins. Vividly, he remembers the day that he met Ash Ketchum over a month ago and the subsequent fiasco of the lab's electrotherapy unit being overloaded and destroyed. The Kanto Borne trainer's powerful Pikachu is something else. On that day, on the rear porch and completely out of place, there was a puddle of vomit, some scorched grass, a neat pile of loose orange fur, and the signs of a struggle in the depressed grass. Or the signs of something as large as a grown man convulsing uncontrollably. If Birch remembers correctly, then Lee and Vulpix were resting in that spot when the electrotherapy unit exploded. Behind the professor, he hears the rear doors of the lab open and close again, followed by faint, almost inaudible footsteps. In the corner of his eye, he sees Medicham stoically take the spot to his right and stand as still as a statue. After several long minutes of silence, Birch sighs for what feels like the millionth time today. I know we've talked about it before, but do you think I really should be meddling that much? I don't want to be one of those people like Scott. Should I really be pushing Lee into doing something like that against his will? You can lead a Ponyta to water, but you can't make them drink after all. I still feel like he has to make the first step himself. The psychic and fighting dual type at his side says nothing, instead just holding up the professor's cell phone for him to take. Birch stares at the offered device. Then he takes and unlocks it with a swipe of his finger. Sorry Lee, but I'm adding another condition to my sponsorship. Chapter 22. In the misty morning sky, a blue and white blur races down like a rocket, fluffy white wings bent back for maximum velocity. The black button eyes of the avian missile flash with glee as her vulpine prey below is too slow to fully dodge. Vulpix, move, tree on your right. From her place high on the end of a tree limb, Vulpix tenses and springs away from Swablu's diving peck, only to receive a shallow cut on her flank from the bird's short beak. She winces, but bounds off the trunk of another tree and up into the thick foliage, breaking line of sight with Swablu as the bird pulls up from her dive. A second later, a writhing, orange fireball flies from the hidden fox and homes in on the cottonbird Pokémon. Hold steady, Swablu. Swablu hovers just a foot over the ground, watching the fireball streak towards her carefully. Then at the last second, she ascends away with a powerful beat of her wings, letting the fireball splash across the damp grass with an explosion and a plume of steam. From his place watching a dozen yards away with Zinnia and Brendan, Lee frowns when he feels the tickle behind his eyes telling him Vulpix is psychically peering through him. He silently constricts his side of their bond, shutting her extrasensory out. Sorry, love. A spike of frustration as her answer. Earlier this morning, Lee, Zinnia, and Brendan arrived in Mist Village, a small town that Lee only somewhat recalls from the old Pokémon anime. It also shook up his knowledge of Hoenn's topography, as the area around the Route 103 to 110 junction turned out to be mountainous rather than flat grassland. The fog that covers the low mountain range makes everything unpleasantly sticky, so both Brendan and Zinnia were partial to staying only a single night. The trip up the mountain path meant little space for passing trainers to challenge them, leaving Lee to his own thoughts between idle chit-chat with his Pokémon and friends. One thought was that he and Vulpix should work on battling normally rather than use telepathy. Surely it's only a matter of time before someone gets wise to their trick. Baby doll eyes into quick attack. Lee orders up at the tree his fox is hiding in the tree. Go. In the corner of his eye, Lee can see Zinnia's red eyes narrow. Swablu, get up high, she yells. The cottonbird Pokémon flaps her wings harder, swiftly ascending, but the instant Vulpix pokes her head from the leaves below, eyes alight with enfeebling fairy energy, Swablu falters with a chirp of alarm. The sudden muscle weakness makes Swablu yaw to the side, and Vulpix wastes no time blurring into motion, throwing herself at Swablu like a furry rocket. Swablu's eyes widen, and the bird flaps to dodge, but Vulpix twists to follow. Her white quick attack aura surges and propels her in a partial turn, and her shoulder clips Swablu, sending the bird spinning out of control. Did quick attack just add momentum to her? Lee blinks and withdraws his notebook from his back pocket. Interesting. Swablu recovers before she hits the ground by flaring her wings out, halting her. Meanwhile, Vulpix lands paws first on the trunk of a tree as she falls. The orange vulpine bounces between that tree and another, bleeding off her momentum as she descends. Once low enough, she lands lightly on her paws. The pair of Pokémon eye each other warily, awaiting orders. That's enough for now, I think. Lee sighs and pops open his notebook, swiftly turning to the section on Vulpix. We've been out here for a few hours now and I feel like we've made some decent progress. He says, letting his pen glide across a fresh page. Quick attack can add thrust, forward momentum? Investigate more later. Ah. What's the matter, Doolittle? Zinnia smirks as Swablu flits down and lands on her trainer's outstretched arm with a curious trill, as if mirroring the question. Did you sense the beatdown coming? Brendan snorts from his place behind the two elder trainers. Yeah right, he begins cockily. No offense to Swablu, but Vulpix is still crazy skilled even if she and Lee aren't using telepathy. You would have gotten creamed eventually. Zinnia's brow twitches as she returns Swablu to her ball in a flash of light. Gee, aren't you just the most supportive little punk there ever was? The dragon tamer clips the Pokeball to her belt and turns on her heel, pointing a finger so close to Brendan's face that the boy crosses his blue eyes to look at it. You talk awful big when I'm the one who won our last match. The young birch blushes in embarrassment. Shroomish and I were trying out something new. Sue me, let's step in before they really get at each other's throats. Again, you're getting him ready for his evolution, aren't you? Lee interrupts the argument with the question sent Brendan's way. He bends down to inspect Vulpix when the vixen coolly trots to his side, but keeps speaking. Going just for physical attacks, yeah? Looks like that cut is already scabbed over. The zoologist nods as he runs a finger lightly over the cut on Vulpix's flank. Any aches or pains you want taken care of, Vulpix? He thinks, widening the emotional channel to her again. It's an empty question considering that Lee himself doesn't feel any out-of-body sensations, but it's always best to ask. Vulpix's answer is a demure shake of her head. Brendan's smile is almost bright enough to cut through the dense fog. Yeah, he's grown about as big as he should, and his spots are beginning to deepen in color. It won't be long before Shroomish becomes a Breloom. He almost dances in place, positively giddy at the prospect of another evolved Pokémon. Lee can't help but smile at the enthusiasm, and from the corner of his eye, he sees Zinnia openly grin. It's not the savage grin she wears in a battle, or the sarcastic, condescending one that she uses to talk down to others, but something much more genuine. I wonder what's gotten into her. Lee muses. Retaking her favorite spot upon his shoulder, Vulpix shrugs her shoulders. It's C***LD*** A*** A*** I** G TH**UG** PR** A** Lee N** Thin G** OD. She sniffs in reply. We'll be glad to help you train Shroomish more later, Brendan. Lee takes his phone from his pocket and checks the time, finding it to be 1 p.m. I think we're due for a late lunch first, however. Let's head back into town for a meal and a bit of rest. Brendan agrees with a smile and a nod while Zinnia smirks. Only if you're paying, Doolittle. As one, the three start the short walk back to town. Bletch. Why is it so foggy? Brendan grimaces and tugs at his skin-tight shirt, which lethargically peels off of his damp skin. This humidity is for the birds. He complains. Take a look at the surrounding mountains. Zinnia points a thumb at the rocky spires just barely visible in the distance. The tall mountains to the west block jet stream generated winds that would normally stir up water vapors, so those vapors can condense and settle as fog in lowlands like the little valley that Mist Village sits in. Lee blinks. That's rather insightful. The tanned woman's face lifts into a grin. Learning the weather is something you should do if you plan to ever ride a flying Pokémon. She says. I'd study up if I were you, Doolittle. Your crow is going to be big enough to ride someday soon. Lee hums under his breath. You think so? Problem child still refuses to let me touch him, so I can't exactly get a good idea of where his growth is yet. He's definitely bigger than average, maybe a little over 3 feet tall, and there's nothing obviously wrong with him, but I've got no exact numbers. His hand falls to his belt, where his thumb rubs over Corvisquire's shrunken Pokeball. Ha! From a danger I said I would keep so he doesn't cause havoc to a friend. You can open up to me, Corvi. I won't harm you. The ball remains still. Probably, Brendan chimes in. He's huge for a Corvisquire and he's being trained by you, so naturally he's gonna grow stupid fast. I wouldn't be surprised if he is 8 feet tall after he evolves. 8 feet tall? Lee questions, ignoring the embarrassment from Brendan's flattery. Before either of his travel partners can answer, Lee withdraws his Pokédex from his pocket and opens it, quickly scrolling down to the entry for Corviknight. His eyes widen. Average height. 7 feet 0 inches to 7 feet 6 inches. Average weight. 160 pounds to 190 pounds, good God. How am I going to feed him? Lee ponders. Making food for 4 Mons is expensive enough. When Corvi evolves, he'll probably be able to eat as much as a lion. As he ruminates over this latest speed bump, the group falls into a companionable silence as Mist Village slowly comes into view through the fog. The only landmark of the small hamlet, a tall lighthouse of bland gray stone, juts out above the mist. The rotating light at the top, a beacon for lost travelers, gently bathes them in light for a moment before it continues its endless twirl. So what do you guys feel like for lunch? Brendan asks as the dirt road under them slowly transitions to cobblestone. I can't imagine a place like this has much variety. Zinnia laces her fingers and raises her arms over her head in a refreshing-looking stretch. I don't really care. Anything is fine with me. What say you, Doolittle? She asks, turning her gaze to Lee. Brendan was probably on point when he said that there's not much here. Lee spares a simple wooden sign just off the side of road a glance, one humbly printed with the name of the village. Underneath the name is a meager population count of just 300. We'll just stop at the first place that looks appetizing. Gradually, the forest makes way for a simple rural town. Many of the homes are of similar, simplistic makes and many of them boast gardens. The closer they get to the main street, the more densely packed the houses become. A bit further into the town, Lee's cell phone buzzes in his pocket. With a curious brow raised, he withdraws the little device and unlocks it, noting that he has a cellular connection again. At the very top of the screen a message reading, 4 new emails, blinks. He taps the alert with a finger. The first 2 are nothing but spam that are promptly deleted. The second one from an R. Bell makes his curious brow rise a little more. Hello Mr. Henson. I hope that you and your protégé's journey is going well. Considering the excellent performance of both yourself and Mr. Birch against my colleague Brawley just recently, it certainly seems that things are going swimmingly. Regarding your application for our university-level Pokémon care and breeding classes, the Rustboro Trainer School would enjoy the pleasure of your attendance in the next league year. Upon proper entry, you will be required to participate in an aptitude test to determine your proper placement. During this league year, our scholarship evaluation team will be monitoring your progress closely. They are looking not only at your performance in Pokémon battles and contests but at all aspects of yourself as a person and as a trainer. Your Pokémon will likewise be scrutinized for their health, happiness, and abilities. All or part of your tuition may be paid depending on the decision of the evaluation team, so please give it your all. Warm regards, Roxanne Bell, Rustboro City Gym Leader. For a moment, Lee is stunned, then a wide grin dominates his face. He got in just like that. His joy is so all-encompassing that it bleeds over to the vixen on his shoulder, who smiles gently. Vulpix licks Lee across the cheek once and nuzzles him in silent congratulations. Lee's arm quickly rises to pull Vulpix closer in a hug and he resists the urge to squirm in place. He turns his head so he and Vulpix are forehead to forehead, letting him stare into her soulful chocolate eyes. Hot damn. I had to be rejected 3 times back home before I finally found a college that would take me. Just needed one go this time. She exhales a hot breath filled with amusement. Geez, Doolittle. Zinnia's bemused voice pulls Lee back to the real world. When Lee glances her way, she continues. Did you win the lottery or something? If you smile any harder your face is going to get stuck like that. No, nothing like that. He laughs. I just got an email saying that I was accepted into the RTS's university-level classes and that I'll be starting next year, probably with a scholarship if they like my performance this year. If I'm lucky, I'll have my bachelor's in either Pokémon nutrition or psychology in the next couple of years. Zinnia giggles. Nerd. And proud of it, Lee flips his phone between his fingers. Brendan grins too. I saw that one coming from a mile away. Of course they'd want you. Honestly, you could quit right now and they'd still give you a full ride. They did the same thing for one of Professor Elm's lab trainers last year. Huh? Lee turns to Brendan, feeling his smile fall in favor of confusion. They did? Brendan nods. Yeah. Poor guy got stuck at 4 badges and didn't qualify for the Evergrande conference in time. The trainer school and a few others from other regions offered him full rides and he ended up taking the one in Rustboro. I think he's still there. An odd feeling replaces the elation in Lee's chest. Huh. Just for being a lab trainer? I suppose it does seem kind of strange that they did approve me without any kind of prior credentials or even so much as a preemptive test. Stinging pride? Dissatisfaction that he might be taking a spot from someone more worthy? Anger that he's wanted for status only? Although he can't properly place the strange emotion flowing through him at the news, Lee decides that he doesn't enjoy it. Well, at least I won't have to pay so much. Brendan seems to realize that his words took the wind out of his friend's sails. After a few seconds of visible thought, he cringes. Oh, well, if it makes you feel better, I'm pretty sure they would have given you a full ride lab trainer or not. Lee waves the boy off with a shake of his head. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Don't stress over it, he mutters. Looking back down at his phone, worry suddenly replaces the vague dissatisfaction in his gut. The last email is from Professor Birch and it has just one line. Lee, call me when you get a few minutes alone. We've got something important to discuss. Nigel. Shit. I'm suddenly not liking this. Lee grimaces. Brendan, Zinnia, he turns to the two, who give him their attention. You two go on ahead. It looks like Professor Birch wants to talk to me in private. I'll be along in a couple of minutes. Brendan nods easily enough and continues walking as Lee slows down, but Zinnia lingers for a moment with a curious stare. After an uncomfortable handful of seconds, she speeds up and resumes walking with Brendan. So, I saw some little diner down the way. As the pair continue walking, Lee turns down a side street and considers the narrow road. Besides a house at the end of the dead-end lane, there is no indication of anyone else being around. Upon the bare wood fence of the home sits a single Pidgey, who is far too engrossed with preening his wings to give the man and fox the time of day. Lee and Vulpix are essentially alone. Unable to shake the worry clinging to him, Lee mutters a silent prayer and dials Nigel's number. The phone rings once, twice, then, Hoenn Pokémon Lab, this is Professor Birch speaking. Birch's polite and well-practiced voice comes through the phone. Hey Professor, Lee begins, slowly pacing around the streetlight he's found himself under. It's Lee. You said you want to talk? Oh, Lee, I was wondering when I would hear from you. The professor's tone lightens into something much more friendly. Yes, I did want to talk to you for a little bit. Sorry for skipping the pleasantries and all that, but I need to talk to you about something fairly serious. Are you alone? It's just Vulpix and I here, Lee confirms. Sorry for not responding faster, but reception is pretty spotty out here. The sound of shuffling papers comes over the phone. That's fine. No need to apologize. Lee, please answer this honestly. Have you seen a professional about your PTSD yet? The question, as sudden as it is blunt, makes Lee freeze. Well, I'll take that as a no. The professor's voice isn't judgmental. Birch sighs. Lee, I understand not wanting to confront something unpleasant, but there has to be a limit. A sound similar to a pen tapping a desk flows through the speaker. Your logs have been completely candid just like I want, and I've got to thank you for that, but they also highlight these issues with you. Maybe you did it unconsciously, but you've gone as far as to openly admit that you're not coping well. Remember? Vulpix cuddles a little closer into his neck, taking the edge off Lee's slowly growing distress. I did? You did. Birch confirms. It was the log shortly after you adopted Shinx. That makes me worry, Lee. Not just about you, but also about your Pokémon. Please don't take it the wrong way because I know you would never purposely hurt any member of your team. It's the unintentional consequences to both yourself, your traveling partners, and your Pokémon that prompted this call. If you haven't already, I'd like you to give that number I gave you a call after this or source your own professional help. Either way is fine to me. I'm not. Birch hesitates. I don't want to make this a condition of your continued sponsorship with me, but as both your friend and professor I'd like you to seek therapy. The little glimpses I get through your reports are concerning, but it's everything I'm not seeing that really keeps me awake at night. A million thoughts run through Lee's mind at once. How is he supposed to explain any of this to a therapist? How does he explain Armageddon? How does he explain losing everything? How does he explain death? How is a common therapist supposed to help with any of that? Professor, Lee gulps roughly, his throat suddenly dry. How do I explain what happened? I can't give them the full story, you know that. I do, Birch agrees easily. You just give them what you can. You came from an isolated region with no Pokémon, and after a power plant exploded you found yourself here without knowing how. You don't have to give them everything, just enough to help. That's not how that works. Lee stops himself short and clenches a fist. Professor Birch isn't a professional psychologist, he isn't going to know that. Lee holds the phone away from his face for a moment and takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, then he recalls a crucial detail. He didn't tell Birch everything. Birch still thinks it's a power plant that leveled the surrounding area, not the end of the world. Black spots dance in the edge of Lee's vision as he recalls the sheer scale of the devastation in horrific detail. Burning flesh and charred lungs, and the fox on his shoulder opens the psychic channel between them wide, and from her comes a tidal wave of love and reassurance so powerful that it washes away the building episode. Just as Vulpix hugs herself around Lee's neck, so too does her mind wrap around his, soothing the terror with her presence. The terrible inferno his body so keenly insists it feels as doused as if splashed with water. Deep in the back of his mind, Lee can't help but be idly amused by the irony, then he returns to the matter at hand. I need to tell him. For roughly a minute, Lee stands and takes unhurried breaths, then he raises the phone back to his ear. Professor? I may have omitted some details about my origin. I wasn't ready to discuss them at the time. I see. To his credit, Birch doesn't sound at all upset. And you're willing to share those details now? Before the nerve can escape him, Lee lets the words pour out. I told you that I found myself here in this world after I was hit by a nuclear explosion, and that's true, but it wasn't a power plant. Not a power plant? Birch questions. What else would you use something as volatile as radioactive compounds for? Lee is struck dumb for just a moment, completely unsure how to reply. What else would you use something as volatile as radioactive compounds for? The implications of that one sentence alone are staggering, and for a moment Lee debates simply hanging up. Should he say and possibly put the idea out there? After a brief second of indecision, he hisses through his teeth. Love? Vulpix pauses. Thoughts whirl through her head with dizzying speed, then Lee feels her nod against his cheek. Professor, are you in your office right now? Lee steels himself for the bomb he's about to drop. I am. Then close your door and lock it, because this information can't get out to anyone. The zoologist insists. This is a matter of life and death, so no one else can know. Not your family, not the League, absolutely no one. Birch wordlessly sets the handset of his phone down with an audible clunk, then Lee hears a door closing. Okay, I'm ready. You really aren't. The displaced man thinks, but nonetheless, he continues. That blast, Professor, it wasn't a power plant and it wasn't an accident. It was. A fresh wave of love from Vulpix bolsters his nerves. Her breath on his neck assures him that he's here and alive. A nuclear bee-bomb, he forces out. It was a deliberate attack. One of God knows how many that turned every major city I know of into nothing but smoldering ash. During our first meeting, when I said I would have to track down a god of space like Palkia to go back, there would be no point. I know the instant that we were warned of the bombs, that missiles were probably crisscrossing in the sky because everyone would be determined to go down swinging. Mutually assured destruction, they call it. There's nothing to go back to. He raises an arm and pulls Vulpix close. She's trembling. It's all gone. All of it. My family, my animals, my friends, my world. All of them are dead. For almost a full minute, there's no reply. Shaking like a leaf and coated in cold sweat, Lee leans back against a street lamp behind him and waits for Birch's reply. Oh, Arceus above. Birch's even and pleasant tone of voice is gone, and in its place is naked horror. Lee, the Pokemon professor halts again. I didn't know it was so. I don't know what to say. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Lee's back slowly slides down the street lamp until he's seated on the sidewalk, his nervous energy abandoning him in favor of exhaustion. Vulpix switches places and climbs down into his lap, so she's not pinned between her trainer and the street lamp. How do I explain that? Yes, Birch breathes, voice no higher than a whisper. I understand. By Arceus, Lee, I'm so sorry. The line goes silent as the professor processes everything. Okay, this is going to require a more delicate touch. Had I known things were this severe, I would have made special arrangements from the beginning. Lee winces. It wasn't my intention to make everything so difficult. No, don't apologize. Not at all. This just means we need to handle this carefully. Birch's phone rubs up against something, then Lee hears fingers dancing across a computer keyboard. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to be making a few phone calls here soon to some specialists, then to my lawyer so we can draft up an airtight non-disclosure agreement. Once I've got a top-notch therapist to sign it, I'll reach back out to you and we'll take it from there. In the meantime, just take it easy, okay? If you don't think talking to your Pokemon is enough, you can call me anytime you need. Whatever you do though, don't bottle everything up. Talk to someone, anyone. Just promise me that, okay? Lee lets a shaking exhale hiss out his lips. Got it. Oh, and consider that alternative study I suggested back in Dewford on hold for now. This takes priority. At first, the zoologist wants to argue. Birch doesn't need to put valuable studies like that on hold. Instead, Lee just sighs, too exhausted to argue. Understood. Good. You sound tired, so go get some rest. I'll let you know when everything is ready. Without giving Lee any time to reply, Birch disconnects the call. Putting his cell phone away, Lee hugs the vixen in his lap close and stares up at the foggy sky blankly, unsure what to do now. The worst possible outcome, that Lee is too much of a danger to himself and others to be a Pokemon trainer, has not come to pass. The intelligent part of him knows the chance of such a thing was narrow at best, but he still breathes a sigh of relief. On the other hand though, the more people who know a secret, the less likely it is to stay a secret. If this so-called specialist isn't trustworthy, they may blab to everyone and then. Lee cuts his train of thought off there, determined not to jump to any conclusions and stress himself out further. He looks down at the fox in his lap, who peers back up at him, looking just as weary as he is. I'm sorry, Vulpix. I know you're already tired after training this morning. He cups her cheek and rubs a thumb through her soft fur, leading her to lean into the touch and close her eyes contently. Maybe after all this therapy stuff, I can quit using you like a crutch. The orange Vulpine's eyes snap back open and stare at him, openly offended. She stands on her hind legs in his lap and plants her paws on his shoulders, pressing her forehead to his. For the second time today, he stares deeply into her dark brown eyes. Trust. Lee's eyes widen and he sucks in a breath. That wasn't just a wordless feeling, that was support, empathy, loyalty, love, companionship, always. The phantom pain of a telepathy-induced migraine echoes from Vulpix into Lee, but he doesn't mind it at all. Goodness deserves goodness. The man doesn't hesitate for an instant to pull the little fox into a tight hug, and for a minute they stay there. Like she oft does for him, Lee reaches across the shallow gulf between their minds and gladly pulls the pain of her migraine away, instantly doubling the throb in his head. It does nothing to dull the wide smile on his face. It's about 20 minutes and a text message to his friends later. Lee finds himself back in the dinky motel room shared between himself and his traveling partners. Being such a small town, Mist Village has little in the way of visitor accommodations, which forced Brendan, Zinnia, and himself into the only vacant room left. With his traveling companions still out to lunch, that leaves Lee with some privacy for what is to follow. Sitting on the small couch that doubled as his bed the prior night, Lee rolls Grovyle and Corvisquire's Pokeballs between his fingers in anticipation. Who knows just how much they were listening in on the conversation that he had with Professor Birch. Shink's ball. still in its shrunken travel form, is resting under a pillow on Zinnia's bed. A quick test with Vulpix told him that the pillow muffles conversation well enough. I'll explain things to her when she's a bit older, Lee murmurs. Beside him, Vulpix nods in agreement. Love? How much have you told Corvi and Grovile? Her eyes narrow and glow faintly. Little. Her reply is stilted and curiously monotone, but coherent. How telepathy can be monotone, Lee isn't sure. An *T my PLA *E to say. Yours. She says. Lee nods and steadies his nerves. Okay. I think if anyone deserves to know the full story, they do. Vulpix reaches a paw out and lays it on his leg, her unspoken support heartening her trainer. With a final deep breath, Lee presses the buttons on the balls, letting both burst open with flashes of white. Two shapes take form as the light fades, one forming into the ever-cool and collected Grovile, who regards Vulpix and Lee with a raised brow. The other flash coalesces into Corvisquire, who glares up at them with a preemptive scowl on his beak. Lee gestures to the couch and beds with a hand. You guys might want to get comfortable. This is going to take some time. The wood gecko and the raven share a look, then Grovile turns his attention to Vulpix. Gru. His vocalization descends into an inquiring hiss. Vulpix nods her head slowly. Corvisquire's scowl eases just enough for curiosity to shine through and Grovile's eyes widen a little. The bird flutters up and seats himself on the edge of Brendan's bed as Grovile sits and leans back against the bedframe. Both give Lee quiet, expecting looks. So he tells them everything. His world, who he was, what he did, the lack of Pokemon, what happened, how he met Vulpix, and everything in between. He tells Grovile of his destiny to be a legend, and how he essentially stole the wood gecko Pokemon from another trainer, how he didn't offer Grovile freedom out of his own greed. He tells Corvisquire how the raven was captured to save him from being crushed, and how his reluctant plan to keep the bird so he can't cause chaos or seek revenge transformed into something more. How he grew to care for Corvisquire, and now wants to see the raven at the top of the world with the rest of them. How he wants to see Corvisquire healthy and loved. It didn't take any longer than an hour, but by the end, Lee is slumped against the old couch and feels nearly ready for bed. And it's only a bit after 2 o'clock. Both the raven and the gecko are silent after he finishes. Grovile slowly chews on the twig between his teeth, his arms crossed. Besides the hum of the air conditioning, the only sound in the room is the quiet tap-tap of Grovile's claws drumming the scales of his arm. Above Grovile and still seated on the bed, Corvisquire can't hide the conflict on his face. His feathers are ruffled and agitated, and his red eyes continually scan the room, unable to settle on something to look at. Finally, Grovile grunts in his throat and fixes his yellow gaze on Lee. All of it is true. 100%. Lee nods, trying not to let just how nervous he is show in his face. I have no reason to lie, and Vulpix has seen everything. If my words aren't enough, then trust her. The leafy fringe on Grovile's head raises slightly. He looks to Vulpix and warbles a note deep in his chest. Vulpix blinks and Lee can feel her surprise, but she nods. Grovile turns back to Lee and stands, stepping closer. Vile. Gross. He hisses and chirps a line several syllables long, then turns his eyes to his vulpine teammate. Her eyes glow. I was not stole *N. My choice was my own. If *low Becca southeast your street *ong. You untanned me, and now you. Vulpix translates Grovile's speech with growing difficulty. To endure is be mighty, thus why *u or the might *est. I want an other tr inner. Even if you were fated for someone else? Lee softly asks. Grovile chirps and warbles once more, his head held high. If it s fated other eyes, why did W meet? Slowly, Lee smiles, feeling part of himself that he didn't realize was weighed down suddenly lighten. Thank you, Grovile. I won't disappoint you. Grovile's smirk says I know you won't better than any telepathy. The room's attention turns to Corvisquire, who has been silent the entire time. The raven Pokemon can't seem to formulate any words for what he's heard. He stands and paces back and forth across the bed, up to the headboard and down to the edge several times. After the 10th round of pacing, he halts and barks out a sharp caw, caw. To Vulpix. The vixen looks visibly taken aback and even Grovile tilts his head. Before Lee can wonder just what surprised the two so much, Vulpix's mental voice echoes inside of his head. He agr s to a check up. Mu *t be private. Must be o *t side. Not today. Lee feels his mouth drop open in surprise, then it transforms into a grin. Of course. You name the terms and all agree. The raven's black and blue feathers bristle again, but there's no outburst. Side story, unveiled. With a deep inhale that fills his lungs with cool air, awareness returns to Grovile's body. The flood of sensations fills him instantly, and opening his eyes, he finds himself right where he was prior to his nap, the foot of young Brendan's bed. The sleeping form of his master draws his attention first. The man, now devoid of his green jacket and boots, lays slumped lengthwise on the too small couch of the musty motel room. One arm is draped over his eyes, and the other is holding little Shinx close. The babe is sound asleep, just the same as her master. Grovile's gaze traces the faint lines along the man's arms, then to the angry, pinched burns that cling to his face. The final reminders of a world lost, and they're seared into flesh to never be forgotten. Only in sleep does Lee appear at peace. Grovile bites down on his twig. Ghastly beyond words is a grave understatement for the phrase, mutually assured destruction. Such horrors happened long before his master's sojourn led him to the home of Grovile's colony. So why does it still feel like a personal failure? On the windowsill, ever-sour Corvisquire stares out into the fog of the village. His face, his stance, his very being is devoid of his seething anger. On his beak is conflict, and his eyes are far away. His steely feathers now lay flat, but they're unkempt and in need of preening. Resist all you wish, the allure of one who understands will snare you before long. Corvisquire doesn't seem to sense Grovile's eyes on his back. All wounds heal, Corvisquire. Would you be so weak as to allow your own hurts to linger when your master moves past pain much more vast? The gecko Pokemon debates repeating his thoughts aloud, but decides the sleeping human and cub should not be disturbed by an argument. Just to Grovile's side, Vulpix lays on her stomach on the too-hard mattress. The carefully controlled firestorm under her skin, usually pressing on Grovile's greater senses, is especially quiet. She turns her eyes away from the master and young babe to Grovile himself. You're awake? She asks, voice subdued. Grovile resists the urge to scoff. I would hardly call my rest sleep. There is much on my mind, he says, sitting up and crossing his legs. He takes a deep breath and centers himself, folding his paws in his lap. Vulpix nods simply. I expected as much, she murmurs, returning her eyes forward. Are you well? The fox turns her entire head to regard him with a raised brow. Why do you ask? Grovile pauses to measure his words. Lee and yourself, you two are connected on a level deeper than words. Did you see what he saw? His master's first Pokemon turns away, staring at the wall without actually seeing it. I felt it. Everything. Sensation. Emotion. All at once, I understood him, I understood humans, and I understood. She halts. To Grovile's silent alarm, the vixen slowly begins to tremble and her unshakable image gradually crumbles. Grovile. I understood, I understand death. Vulpix, tails lash and she bares her teeth in a grimace. I know what awaits at the end. Part of me feels as though that alone should worry me, yet all it does is raise the question of why I am, and what the point is. Quote. Grovile recalls the explanation of Vulpix's birth, as he processes what she said. Why you are. He reaches out and places a paw lightly on her back, hoping to ease her shakes. Have you told Lee that you're troubled by all of this? Vulpix shakes her head with a sigh. No, I shouldn't. I need to protect him, not the other way around. He can't hope to recover if he's worrying about me. She rises into a sitting position. I can't even if I wanted to. It's one thing to comprehend the mind of a human, but another entirely to speak one-to-one, to formulate concepts into rigid human words. She murmurs. I'll continue to improve my telepathy, then when the time is right, I'll tell him. The grass type is silent. Then, you're not giving him enough credit. Do you think he'll be pleased when he discovers what you've been hiding from him? The vixen's lips pull themselves into a thin line. Oh? You're wondering why you're here and alive at this very time? Grovile and Vulpix look up as Corvisquire flutters to the bed. The crow lands and eyes them with barely veiled annoyance. Well? His scratchy voice asks. Vulpix's expression becomes guarded. Why the sudden interest? I was under the impression that you didn't care to speak to us. Corvisquire sneers. Ha. The human happily spills his guts and goes on and on about friendship, yet his queen furball won't deign to speak to me. The human is your master. It would do you well to remember it and address him properly. Grovile glowers at the disrespect. The crow Pokemon stiffens at the word, master. His jaw works as if to spit an insult, but he can't seem to do it. He clenches his eyelids closed, but Grovile can still see his eyes rolling in their sockets. His talons, strangely, don't rip into the covers of the bed as expected. Just as quickly as the fit came, it's gone again and Corvisquire reclaims himself. Why you? His fury is almost palpable as he opens his baleful reds and glares at them. Don't you dare spit in my face. Especially not now when I'm lowering myself to help you. Shish. Vulpix cringes and shushes the ornery bird. Lee and the baby are asleep. She growls as quietly as she can. On the couch, Lee grumbles in his sleep, but remains still. Corvisquire huffs, but his coat of feathers smooths over again. You want to know why? He addresses Vulpix. Sometimes, most times, there is no why, you simply are. There's no grand purpose, no meaning. But you're different, Queen Furball. An aberration. You were born on purpose. For a reason. Tell me, in what world does being born from a human device make sense? A frown pulls Vulpix, muzzle downward. Porygon are created in such a way. They're brought into this world as data given life. Wrong. Corvisquire shakes his head with exasperation. Those things aren't Pokemon. Those things are cursed, they live half-lives with the brand of the slave on them from creation. Grovyle crosses his arms. Brand of the slave? I didn't take you as one for drama. Corvisquire ignores him. Again, in what world does being born from a human device make sense? He slowly paces back and forth between Grovyle and Vulpix. Your existence is one plucked from a toy and dropped into the lap of a human. Think. Why would you be here? The ace of the team recoils slightly. She hesitates. I don't know. Lee said that nuclear energy is so powerful that reality itself can be stressed. That could be the reason? Humph. The crow draws himself up imperiously. You're mistaking cause with purpose. Try as you might, the cause of such supernatural events is beyond you or I, so to speculate is to waste your breath. The human isn't an expert on such subjects anyway and is merely going by conjecture, so rely on his knowledge at your own peril. Think, damn you, is there nothing but mangy orange fur in your head as well? I'll give you one hint as to why you might be here. He turns and looks pointedly at the sleeping human on the couch. Lee himself is my reason? Vulpix asks with a blink. To Grovyle, her expression is quite befuddled. Corvisquire croons. It's about time. There is no such thing as a coincidence, Queen Furball. Extraordinary events happen for a reason, and sometimes Pokemon are born for a reason, rare as it may be. Quit being a mope and do as you were, and your purpose will reveal itself in time. Vulpix turns her eyes down the mattress, deep in thought. Grovyle blinks, not quite hiding his astonishment. You're rather wise when you aren't brooding or brutalizing someone in battle, aren't you? The crow lets out a scratchy harumph and opens his wings. If the human wants trust and camaraderie, then so be it. All delight in taking it away when he fouls up. He flutters back to the windowsill and resumes his silent vigil over the misty landscape outside. Do you speak from experience, Corvisquire? Vulpix asks without looking up, voice little higher than a whisper. Corvisquire doesn't turn around. Some are born for a reason, yet none of them ask for it. Curious, Chapter 23. Doing great, just a bit more. Corvisquire, too busy focusing on the slowly darkening swift stars under his wings, doesn't bother turning and sneering at Lee's encouragement. The walk from Mist Village to Mauville took the better part of a day thanks to rain slowing the group's progress. The march down the mountain was wet, muddy, and miserable if otherwise unremarkable. The darkened sky meant that light to travel by faded much earlier in the evening than normal, forcing Lee, Brendan, and Zinnia to halt and hastily set up camp roughly an hour outside Mauville under a copse of trees. Their little camp was shared by several Puccina, a Mightyena, and a well-hidden Kecleon hugging a low branch of a nearby tree. Luckily, no one had to negotiate for a peaceful night with the wild Pokemon, as they seemed to understand the trainers and their Pokemon were just hiding from the rain as well. The downpour stopped before morning, and the tropical Hoenn sun dried the worst of it by the time the gang awoke. With clothes and bags still drying in the sunlight, the trio of trainers and their Pokemon defaulted to their usual method of passing time. Training. Standing just a few yards away from Corvisquire, Lee watches his Pokemon charge Swift with Dark-type energy. Slowly but surely, the shining white and gold of Swift darkens to a pink, then to purple. The projectiles also begin to lose their star shape, the points blunting and drawing inwards as they become orbs. What causes that, I wonder? Lee ponders as he scribbles his observations in his notebook. Dark-type energy naturally gravitates towards anything alive, or emitting aura if I'm understanding right. Does the energy itself also contain aura, causing a collapsing effect as the concentration increases? I'll have to see about experimenting with that. Lee spares a glance to Grovyle, who sits roughly 10 yards away with his arms crossed, waiting inside a circle of dirt for Corvisquire to finish charging his new prototype move. If he can't dodge the newly dubbed Pursuer's move without leaving the circle or using Detect, Lee will consider the test a success. In other parts of the woods just a short ways away, Brendan and Zinnia aren't idle. Dragon Pulse. Shroomish, get in cover. With his shell coated in yellow pollen and shaking in partial paralysis, Zinnia's Shelgon opens his mouth and takes aim at the mushroom Pokémon just a few yards away. Before he can fire, Shroomish hops behind a tree just as Brendan orders, safely hiding away from the attack. Shelgon growls and aborts his attack, the whirling dragon energy in his mouth dying. Zinnia growls right along with her Pokémon, and for good reason. Brendan and Shroomish are playing them well. When the match started, Brendan ordered Shroomish to move in for a boneheaded tackle attack out of the gate, bewildering Zinnia when the little mushroom trundled forward without so much as a complaint. She countered with a headbutt to punish the mistake. Then Shroomish twirled out of the way, spraying a cloud of stun spore at some sort of signal that Lee missed. Zinnia's reflexive, flamethrower order burned much of the surprise attack away. Against a normal Shroomish, it would have saved them. Against Brendan's? The boy must have seen such a counter coming because Shroomish released a positively enormous cloud. With his paralyzed foe now too slow to pursue and the field too crowded by trees for Shelgon's rollout to be an effective gap closer, Shroomish was free to plink away at Shelgon from the safety of all the natural cover. A genius maneuver on Brendan's part. Unless Zinnia decides to just bust down the trees with Dragon Rush, but that might bring a ranger running. Lee dryly muses. He looks over at his and Brendan's tent, finding Vulpix and Shinx laying together as they watch Zinnia and Brendan's battle along with Marshtomp, Mawile, Gumi, and Swablu. The vixen has a foreleg thrown over the wide-eyed kitten, keeping her still so she doesn't accidentally run into the crossfire of Shelgon and Shroomish's bout. Thanks for keeping an eye on Shinx, love. *K**oath**ing**it. She sends back, watching Shroomish nail Shelgon with Mega Drain and narrowly avoid a Dragon Pulse for the trouble. Your telepathy is really coming along, Lee compliments. Her words become a little more coherent by the day, and now the partially garbled telepathy doesn't cause headaches as it did just a few weeks ago if she keeps her sentences short. It won't be long until they can converse one-to-one. Caw. Oops. He turns back to Corvisquire, who looks decidedly displeased at being ignored for so long. Under his still spread wings, the swift stars finally turn completely into orbs and darken into a dense black. The rays of light they would otherwise emit are now replaced with dark, smoky wisps of purple. Hot damn, we did it. Lee smiles. Excellent work, Corvi. You've got no idea how proud I am. You've got your own custom move now. The crow Pokemon's scowl eases somewhat as he looks at the dark pursuer orbs now hovering under his black and blue feathers, each one the size of a tennis ball. Being so close, Lee can hear each one hum and hiss ominously. The chilled dark energy makes a loose fog cling to the surface of each pursuer, making them seem that much more ethereal. Now, do you feel like you can hold them for a while? Lee asks, bringing his notebook to bear again. Corvisquire just nods, no sneer or condescending caw for once. Great. The zoologist smiles. Memorize the feeling of your new move. Our ultimate goal here is for you to be able to make pursuers on their own without needing to charge swift and convert the normal energy to dark. Once you feel like you've got a good grasp on the feeling, let rip. Naturally, Corvisquire smirks and throws his wings forward immediately. The dark orbs seethe to life and float forward, homing in on Grovyle with malicious intent. Much like the fictional spell that Pursuers draws its inspiration from, the orbs move with a deceptive lethargy, beelining for Grovyle's center of mass with fog and purple wisps in its wake. The wood gecko tenses as the subtle white glow of quick attack diffuses through his scales. When the pursuers are almost upon him, he hops to the side as little more than a smear of green and red. The pursuers turn sharply to follow, barely losing any speed. Corvisquire's eyes glow balefully and his feathers stand up. Shakily, the pursuers deviate and spread out, covering a wider area as they approach Grovyle. The grass type narrows his eyes and grunts, leaping high up as the white aura around him flares. He shoots past above the dark orbs, but is forced to twist when they correct their course faster than expected and nearly tag him. As Grovyle lands on the opposite edge of the circle, the pursuers don't hesitate to make U-turns and keep flying at him. Before they can make it, they begin to lose cohesion, then fizzle and explode into clouds of inky smoke. Bang. Wow. Lee murmurs, his pen moving across his notebook. He pauses when he realizes his current page is completely full and flips to the next one. A solid 18-second operation time, that's almost double Swift's current 10. And that tracking. Oh, this'll fit perfectly into your moveset, Corvi. Lee smiles down at the bird, who looks sour at the miss. Care to try again? Corvisquire huffs and raises his wings again. This time, the Swift stars manifest already purple, then darken and transform into orbs. Where it took Corvisquire almost 20 seconds to charge it last time, this time is just a little over 15. Just keep it up until you feel like you can use pursuers without using Swift as a starting framework, alright? Lee asks, not minding when the crow doesn't bother replying. Once you can do that, we can work on the power and speed. Something tells me you'll really enjoy an attack as relentless as yourself. That makes Corvisquire smirk. And Grovyle, the scarred man, addresses his other Pokemon. This is some prime practice for Detect and Quick Attack. When you can use Quick Attack so well that it has no aura, then that'll open a lot of doors for you. Grovyle just nods, not taking his eyes off Corvisquire. The bird and lizard repeat their exercise several more times, each one ending with Grovyle getting closer and closer to being hit as Lee takes notes. On the 5th repetition, all three pause when a bright light blooms from behind them, followed by an excited cry from Brendan. Turning, Lee feels a smile tug at the marks on his face. In the impromptu battle arena, Shroomish glows a brilliant white as his body begins to metaphorize before everyone's eyes. His entire shape changes, with his legs growing from simple stubs to lean and clawed limbs built to sprint. Then his body expands out, a pair of short, clawed arms and a long, clubbed tail sprouting from nowhere. Finally, the nubby crown on his head turns into a full mushroom cap. Then the light fades, leaving a young Breloom standing 3.5 feet tall behind. Now looking like a cross between a monster fungus and a raptor, Breloom is much more impressive than his prior form. But it's completely ruined by the bored, slothful look on his face. The spar between the newly evolved Breloom and Shelgon comes to a halt when Brendan races into the field and pulls Breloom into a tight hug. You did it. You evolved. I knew you had it in you. The young trainer's smile is so brilliant that even Breloom's lips pull upward into a phantom of a smile. Let's check you out and see if your evolution came with any new moves. Brendan pulls away from his Pokemon and withdraws his Pokédex from his pocket, flipping it open and pointing it forward eagerly. Breloom, the mushroom Pokemon, the Pokédex's monotone voice begins. With its springy footwork, stretching arms, and poisonous spores, this Pokemon pummels paralyzed opponents with boxer-like technique. Once it rattles off its little blurb, the screen fills up with all the information Brendan is likely looking for. Let's see. Brendan scrolls down. Tackle, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Headbutt. Brendan's eyes light up. Mach Punch and Counter. Yes. Dare I ask what you're so excited about? Zinnia dryly asks, walking up to her trembling Shelgon. She dips her hand into her bag and withdraws a small yellow spray bottle along with a rag. She wets the rag with a spritz from the bottle and carefully starts cleaning the stun spore off of Shelgon. Other than your little mushroom evolving, that is. The young birch heir just smirks in an expression that would not be out of place on Zinnia's own face. Don't worry about it. Well, when you put it that way, you're pretty much just asking us to worry, Lee comments, raising his voice just enough to carry to the rest of the camp. Some kind of new combo? Though I wonder what kind of combo would use both Mach Punch and Counter. Something like that, Brendan answers as he and Breloom walk back to the main campsite and away from his and Zinnia's makeshift battle arena. As they approach, Marshtomp quickly rises to his feet with a happy cry and rushes Breloom with his arms held open, Mawile following more sedately behind. Marshtomp pulls the mushroom Pokemon into a hug so tight that it drives the air right out of Breloom's lungs. Breloom coughs, looking as if he wants to be anywhere else but in his teammate's arms. He grunts something that sounds vaguely condescending, making Marshtomp release him with a sheepish laugh. The other Pokemon rise as well, trotting over, or toddling over in Shink's case, to Breloom. Lee doesn't need Vulpix to translate to know that most of the chatter is congratulations for Breloom. Lee returns his eyes to Grovyle and Corvisquire, who have yet to move, instead regarding him neutrally. Dismissed for now, guys. We'll keep going later today. Grovyle nods and strides past, walking to the throng of Pokemon gathered around his fellow grass-type. Corvi, meanwhile, just holds his beak up and flies up to a high branch with a few flaps of blue and black. Upon his perch, he simply watches from afar. Lee resists the urge to sigh and instead walks his way over to Brendan and Zinnia, the latter of whom is returning Shelgon to his Pokeball. I think that's good for some early morning training. Lee begins as he and the other two trainers huddle in a loose triangle. He pauses and looks behind Zinnia, where a makeshift clothesline made from paracord sits in a sunny spot stretched between two trees. On the cord is the soaked clothing everyone was wearing the night before, now looking much drier. We've only got another hour or so until we get to Mavil. From there, we can snag a hotel room, get in line for the gym, and take the rest of the day for ourselves. Unless there is anything else that we need to do out here? Nope. Brendan grins and folds his arms behind his head. Getting shroomish to evolve was my big thing to do for this whole week, so I'm ready to go. No complaints from me, Zinnia says, twirling Shelgon's ball on the tip of her finger. Just as she says that, her stomach picks that time to rumble, making her falter and almost drop the pokeball she's spinning. No complaints after we have some breakfast, that is. She laughs. Lee rolls his eyes and Brendan snickers under his breath. Well, let's try to find some firewood that isn't soaked to the core and get started. Lee sticks his thumb and middle finger in the corners of his mouth and whistles sharply. Grovile is by his side in a flash, arms crossed and looking unruffled by the summons. Vulpix takes her time. The vixen coaxes Shinx closer, then takes the kitten's neck scruff in her teeth, making the smaller Pokémon go limp with a confused, "Marrow?" Taking care with her delicate cargo, Vulpix trots to Lee's side. Brendan, Lee kneels and takes Shinx with the same gentleness Vulpix used to carry her. Why don't you take Grovile and Vulpix with you and Breloom to find some firewood? It'll be a good exercise for Breloom to get used to his new body. Grovile can cut larger pieces to a manageable size, and Vulpix can dry out anything that's not hopelessly soaked. Right? He asks his Pokémon, rising back to his full height with a purring Shinx nestled in his arms. Grovile grunts his agreement and Vulpix simply nods, already knowing his plan. Sure thing, Brendan smiles. We'll be back in no time. Glad to hear it, Lee replies, looking up at the sunlight poking through the leaves as he strokes Shinx's chin with his thumb. Remember, deadwood is best. Green doesn't burn. Needing no other encouragement, Brendan picks a direction deeper into the woods and starts walking. Come on guys and gals. His Marshtomp eagerly follows along, followed by Mawile and an exasperated Breloom. Grovile and Vulpix bring up the rear, both slowing down long enough for Grovile to lean down and for Vulpix to whisper in his ear. The grass type turns back to glance at Lee, then he and Vulpix catch up to the rest of Brendan's merry group. Once Brendan is out of earshot, Zinnia turns her red eyes to the zoologist. So, what did you want to talk about? She caught on quick, Lee thinks to himself. Rather than answer right away, he slowly meanders to the tents with the dragon tamer following. I'm not well, Zinnia, he blurts before his nerve leaves him. You're observant, so I'm sure you've caught on. Maybe it's one of the questions you have that I've not answered yet. I've talked with Professor Birch, and I'm going to be talking to an expert about it. In his arms, Shinx goes still, no doubt sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Lee can feel her nervous eyes peering up at him. I figured I should let you know so you're not wondering where I've really gone if my team and I need to separate from the group for a bit. Zinnia's face is one of carefully schooled neutrality. I see. She chews on her lip. Why send Brendan away for this? I don't think a conversation about an adult in his life being mentally unwell is something he needs to be here for, Lee answers. He raises a hand away from Shinx to rub the left side of his face. Even through his glove, the 3 burn scars are unpleasantly warm to the touch, even if he knows the heat is just imagined. It's something that needs to be addressed, though. Before something truly bad happens. The tanned woman slowly nods. Yeah, I understand. Then almost as an afterthought, she says, thanks for telling me, Lee. If Brendan asks, I'll keep it to myself. That's all I ask. Lee smiles and settles in the grass by his discarded backpack. I'll tell him after I've made some progress. No need to worry him. Shinx, now acutely aware that the serious moment has passed, picks that time to squirm and whine. Shush. I know you're hungry, baby girl. You get to go first. Lee shushes the kitten as he unzips his backpack and gropes around inside. It takes a moment considering the space-bending sylph tech inside, but he grasps a bottle of Miltank milk already capped with a rubber nipple and pulls it out. He can barely get the protective cap off the nipple and get Shinx settled into his lap before she latches on. May not be nice to tell a girl she's gaining weight, but I'm glad I can already feel a difference in you, baby girl. Lee looks up when he hears Zinnia snort, seeing her covering her smile with a hand. Since my hands are full, why don't you cook, Zinnia? He asks, wiping the smirk off her face. Before she can protest, the bushes far to the west shake and out comes Brendan with an armful of wood. The Pokémon follow just behind him. Breloom trudges along carrying a log in his red claws while Mawile happily skips in carrying. Nothing. Marshtomp follows through the underbrush next, the huge stack of chopped wood in his arms and the blushy grin on his face explaining why Mawile is being spared of any labor. Grovile and Vulpix bound over Brendan's team as a pair in one mighty leap, each one landing and settling at Lee's sides. Lee grins up at Zinnia. Looks like they're just in time. Don't look at me like that, I'll instruct you from my spot here. I'd rather not eat char, thanks. First, grab the cookware from my backpack. With breakfast eaten and most of the Pokémon return to their balls to digest their meals in peace, Lee, Zinnia, Brendan, and Vulpix busy themselves with cleaning up their campsite and stacking their extra firewood nearby for the next group to happen through. Lee and Brendan are in the middle of folding up their two-man tent while Zinnia takes down the now empty clothesline and gathers it in a tight loop. By the fire pit, Vulpix is using her pyrokinesis putting out the last embers that Marshtomp's water gun didn't quite get to. Beep beep beep. 3 cell phones in 3 pockets all chirp simultaneously. It's so unexpected that everyone jumps a little bit. What in the world? Zinnia slips the paracord in her hand into her hip bag and pulls her phone out to look it over. Lee stops folding his tent with Brendan to watch her blink her eyes. A Pokémon Ranger alert? To Lee's silent chagrin, Brendan drops his half of the tent to draw his own phone. Huh? Not just an alert, an all-points bulletin, he says, swiping a finger across the screen. Lee folds his section of his and Brendan's tent neatly before being the last to take out his mobile phone and read the notification. What? From PKMN Rangers APB, Danger Advisory Warning. Roving Zangoose Pack has encroached on Seviper Den located in Mauville, South. All persons in locale advised to stay indoors until all clear given. Trainers advised to be wary. Trainers with battle specialization requested to meet at below coordinates to assist Ranger Donovan in quelling Zangoose, Seviper conflict. Monetary reward to be paid out upon completion. Below the alert is a map with a hyperlink, and when Lee taps it, it expands out to show a location less than a mile north of them. Monetary reward, eh? Zinnia smirks greedily. That's all they had to say. Pick up the pace, boys. We got a paycheck to collect. She stuffs her phone in her pocket and takes a Pokeball from her belt, practically bouncing in place. Cool your jets, Lee objects, crossing his arms. Should we really be getting involved with this? And do the Rangers even have the authority to request something like this? Brendan lets out a single nervous laugh and scratches the back of his head. Yeah, the Rangers get to have a lot of power when there's an emergency, so it's perfectly okay for them to ask for help from any trainer in the area. It would reflect pretty bad on us as lab trainers if we just walked past this. Man, that Suix. His hand hovers over Breloom's ball, telling Lee that the boy isn't actually nervous at all and is as raring to go as Zinnia. Lee can feel Vulpix's flicker of amusement before she hops up to his shoulder. He turns his head and gives the fox a flat look. Why can't I ever win any of these? Let's not throw ourselves in the mortal danger, arguments. She says nothing, mentally or otherwise, but her eyes sparkle with laughter. You don't have to go, Doolittle. Zinnia shrugs, but the mischievous expression on her face tells Lee that she already knows what his answer is. You can keep going on ahead. Short stuff and I can go alone. Really, now? That worries me even more than a pack of rampaging Zangoose. Lee grumbles. Let's hurry up and get this out of the way. The rest of the camp is cleaned up in record time, and before setting out Brendan and Zinnia release Breloom and Swablu respectively for safety. The mushroom Pokémon takes his place at Brendan's side while Swablu perches herself on Zinnia's shoulder. With their direction set and Pokémon ready, they set a brisk pace towards the rendezvous site given to them by the unknown ranger. I wonder why a rogue pack of Zangoose are out here stirring up trouble. Lee muses aloud. His words are even and steady despite his arms pumping and legs moving at a speed just under a sprint. Just a few weeks ago a run like this would have left me breathless after just a few minutes. I guess this happens when your own 2 feet are your only way of getting around. Could be anything, really. Brendan huffs. Old habitat was disturbed? A new pack leader making a boneheaded decision? Who knows? Tweet. Trarareet. Swablu trills something, but without looking at her Lee can't exactly tell what she's trying to relay. Translation, love? Vulpix twitches her nose. Z *NGOO *E pack M *Y BD *PLA *ed by Sto M Los *Night. She dutifully translates. Her nose twitches again and raises her muzzle into the wind. H *ANS and *P Kemen *ad. Lee nods, sweat beginning to dot his brow from the run in the Hoenn sun. Let's slow down, everyone. Vulpix is picking up human sense ahead. The running pace settles down to a speedy walk as the group comes to a bend in the road, and not a moment too soon it seems. As they clear the bend, they stumble upon several people and Pokémon off to the side of the road. The first person is the most striking. Dressed in the red and yellow short-sleeved jacket and black cargo pants of the Pokémon Rangers, a dark-haired, square-jawed man appearing several years Lee's senior stands with his arms crossed. On his back is a simple red backpack. The man's physique is chiseled, doubtless honed by years of fieldwork. At his side is a Marowak. The Marowak, resembling a brown, bipedal lizard with its head encased in a sickly white bone helmet, has obviously seen more than one battle. Its bone helmet is littered with nicks and gashes, and its body is well muscled under its scales, meaning it can strike with much greater force than its 3-foot-tall frame would suggest. In its right hand, a club made of bone hangs limply. Beside the ranger and Marowak are a pair of young trainers, if the backpacks and Pokeballs at their belts are any indication. The first is a young woman looking to be around Zinnia's age if not a bit younger. She's dressed conservatively with a loose, short-sleeved red shirt and a black skirt hanging at calf height. On her pretty face is an expression of cool disinterest, and her brown eyes contrast sharply with her mane of seafoam green hair that reaches down to her rear. A black, cross-shoulder messenger bag sits against her hip. I swear I've seen her somewhere before. Lee glances at the next trainer. You, however, I definitely remember. The other trainer, a boy roughly Brendan's age, stands cockily with his hands in his jean pockets. His ear-length, emerald green hair draws the eye instantly, and although his eyes are closed to better pair with his smirk, Lee knows that they are the same color as his hair. The boy's top half is covered with a black long-sleeved shirt and an open purple vest. On his back is a single-strap backpack a shade darker than his vest. Drew the coordinator? Is he on his way down to Slateport for that contest? If I remember right, that's where he meets May and the rest of Ash's little gang. Lee doesn't bother worrying about it for too long. Hey, he raises a hand to the group gathered around the ranger, making them all look over. Are you Donovan? The one who sent out that APB? Drew's eyes widen ever so slightly as they approach, and the unknown girl watches them with an eyebrow raise. Lee can feel the green-headed boy focus on his scars and silently resists the urge to rub them. The ranger raises a fist to his mouth and clears his throat. Yes, that's me. I take it you read all the details? We did, but you're going to give us a better briefing now that we're here, right? Zinnia asks in Lee's place. What do we gotta do? The ranger holds up a hand. Hold on just a moment. While I'm sure that your veteran friend here can handle himself just fine, he gestures towards Lee. I don't know the same about you two. The same hand gestures towards Zinnia and Brendan, who both scowl. On Zinnia's shoulder, Swablu trills in anger while Breloom, still at Brendan's side, doesn't seem to care one way or the other. We don't need anyone who might get hurt during this expedition. No offense, it's just safety protocol. Drew turns away to hide a self-superior smirk and the unnamed girl just sighs and taps her foot impatiently. That's hilariously backwards. Lee can't help but smile awkwardly. Don't worry about my friends, Ranger Donovan. Brendan Birch here is the son of Nigel Birch and a lab trainer much like myself. Zinnia, meanwhile, is a dragon-type specialist. I assure you that both are very much my equal. Vulpix's telepathic scoff is promptly ignored. Wah? Drew wonders aloud, his smirk dying. The unknown girl's eyes sharpen and suddenly scan Lee and County much more intently. The older man blinks in obvious surprise, unknowingly mirroring the green-haired boy behind him. I see. Well then, the ranger clears his throat once more, trying to cover up his awkward rebound. Now we have a nice even team of 6 people. Let's go ahead and begin, shall we? I already have Mr. Drew and Miss Katie's name here. He waved a hand at the 2 green-haired trainers. Can we have yours, please? Lee nods. Lee Henson. He raises his hand and strokes Vulpix under her chin, making the fox smile just a tiny bit. And this is Vulpix, Brendan Birch, but Lee already told you that. Brendan grins, he and Breloom step forward and take the spot at Lee's right. Zinnia of the Draconid tribe. Zinnia introduces herself with an overly dramatic flare of her cloak. She would have accidentally thrown Swablu off if the bird Pokémon hadn't suddenly spread her wings for balance. And don't forget it. Donovan gestures for everyone to step closer as he draws a plastic PDA-like device from a holster on his belt. His thumb falls on the power button as everyone huddles around, and above the device a holographic map flashes into existence. Okay, everyone. Let's get to the brass tacks. Donovan presses another button on the PDA, and the map expands to show everything around them in a mile radius. The Zangoose pack is encroaching on this area after a power structure shift in their pack. Other rangers report that a young new alpha male has taken leadership of the pack, and they've migrated away from their usual territory west of Mauville in Route 117 down here. The map flashes once. After an inspection of the Zangoose territory on Route 117 was completed, the Rangers determined the area was still well below its carrying capacity, so these Zangoose weren't forced to move. We have reason to believe that the alpha male knows about the Seviper nests in the area and has moved his pack here for something more personal. Lee turns his head to look at Brendan. Nice call on the Zangoose, he whispers, drawing a smile from the younger trainer. Drew crosses his arms. So what are we supposed to do? Catch them before they get to the Seviper nests? Katie frowns. My team is full, she speaks for the first time. We won't be catching them, no. Donovan shakes his head. All we're doing is informing them they're not welcome here. You don't even need to defeat them. Simply scare them off and drive them north. They'll loop around Mauville and return to their territory on their own once they realize being here is too much of a hassle. The pack won't follow an alpha who makes a poor decision like this if it backfires instantly. Now that sounds fascinating. Lee thinks to himself. Once the league year is over, I need to organize a trip to observe interpersonal and familial power structures in Pokemon. It must be so much more complex than that of common animals, and that's saying something considering I was already learning something new every day from the lions. We've got a rough estimate that Zangoose scouting parties are moving south in a rough fork formation as seen here. The Pokemon Ranger points a finger at the holomap as red arrows flash on it, pointing south. These Pokemon have been in close enough proximity to Verdanturf and Mauville to know human speech, so everyone should clearly and concisely state that you want the Zangoose pack to return home before engaging them. We'll need to work fast, because if they get to the Seviper nests, then this entire section of the forest is going to erupt into chaos. Donovan lets his warning hang as several purple circles flash on the map, marking the snake dens. We'll be moving in teams of 2 to cover as much ground as possible while still retaining safety, so pick your partners. Katie doesn't waste time. If it's all the same to everyone, I'll go with Ranger Donovan, she says, drawing a Pokeball from her belt and tapping the button, enlarging it in her hand. The Ranger nods. I've no objections if no one else does. Lee turns to Brendan and Zinnia, who both frown as a silent debate starts between them. From the corner of his eye, Lee can see Drew fidget. The green-headed boy doesn't seem comfortable as the odd man out. After a moment of rapid-fire telepathic back and forth with Vulpix, the scarred man makes up his mind. Brendan, Zinnia, you two should partner up, he says, making both of them blink. Are you sure, Doolittle? The tan dragon tamer questions, giving Brendan a sidelong glance. I would worry less if you two keep an eye on each other, Lee nods. Then he turns to Drew, not giving Zinnia further time to protest. Looks like it's you and me, kid. The young coordinator frowns and crosses his arms. Whatever. Try to keep up, old man. 2 seconds and I already regret trying to be helpful. A new record. Lee Riley replies. Anything else we need to know? He turns back to Donovan. Just one thing. The Ranger holds up his PDA and presses several buttons, dismissing the holomap and making the device play a short tune. Half a second later, and everyone's phones chime with an alert, prompting everyone to pull them out and look. I've sent you all a copy of the map and the projected locations of the incoming scout parties. Every team take up a spot and get ready. Lee checks his phone again, glancing nervously at both the map and the time. It's been 20 minutes since he and Drew got into position and they've yet to see anything. The young coordinator didn't bother to make small talk, so Lee kept silent as well. Without knowing the temperament and exact number of incoming Zangies? Bah. Without knowing their number and temperament, planning ahead was little use. On his belt, Grovyle and Corvisquire's Pokeballs hang in their enlarged forms. From the minute shakes both make, Lee assumes their attention is pointed outward, ready to spring out of their balls if needed. On his shoulder, Vulpix lays with her eyes closed. If they were open, the purple psychic glow in her irises would be visible to all. Lee can feel her mind reaching out and sweeping like a radar, alert for any danger. A short few yards away, Drew paces with his Roselia. The Pokemon, who he released upon reaching the clearing, looks like a bipedal plant standing a delicate 1 foot tall. 2 nubby, light green roots function as her legs and her equally green body is covered by a pair of long leaves forming a dress of sorts. Her arms, each end in a blooming rose rather than hands, one red and the other blue. Her round head is framed by 3 green spikes, and her gentle black eyes watch Drew with open concern. Lee drops his phone into his pocket. Hey, Drew? You nervous? The boy abruptly stops his pacing and turns to Lee. No, of course not. His brows furrow. Where did you get that idea? Roselia is worried about you. Lee points briefly at the grass type, who looks away, embarrassed. You hide it well, but Roselia is giving your thoughts away. It speaks well of you that she'd worry on your behalf, you know that? Drew pauses, then turns away with a huff. His shoulders are stiff and hunched. Again, I'm reminded this isn't some anime or game. Drew isn't some antagonist of the day. He's just a preteen kid alone in the woods with a scary-looking stranger on some mission given to him by another stranger. Lee winces a little at the revelation. I don't know if his family is supporting his Pokemon journey or not, so he might have no choice but to take odd jobs and spur-of-the-moment assignments like this one. Lee clears his throat. Drew? The kid doesn't turn around. It's okay to be nervous. I'm nervous too. The green-headed trainer looks over his shoulder, searching Lee's face for deception. No, you aren't, he accuses. You haven't so much as twitched this whole time. He didn't deny the anxiety he's feeling. Lee smirks. I can't be too expressive when these have the skin of my face stretched pretty taut. He rubs the left side of his face. Drew, to his credit, looks the slightest bit abashed and turns completely around to face the older trainer. Trust me, just because I'm not emoting it doesn't mean I don't have the jitters. The zoologist mutters. I wouldn't have paired up with you if I wasn't confident in mine and my team's ability to protect you if things go wrong. Just trust in your Pokemon and know you aren't being thrown to the wolves. The coordinator takes a deep breath and nods, then stops with a frown. What's a wolf? Before Lee can launch into a lecture about Canis lupus, Vulpix's eyes shoot open. Why are here? The vixen hops down and takes a stand in front of her trainer, tails flared and flames licking the corners of her mouth. Roselia likewise goes still, then hops in front of Drew with her roses pointed forward. The petals open slightly, letting a green shine bleed through the red and blue. Lee stiffens and Drew blinks. Hey, what's going on? The boy demands, his fist clenching. The bushes about 30 feet ahead of them rustle and out walking on all fours comes 1, 2, 3 Zangoose, all of whom look at them with angry, disgruntled expressions on their muzzles. The leader in the middle of the formation stands and brandishes his claws with a growl. These guys don't look happy at all. Is it because we're in the way, or because they were ordered to come out here against their will? Vulpix growls right back and Roselia opens her petals a little more, letting the green shine strengthen. Drew recovers first, hiding his fright behind the cool mask of a professional stage performer. So, you all are the ones down here causing a ruckus. He swaggers up to stand just behind Roselia and sneers. Well, beat it. You're not wanted here. Unless you want to be beaten into the dirt where you belong, get lost. He says with a dismissive wave of his hand. Rather than intimidate them, all 3 wild Pokemon scowl as one. The 2 flanking the leader rise to their hind legs. The leader, meanwhile, growls once more and brings his claws together in a violent, metallic KR shink. Slowly and carefully holding his natural weapons edge to edge, he grinds them down by pulling them apart, leaving a shiny edge behind. That's Hone Claws, Lee realizes. Interrupt him with baby doll eyes. Vulpix heeds the order with no delay, her eyes narrowing and shining a sinister pink. The lead Zangoose grunts, missigning his claws and badly chipping the last inch with an ugly scraping sound. His followers wince at both the scraping sound and the sight of their leader's muscles spasming in a sudden fit of weakness. Drew takes the flinch as his cue to attack. Roselia, Energy Ball, he orders with a dramatically pointed finger. The rose Pokemon twirls once and points her red rose forward in a flowery flourish. A bulb of sparkling green light blooms in the rose, then shoots forward with the same speed as a pro baseball pitch. The lead Zangoose narrowly jumps to the side and out of the way, almost getting hit when his limbs, still suffused with fairy energy, tremble and nearly don't respond. His underlings growl and leap at Roselia and Vulpix, claws poised to shred. Oh no, you don't. Ember. Vulpix's mouth opens, and out pours a staccato of embers so fast they're more akin to tracer rounds from a rifle rather than miniature fireballs. From so close, the pair of attacking Zangoose can't even attempt to dodge. The first embers hit them like solid projectiles before exploding with brilliant orange bangs. Bang 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 bang. The pair of Zangoose actually stop in midair, their momentum halted by the sheer number and force of the streaks of fire. The left Zangoose coughs, his eyes bugging out as embers impact his stomach and force the air from his lungs. At the same time, the fire streaks blow away bits of his fur, leaving burns behind. Righty can only howl and shield his face with his forepaws when an ember nails him right in the muzzle, burning his nose into a raw red. His forepaws get the same treatment and swiftly become a mess of singed fur and reddened skin. A second later, Both are thrown back with a pair of identical cries, landing roughly in the grass. Vulpix ceases her attack and holds her nose up imperiously, quite literally looking down upon the fallen team of Zangoose. The remaining embers pull perfect turns and angle upward, flying up and burning out safely away from the forest greenery. Lee ignores the confused and slightly stupefied look from Drew as the lead Zangoose hisses in his throat and surges to his feet. The mongoose Pokémon shakes away the weakness that gripped his body a moment ago and holds his claws up in a ready yet wary stance. He hisses again, kicking one of his fallen friends with a hindpaw and prompting the pair to slowly stumble to their feet. The underlings share a brief, wordless conversation with just their eyes. Lefty is looking between Vulpix and his friends with uncertainty while Righty gingerly rubs his burned nose. Both settle into reluctant fighting stances. We don't have to fight, you know. Lee mentally applauds himself for keeping his face straight and his voice free of a stutter. You can turn around and leave anytime. This isn't a fight that you're going to win. The leader doesn't reply. Instead, he races head-on towards Vulpix with the bright white aura of quick attack flowing through his fur. His pink eyes shine with violence and his partially chipped claws whistle through the air. Behind him, Lefty and Righty both let out hoarse cries and charge in right after their leader. Confused Ray. Vulpix's eyes shine once more, this time an evil red. Leader's eyes widen as he smacks face first into the invisible Confuse Ray. With his motor controls now scrambled, he trips and digs a furrow in the grass, crying out as his own quick attack forces him to tumble painfully. Magical Leaf. Drew's voice cuts through Lefty and Righty's cries. Now, cut them off. Roselia's face drops into a gentle frown as she gracefully swipes her blue rose up and across her body, not unlike a dancer getting ready for a twirl. From her rose, crescent leaves coated in a brilliant rainbow aura fly like shuriken right in front of Lefty and Righty, forcing both Zangoose to stop short lest they be sliced to ribbons. There's two of us here, you know. Drew grits his teeth and takes a step forward, a scowl planting itself on his face. You had best fight like it. Roselia, ready energy ball. Lee frowns but doesn't interfere. By now, Leader is stumbling his way to his feet, rocking like a drunkard on a boat. He growls a deep, feral, and absolutely furious note. He raises a forepaw, and sinks one of his claws right into his own thigh. Lee can help but gape slightly. Even Vulpix seems taken aback, leaning backward slightly. Leader roars as blood wells up and begins to dye his white fur an ugly red. The confusion in his eyes clears instantly, replaced with a razor-sharp lucidity. With that newfound focus, he sprints right at Vulpix. The vixen yelps in surprise, quickly ducking and twisting out of the way of the pair of claws trying to impale her. The near miss opens up a cut on her shoulder. Payback. Lee orders the instant he sees Vulpix has been hit. Dark energy bubbles around Vulpix, a deluge of it seemingly pouring from her cut like blood. Then the dark energy coalesces into a thin purple shimmer around the fox Pokémon. Without needing any further instruction, Vulpix hops and slams her skull into Leader's, sending him rocking back with a cry. Leader clutches his new head wound and jumps back to make room, but he still glares at both Lee and Vulpix with determination. Shit. We need to end this already. These guys don't understand that they're outclassed and are getting unnecessarily tore up for it. Lee grunts. He looks over to Drew and Roselia, who are locked in the heat of a 2-on-1 battle. The younger trainer is sweating, but his cocky smirk is back in place and remains so as Roselia juggles the pair of tiring Zangoose with some effort. Any ideas, love? Vulpix doesn't answer for a moment, too caught up in her stare down with Leader. Then she sends only a mental image that he instantly understands. Shock and awe? I didn't know that you have a dramatic side. Have you been hanging out with Corvi too much? Lee smiles, mentally pumping himself up. I'll distract him. Go ahead and charge up. Zangoose. Leader scowls, but doesn't immediately strike. You're hopelessly outgunned. You know that, right? The scarred zoologist begins, not stopping when Leader snarls. You're hurt and your teammates are slowly losing a 2-on-1 fight. There's no shame in knowing when to retreat. Leader is so focused on Lee's words that he doesn't notice the slowly whirling ring of orange flames beginning to encircle the clearing. Or perhaps his head wound is impairing him. I know of the legendary dislike between your kind and Seviper, but you don't have a right to come here purposely looking for trouble. Do you understand me? Lee asks. So I ask you, why come down here? Are you the new alpha of the pack? Leader snarls something guttural out, a truly terrifying sound that raises goosebumps along Lee's skin even with the knowledge that any one of his Pokémon could deal with Leader. He doesn't need a translation from Vulpix to hear the sheer amount of spleen in Leader's voice. I was under the assumption that hate was something strictly human. The last son of Earth thinks grimly. I guess not. Overhead, the sun suddenly begins beating down with fervor. Everything the light touches grows uncomfortably warm, everyone in the clearing included. Lefty and righty, both panting and now covered in cuts, pause their assault on Roselia to look upward in confusion, both shielding their eyes with their paws. Drew raises an arm to cover his eyes as well as his sweating redoubles. Gah! What's with this sunlight? Leader doesn't seem to notice, but he does begin to pant. We can choose to hurt others too, Zangoose, Lee addresses Leader again. Yet we don't. You can make that choice too. Lee silently adjusts his stance, sucking in a deep breath and pushing his shoulders out to make himself look as large as possible. Then he glares down at Leader with all the venom he can muster, his lip rising into a sneer that exposes his teeth, an open threat display. If we actually wanted to hurt you, this is what you'd be up against. Vulpix's eyes flash red, and the entire perimeter of the clearing erupts into whirling, shrieking flames. Drew screams and falls backwards, away from the wall of fire now raging just a couple yards away from him. His arms rise to cover his face, and Roselia, despite shaking like a leaf, quickly rushes to her trainer's side. Drew slowly lowers his arms and stares at the inferno with his jaw dropped. Lefty and righty both squeak and tumble to the grass, neither daring to move an inch in the eye of the monstrous firespin now twisting around them. Both begin to pant harshly in the oppressive heat. Leader blinks and looks around, seemingly not comprehending the 50-foot-tall tornado of orange flames around him. He looks up at the lip of the firestorm, seeing only the glare of the sun. His ears twitch, but Lee knows that the only thing he can hear is the overpowering roar of fire. Lee himself takes a slow breath of the hot air and closes his eyes, knowing Vulpix would never hurt him. As quick as the firespin came, it vanishes, leaving only a handful of embers gently floating down. Slowly, the sunlight returns to normal as well. In the middle of the clearing, Vulpix calmly sits as if nothing had occurred, or at least that's what it looks like. Just keep your shakes still for another minute or two, Vulpix. I think your idea worked. Go home, Zangoose, Lee finally says, letting his shoulders drop and his expression ease into something neutral. Leader, his face still blank, turns to leave without a word. As he limps through the charred underbrush, his friends pick themselves up and race after him, giving Vulpix a wide and fearful berth as they do so. Taking a deep breath of blessedly cool air, Lee walks over to Vulpix and picks her up gently in his arms, letting him feel her exhausted tremors. Damn fine job, Vulpix. Damn fine job. She snorts and stretches her neck to lick Lee across his chin. D***D yo xp ta y thing la s? What? Lee and by proxy Vulpix turn to see a pale and wide-eyed Drew. Was that? The boy asks, looking between them and the charred ring around the perimeter of the clearing. Roselia is nowhere to be found, but the Pokeball clutched in Drew's white knuckle grip is a good indicator of where she is. I've never seen something so. Oops. The zoologist wipes his sweaty forehead with the back of his gloved hand. That was firespin taken to its logical extreme. Vulpix here is the best at what she does. Sorry for not warning you, but I wanted to scare those Zangoose off before they were too injured to leave under their own power. If they had any idea what we were cooking up, they would have surely tried to stop us. Drew takes a few deep breaths, his pallor beginning to return to something more healthy. Yeah, I understand that. No hard feelings. The green-headed trainer seems to mull over something before speaking again. You're not in the contest circuit, are you? I may try one out to see what it's like, but I don't think I'm ever going to be a dedicated coordinator. Lee stifles a laugh when Drew barely hides a relieved sigh. With that out of the way, let's head back to the rendezvous point and report our success. Lee smiles gently. Shit. I'm not getting into that stupid main character mindset of not knowing what is shocking to people, am I? I wonder how Ash and his pals are doing. Out on the Duford boardwalk right on the edge of the beach, a young trainer with a Pikachu astride his shoulder is enjoying some fresh air before he goes to join his friends for dinner. Oh man. After a day like today where he skipped lunch due to jitters, the young trainer feels like he could eat an entire buffet to bankruptcy. With a big grin on his face, Ash holds up his latest prize to the light of the Duford sunset to admire its simple beauty. Between his fingers is a knuckle badge, his second Hoenn badge and the first one he's earned against a gym leader that he knows is going all out. The battle earlier today was incredible. His Corphish went toe-to-toe with Brawly's personal Machop. The battle was touch and go for a little while until Corphish landed a lucky vice grip on the fingers of Machop's left hand, breaking several and forcing the fighting type to battle with only one hand. Brawly then went for broke and had Machop use Dynamic Punch on the floor. The explosion knocked out Machop, but also softened Corphish up enough for Brawly's Hariyama to finish it off. Man, that Pokemon was brutal as a Makuhita, and after evolving during Ash's first failed challenge, he only got more powerful. It was only after recalling a few old battles with heavyweight Pokemon did Ash realize the key to victory: disable Hariyama's legs. Nuzleaf, his nimble grass type, stole the show during the match. At Ash's direction, Nuzleaf kept maneuvering into Hariyama's blind spots and cutting away at his legs with Razor Leaf. It wasn't long before Hariyama was simply too wounded to keep up. One great, leaping pound attack to the back of the sumo Pokemon's head finally ended the bout and earned them their knuckle badge. Ash clinches the badge in his hand with a laugh and turns to Pikachu, who is sitting on his favorite perch. Namely, Ash's shoulder. Man, today was the absolute best. Don't you think, pal? Pikachu's smile is no less blinding. Pika, he agrees with just as much enthusiasm. I can't believe how tough Hariyama was, Ash muses aloud. Even after we figured out how to beat him, he was still so tough. Brawly sure knows what he's doing with fighting types. You battled Brawly's Hariyama? Ash and Pikachu blink and turn around to face the unexpected voice. Paused midstep and standing just a few feet away on the boardwalk, a boy several years older than Ash stares at him with disbelief. The older boy is clad entirely in black, including the black beanie on his head covering most of his maroon hair. On his left arm is a black metal vambrace with slots for shrunken Pokeballs, and 3 of the 6 slots are filled. The older boy focuses his dark maroon eyes on Ash. Are you going to answer me, kid? You're saying you battled Brawly's Hariyama and won? Ash bounces back from the older boy's rude tone near instantly. Sure did. Ash grins and holds up the knuckle badge in his hand. He was crazy tough, but Nuzleaf and I won in the end. The still unnamed older boy blinks, seemingly not believing a single word that came out of Ash's mouth. Brawly's Hariyama? Now a little concerned, Ash nods again, Pikachu mirroring him for emphasis. Yeah, we nearly had him as a Makuhita, but he evolved mid-battle and narrowly beat us. The maroon-haired boy's face scrunches in confusion for a moment, then settles into amusement. Ah, you fought his actual Hariyama's runt. Yeah, never mind. Don't care anymore. With that, he keeps walking. What? Ash looks at Pikachu, but the mouse Pokemon looks just as lost. The Kanto-born trainer huffs and jumps into the path of the older boy. Hey, wait, what did you mean by that? The black-clad teen's amusement swiftly turns into annoyance. What I mean, kid, is that Brawly gave you the kid gloves treatment. You didn't battle his actual Hariyama. I bet if you had, your journey would have ended right here. You would have thrown in the towel after seeing just how high the mountain gets. He crosses his arms and clicks his tongue. As far as I'm concerned, that badge of yours may as well be a handout. The words sting something fierce and Ash can instantly feel his temper begin to boil. Oh yeah? How do you know all that? And just who are you anyway? Andre is my name, and how do I know? The now named Andre smirks nastily. He reaches into the pocket of his black jeans and pulls out a small case. He pops it open, and inside Ash sees a shiny knuckle badge sitting with 7 empty slots. I know because I beat that bastard Brawly just a few days ago. He used everything he had against me, Hariyama included, and he lost. I won, totally and utterly. Andre's grin is so wide that it's almost splitting his face. He puts his badge case away. I'm the only person to completely defeat him since he became the gym leader. Now I can finally leave this trashy little island. His voice trails off near the end. Conflict whirls around in Ash's gut, filling him with the same feeling that he felt those weeks ago back in Rustboro, where he learned that almost no one was taking us seriously. Unsure of what to think, the 12-year-old trainer defaults back to blurting the first thing on his mind. Brawly's not a bastard, take that back. Andre's face instantly twists into a hateful sneer. Really? You're going to say that after he disrespected you by not going all out? He makes an airy gesture with his hand. You really don't know him at all, then. Ash scowls back. On his shoulder, Pikachu's red cheeks spark dangerously. He didn't disrespect me, he used his own Pokemon during our gym battle. I'm sure we can take on his other Pokemon too. Ha! Andre openly laughs, throwing his head back and laughing so hard that several people walking along the boardwalk stop to see what the commotion is. A few of them see the teen with nervous recognition in their eyes and quickly keep moving. Oh man. Andre chuckles. Ah. I really hate guys like you. He shakes his head condescendingly. Do you think you're tough? Do you think you're good? Fine then. Let's prove it right here. The teen draws a Pokeball from the vambrace on his arm and enlarges it. Ash's eyes narrow. One-on-one, Here on the beach, Andre's smirk grows into something openly malicious. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, smartass. Chapter 24. Standing in a circle drawn on the Duford beach sand, up-and-coming dark-type Master Andre waits impatiently for his dopey opponent to return. In his hand, Absol's shrunken pokeball rolls between his fingers in a dance mastered during idle moments such as this. This Ash kid is just like the rest. It's all just some piddly little sport to them, something to laugh and have fun with. People like him will never make it into the upper echelons, the elite. Both people and Pokemon are creatures that thrive in hardship, and they magnify each other when together, this Andre knows. The joy of being bigger, being better, is beyond trainers like this kid. The teen ceases rolling Absol's ball in his hand and presses the button, making the ball expand with a quiet whir. Inside, he can almost feel Absol eagerly stir, still riding the high of a victory so rightfully deserved over Brawly. Damn that beach bum bastard. Damn Brawly for stifling him and keeping him here for so many years. It's criminal how a privileged shit like Brawly can just do whatever he wants, riding around on his borrowed power like he owns the island. Worse yet, everyone else follows him blindly, gladly giving into the manipulation of power behind a pretty boy smile. He still fell to Andre and his team, though. After years of struggle, Absol clashed with Hariyama again, and this time the outcome was different. Years ago, Andre regretted his choice to run away to Duford, but now that they've overcome such an incredible obstacle, nothing can stand in their way. They did it. Now begins their real journey, and for the first step, the maroon-haired boy turns and stares into the setting sun, knowing it's a precursor to the bright morning where he leaves Duford behind. He'll beat all the gym leaders. He'll win Evergrande. He'll find and shred Henson. Then finally, Andre will battle the one person he wants to battle above all. The man who set himself up for ruin by being a liar. Absol will be that ruin. He and Andre have struggled together for years, and now it's time to taste the sweet fruits of their labor. Only people who stand up and grow from adversity can truly be called strong. Who knows? Maybe this Ash kid won't be a total disappointment. Maybe he'll learn that only through struggle do you become great. There's no place for anyone who takes shortcuts or doesn't give their all in a Pokemon battle. Hearing feet shuffling through the sand, Andre turns to face the Duford boardwalk and smirks. Ash is approaching, still wearing a petulant glower that the Pikachu on his shoulder mirrors. Behind him follow a few other people, probably his friends. A brunette girl in a bandana who looks to be somewhere between 10 and 12 years old, a young boy in glasses, and a tanned teen roughly Andre's age. Ash, are you sure about this? The girl asks, her voice betraying her nervousness as she looks at Andre. Do you need to settle everything with a battle? I think we already know the answer to that one, May. The little boy wearing glasses dryly quips. Is this the guy, Ash? He asks, pulling a Pokenav from his pocket and flipping it open. Ash doesn't answer his friends, instead stepping up the edge of the ring. Alright, Andre, I'm ready, he says, words and stance firm. Andre can't help it. He smirks. Ha, I have my doubts. Tell me this, who are you going to battle with? A Nuzleaf? A Corphish? Pick any Pokemon you want, it won't matter. The teen crosses his arms, tapping Absol's ball with a finger. Whatever you do, you best give it your all. The younger trainer has the gall to smirk back. If it's my best you want, then I choose Pikachu. The electric type leaps from Ash's shoulder into the sand circle, landing on all fours with his tail raised alertly. His cheeks spark with gold arcs of electricity. Pika? The rodent Pokemon eagerly bounces in place, a leer on his face. A Pikachu? Really? Andre holds back a snicker. Sure, bud. Okay. To the kid's credit, the Pikachu looks healthy and fit. Andre can't claim to know much about the Kanto native rodents other than their depressing tendency to get chunky when kept as pets, and how people like showing off their overweight Pikachus online. Honestly, the league can't do a fucking thing right. Why not use some of that grossly overblown power to take Pokemon away from abusive people like that? Let's see your Pokemon, then. Ash challenges, crossing his arms. Behind him, the younger boy with the Pokenav blinks and gulps. Oh, Ash might be in trouble. What? Why? The girl, May, leans over the boy's shoulder to look at the little device. Max? What's wrong? She asks as the tanned, squinty teen leans over to look too. Max holds his Pokenav up. According to BattleNet, this guy Andre is one of the best trainers in Duford. His only big loss was against Mr. Henson a few weeks ago. Hearing Henson's name makes Andre's smirk falter, but he powers through the anger that wants to surface. Apparently, he's one of the few people to ever defeat Brawly's strongest Hariyama, and he's a dark-type master. He beat a fighting gym with a type disadvantage. Max blinks and readjusts his glasses. Ash can't win this. This guy is just a bully goading him into a meat grinder. The tall, tanned teen places a hand on Max's shoulder. Easy, Max. Don't doubt Ash now. He's the best trainer there is when it comes to turning a bad situation around. He looks up and stares at Ash's back. He's got 3 league challenges and 20 badges under his belt, something Andre can't boast about. 3 leagues and 20 badges? When the math doesn't add up, Andre easily dismisses the claim as a lie and sneers. False bravado for your pal will go nowhere fast. Andre uncrosses his arms and resumes rolling Absol's ball in his hand as he returns his attention to Ash. You've heard the odds. You gonna run away? As if. Ash answers, his smirk transforming into an eager smile. No way we're going to back down from a battle like this, right buddy? He asks his Pokemon. Pikachu smiles back and sparks even more vigorously, making little beads of glass when the gold arcs coming off of him zap the sand. Andre clicks his tongue and tosses Absol's ball up high. We'll see how long that lasts. Dark type is unlike the others, a type plebeians like these don't understand. To most, dark just means the absence of light, and by association, the absence of good things like security and warmth. That's wrong. Dark is the type of raw emotion, the type of being true to oneself and not shying away from urges others cringe at. Things that are natural. The red and white Pokeball spins high in the air, then splits open with a pop hiss. From the ball, white light shoots out and strikes the sand. As the light begins to fade, Absol's ghostly white form is left crouching in the circle. Just like they rehearsed, Absol rises and raises his head, and when at his full height, he snaps his blood-red eyes open and trains them on Pikachu. In the air, Andre can feel his partner's hostility. Both the mouse and his trainer look spooked for a second before swiftly hiding it. Dark type is unlike the others, it's the type of violence. And that's okay. Ready? Andre asks simply, already forming a plan in his mind. Ready. Ash clenches a fist. Andre bends down and picks up a shell from the sand, then tosses it up into the air. Ash, Andre, Pikachu, Absol, Ash's friends, and the beach-goers watching in the distance all watch the shell slowly tumble through the air, making its way back down to the ground in what seems like slow motion. 10 feet. 5, 2, 1. The shell splashes in the sand with a soft thud. Night Slash. Thunderbolt. The commands come out at the same time, so Pikachu and Absol blur into action as one. Absol crosses the circle as a phantasmal flicker of white, his scythe blade leaving a trail of dark purple behind him, but to Andre's astonishment, Pikachu dodges. The mouse Pokemon leaps straight up nearly 30 feet, they're one moment and gone the next, leaving Absol's blade to slide through nothing. Hearing the sound of crackling electricity, Absol looks up, his eyes going wide. The sparks wreathing Pikachu grow into an angry, snapping halo of yellow. The wind-up of the thunderbolt takes less than a second, but both Absol and Andre are given just enough time to see Pikachu's confident smile. Piakaw. Absol's eyes glow bright. Chew. A pillar of lightning shoots down so fast that it's halfway to the ground before Absol throws himself out of range. When it hits the ground, molten sand explodes out in a hail of glowing red, forcing Absol to juke around globs of hot glass lest he be forced to fight with savage burns. The disaster Pokemon is pushed all the way back to Andre's side of the circle, where he stands and waits warily. Pikachu throws his hind legs out, somersaulting through the air and landing lightly right next to the smoldering, glassed crater left behind by his thunderbolt. The glass groans and crackles as it cools and slowly cracks. The crater is just as big as the one made by that explosion attack Henson's Vulpix fired off. Andre blinks, not trusting what his eyes are showing him. But that Vulpix needed so much time to charge up while that thunderbolt was instantaneous. He rubs his eyes, but the shiny divot in the sand remains. Keep the momentum going, Pikachu. Ash capitalizes on Andre's astonishment, dramatically punching a fist out as he orders, give him a taste of quick attack. Rather than a wispy aura, Pikachu's quick attack manifests as a rolling mantle of white. Pikachu's legs tense like coiled springs, and that's all the warning Absol gets before the electric mouse Pokemon is a bullet of yellow streaking towards him, faster than any Pokemon they've ever fought before. Andre is used to keeping track of his Pokemon in motion, but Pikachu is little more than a formless blur that he nearly loses. Absol's eyes shine with detect, but even then, Andre watches his partner duck with only inches to spare. Pikachu's quick attack flares as he misses, then the mouse halts midair and lets his attack fade? Why isn't he pressing the offensive? Pikachu lands on all fours in the sand, turning and looking back at Ash for a new command. Your Absol is really fast. Ash compliments, again wearing that stupid grin. But it'll take more than that to come back from the defensive we've got you on. Pikachu. Thunderbolt again. Pikachu once more begins to spark violently, forks of lightning making a light show in the waning sunlight. Pika, who the fuck is this kid? Andre thinks to himself. Absol, double team. Absol's eyes narrow, and right before Pikachu can fire his Thunderbolt, flickering copies of the disaster Pokémon appear from seemingly nowhere all over Andre's side of the field. Each one wears the same impassive expression and stares down at Pikachu with thinly veiled distaste. Chew? Pikachu's Thunderbolt is withheld as the mouse Pokémon looks between all the illusions with worry and confusion. Oh no, not double team. I hate this move. Ash looks at all the Absol clones with the same uncertainty as his Pokémon. Which one? Fast enough to nearly tag Absol with Detect, and strong enough to instantly glass sand, but double team trips them up? Andre almost trips over himself at just how absurd this kid is. He won't call out the mistake, however, as he sees Absol slink between his illusions to get an angle on his foe. Ash, the tall, tanned teen standing behind the kid, cups his hands around his mouth and yells. Don't worry about picking the right one. Sweep and attack through them all. Absol can dish out a lot of damage, but they're fragile. Fuck off, peanut gallery. Andre growls back, making the girl, May, scowl and cover Max's ears with her hands. The dark trainer returns his attention forward. Night Slash. Absol explodes into action, running from his crowd of fading doppelgangers and circling around to Pikachu's back, scythe blade in motion without any dramatic flourish. Pikachu's ears twitch, his eyes widen, and he instinctively springs away back to Ash's side of the field, escaping with only a shallow gash along his back. Pikachu! Ash exclaims, his brown eyes alarmed. Are you alright? Pikachu turns to face Ash, presumably to answer, but Andre can't resist punishing the rookie mistake. Night Slash. In a flash of white, Absol is in front of Pikachu just as the mouse's head is looking away. Absol growls and throws his neck out, his scythe-like horn whistling through the air and trailing with hazy purple dark energy. Shink. Pikachu stumbles back as Absol leaps back out of retaliation range. A weeping cut opens up diagonally across Pikachu's chest, and his yellow fur quickly begins to stain red. Pikachu. Ash's anguished voice carries over the whole beach. Behind him, all of his friends gasp as one. The girl even raises her hands to cover her mouth. Pikachu rocks back, almost falling, but shakes his head and grits his teeth, remaining standing despite the wound that would have made a Pokémon twice his size pass out. Pika! He exclaims, falling back to all fours with his red cheeks sparking dangerously. Pikachu, are you okay to keep going? Ash asks, this time not taking his eyes off of Absol. Slowly, Pikachu nods. Much like Ash, he keeps his gaze forward and trained on his opponent. That was a dirty trick. The Kanto-born trainer points an accusing finger at Andre, quickly making his ire rise. Why'd you have Absol attack Pikachu when his back was turned? Andre narrows his eyes, silently wondering if Ash is serious. Matches don't pause, idiot. Double team again. The black-clad boy smiles nastily. Then swords dance. Behind Ash, the tan teen's eyes widen, though only slightly. That's not good. Max looks up to the taller boy with a tilted head. What swords dance, Brock? The now-named Brock crosses his arms and frowns. In the light of the setting sun, the sweat on his brow is plain to all. Swords Dance is a move that provides a huge boost to physical attack power. Not many Pokémon can learn it, and even fewer can use it well. If they mess up with the boost, then they might hurt themselves. That's to say nothing about Pokémon strong enough to use the move in quick succession. May gulps. So that means, Absol just got even more dangerous. Brock trails off. Brock, huh? He knows his stuff. Andre wonders where he's heard the name before, but shrugs and returns his attention to the battle. Back in the ring, illusionary clones of Absol form all over the field, each one flickering and staring at Pikachu with a frown. Around each clone, swords made of pure shining blue begin to take form. From the ethereal swords, orb-like motes of energy flow out of them and into Absol, making the dark type hunch his back and growl as might floods into him. His muscles bulge, his pupils dilate, and his scythe glitters with a deadly edge. Go! Quick attack into Night Slash. An aura of bleached white explodes from Absol's body as his double team fades away, and with a small, sinister smirk, the dark type moves. With quick attack on top of his natural speed, nothing short of extreme speed can match him. Andre watches his Pokémon move in for the knockout as a near-invisible wisp of bone-colored fur. Intercept with Iron Tail, Ash orders without any time to spare. Even with his bleeding wound slowing him, Pikachu growls and whirls around in a circle, his flat tail shining like polished steel. His tail cuts through the air like a blade, whistling through its arc. Ka-chong! The Pikachu catches Absol's scythe on his tail. What the hell? Andre watches on, lost as Pikachu and Absol each struggle to overpower the other. Absol strains his legs and neck, trembling as he pushes down on his smaller foe with all his might. Pikachu is trembling even more, slowly losing the power struggle as Absol pushes him back. His small feet don't give him enough grip in the sand, so he loses a bit of ground each second even as he pushes back with his tail. The mouse Pokémon squeaks and whines as he loses focus on Iron Tail, letting Absol slowly cut into him. Sensing the weakness, Absol pushes even harder, determined to slice Pikachu to ribbons. Hang in there, buddy. Ash calls from the sideline, his face schooled into determination. Deflect him and counter. Ash's voice seemingly drags more willpower out of his Pikachu, because the electric type cries out and swipes his tail to the side, overpowering the Swords Dance-fueled Absol just long enough to disengage. With Absol's failed attack thrown wide, Pikachu flips backward, Iron Tail aimed to brutally smash right into Absol's chin. The Dark type's eyes glow with detect just as Andre taught him, so he leans back just enough for Iron Tail to tickle the short, velvet fur of his face before leaping back to a safe distance. Double team and Swords Dance again. Andre orders the instant Absol's paws touch down in the sand. Not bad, kid. Your Pikachu is actually pretty strong, but you're still nothing compared to Absol and a second Swords Dance? Ash's eyes bug out. Like the previous two times, intangible clones of Absol appear all over the sandy ring, hiding the real Absol in their number. Again, shining swords of blue energy manifest from thin air, then begin to fade again as they surrender their power to Absol in the form of wispy ribbons of blue. Ruah! Andre's ace finally breaks his stoic streak by leaning his head back and roaring as he absorbs the second round of Swords Dance. His red eyes gleam with unrestrained malevolence as his physical strength surges to a level even Brawly's elder Hariyama would struggle to match. The air around him even begins to distort from the heat and exhaust energy his forcefully strengthened body generates. We can't drag this out and there's no time to find the real one. Ash calls, the beginnings of panic in his voice. Hit them with thunder. If Pikachu's thunderbolts coated him in a halo of crackling yellow, then the building thunder around him is like a dome of pure luminescent gold. The air begins to snap and spark as the unearthly charge builds, and Andre can feel the static on his skin and in his hair. The dark red bangs not covered by his hat begin to rise. What the fuck is, the ring is engulfed in blinding light. From what little Andre's dazzled eyes can see, a spear of lightning as large around as a redwood tree is thrown up into the air, rising like a breaching Gyarados at least 100 feet up, before curving, shooting down towards the crowd of Absols vengefully. Absol and his doppelgangers vanish in a flash of lightning before the dark type can even try to dodge. The thunder attack is so violent that there is no splash of molten sand, as the sand is simply vaporized on contact. Andre raises his arms to shield his eyes as the resulting crack of thunder generates a shockwave that throws sand everywhere. Over the ear-ringing crack, he can just barely hear a few onlookers scream in fright. So shocked is he, that Andre can barely form a coherent thought. Slowly, the smoke clears, revealing the results to everyone. On Ash's side of the ring, Pikachu pants in exhaustion, but still stands ready with sparks arcing from his cheeks. His wound drips slowly into the sand, making an ugly red spot that he ignores. On the other end of the ring, Absol's ball falls from Andre's limp fingers, falling to the sand with a soft thud. Lying prone in a glassed divot and coated in raw, spider-webbing electrical burns, Absol is out cold. His chest rises and falls with difficulty, and the fur spared being burned off snaps and pops with leftover electricity. His keratin scythe horn is covered in cracks and flaking, likely having been the point the monstrous thunder entered his body through. They lost. After the trials involved in beating Brawly, Absol was felled in one shot. One shot. No, Andre whispers, a terrible feeling welling up in his chest. No, how did this happen? How did this happen? Absol can go toe-to-toe with Hariyama, an elite with a capital E. Did a common Pikachu just win? Andre sways on his feet, struck with a sudden bout of vertigo as doubt begins to claw at him. He's a good trainer, isn't he? He trained his Pokémon well, developed strategies with them, joined them in their struggles just as they did for him, and never gave up. They clawed their way to the top of Dewford, then toppled Brawley. They're the greatest. Did Andre just lose? A nearby girl in a bikini asks the man whose arm she's clutching. There's a scoff on Andre's right. Course he did, he's just hot air. An overweight man with a smug-looking rufflet on his shoulder cuts in. Andre remembers thrashing that rufflet and his lard-ass trainer at last year's brawl. Any good trainer could do that. Hey, isn't that kid Ash Ketchum? Professor Oak's golden boy? Another spectator, a boy in swimming trunks, asks no one in particular. Yeah, way to go, Pikachu. Ash runs into the ring, the glassed sand crunching under his shoes. He scoops up Pikachu with a joyful laugh, and Pikachu, despite the hard battle, musters enough energy to smile and nuzzle his trainer. Max, Brock, and May run up to the boy and his Pikachu, each one wearing their own smile. Great battle, guys. Max cheers. I thought he had you for a second, there. He almost did, Ash admits, setting Pikachu down gently and shrugging off his backpack. The Kanto Borne trainer unzips his bag and pulls a hyper potion from inside, uncapping it and giving it a shake. If we didn't start working on Pikachu's defense a few weeks ago, that night slash might have ended the match. His piece said. Ash gingerly sprays down Pikachu's wound, making the flesh hiss and knit back together. Andre just watches numbly. Slowly, he bends back down and takes Absol's ball before mechanically recalling his unconscious Pokémon. The cheers for Ash and the jeers shot his way fall on deaf ears, and before anyone can say anything further, he turns and starts the walk to the Pokémon Center. Hey, Andre, wait. Ash's voice calls out to him. His walk speeds up to a jog, then to a run, then to a sprint. He clutches Absol's ball to his chest protectively, as if to shield his partner from any more harm. The powerful, unevolved Pikachu, the outrageously expensive potion, being called Professor Oak's golden boy. That bastard. That rat bastard Ash is just like them. Just like Henson and Brawley. Andre's eyes sting and his vision blurs, but he keeps sprinting so Absol might be treated faster. It's not fair. The ragged, frightened, panting Kirlia can only brace herself as the persistent orbs of darkness close in, as she's too frazzled to focus on teleporting like her trainer frantically commands. Standing across from a young woman trainer in one of Mavel's outskirts battlegrounds, Lee watches Corvi, who is hovering above the field, cackle as his newly mastered attack homes in on the hapless Kirlia. The young woman commanding Kirlia, a fairly unremarkable trainer with her brown hair in a high ponytail and wearing a school uniform, approached Lee for a battle as he and Brendan explored Mavel. Zinnia wasn't with them, having taken herself and all the female Pokémon Sans Shinx off for a girls' day out. Considering how rare the occurrence of a challenge is, Lee shrugged and took the schoolgirl's offer. Kirlia proved to be a tricky foe, dodging around with expert short-range teleports and dragging Corvi out of the air and painfully into the ground with confusion. That changed when Lee had Corvisquire break out Pursuers. Since she was forced to keep dodging lest she be struck by the unknown and very persistent move, Corvisquire was free to dive-bomb her with Pluck and Steel Wing at his leisure. Now coated in welts and cuts, Kirlia only needs one stiff breeze to be felled. Come on Kirlia, one more teleport. The young woman orders, looking at the closing in Pursuers with trepidation. Corvi, stop them, speed up Pursuers. Lee calls up to his crow in reply. Corvisquire screeches and spreads his wings, wispy tendrils of black flaring off of him. The Kirlia screws her eyes shut and begins to glow with a cloak of ever-shifting colors, but falters as the hissing Pursuers surge in close and faster. Before she can move, it's too late. Bam 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 bam. The black and purple orbs smash into her like freight trains, each exploding and releasing a small cloud of caustic dark-type energy that slowly dissipates. Kirlia is thrown harshly to the ground from the fusillade of explosions, where she groans and doesn't attempt to get back to her feet. Once it's clear Kirlia is down for the count, Brendan, who stands at the side of the arena as the referee, calls the match. It's over. He waves his arms in front of his chest in an X shape. Kirlia is unable to battle. Corvisquire and Lee are the winners. A few onlookers waiting for a battleground to clear up politely applaud the victory, and although most are too far away for Lee to properly make out what their conversations are about, he can see that the unveiling of Pursuers has caused a bit of a stir. The young woman trainer, who Lee is embarrassed to admit he forgot the name of, recalls her Kirlia with a despondent sigh. Once the psychic type is safely tucked away in her ball, Kirlia's trainer walks to the middle of the battleground to meet Lee for a handshake. Wow, that was some battle. Your big old crow here sure packs a punch. At Lee's side, Corvisquire puffs out smugly. Lee gives her a smile as he clasps her hand and gives it a firm shake. Thank you. He's been working extra hard and it certainly shows. Your Kirlia's teleport is well refined. We had to break out a secret technique to break the rhythm there. Not exactly true, as Corvusquire could have just used Scary Face to slow Kirlia down, or Taunt to halt the teleporting entirely, but the crow has been so eager to use his new move in a live battle that Lee didn't have it in him to let the opportunity go. Say, what was that crazy dark move that you used? The young woman asks as she, Lee, and Corvusquire move off the field so other trainers can take their place. I've never seen something like that. Lee mulls over telling her as they get to a safe distance away from the field and watch two more trainers step up to battle. One is a boy around 15 or so years of age who sends out a fluttering Dustox, and the other is a young blonde girl who releases a surly-looking Gligar. There is forever a camera watching every Pokemon battle around here anyway, so there's probably no harm in telling. It'll get out sooner or later. Mind made up, Lee explains. Pursuers is actually a custom move created by Corvusquire and me. It has homing capabilities similar to Swift, and trades its speed for better tracking ability in a dark typing. The girl blinks and lets her mouth fall open a little bit. Holy, a completely brand new move? That's wild. Do you think I can get a TM of it? I don't have a ton of money, but I'll pay what I can. Lee gives her a confused, sidelong look. A TM of a custom move? He asks, suddenly remembering that he doesn't know the process that creates TMs. Sorry about my ignorance on the subject, I'm from way out in the sticks. The schoolgirl nods, apparently accepting the excuse with ease. Yeah, how do you think new moves get circulated around? If a Pokemon or a trainer makes a new move, you can usually get places like Devon or Sylph Company to make TMs if they get a cut of the profits. Lots of trainers make a killing selling limited runs of their powerful Pokemon's moves. It takes a moment to sink in, but Lee can suddenly feel his wallet weigh more. Really now? Powerful and custom moves can make a mint? Well, my struggles to find an Eevee might be over here soon. The zoologist pulls the spike of greed back in with a more sobering thought. Assuming the cut that the manufacturer takes to make and distribute the TMs isn't huge. He clears his throat. That gives me a lot to think about. He glances down to Corvusquire, and Lee doesn't need any mind reading to know the scowl on his face is from the thought of his special move being marketed. Lee levels the Kirlia trainer with a smile. Ah, Pursuers is kind of a signature move made especially for Corvusquire here, so I don't think that one's going to be sold anytime soon, if ever. I am working under Professor Birch as a researcher focusing on moves and alternative training styles, though, so I'll probably bring something to market eventually. Look for TMs made by Lee Henson's team if you're interested. That makes the girl's face light up. Sure thing. She glances up at the noon sun and hums. I gotta get back to class. Thanks for the fun battle. She waves and trots off. As the girl takes off, Brendan walks up to Lee's side, taking her place. You know, it never really struck me that you could make some crazy money selling TMs. The boy comments. He takes off his white beanie and runs his fingers through his sweaty brown hair. If you ever make any crazy TMs, can I get a friend discount? Lee chuckles. I'll make sure you and Zinnia each get free copies. Brendan replaces his hat and pumps his fist with a grin. Heck yeah, you're the best, Lee. I try. The scarred man smiles and withdraws his phone from his pocket, checking and finding no notifications. Any word from the girls? Nope. Brendan shakes his head. Zinnia said she was taking them to some kind of spa that caters to trainers and Pokemon. I dunno how long something like that takes. Lee noncommittally hums in reply. It's a little odd that a tomboy like Zinnia would be interested in something so traditionally girly, but on the other hand, what girl of any species doesn't like being pampered every once in a while? She's still trying to get back into Vulpix's good graces, I suppose. The relationship between Lee's starter and the dragon tamer has been icy ever since their confrontation in Slateport. Zinnia's apology, no matter how abrupt it was, came off as rather genuine to Lee, but Vulpix isn't of the same opinion. She's only regarded Zinnia with annoyance at best since then and has been doing a magnificent job holding a grudge. I should step in, or should I? Zinnia came off more hurtful than intended and doesn't really know the full story, but she did apologize. I don't want Vulpix to forgive her just because she mistook my intervention as an implied order. Lee grumbles. I almost prefer when my chief concerns were not getting mauled in the lion exhibit because I smelled like a horny tiger. Yet again, the women in my life are out to give me gray hairs. Like the schoolgirl that Lee battled just several minutes prior, Brendan looks up at the midday sun with a hand shielding his eyes. I'm getting kinda hungry. Wanna head to the Mauvel Mall? They've got a huge food court to check out. Lee glances down at Corvusquire. I could eat. What about you, bud? Corvisquire eyeballs his Pokeball hanging from Lee's belt, and for a moment, Lee expects him to peck the button and return himself. After several seconds of indecision, the crow Pokemon sighs and nods. Alright then, let's get going. Lee hides his surprise as best he can and gestures for Brendan to lead the way. The walk from Mauville's outskirts to the city proper doesn't take very long, but considering that Mauville is by far the largest city in all of Hoenn, getting to where you want through the throngs of people is the time-consuming part. As they walk along a nature trail that leads into a corporate park near the mall, Lee is given some time to mull over the last few days. Lee, Brendan, Zinnia, and their Pokemon arrived in Mauville 3 days ago after responding to the Pokemon Ranger ABP with little fanfare. They found a middle-of-the-pack hotel near the center of the city and just a few minutes' walk from a Pokemon Center and the local gym. Upon visiting the gym, both Brendan and Lee were disheartened to find that the wait time for a gym match was sitting at a full week. Watson, the elderly electric-type master and gym leader of Mauville, is apparently a very busy man. On top of his duties as gym leader, the apologetic receptionist at the Mauville gym explained that Watson is part of the Mauville City Council, the head electrical engineer of the local power plant, and part of the board of directors for a local construction firm that replaced the now-defunct Greater Mauville Holdings. As such, he can only respond to a handful of challenges per day. Without much in the way of recourse, Brendan and Lee scheduled their battles and have been training their teams ever since. Hey, Lee? Brendan starts, pulling Lee away from his thoughts. The boy looks up at him. Do you think you can teach me about Pokemon nutrition? He asks. I'd be happy to, but that kind of came out of nowhere. Lee replies as the nature trail around them slowly transitions into a sidewalk leading through Mauville's corporate district. Lee takes a look at the tall, shiny office buildings around him, silently lamenting for the poor souls stuck in corporate positions when the option of being a Pokemon trainer exists. He shudders and silently thanks his past self for disregarding his father's advice and taking zoology over business. Why do you want to learn? Take a look at Corvisquire. Brendan points at the black and blue bird, who turns and gives him the stink eye. He was a pretty normal height when you caught him, but now he's pushing 3 feet tall and some change. It's normal for Pokemon to grow a bit before they evolve, but that's a lot of growth. Lee meets Corvisquire's eyes and notes with some surprise that the crow Pokemon is indeed tall enough to peer over Lee's beltline, and at exactly 6 feet tall with his boots off, Lee isn't short. I could have sworn he came up to my thigh just a few weeks ago. He thinks, silently frustrated that Corvy's reluctance for a physical has prevented any proper record-keeping on his Pokemon. I'll need to make good on Corvy's promise to cooperate for a physical sometime soon. It shouldn't be terribly hard to schedule a time. Looking again, Lee can see the budding signs of evolution on Corvisquire now that Brendan has pointed them out. The crow's blue plumage is darkening to a metallic ink blue. The bottom half of his beak is slowly turning black while the top half is on its way to the same ink blue, almost purple as his plumage. A helmet-like ridge has been becoming more and more prominent over his eyes in the last few days, making his scowl even more striking. While Brendan and Zinnia's aces are clearly their strongest Pokemon, it's hard to put a label of strongest on any of Lee's. Vulpix isn't a battle prodigy like Grovyle, and isn't concentrated piss and vinegar like Corvisquire, but her raw power, adaptability, and telepathy with me present enormous hurdles for anyone to overcome. Grovyle, meanwhile, is a savant destined to be a legend. His supernatural awareness of his own body, instinct sharper than any razor, and hyper-competency that he applies to all of his techniques puts him on even footing with Vulpix and Corvisquire despite suffering a type disadvantage against them both. And Corvisquire, Lee pauses. Corvisquire puts so much passion and emotion into his training and fighting that he's a veritable force of nature. Add in his natural intelligence, and you got a scary Pokemon. If he's only got weeks until he evolves, then I think he'll undoubtedly be my most powerful Pokemon afterward. It's a strange thought to consider, as Lee thought that the mantle would always rest with Vulpix. Again, this isn't some anime, Lee. Your first isn't always your best, though there's nothing wrong with that. Lee mentally touches the tiny psychic line tethering him to Vulpix, almost visualizing a thread as thin as a fishing line leading into the city. This is the furthest he's ever been away from her. He gets a tiny tug of acknowledgement back from the distant fox. That's okay, though, she's still there. I guess you're right, Lee answers Brendan after a moment. Corvy is beefing up. I'm not sure how much of it is my work and how much of it is his impending evolution. Regardless, I'll be happy to teach you, Brendan. Lee raises a hand before the grinning boy can celebrate. There is a lot that goes into the study of nutrition, so be prepared for that. There's a lot of math, learning how to cook, learning how to identify the best ingredients and foodstuffs for your Pokemon, intimate study on the biology of your Pokemon, monitoring what goes in, monitoring what gets burned, and monitoring what comes out. Yes, I do mean that in a gross way. Brendan cringes. Oh. Lee nods knowingly. Think on it for a bit before giving me a final answer. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to use to feed Corvi when he becomes a Corviknight. That's a lot of Pokemon to keep fed. If worse comes to worst, I might have to send him hunting on his own as I figure something out. In his pocket, Lee's phone begins to ring, making anxiety suddenly boil in his gut. Taking it out, he glances at the screen and bites his lip. Incoming call, Professor. Birch, accept, deny, I've got to take this. Sorry, Brendan. Lee taps accept with his thumb and lowers the call volume down to almost nothing so Brendan can't unintentionally eavesdrop. Raising the phone to his ear, he lets out an uneasy breath. Hello, Professor. Hey, Lee, is now a good time to talk? Yeah, that's fine. He looks over to Brendan, silently telling the boy to keep going as he slows his own pace. Looking around, Lee spots several office workers loitering around outside of their office buildings and notes the depressing lack of Pokemon out and about. None of them are close enough to overhear as he walks towards Central Mauville through the corporate park. Brendan smiles and nods, keeping his pace going and letting Lee fall behind. Good. Lee can almost hear Nigel's smile. So, I've got in contact with a group of specialists who specifically treat patients who hold sensitive intelligence. They are accredited by the Johto League and approved by the Hoenn League to practice here. They really are the best of the best, as they treated the soldiers in the Kanto Johto skirmishes years back. Really? Lee ponders aloud, wondering if the Knot War was really so violent as to require specialists of such caliber. PokeWiki said there were few casualties and the whole conflict was over and done in just a few months. Are they bound by some sort of oath to not repeat what they've heard? Or an NDA like you talked about? An oath? Paperwork? Try something a little more potent. Nigel murmurs, a strange weight to his words. They aren't bound by just an oath, but a psychic compulsion. These therapists have submitted themselves to the implanting of mental blocks made by powerful psychic types specifically so what they learn can't get out. They can't speak it on accident, on purpose, or even if forced because the compulsion will stop them in their tracks. The hairs on the back of Lee's neck stand up as an icy unease spreads throughout him. He stops, at a loss for words. He stops again. In the back of his mind, Lee knows that the existence of psychic types means that there's more than just lifting things and tossing them with your brain. There are plenty of more subtle, unsettling things a psychic can accomplish. If a mental compulsion can stop something like involuntary speech, then what else can it do? It's some heavy stuff, I agree. Lee can hear the sound of Nigel shifting around in his chair. But I felt that going all out is warranted here, both for your privacy and, well, there are some things that the world doesn't need to know. Lee nods along, running his tongue over his dry mouth. Yeah, I 100% agree there. What's the damage for the bill? Don't worry about that. The league is splitting the bill with your insurance. Nigel verbally waves him off. You'll be seeing Miss Mabel Lane and her Xatu, both of whom have the blocks and are fully accredited. They'll be teleporting to meet you for sessions. She's available tomorrow if you'd like to start then. Instantly, Lee considers pushing it off. This is too much to dump on someone. He's proven that he's not a danger to himself or his Pokemon, so he can deal with it himself. Maybe he can. Then a sharp pain to his knee makes Lee hiss and look down. What he sees makes him stop. Corvisquire pulls his beak away from Lee's leg, looking up at him with equal parts disgust and disappointment. Disgust is a common enough emotion to see on the avian, but the disappointment stings something fierce. He can probably hear everything despite the volume being so low, and when he saw the doubt on my face. Man up, Lee. Lee gulps and steels himself before raising his phone back to his ear. Professor? How early can this therapist show up? How does 10 a.m. sound? She'll be in one of the Pokemon Center meeting rooms. I'll get you the details in an email once I have them. I'll be there. Is there anything else? Lee doesn't look back down at Corvisquire, half fearing that he'll find yet another judgmental expression. Nothing else. That can't be an email. Thanks for agreeing to this, Lee. It takes someone brave to admit they have problems that need to be fixed. Nigel's voice is gentle. You're doing the right thing, don't doubt that. I know your Pokemon in particular will be happy to see you well and whole. Have a nice rest of your day, okay? Same to you, Professor. Lee says goodbye and hangs up. Finally looking back down at his side, Corvisquire looks back up at him with something resembling neutrality. Thanks for not letting me be a pussy, Corvi. I don't know what I would do without you and the rest of the team. The crow just huffs and bounds along as Lee jogs to catch up to Brendan. Chapter 25. For what feels like the 1000th time, Lee raises his hand with his knuckles poised to rap upon the door before him, one leading to meeting room number 3 in the Mauville Pokémon Center. Then his nerve flees him and he lowers his hand again. On his shoulder, Vulpix sits quietly, neither encouraging nor discouraging him to move forward. Earlier that morning, Professor Birch did as he said he would, sending an email with all the details for the meeting. He would meet Mabel Lane, the league-sanctioned therapist, in meeting room number 3 at 10 a.m. The meeting would last only an hour and Lee would be free to end it at any point he likes. But damn it all to hell, why can't he just knock on the door? It's not for you, Lee. It's for your friends. It's for Vulpix, Shinx, Grovyle, Corvi, Brendan, and Zinnia. You owe it to all of them to get better, your Pokémon especially. The man sighs to himself and glances at a clock in the center hallway, seeing that he's already 2 minutes late. Vulpix presses her muzzle to his cheek in silent support, her wet nose and hot breath serving as a reminder that he isn't alone. Mustering his nerve one final time, Lee raises his hand and gives the door 2 sharp knocks. Coming, the voice of a woman says from inside. There's the muffled sound of chair legs moving across carpet, and after only another second of waiting, the door clicks and swings open. Standing in the doorway with a kindly smile on her aging face, the woman who has to be Mabel greets them. Ah, Mr. Henson and Miss Vulpix. My name is Mabel, but you knew that. Come right in and make yourself comfortable. I'm glad to see you today. Thank you. Lee inwardly chastises himself with how weak his voice comes out before stepping in after the therapist. Looking around, the meeting room is just like one that can be found in any corporate office. The walls are a simple eggshell white, the same as the tiles that make up the ceiling. The table and chairs he expected are absent, instead replaced with a single cushioned chair, a soft-looking couch of similar style, and a glass coffee table between them. Was this room set up specifically for them, or is this particular meeting room always arranged like this? As he seats himself on the couch, Lee takes the time to inspect his new therapist. Mabel is a woman steadily making her way out of middle age and into her elder years. The professional black bun her hair is pulled back into sports threads of gray, and although the wrinkles and laugh lines on her face are somewhat hidden by her dusky skin, they can still be seen with some effort. Her hazel eyes sparkle with a youthful energy, sharply contrasting her aged and somewhat rotund form. On her left hand is a simple gold wedding band, and on the opposite wrist is a bracelet filled with charms. Her appearance is complete by a white blouse overlaid by a purple jacket, one that shares its hue with her skirt and high heels. Mabel settles in the chair and folds her hands in her lap, smile still in place. So, Lee, can I call you Lee? How are you doing today? The man rubs the back of his head as he shifts on the couch. Fine. A little nervous, truthfully. Mabel nods like she expected that answer. And that's just fine. It's plenty okay to be nervous when doing something new, especially when that thing is talking to a stranger. No need to call me ma'am if you don't want to, either. Mabel is just as good as any. Vulpix slides down off of Lee's shoulder and drapes herself across his lap, letting Lee lean back into the couch to try to make himself comfortable. Sure thing, Ma, Mabel. Lee trips over himself for a moment and clears his throat to try and cover it. If it's okay with you, I have a few questions before we really dig into things. The therapist smiles. Of course. Go right ahead and I'll be happy to answer. Have you been told that? The zoologist struggles to find a word. Magnitude of the events that led me to you? The woman hums knowingly. You're worried about the consequences if the information gets out? She raises her hand and taps the side of her head with a single finger. Well, you don't have to worry about that at all, hun. Old Mabel has an XY grade psychic block in this noggin. That may not mean much to you, but I can't speak a word at all about what we talk about here. My bosses could scream and yell, villains could do some bad things to try and make me talk, or someone really nefarious could have a Pokémon try and take it by force. You can't really beat an XY, because they rooted it good and deep. Mabel's smile is nothing but confidence despite her next sentence. They want to get past it? They'll have to break a lot to get there, but then it doesn't matter because a dead woman tells no tales. The hairs along Lee's neck stand up. In the back of his mind, he can feel Vulpix's uneasy surprise as well. You're really serious about your profession, huh? Helping people is my passion, Lee. Sometimes, one has to make some sacrifices to pursue a passion. Mabel's eyes shine with pride. But it's all worth it in the end. Despite himself, Lee actually begins to feel himself relax. Yeah, I can understand that, he replies, stroking Vulpix across the back and enjoying the warmth seeping into his legs. So far, this isn't the stressful interrogation he envisioned. I bet you do. Mabel looks at Vulpix with obvious admiration. I'm no expert in Pokemon health, Lee, but Vulpix here is positively glowing. Just look at her. Through her, I see that drive, that passion you have. Lee smiles back. I can't take all the credit for that. She works just as hard as I do. The therapist shakes her head with exaggerated exasperation. No, truly. Look at her and take her in. See your own passion reflected through her. Humoring the woman, Lee looks down at the vixen in his lap, who in turn looks up at him. Vulpix is just as beautiful as she's always been. With her burnt orange coat, 6 lustrous tails, and curly head tuft of sunset orange, creme underbelly, and her paws covered in socks of earthy brown fur, she's visually striking. Her fur is as soft as a plush toy's, and the fluffy tuft of fur on her breast is a delight to the hands. Deep, brown eyes that glimmer with intelligence draws one's gaze after her shiny coat and fan of tails get their due admiration. On the back of her ear is the only irregularity, that being a splotch of white fur in the shape of a heart, the same marking he gave her in the game before this whole adventure started. Under the surface is another beauty, the beauty of function. Her body is a bundle of trained muscle, enough to easily overpower a grown man. With a leap, she can bound over a building, and with a breath, she can summon an inferno. With her in his lap, he can feel the fire in her core, so composed and under control. Lee's thoughts are cut off when Vulpix suddenly turns her head away. From her, he feels a pulse of both pride and embarrassment. At the same time, the insides of her ears darken in a blush. Just the look I expected. Mabel's face is drawn into a grin. That expression of awe on your face. Miss Vulpix is a spectacular Pokemon, Lee, but she didn't get there alone. Remember that. Lee schools his expression sheepishly. Now, Mabel threads her fingers together and crosses one leg over the other. She takes on a more serious air, but the friendly smile remains. Let's get started, shall we? What can I help you with today? A twinge of nervousness returns, but the zoologist pushes it away and clears his thoughts. I'm not well, Mabel. I'm not getting better, either. I don't really know where to begin. On his belt, Lee feels Grovile's ball wiggle. Corvisquire's is still, but Lee has no doubt that the bird is focusing on the conversation. Shinx's ball is absent, left in Brendan's care. Begin with what makes sense to you, Mabel firmly insists. You can take as much time as you want. I won't count it against our hour here today. Lee gulps and looks down to Vulpix. Should I? The fox's reply is quick as if she expected the question. Yes. I don *Fae *L as if S *Es LYI *G. Vulpix meets his gaze with her soulful eyes. I want you to be okay. With a shaky sigh, Lee begins. What if I told you that I'm not native to this world? Or even this dimension? He asks, bracing for the worst. Mabel's reaction is, nothing. Her face doesn't even twitch. Not the strangest thing I've ever heard, Lee, she says with a smile. Not even in the top 10. This world of ours is rife with mysteries, so that's not terribly hard to believe. What was your home like? Can you tell me? The sheer lack of disbelief throws the scarred man and even Vulpix for a loop. What do you want to know? How about we start with what you want, she says, once more handing the reins over. Maybe your job? Your hobbies? I want you to be okay. I see what she's doing. Lee thinks to himself, wrapping Vulpix in a loose hug. The vixen looks up at him, but doesn't move. She wants to take this slow, build trust and all that. Do I have that kind of time, though? I want you to be okay. I'd like to jump into the main matters, if that's okay with you. Lee eventually says. Mabel's eyes widen just a smidgen. That's very brave, but you don't need to if you aren't ready. Don't feel like you're being pressured here, because we do things at the pace best for you, no one else. If we don't, I might lose the nerve, so I want to start there. Lee replies, preparing himself for yet another long explanation. He draws in a deep breath and holds Vulpix a little tighter. That home dimension I talked about? I worked as a zookeeper caring for animals. You know, Pokemon but less intelligent, more mundane? Mabel nods along. Tell me about it. The zoo. The place, the Columbus Zoo, was pretty famous and one of the largest in the nation, about 500 acres. Lee recalls many a day trekking across the paved walkways, and how he'd duck into the cool aquarium section on hot summer days. 7,000 animals called it home. Mabel lets out a quiet gasp. That's a lot of creatures. Did you tend to all of them or just a few? Lee mulls the question over. My mentor and I ran the dayshift lion exhibit, but I got called away often to help with others. Usually, it was big cats or other carnivores. Seemingly picking her words with care, Mabel quietly asks, "Did you like the lions?" "Loved them." Lee feels his chest become tight and dares not think of any names or faces. "I raised several by hand, learned their personalities, and became part of their lives. They became part of mine, too. You loved them a lot, didn't you?" The therapist asks, voice still gentle. "Still do." The conversation falls into a lull for a minute, letting Lee reminisce on days now long gone. It feels like a lifetime ago already. He turns his eyes to the little white lines on the side of his wrist, the same one the lion cubs made when setting a paw there as he fed them. Now Shinx is the one adding to it, as the crisscrossing lines have a few fresh pink additions from Shinx' tiny claws. "Do you want to keep going? We can pause here if you like and move on to something else." Mabel's voice pulls him from his reverie. No, let's just get this out of the way." It was a pretty normal day at the zoo. Lee leans back into the couch, feeling himself return to the day. Only the feeling of warm fur in his hand keeps him tethered to reality. "I had just finished feeding the animals in the exhibit and was on my way to lunch. Funny thing was, while Pokémon didn't exist back home, they were a popular media franchise that I was a fan of. It probably comes off as a little childish, but I had a Pokémon game on my phone that I played during breaks sometimes." Mabel clicks her tongue. "That's not childish at all, hun. If it makes you happy, then why not?" Lee lets out an amused huff. "Sure, right. Anyway, I was on my way to lunch and I had just sat down to eat, fiddling with that Pokémon game as I did so. Then every electronic thing in the break room went off at once, blaring an EAS alarm." "EAS? Emergency Alert System." Lee suppresses a tremble. Just thinking of the noise makes him feel ill, and it still pops up in his dreams. Someone, I don't know who or why, decided to hell with it, and launched a missile barrage on my home. These missiles were carrying nuclear warheads, bombs powerful enough to turn a city into glass and poison the land around for years. They gave us a list of known targets, and we were right in one of them." He feels Vulpix press herself to his stomach, again reminding him that he's here and not there. No one was sure what to do. There were no bomb-proof locations in a zoo of all places, and the panicking guests clogged the parking lot, so running was a no-go. "We just had to sit there and wait." Mabel tries to cut in. "We can," he pushes on. The pressure was too much. People were cracking. The guard on duty wanted to go out painlessly and shot himself there in front of everyone. The words keep pouring out before he can rein them in. One of the interns took the dead guard's gun and followed him. It shocked everyone so badly that the panicking stopped. Everyone just huddled and waited. In his mind, he can feel Vulpix try to worm her way in and bleed off the memory, but he shuts her out. This pain is his, not hers. His heart thunders in his own ears, drowning anything else out. I thought about shooting myself too, but I chickened out. I just sat down and tried to distract myself with the Pokémon game on my phone. In no time at all, it happened. His scars burn. The bomb hit. Just the light coming through the blinds burned and disfigured my face, then the shockwave ripped the building apart, throwing glass everywhere, then the fireball reached us and stop. A hand takes him on the shoulder and shakes him out of the memory. Easy now. Mabel is sitting next to him. Her face isn't shocked or frightened, but soothingly placid as she rubs his shoulder. He didn't even notice her move. "Just take it nice and slow, okay? You had a flashback, so take a deep breath and come back down." Lee does as she asks, sucking in a breath free of fire and ash. As she stills the shaking in his limbs, he looks down to Vulpix. Her ears are pinned back and her tails are drawn in. Those chocolate eyes stare back up with such hurt that his chest throbs as if stabbed. "Are you feeling better?" Mabel asks, her concern plain. Lee nods silently, stroking Vulpix across her neck with the backs of his fingers. "Sorry, love. I didn't mean to worry you." The wave of forgiveness that washes over his brain soothes him. Mabel slowly rises and returns to her seat before sitting heavily. She crosses one leg over the other and steeples her fingers in her lap. "Before we go further, I want to establish one ground rule." "Just one. And that is?" Lee fights the burnout of his episode to pay attention. His eyelids feel like they're made of lead and a bone-deep weariness grips him despite the early hour. "We will do things at the pace best for you." She stresses, "the pace best for you. You rushed headfirst into your trauma before you were ready, and all that does is hurt you. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable talking about unpleasant events, and it's normal to want to get better as fast as you can, but you shouldn't rush in." "My best pace is an expedient one," Lee counters. "The one best for my friends and Pokémon." No. For the first time, Mabel's smile drops. Lee, we're doing this at the pace best for you. No one else's. Please don't misunderstand that. She leans back in her chair, regarding him intensely. I've met many a man like yourself, the type who thinks of others first. There are few people in this world better than them, but there comes a day they have to learn a lesson, one that they always view harshly and cringe away from. Do you know what that lesson is? Numbly, Lee shakes his head. That they matter just as much as everyone else. What? He blinks incredulously, hardly believing what he's hearing. You think that I see myself like that? I know what I'm worth. Mabel's mouth draws itself into a thin line. I don't think it, hun. I know it. Your love for your Pokémon says a lot of good things about you, but when was the last time you did something for yourself? Lee draws a blank. Well, like what? Like sitting down and enjoying a movie, or reading a book for fun, maybe taking a walk at sunset, or buying yourself something nice or getting yourself a little extra at dinner time because you thought to yourself, I deserve this. Anything, really. Mabel explains. Something that you did for yourself because you wanted it. Lee struggles, looking away and at the corner of the room. I was in Slateport just a week ago. Mabel smiles encouragingly. We visited the market there, and Lee hesitates again. Should he say that he adopted Shinx? Was that selfish? I picked up some quality grooming supplies for my Pokémon. The Purple Clan woman's smile doesn't fall, but it sure seems that way to Lee. And that was something to make you happy? Not your Pokémon? He almost lies and says yes, but remains silent. Try another one. Mabel waves her hand in a go-on gesture. Dig deep. When did you do something just for yourself? Well, maybe. No, I would have felt bad not using that battle tent ticket that Zinnia spent her own money on. My EV hunt? That sort of work related. I didn't really pay much attention to those movies in Slateport. The more and more Lee digs, the less he can find. He gulps as one selfish memory surfaces. I caught an extraordinarily powerful Trico in the Petalburg woods. I knew about him beforehand and wanted him for how strong he was. Even with Grovyle aware of the full story, admitting it still hurts. On his belt, Grovyle's ball remains static. Mabel hums to herself. But you feel guilty about it. How did? Lee clams up after accidentally outing himself. Wait, did he out himself? He's not guilty over that. He's over it. It's all over your face, hun. Mabel gently replies. Why would a wonderful trainer like you feel guilty for catching a strong Pokémon? She pauses, and when Lee doesn't answer, she continues. Do you feel guilty because you feel as if you aren't good enough for your Pokémon? Lee hisses and opens his mouth to refute her. However, the words refuse to leave the tip of his tongue. Mabel leans back, easing off. The first lesson men who care too much must learn, she begins slowly, is to value and forgive themselves. You are your own worst critic, Lee. I can see you tear yourself down even as we talk. No, I'm not. He shoots back reflexively. I do criticize myself, and it's a realistic amount, same as anyone else. In his lap, Vulpix shifts uncomfortably. The therapist regards Vulpix, then looks to Lee with open doubt. You're certain? The refute makes doubt begin to slowly take root in Lee. Yes? Mabel nods. Let me put this in a perspective a trainer might appreciate, then. Let's say you and another trainer battle. The other trainer's Pokémon follows instructions to the letter, and yours decides not to listen. Because of that, you lose the battle. Who is at fault? The obvious answer is the Pokémon, but it's not that simple. Lee crosses his arms. A trainer has to own up to their Pokémon's failings, and the Pokémon can't be rightly blamed if trained incorrectly or in a manner that fosters resentment. In this hypothetical, the fault is with me, the trainer. But that's not a factor in the case here. Who is at fault? Mabel patiently asks. Why else would a Pokémon just decide to throw a match? Lee frowns. If they're treated well, trained in a correct and engaging way, and like the trainer, then that wouldn't happen. There would have to be, right there, pause this exercise. Mabel points a finger forward, the action making her bracelet jingle. You're trying to rationalize the situation to come to a conclusion that doesn't exist, one that lets you take the blame. She puts her hand down. Let's circle back around for a moment. Do you think you matter? I do. He answers without hesitation, as much as your friends and Pokémon? Yes. He has to think about it for a split second. Hazel eyes bore into him with their disapproval. Lee, was that what you believe, or what you think I want to hear? Be honest with me. How could I say that and believe it? Lee sighs and raises his arms in exasperation. He misses Vulpix's spike of shock. Here I am in what may as well be a wonderland, doing my childhood dream job after everything I know got turned into nuclear ash. What did I do to deserve that? I'm not some extraordinary person or a genius, I'm not virtuous, I'm not anything. Shit. I didn't even go say goodbye to my animals one last time when I could. I just stayed huddled on the floor moping and waiting to die. Why didn't my teacher Osser end up here? He would have been a champion Pokemon trainer easily. Damn near anyone from the zoo would do better than I, raise Vulpix and the others better than I. Or my parents? Mom would have settled and livened up a community, and I'm sure Dad would have gotten his foot in the door at Devon and made them rivals to Sylph in no time with his business tricks alone. Lee's voice grows louder and louder, and he feels his face flush and fists clench when everything bottled up for months simply explodes. Why me? That's all I want to know. Why? Why put me here? Why bring Vulpix to me? Why did everyone but me die? I never wanted to be here. He's sure his voice is penetrating the walls, but he doesn't care in the slightest. Fuck. Spent and panting, Lee falls heavily back to the couch, not realizing that he stood as he vented his vitriol-laced angst. Tears sting his eyes, and to try and hide them, he drops his face into his hands and plants his elbows on his knees. Why? That's all I want to know. The tears don't stop and his breath hitches, but he forces down a sob that tries to break free, determined to keep some dignity. He feels a small paw slowly, tentatively touching his leg. Then another. Then Vulpix slowly crawls back into his lap, pressing herself to him as much as she can. I want you to be okay. The dam breaks. Lee isn't sure how long he embarrassingly bawled like a child, but when the last of his tears run out, he's just left, tired. Tired of feeling the way he does. Tired of the dread always lurking under the surface. Tired of always emotionally leaning on Vulpix. Just tired in general. Lee? With his eyes irritated and bloodshot, Lee glances up at Mabel. In her hands is a notebook he didn't see earlier, and on her face is a thin, but triumphant smile. That was a lot to let out. Are you feeling better? The zoologist takes a deep breath and clutches the vixen in his lap, who refuses to meet his gaze. Does he feel better? After months putting it off and moving forward, months of pretending that it didn't happen, broken by moments of weakness, finally speaking his thoughts and bringing them into the light for both himself and someone else feels. His chest feels lighter. He breathes a little easier for the first time in what feels like years. It's good. Yeah. Lee croaks, realizing that he's utterly parched. A bit better. I'm glad. The therapist's smile is as genuine as it is wide before it returns to something slightly more somber. What you're feeling about the matter is called survivor's guilt. You're upset that others died when you lived, and you feel like someone else would have done better in your place, right? Lee nods slowly, turning his eyes to the floor. Here's the fact of the matter, Lee. Mabel's bracelet jingles as she laces her fingers again over top her notebook. It's okay to mourn. I'd be more worried if you weren't upset, but don't play the what-if game with yourself. Do you think your friends would be happy that you lived? Yes, he murmurs. And your family? Yes. His voice picks up a bit more strength. Do you think they would approve of how you've done so far? Mabel looks down at her notebook. I hope so. Lee inhales through his nose and leans his head back to stare at the sterile white ceiling. Then turn that, I hope so, into a, certainly, by living your life to the fullest. Mabel fingers the wedding band on her left hand in a way that looks almost wistful. Lee watches her stare down at the innocent ring, already guessing the story behind it. But the woman looks upon it with content, quiet joy. Nothing in her expression is melancholic or even bittersweet. You owe it not just to all of your old friends, but to all your new friends as well, to look up and face the day with a smile, a real one. The first step to that, her eyes sparkle with a learned wisdom, is to realize that Lee Henson's wants and needs matter just like everyone else's. The last thing any friend wants is their friend beating themselves up and thinking they're worthless. Is she right? Lee wonders, still staring at the ceiling, then to one of the buzzing fluorescent lights. I'm not too hard on myself, am I? Do I have some kind of stupid complex? I don't think I do. Am I hurting everyone by not realizing this? You are. With a start, Lee looks down at Vulpix, who is still cuddled to his stomach. In the back of his brain, he can feel a slight tingle from her concentration. You are my world. Grovile's world. Corvisquire's world. Shink's world. You are priceless. Please realize. She looks up at him, raising a warm paw and pressing it against his chest. Lee's eyes become scratchy, and he struggles to not choke up once more. From the vixen, a tidal wave of love pours forth from her mind into him, where it seeps into his body, into his mind, then into something deeper. The love touches something primal, something beyond words, and at once he realizes. I do owe it to them. Mabel. The therapist perks up when Lee near silently addresses her. I don't think I fully understand how to learn all of this, but I'll give it everything I have. Her smile is utterly radiant. There is the resolve I knew you had. You're a hardy man, Lee. You've endured great change and terrible tragedy, yet here you are bravely facing your problems. That brave, caring attitude will carry you far in life. You just need to make time for your own care and remember that not everything is your fault, most of all things out of your control. Once you have that well-deserved belief in yourself, then you can stand tall and better address the other issues in your life. We'll work on those as we go. Mabel looks up at the clock on the wall. Goodness, that hour went by quickly. I imagine that you're exhausted and in need of a good pick-me-up. Can I recommend the confection shop down on Fifth Avenue? Their red velvet is to die for. Lee notices the clock himself and blinks incredulously when he sees it only 2 minutes until 11. Was that really an hour? Outwardly, he swallows through the dryness still plaguing his mouth. I'll take a look at the place. Are we going to be meeting again? Yes, indeed, Mabel nods assuringly. We'll meet once a week as often as your schedule allows. I know the life of a traveling trainer is a busy one, but Mabel Lane does not stop until her patients are ready to face every day with confidence. Here, she reaches inside of her jacket and pulls a business card from a hidden pocket before setting it on the glass table between them. If you ever need to, you can call me or email me. We're getting through all of this together. With a weary smile, Lee takes the card and stuffs it into his pocket. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you again for today, he says with an incline of his head. After letting Vulpix take her usual spot on his shoulder, Lee begins to rise but pauses halfway. Mabel, before I go, I have just one thing I want to run by you. Go right ahead, she smiles as she stands as well and flips her notebook closed. When my Corvisquire evolves, he agreed to fly me down to Littleroot so I can make a little grave for everyone. You know, for some closure. Lee stands and envisions it in his mind. It would be a little out of the way spot on Professor Birch's pasture, where he would plant a small slab inlaid with the names of everyone left behind. Is that, a good idea? A wonderful one, she smiles. A very thoughtful one, too. It's good to lay those who are mourned to rest, but don't call it a grave. She waggles a finger. It's a memorial, one where you remember the good times as well, got it? Lee smiles as well, finding hers infectious. Got it. He opens the meeting room door and holds it for her. Thank you. Anytime, Lee. Anytime. Bye-bye. She gives him a nod and a little wave as she passes, then she turns and heads deeper into the Pokémon Center, her high heels making a click-clack-click as she walks and turns a corner. Lee and Vulpix watch her go. As they stand there, Lee replays the meeting in his mind and feels himself falter when he remembers one line in particular. I never wanted to be here. Love? He whispers to Vulpix aloud. Some of the things I said. She cuts him off with an exasperated huff and licks the side of his nose. I *tanned. The man reaches up and pulls her into a short, but tight one-armed hug. With a newfound resolve, Lee takes Corvi and Grovile's balls from his belt and trots back to the front of the Pokémon Center and into the common area. Off to the side of the main greeting room are a few couches arranged in a U-shape, and seated on one of them are Brendan, Zinnia, and Marshtomp, the last of whom has several bandages wrapped around his left arm. When Zinnia looks up from a magazine held in her hands, she smiles and waves at Lee and Vulpix. So, how was your super-secret meeting? Brendan asks as Lee seats himself on the couch opposite of him and Zinnia. I know we said we would be cool with waiting, but some jerk with a Maractus wanted to talk trash on water types, so we battled him real quick. Marshtomp holds up his injured hand with a pleased croak. I take it you won? Lee smiles. Of course. Good to hear. Lee mirrors Brendan's grin, then sobers himself up slightly. So, that super-secret meeting is something I actually want to talk to everyone about. He expands Grovile and Corvi's Pokeballs, one in each hand, and pops both open. In twin flashes of white light, the lizard and crow Pokemon appear before the group. I take it both of you were listening in? Grovile nods and places a scaly paw on Lee's knee. Corvisquire merely rolls his eyes, the unspoken, obvious. Seems like something awful serious. Doolittle. Zinnia closes her magazine, some sort of gossip rag with Claire Blackthorn front and center, and tosses it aside. She levels Lee with a serious look twinged with nervousness. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. For my own sake, I really should. Lee's words seem to surprise both of his friends. This meeting wasn't anything crazy like secret research or elite cabal nonsense. Today was. He steels himself and looks to Vulpix, who gives him a small, vulpine smile filled with encouragement. Zinnia is sharp enough to suspect what's going on, and Brendan is plenty mature enough to handle the news. Lee closes his eyes and forces the words out. Today was a session with a therapist, probably the first of many. Brendan blinks as if he doesn't understand. A therapist? Beside the boy, Marshtomp looks between Lee, his Pokémon, then back to Lee, focusing on the scars on the man's face. After 2 cycles, understanding dawns in his beady eyes. Zinnia says nothing, merely letting her mouth thin into a straight line. Yeah. Lee opens his eyes and nods absently. I won't bore you with the details, but... He glances around, finding no one within earshot. The chatter of a large group by the reception desk drowns out nearly everything else. My home? It's gone. Gone? Zinnia asks sharply, her eyes narrowing. Do you mean, gone? Completely burned to the ground. As far as I know, I'm the only survivor. I don't know who did it, or why, but I do know that the superweapons used means going back is pointless. The explanation is short and not so sweet, but he distances himself from the memories and gets it out with a grimace. It's where the burns on my face came from. When I wandered into Littleroot and met you, Brendan, that was right after I came to in the middle of nowhere and met Vulpix. The boy leans back, expression slightly dazed. Oh geez, Lee. Zinnia looks away. In her clenched hand, her cloak is balled up. She said I've got PTSD and survivor's guilt. He pushes above the feelings of embarrassment to admit it. I'm not saying everything, but those details are a conversation for another time. The zoologist pulls at the collar of his shirt, just now realizing how much sweat is soaked into his undershirt with some exasperation. About what I talked to that therapist about today. Do I seem overly critical of myself to you too? I mean, yeah, kinda. Brendan seems uncomfortable, seemingly unsure where to keep his hands, so he fidgets. Sometimes you seem like you get upset out of nowhere, and after that battle with that guy Tyson. The birch air trails off. Zinnia, however, is much blunter. Yes. 100 times yes, she crosses her arms. Do you want my opinion? Lee reluctantly nods. Kiddo is right on the money. Whenever I see that statue-like mug of yours shift without anything going on, you go from thoughtful, to upset, to resigned. You do it all the time and I know it's because you're criticizing yourself, probably too hard. Zinnia's words form a crude mirror of Mabel's observations. Seriously, you take things too harshly. You're a good trainer and a decent guy, so why bash yourself? Lee looks down at Grovile and Corvisquire, silently asking for their input. The grass type reluctantly nods while Corvi caws out a careless agreement. Okay. Lee bites his lip. Is it really so obvious? He considers his next question. Does it upset you that I think like that? Zinnia's narrow-eyed, dropped jaw expression can easily be summarized as, are you serious? Brendan is much more explosive, of course. The boy almost jumps to his feet in his outrage. I haven't said anything because after Slateport, I figured. He deflates. I didn't want to get yelled at. He says in a small voice. Good fucking God, Lee, wait a. Lee forcefully cuts off his self-deprecative muttering and clears his throat. Okay, look, that stops here. I hate to ask you guys for help, but I think I have to. Whenever any of you, he quickly sweeps his eyes over Brendan, Zinnia, Corvi, Grovile, and Vulpix, think that I'm having a pity party, please tell me to suck it up and get over it. I'm going to do my best to do it on my own because that's what the therapist said I need to do as a first step to getting better, but I might need help if I slip. Is that okay? Zinnia openly grins. Wow. You're actually asking for help rather than stubbornly doing it on your own. Well, you weren't going to get rid of me either way, Doolittle, so count me in. She then quietly adds, if you feel like it, you can talk to us about whatever you want. You don't have to carry burdens like that by yourself. Right, kiddo? Never. Brendan grins and stands with renewed vigor. We've got your back 110%. It's what friends do. Lee smiles, feeling his chest swell. That, he snorts then throws his head back in an open laugh. That's so corny, but I don't think I could have it any other way. Thank you too. As the trio of trainers debate where to go for an early lunch, a debate where Lee voices his choice just as much as the other two, Vulpix looks down from her trainer's shoulder to her pair of teammates. Grovile smirks and crosses his arms. To any who know him, they would notice how pleased he is. Corvisquire just harumphs and turns away, but it lacks his usual spiteful bite. Vulpix herself smiles and breathes out a quiet sigh. With the exhale, a weight seems to lift from her shoulders. Her human is finally walking the road to recovery. Chapter 26. Gazing at his own concentrated face in the bathroom mirror of his and Brendan's hotel room, Lee drags his razor up his neck and through the last line of shaving gel on his face. He runs his thumb through the now smooth spot as he rinses his razor in the running faucet, smiling as he does so. It's been a few days since his first session with Mabel, and he's been feeling good. Lighter. Just happier in general. Getting everything off his chest and letting Brendan and Zinnia in on how he's truly feeling takes just a bit off his shoulders. The days have been spent training in preparation for the battle with Watson, while the evening hours have been spent with his Pokémon simply relaxing or enjoying exploring Mauville with Brendan and Zinnia. In regards to training, Vulpix effortlessly learned Flamethrower from Zinnia's Shelgon after watching closely, though her efforts to learn Iron Tail have been less than fruitful, to put it nicely. Grovile's first custom move is now in the works, being a modification of Bullet Seed that instead fires a wide shotgun blast. Once more, Grovile's Savantesque battle abilities showed themselves. After only a few days, their efforts to deconstruct Bullet Seed and rebuild it with a higher projectile count are already showing results. Meanwhile, Corvisquire has been busy mastering Pursuers with an almost concerning fervor between bouts of physical training. Today is going to be a full one, Lee muses as runs his hands under the faucet and scrubs his face clean. More than once he has to pause to wipe the steam from his recent shower off of the mirror. Corvisquire's physical, Brendan's match with Watson, my match with Watson, a trip to the Mauville Mall, and a proof of concept meeting with that Sylph rep. Geez, his time since learning just how TMs were created wasn't spent idle. After a few nights of research, he made a phone call to the Sylph branch in Mauville to pitch a potential run of powerful and custom moves copied to TMs. Initially, the representative on the phone wasn't interested, forcing Lee to reluctantly wave his clout as a lab trainer around, enticing the representative into arranging a demo. If all goes well, Sylph County will hold a spot for him and sell copies of his team's moves once he has something exciting to copy. Vulpix's convergence in Corvi's Pursuers were off the table, but that doesn't mean he can't use them as examples. Lee looks at the left side of his face in the mirror, rubbing a finger over the smooth burn scars. If there was any silver lining to them, then it'd be the less time spent shaving. He traces the one cutting from his hairline through part of his eyebrow and eyelid, then the one from his temple to the corner of his mouth, thanking his lucky stars that he wasn't blinded. Stowing his razor in the open toiletry bag on the corner of the sink, Lee looks down to make sure he's presentable, finding that his jeans and black undershirt haven't vanished, then tosses the bathroom door open, letting the steamy air escape into the cool hotel room. As he steps out, Grovile and Corvisquire, who stand by the window quietly conversing, pause to look at their trainer. Up on Lee's bed, Shinx is too busy playing with Vulpix to acknowledge Lee. The kitten hunkers low, wiggling her rear and kneading the covers with her claws as she keeps her large yellow eyes on the fox just a few feet away. Vulpix stands still, waiting for Shinx to strike with a patience that the kitten simply can't match. Her aloof, unruffled appearance invites a challenge. She even raises a leg to scratch her ear in open dismissal. Shinx tenses, then leaps across the bed in one bound, tackling Vulpix and sending both tumbling in a tangle of limbs. With flailing paws and gnashing teeth, the two scuffle for only a moment before Vulpix gets the upper hand and positions herself over Shinx. Shinx makes the mistake of trying to flail and worm away when Vulpix pins the kitten's lower body with a straddle, so when she exposes her neck, Vulpix dives in. The electric type freezes as Vulpix's teeth just barely touch the fur of her throat. Marrow? The vixen holds her stance for a moment, then releases Shinx, letting the kitten scramble to her paws and get ready to pounce again. As silently as he can, Lee creeps up to the bed and lays his hand across Shinx's back, making her jump and zap his hand with a few static-like pops. She looks over her shoulder and arches her back into his hand as her trainer gently scratches her, purring lovingly all the while. Having fun? He smiles when Shinx answers by standing on her tippy toes to get more contact with his hand. Ack, I've only had you for 2.5 weeks and already you're getting so big. You used to fit in my hands when I put them together. He turns his gaze to Vulpix. Thanks for playing with her, love. I know you're not normally one for roughhousing. Vulpix shakes her head and smiles. I've n***s place ying *ith Shinx. A grow *ing cub needs sti*ul tion, aft *r all. She says. *or t king corvi ir foe his physica? Lee nods as he takes his jacket from its place hanging off the bed and shrugs it on, then he glances over to the raven Pokémon, who stiffens. Ready, Corvi? With palpable reluctance and a grimace so intense that Lee fears Corvisquire might crack his beak, the bird Pokémon nods his head. Hold down the fort, MK? Lee nods to Vulpix and beckons to Corvisquire with his hand as he shoulders his backpack. Let's head on out. Corvisquire hesitates for a split second, then bounds along after Lee. Together, they leave the hotel room and take a silent elevator ride down to the lobby, then scoot past the groups of people and Pokemon checking in and out. From there, they take a straight path from the city proper out to an outskirts training field that looks to have seen better days, avoiding distractions all the while. The walk is silent, almost uncomfortably so. Corvisquire doesn't even take the time to look around condescendingly or sneer at anyone they pass. When they find themselves in a small, sunlit training field overrun by foliage, they both stop. Looks like as good a place as any, yeah? Lee smiles down at Corvisquire. Do you want? Corvisquire spreads his wings and lifts off with one single flap, quickly taking to the air and vanishing over the treeline. To sit up here? Lee blinks. What? Is he checking the area? It looked plenty abandoned. Lee leans his back against a tree and taps his foot, waiting for Corvisquire to return. I guess that makes sense. He's been real cagey about his physical. Whatever he has to hide must be big. Lee frowns in worry. I hope he's alright. 1 minute turns into 5, and 5 turns into 15. The zoologist checks his phone to see the time nervously. Corvi? How far are you checking? 15 minutes turns into 30, so he sits down and rests his back against the trunk of the tree behind him. An hour passes, then 2. Lee's phone rings, but he dismisses the call without looking, not wanting to spook Corvisquire. At the 3-hour mark, his phone is ringing so incessantly that he finally looks, finding Zinnia's number flashing on the screen. Reluctantly, he answers and holds the phone up to his ear. Hello? Lee, where are you? Is her first terse question. In the background, he can hear the dull roar of people packed in a tight space. Brendan and I came back to your hotel room and didn't find you. Brendan is battling Watson now and your match is right after. If you don't show up, then you'll get skipped. Where are you? I'm out in the woods waiting for. Lee grits his teeth as the unpleasant reality sets in. Corvisquire ran away. What? Corvisquire ran away, he almost yells. Betrayal crushes the light feeling in his chest, simply leaving him frustrated. He wanted his physical to be away from prying eyes, and when we got out to the middle of nowhere, he took off. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Zinnia is quiet for a moment. Shit, Lee. She sighs. Look, I can't say a cynical part of me didn't kind of expect this, because that bird was trouble from day one. Sometimes it doesn't matter how well you treat a Pokemon, they're ungrateful. They're just as flawed as people, you know. That's not. Lee stops himself short of a tirade and takes a deep breath. He stands and begins to pace. I know Corvi. Whatever secret he must have must be terrifying for him to share. I know that feeling well. He'll come back. Even with the rationalization, doubt still digs its fingers into him. He'll come back. I know it. I have faith in him. Lee clenches his hand into a tight fist. Zinnia sighs. And that's fine, but circling back around to the other issue at hand here. Your match is soon, and unless you want to wait around for. Lee hears her pull her phone away from her face and tap a few buttons. 8 days for a rematch, then you need to get over here. I brought your Pokemon with me. Lee looks up at the sky, hoping to see a blue and black shape overhead, but he finds nothing to his dismay. I'm on my way. Slowly, he trudges his way from the training field back to Mauville proper. Several times he looks back to the field, and then up to the sky, but Corvisquire is nowhere to be found. He'll be back. Deep in his heart, Lee knows this was always a possibility, but what possessed Corvisquire to flee like that? Fear of the physical? Fear of Lee discovering something during the physical? Was this all premeditated? What could it be? All the bird had to do was ask to be freed, and no matter how reluctant Lee felt, he would oblige. Confusion and hurt swirl inside him as he passes people on the street heading towards the gym. He looks up at the Mauville gym as it comes into view. The building is the same standardized gym design as the Rustboro and Dewford gyms, being a high-walled and likely reinforced dome. He doesn't give it much more thought and pushes open the doors, walking into the reception area. Just as he walks in, he can hear a buzzer in the arena rattle the walls. Manectric is down. Brendan Birch and Marshtomp did it. The challenger is the winner. The muffled voice of the announcer rolls through the walls, followed by thunderous applause. Despite the day so far, Lee smiles, happy that Brendan pulled a win and earned his 3rd badge. At the front desk are 2 receptionists, one a teenage girl, and the other a scraggly teen boy sending shy looks to his coworker. The girl perks up and stows her phone away as Lee approaches. Hello, sir, she greets politely. Are you here as a spectator or a challenger? Challenger, Lee says absent-mindedly, still pondering over the situation with Corvisquire. Lee Henson is the name. I should be next. I just need to get my Pokemon from a friend watching the last match. The receptionist nods and looks down at her computer screen before smiling. Sure thing. The arena will be letting out for cleanup here shortly, so just hang tight for your match. With a nod, Lee turns and finds a seat in one of the chairs along the wall, silently mulling. He gives the psychic thread to Vulpix a tug, only to find it muted behind the walls of her Pokeball. What could Corvi have to hide? Lee rubs one of his eyes with the heel of his hand. He's an ornery thing, and probably had a previous trainer, I know that. He's proud, too. I've never seen him strike someone who won't fight back no matter how pissed he is, and never has he shied away from a challenge. I've given him ample opportunity to run away before, so why now? Was it something I did? Or did the thought of the physical really spook him that much? Lee looks up and out at the window towards the clear blue sky. Corvi? Over the next few minutes, the arena spectators file out from the large double doors against the back wall leading to the battlefield, all of them chattering excitedly about Brendan's match. A mudkip in the arms of a little girl still looks utterly enthralled by what he's seen, meaning Marshtomp likely gained a new fan. Finally, Brendan and Zinnia walk out. On Brendan's face is a megawatt grin, one wholly justified by the dynamo badge he's rolling between his fingers. They're stopped once or twice by people from the crowd offering congratulations or wanting pictures with the Birch heir, but they make their way to Lee as soon as they spot him. Lee, you missed it. Brendan groans. That was one of the closest matches we've ever had. Watson doesn't mess around. You figure a guy who has like 3 jobs wouldn't have time to train his Pokemon, but his Manectric nearly smoked Marshtomp even with a bad type matchup. The boy rubs his eyes. If I ever see the move flash again, it'll be too soon. Yeah, sorry about that. Lee runs a hand through his hair, silently noting that he's due for a cut. I took Corvi out for his physical this morning and he ran away. What? Brendan blinks. He ran away? Why? That's a question I'm still asking myself. Lee leans back and stares up at the ceiling, hurt and confusion still twisting around in his gut. I don't know. We got to the field, I asked if he was ready, and he flew away. Zinnia, you said you have my Pokemon? Wordlessly, she reaches into her bag and withdraws 3 shrunken Pokeballs and drops them into Lee's waiting hand. He clips Shink's ball back into his belt and enlarges Vulpix and Grovile's balls before popping both open. With the usual flash of light, the fox and the gecko take form in front of him. Vulpix immediately reaches her mind out to his like she usually does after an absence, and Lee feeds her everything. Her eyes widen in shock, then narrow in the same cold fury that she previously reserved only for Zinnia. Grovile looks at Vulpix with some alarm, not even needing words to feel the hostility rolling off of her. Love, calm down. Lee reaches a hand out and runs it through the tuft on Vulpix's head, pausing her dark thoughts. I'm sure he had some reason. And who knows? Maybe it was just never meant to be. Admitting such a thing stings Lee's pride as a trainer and makes him feel foolish for pouring his heart out to the corvid Pokemon. He looks over to Grovile, who looks between them with confusion. Corvisquire ran away, Grovile. I'm not sure that he's coming back. The wood gecko at first appears befuddled, but then he hisses as his face twists itself to a hateful mask. He clenches his fists, tightens his jaw around his twig, and the leaves along his wrists hum dangerously, glowing just the slightest green. Lee rests his other hand on Grovile's head like he does Vulpix when he sees a few of the people milling about in the gym reception room. Eye Grovile nervously. Easy, Grovile, Lee murmurs. No need for that. With obvious reluctance, Grovile takes a deep breath and crosses his arms, letting the half-realized leaf blade power down. His face still retains a stormy expression, however. Vulpix looks up at Zinnia expectantly, as if waiting for something. What's with the look? Zinnia frowns down at the fox. No, I'm not going to dress Lee down when this clearly wasn't his fault. Stop it. The vixen sniffs and turns her head away. You're not taking this as something that's your fault, right? Brendan asks Lee unsurely. He rubs the face of his new badge with his thumb. I knew Corvisquire was a grump, but maybe it went even deeper than that. I don't see how he could be upset with you. Lee says nothing for a moment, gathering his thoughts. No, you're right. He shifts in his chair, suddenly uncomfortable. I treated him as well as I could. If this is how it ends, then I suppose there's nothing else to be said. The words are bitter on his tongue, and part of him still wants Corvisquire to return, but he stands up and smooths the wrinkles in his jacket in a half-hearted distraction. I hope he'll come back. By now, a new crowd is beginning to flow in from the front door and into the spectator seating for the next match. The receptionist who greeted Lee waves him over as her partner. The scraggly boy frantically checks and scans the tickets of everyone else. Let's take it from the top, okay? Lee tells his diminished team. He briefly reaches into his bag, pulling out the neckerchief with Grovile's miracle seed sewn into it and passes it to the reptile Pokemon, who ties it around his neck. After, Lee raises Grovile's ball in his hand. Ready? Both Vulpix and Grovile nod, but before he can recall the wood gecko, Vulpix asks him a question laced with worry. Are you okay? He smiles. Fine, he lies. Return. Grovile dissolves into red light and is pulled back into his ball. Vulpix, meanwhile, hops onto his shoulders. From her, Lee is fed worry for himself between the waves of borderline hate aimed at Corvisquire for his betrayal. With such an intimate view into Vulpix's mind, he knows she's barely stopped to ponder why her once teammate fled. To her, it's something that can't and won't be forgiven anyway, so it's little use to dwell upon it. Please just hold your judgment, love, he urges. We don't know everything. Maybe he'll come back and explain. Vulpix huffs. No words are needed to relay her doubt, but she dials back on her open contempt regardless. Good luck, Lee. Brendan grins. Watson usually opens with a Magnemite or a Magneton, so be ready. Don't think too hard about everything, Doolittle. Zinnia smiles and pats his arm, giving it a short squeeze before letting go. Whip some ass. The kid and I will be rooting for you all. Lee returns their well wishes with a small smile of his own. Thanks, you too. The Birch Heir and the Dragon Tamer both get in line to get seats while Lee and Vulpix follow the receptionist. The gym receptionist quickly takes them back into the holding room between the reception area and the arena. The little room is barren other than a water cooler, a chair, and a table where several lapel microphones sit charging on docks. Here you are. The cheery girl takes one of the mics and hands it to Lee. Do you need any help? I think I've got it. Thanks, Lee dryly replies, clipping the mic to the collar of his shirt and stuffing the receiver in his pocket. He fingers the wire running between them. Watson is a busy guy, yeah? The girl nods, making her curly hair bounce. Yep. You know, if he's got an email or some time to talk. I've got a prematurely born Shinx, and some expert insight on electric types would be nice. A Shinx? The girl's eyes light up. Oh, do you have any pictures? I've always wanted a Shinx. She freezes, then lets out a nervous laugh. Sorry, that's not very professional of me, is it? I can get you one of Mr. Watson's cards if you like. Lee smiles in amusement and pulls his phone from his pocket. I've got a few pictures. The small talk doesn't do much for his nerves, but yet another distraction is welcome. Here, if you'd like to look, I don't mind. The zoologist lets the girl gush over how tiny and adorable Shinx is for several minutes until the PA system in the arena crackles. The next match is another heavy hitter, everyone. Today, Watson will battle rising star Lee Henson, Professor Birch's other lab trainer. The roar of the crowd passes through the wall easily. Henson has won over Rustborough's Roxanne and Duford's Brawley going all out. Can he keep it going with Watson? Only one way to find out. Please give a warm welcome to Lee Henson. That's our cue, Lee says, locking his phone and dropping it in his pocket. Good luck, Mr. Henson. The receptionist girl cheers before leaving to return back to her post. With a sigh to stay his nerves, Lee pushes the double doors to the arena open and steps out. The crowd cheers and applauds as he steps up to the trainer box at the edge of the rectangular arena. Across the way stands Watson, the gym leader. The man is in his older years, with a balding head and a full beard of white. Under the beard is a wide smile, and his eyes are framed by laugh lines. His rotund form is covered by a yellow jumpsuit, the top half of which is covered with a brown jacket. So, you're Lee Henson? Watson asks, his voice carrying over the loudspeakers. Ha ha ha, another big up-and-comer here to challenge me, and so soon. He grasps his belly as he laughs. There's that Vulpix who is already putting fire types 3 times her size to shame. This is going to be an electrifying battle. You know of her? Lee asks as he steps into the center of the marked-off trainer box, his own voice echoing over the crowd. On his shoulder, he can feel Vulpix's surprise at being called out. Of course I do, son. Watson's smile becomes knowing. We gym leaders talk, you know. You and young Brendan were the first ones on our radar. The people watching oh and ah over the unexpected revelation, but Lee forces himself to not focus on them, delegating the crowd to just be background noise. Really? Lee mulls. Interesting. The referee standing off to the side of the battleground, a man wearing the classic black and white striped referee uniform, finally steps up and clears his throat, silencing everyone. This official gym challenge is between challenger Lee Henson from Littleroot and gym leader Watson of Mauville. He begins, gesturing to each trainer as he introduces them. This match will be a 2-on-2 single battle, and only the challenger may substitute. This match will be over when all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue. Trainers. He looks between Lee and Watson. Select your first Pokémon. Lee grasps Grovile's ball and enlarges it as Watson reaches in his jacket and withdraws a worn great ball. Your friend Brendan eked a win out over my longtime partner, Manectric. Watson comments with an approving nod. I wanted him to battle you, but my poor boy is just a little too banged up. Luckily, his wife is just as good. Watson draws his hand back and tosses the blue Pokeball in his hand.
Let's show him, Jolteon. The great ball bursts open, dumping a mass of light on the ground that quickly takes a spiky shape.
As the light fades, it leaves behind a blinking Jolteon. Jolteon, one of the many forms of Eevee, scents the air and shakes herself with a curious murr. Her yellow fur and the white tuft circling her neck stand up in long spikes that crackle with an electric charge. Her black eyes shine with experience that she gazes upon Lee with no wariness, yet no dismissal. Jolteon, one of the fastest Pokémon in the world. Our only saving grace here is how frail they are. Grovyle should be able to put her down with just a few solid attacks. Lee licks his lips and whips his own Pokeball up into the air without any announcement. High up, the ball pops open and releases Grovyle, who lands in a crouch in the arena. He stands in one smooth motion and crosses his arms, locking eyes with Jolteon. The barriers around the arena shimmer to life, locking the pair of Pokémon in. First match. Jolteon vs Grovyle. The ref raises his arm and chops down. Begin. Quick attack. Quick attack. Both Lee and Watson call at the same time. Both Pokémon become blurs instantly, crashing into each other in the center of the arena only to bound away and re-engage a split second later in another part of the battleground, creating a staccato of thuds and whacks. It takes only a second, and Lee barely sees it, but Jolteon moves just a bit faster and slams her head into Grovile's stomach, driving the breath from his lungs and forcing him to jump back to Lee's side of the field. He grimaces and clutches his stomach. Pin missile, Jolt. Watson presses the advantage. The spikes of fur on Jolteon glow a brilliant white, then she crouches low and shakes herself.
A split second later, a barrage of needles shoot out of her spiky coat, each one whistling as it cuts through the air in homes and on Grovyle with agonizing intent.
Detect. Lee orders, already feeling himself beginning to sweat. Leaf blade to deflect the rest. Grovile's eyes shine yellow, and like a dancer he weaves around the white needles intent on turning him into a pincushion. He ducks, dips, dives, and contorts his body into shapes that would break the limbs of a lesser Pokémon. His wrist leaves hum and grow rigid, then he starts slicing through every needle heading his way with supernatural precision as Detect slowly begins to fail. His eyes twitch, desperate to blink, but he resists the urge lest he lose Detect entirely. Jolteon's eyes narrow in concentration as she continues the seemingly endless tide of needles. Before Grovile's Detect and Leaf Blade can run dry, the glow in her fur fades. Bullet Seed. Lee orders as soon as he sees the last needle shatter against Leaf Blade. Grovile's mouth opens, and out comes a volley of near supersonic seeds that scream towards Jolteon.
The electric type needs no order to dodge, instantly moving and dodging around the shots with furious footwork.
She jukes left and right, stopping on a dime and redirecting herself every time Grovile's aim catches up and begins leading the shots again. Not bad at all. Watson laughs and cheers. Okay, Jolt. Let's get serious. Well fuck. Shockwave. Jolteon's fur crackles once more, showering the area around her in sparks. Then with a cry, a lightning bolt as thick as a man's wrist jumps from the electrified aura around her body and strikes Grovyle instantly, making the gecko cringe as the volts run through his body.
Unlike the odd, physics-defying lightning of other Pokémon moves, Shock Wave is quite literally instant, hitting Grovyle before Lee or himself could think of retaliating.
Give him the old hit and run. Watson pumps his fist. If Jolteon was fast before, then she's easily twice as quick now, jumping all over the arena as a blur of yellow so fast that her features all simply meld together. She stays in a single spot for just a scant second each time, just long enough to fire another shockwave with a growling cry and practically teleport to a new angle.
It's all Grovyle can do to shield his head with his arms and grit his teeth each time he's zapped.
The bolts are by no means weak, and the damage is rapidly adding up even with his grass typing cutting the damage from the electric attacks. Fuck. Jolteon must be even faster than Andre's Absol. Lee grits his own teeth right along with his Pokémon just remembering the monster of a Pokémon. Use feint attack. Move. A sickly aura of purple-black diffuses from between Grovile's electric burn spattered scales, then he simply vanishes from view. A second later, a shockwave scorches the ground where he was standing. Huh? Feint attack?
I didn't realize that a Grovile could learn that. Watson hums.
Stay wary, Jolty. Oh, and don't let him touch you. Jolteon bounces lightly on her paws, keeping her head on a swivel and turning her ears every which way, waiting for Grovile to reappear. All the while, she keeps her coat circulating with electricity, making little arcs rise up between the points of her spikes.
He should be close enough. Please work. Lee breathes out a tense sigh.
Seed blast. Just several arms lengths away, Grovile reappears on Jolteon's right with his mouth wide open. His throat bulges as his mouth glows a yellow-green, then with the thunderous report of a shotgun, he shoots a wide net of seeds like buckshot. Jolteon's eyes widen and she's in motion before the first seeds are even fired, but the sheer wall of projectiles means that a number of them still clip her leg, one even lodging itself in her flank and drawing blood. She springs away, but lands awkwardly and keeps her weight off of her wounded side. Nice. Lee grins as the match finally begins to turn around. Good luck running circles around us with a lame leg. Oh, worry crosses Watson's aged features. Looks like we can't dally. Jolty. Agility. Jolteon sways on her paws, a pink haze materializing from nowhere and sinking into her skin. Grovile. Key. Baton pass. Jolty. CK attack. Grovile flies forward like a meteor wreathed in an aura of white, but before he can reach Jolteon, she's sucked back into her Pokeball through the barrier. At the same time, another Pokeball in Watson's jacket levitates on its own and pops open, once again completely bypassing the battlefield barrier to drop another Pokemon into the exact spot where Jolteon was. Thwack. Grovile recoils and clutches his bleeding skull when he runs face first into a levitating Magneton. He wipes away the blood running down into his eye and hisses as he gazes up at his opponent. The new Pokemon in Jolteon's place is far more object than animal, being 3 steel balls seemingly welded together in a triangle pattern.
Each body sports a single large eye, 2 Phillips head screws protruding without a visible hole except for the top body, which has an additional screw on the top of its head.
Most notably are the 2 U-shaped magnets on each body, which twist and turn as the Pokemon hovers. Occupying the same spot where Jolteon once was, Magneton soaks up the remaining pink residue of agility in the air. The Pokemon buzzes and hums threateningly, jittering from the sudden speed boost. Suddenly, things seem to have taken a turn for the worst. Is that even legal? Lee questions, looking at the ref. That doesn't count as a substitution? The man simply nods. Baton Pass is a legal move in the Hoenn Gym circuit.
It does not violate bans on substitutions. Ho ho, let's see how you get out of this one. Watson chortles.
Magneton. Take down. The steel and electric type shudders in place, then zips at Grovile with devilish speed, aim to crash into him like a speeding train. Detect. Lee quickly orders, mentally telling himself to not panic. Move. Grovile's eyes shine, and he ducks just in time, letting Magneton sail overhead and crash into the ground, throwing up a plume of dirt and dust. Get him again, Magneton. Watson calls. Slow him down with metal sound if you have to. Magneton shoots up out of the cloud of dust and hovers ominously over the battlefield. It convulses, seemingly trying to pull the different units of his body apart. Then from the Pokemon comes a positively ear-rending sound akin to metal being twisted. Lee grimaces and covers Vulpix's ears for her, making her relay a grateful flash of emotion even as her eyes twitch from the god-awful noise. Grovile clutches his ears, but refuses to open his mouth in a scream that would go unheard anyway. His eyes glow again as Magneton rockets down at him, but he blinks as blood seeps from the gash in his head and runs down into his eyes once more. Magneton smashes into Grovile like a runaway truck, and even with the slight ringing in his ears, Lee hears the telltale crunch of shattered bones. The gecko Pokemon flops along the ground like a ragdoll, before coming to a stop on the ground, unmoving. He coughs, staining the dirt under his mouth red. Off to the side of the field, the referee shakes his head and waves an arm before the buzzer overhead sounds. Grovile is unable to battle. Watson and Magneton are the winners of round 1. The crowd erupts into cheers. In the nosebleed section of the right side, Lee can see the shocked faces of Brendan and Zinnia. The tribeswoman realizes that Lee is looking at them rather quickly and elbows Brendan, forcing the boy to school his face into one of encouragement. Lee quickly holds Grovile's ball out and shoots the return beam in the instant the barrier around the field goes down. In a flash of red, his Pokemon is returned to the safety of his ball. The last son of Earth clenches his eyes shut in directionless irritation, easing only when Vulpix noses his cheek with a quiet, encouraging murmur. Phew. The old gym leader wipes his forehead with the back of his hand. We really had to pull out some tricks there. You and your Pokemon are really something, Lee. The praise eases some of the sting of the loss, but only some. Thank you, Lee mutters. He rosses Grovile's ball to his mouth, quietly whispering, and thank you, Grovile. I'm proud of you for giving your all. He replaces the ball on his belt. Challenger Lee, please select the second and final Pokemon from your team. The referee calls. I've only got one to pick. Lee thinks to himself. Alrighty, love. Time to take names. He points his arm out and lets Vulpix springboard herself from it and into the arena. Once her paws touch the packed dirt floor, the protective barriers rise again behind her. The Vixen eyeballs the floating Magneton with open hostility, eager to burn off the frustration from the vexing day. We're going to need to go hard and fast, Lee sends his thoughts to Vulpix. Magneton is still completely undamaged, and although hurt, Jolteon is still ambulatory and thus dangerous. We're going to attack, use every dirty trick we can, and only sneak in status moves when we can, alright? Vulpix physically nods, flaring her tails and lowering herself into a ready stance. The sunlight pouring through the windows begins to intensify, growing into angry rays that heat the arena up with fire energy. Lee feels a tickle in his head and behind his eyes. After a second to focus, he widens his end of their connection, letting their senses overlap. The nausea and slowly growing ache in his skull from processing a body and a half worth of input is ignored, tempered by an angry sort of determination that both man and Pokemon share. Match 2. Vulpix vs Magneton. The ref chops his hand down again. Begin. Flamethrower. A gout of flame bursts from Vulpix's lips before Watson can even complete the first syllable of his order. Even rocking a speed high from Jolteon's agility, the flamethrower is just too sudden to avoid for Magneton, who screeches and instinctually swerves away when the fire. Whoa, Nelly! Watson exclaims, his eyes widening. Magneton, use flamethrower again. Vulpix breathes in, and out comes fire fueled by fury. Another flamethrower with zero warning engulfs Magneton, who once again zips out of the way, only to let out another metallic screech as the fire instead bends sharply at Vulpix's will to follow. Magneton, listen to my voice. Use Sonic Boom and blow the fire out. Watson's voice begins to grow dire as genuine confusion and distress blooms in his face. For a moment, Lee falters, feeling as if this is cheating. A mental tug from Vulpix pulls him back into focus. The poi *t of the *e gym bat *s is to overk *me them w *th whatever r sources we h *they. We're being t stead. Vulpix sends to him. With their minds so close that the border between man and Pokemon is beginning to become blurred, her voice is crisp and audible. If baton pass I *ent cheating, th *n our bond isn't che *ting eit *r. Maybe you're right. Lee steels himself and pours his focus back into the battle. Fine then. Sorry, Magneton, but we're taking that badge. Magneton shivers, and for a split second his body pulls itself into three pieces before the magnetism between them pulls them back together. The reunion of the three bodies is so violent that a shockwave of air rockets towards the snaking flames still pursuing Magneton. Vulpix and Lee both grasp the flames as one, and together split it into 6 separate streams that scatter around the Sonic Boom attack, which misses entirely and hits the ground with a violent bang. The broken flamethrower then reforms into a pillar of burning orange that engulfs Magneton once more. After taking 3 super effective attacks in a row and now glowing a dangerous, superheated red, Magneton warbles and falls to the ground with a loud clatter, its eyes becoming unfocused and its magnets going limp. Watson doesn't seem to believe what he's seeing and runs a hand along his mostly bald head. The referee seems unsure of what to do after witnessing the stomp of a battle, but eventually he clears his throat and raises his arm, making the buzzer overhead sound for the second time in the battle. Magneton is unable to battle. Vulpix and Lee are the winners of round 2. The onlookers go ballistic. People give standing ovations, and more than one cell phone is raised in taking pictures. High up in the stands, Brendan is one of the most enthusiastic, standing with both arms raised and yelling even if his voice is drowned out. The battlefield barrier goes down, and Watson absently recalls his cooling and unconscious Magneton. Well, he works his jaw, seemingly trying to find words as he puts the ball away and pulls Jolteon's ball out again. Those are some new tricks if I've ever seen any. And that anger you've got on your face. Sorry if I struck a nerve, but the last thing I want to do is make this as easy as falling off a log. I've got a duty as gym leader to make sure that youngsters who take up the mantle of Pokemon trainer end up strong. Lee sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose with a thumb and forefinger, feeling the headache from delving so deep into Vulpix's psyche slowly grow worse. It's not you, Mr. Watson. Today has just been a crummy day is all. The old man laughs. Here's hoping a good round 3 will make your day a bit better. Okay, Jolty, back in ya go. The ball leaves his hand and pops open, dropping Jolteon back into the field. Jolteon still stands without any weight on her right hind leg as she inspects the arena, her eyes moving to the craters that Magneton created, then to Vulpix. Round 3. Vulpix vs Jolteon. The referee announces. Begin. Baby doll eyes, then Ember in a wide net. Once again, Watson can't even call an attack before Vulpix's offensive is already flying. The Vixen's eyes glow a cloying pink, and Jolteon yelps as her legs suddenly begin to shake with weakness. Vulpix then spits out a fireball that erupts into embers the instant that Baby Doll Eye strikes. The embers all spread out, guided by Vulpix's pyrokinesis, then descend on Jolteon like a swarm of furious insects.
Discharge. Watson is much faster to catch on this round.
Blow him away. Jolteon howls as electricity explodes out of her in a wide dome of radiant yellow. When the embers hit discharge, they explode brilliantly. When discharge doesn't halt, Vulpix zooms to the side with quick attack at Lee's behest, rushing for the corner of the arena the furthest away from Jolteon. By the time discharge makes it to Vulpix, it's lost a significant amount of power and merely stings rather than incapacitate. Vulpix barely winces, but Lee twitches from the phantom sensation of essentially being tased. Quick attack, go. Watson points a finger as he orders Jolteon. Gone is his jovial expression, instead replaced with one of focus. Don't let her stay at range. Even with a lame leg, Jolteon blitzes across the arena with such speed that she leaves a trail of dust in her wake, aiming to smash her skull into Vulpix. Hold. Vulpix's eyes narrow, then using Lee's eyes to double-check everything from another perspective, she takes a deep breath and a ring of fire around her paws begins to burn. Now, a barely withheld fire spin churns to life around the Vixen, then bursts up into a whirlwind of fire that Jolteon barely aborts running into. The evolution still has enough traction on 3 paws to near instantly stop and bound away to the center of the arena before Firespin consumes her. After the miss, Vulpix drops Firespin and lets it fade into hot air and embers, disgruntled. Isn't this a pickle? Can't get too close, can't be too far, the gym leader grunts. Jolty. Light screen. A protective barrier of pink energy covers Jolteon from head to toe, and Lee silently curses himself for not having Vulpix interrupt it. Fucking swell. If that works like it does in the game, it's going to cut a huge amount of damage out of special attacks. Sorry to do this when you have a bum leg, girl, but hit and run with Extreme Esp. Alarm surges through Vulpix and into Lee. Fuck no. Flamethrower. Give it everything you have. Vulpix's mouth opens and out pours a pillar of bright orange flames. With the frantic pace of their collective thoughts, time itself seems to slow down for Lee and Vulpix, revealing a disheartening fact. Flamethrower isn't going to make it in time. Jolteon is already tensing and glowing with a bright, almost blinding corona of white. Her face is set in a grimace as she coils all of her muscles, her injured leg included. Even if Flamethrower were to land, Light Screen might bleed off enough damage for her to simply keep pelting the much slower Vulpix with attacks. For all her pyrokinetic control, Vulpix has never once caught a speeding Corvisquire when he was using extreme speed, barring saturating an entire area in Hellfire. Trying to catch a Jolteon? It simply isn't happening. In a less frazzled, less distracted state of mind, Lee might have simply had Vulpix use feint attack as Grovyle did, then try to attack Jolteon from an unexpected angle, but now he tries desperately to think of something to let them win this. He can't use items, he has no substitutes, he has no special gimmicks to use, or? With his bond to Vulpix deepening by the day, Lee has found himself strangely aware of things he couldn't even conceptualize before being a trainer. Things like his own senses and how they truly all tied together, or how a language might work without words, or even the enigmatic thing known as a soul. With his eyes just barely cracked open, possibilities already present themselves to him. So when he mentally seizes Vulpix's connection to him and drags it deep inside himself, passing his mind and instead tapping into the body, he's only half surprised when it works. The blazing flamethrower, now empowered by 2 bodies worth of stamina, surges like a jet and burns so hot that the innermost core of the flame blazes a brilliant blue. It crosses the arena like a beam, engulfing Jolteon only milliseconds before she jumps and splashing against the rear barrier in a wave of bright orange and blue. Several people in the crowd scream as the heat bleeds through, raising the temperature in the room several degrees. After only a second, Vulpix shuts her jaws, ending flamethrower. Standing shivering and coated in burns in the midst of a charred trench in the floor, Watson's Jolteon lets out a piteous groan and collapses to her side. Swaths of her spiky fur are burned away, leaving reddened, blistered skin that would surely be worse if not for her light screen. Holy moly, Watson mutters as he wipes his sweating brow. That was quite something. Above, the buzzer sounds. That's it. Jolteon is unable to battle. Challengers Lee and Vulpix are the winners. The referee waves his arms over his head. Like they did last time, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Camera flashes light up the spectator seats and people stand to cheer. Lee groans as he slowly pulls his mind away from Vulpix's. As her senses vanish, suddenly only being able to see in a single direction feels confining, and he feels dull without her ears or nose to pick up everything he misses. As the invisible walls around the battlefield drop, Watson recalls his injured Jolteon and begins the walk to the center of the field, still appearing mystified by the outcome of the battle. Lee slowly trudges out to meet him, feeling the effects of something so rash as using his own body to fuel Vulpix's attack. His limbs feel as if they weigh 100 pounds each, and he's beset by the same weariness one might feel after running a marathon. Yeah, we're going to save that move for emergencies. UH*D bet*. Vulpix huffs, pressing herself to one of his legs to help steady him. TH*TY*rec*S. Did you E*NN*WW* it was G-ing to happen? Her telepathy is choppier than usual in her displeasure, and between the reduced quality and the lethargy gripping his brain, it takes a bit longer for Lee to decipher what she says. I had an idea, and it worked out. You said we need to use everything at our disposal, right? Yes. Y thing ECRR NTLYH ve at OU disp sal. Not un stet cheniques t at risk y u. Mr. Lee, I gotta say you really surprised me there, Watson says as they finally meet in the middle of the now scarred and pockmarked battleground. He looks around at the myriad of divots and burns. You really are one to keep track of. As proof of your victory over the Marvel Gym, I'm happy to present the Dynamo badge to you. The man grins and holds out the little golden badge between his fingers. Lee takes it and smiles tiredly. Thank you. Haha, it's my pleasure. Watson's jovial tone returns full force. Now, go get some rest after you see the front desk about your prize money and a shockwave TM. You're pale as a ghost. Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokemon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, L_Henson. You are viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies or private message conversations with new replies thread op is displayed. 10 posts per page topic. Newcomers to look out for this year. Pinned, in. Board's Hoenn Ever Grande Conference Run That Back, mod, original poster, posted on July 5, 20XX. Hey guys, it's that time of the year again. New blood is coming to Hoenn in record numbers. There are hundreds of new trainers this year and a ton of trainers from abroad, so lots of new teams to see and compete with. Last year was underwhelming considering the EGC winner Tanya Willis could barely stand up to E4 Sydney and got wiped, but this year already has tons of potential and the year has only been open for about a month and a half. Keep fanboy girling to a minimum, and if you really have to start a thread for individual trainers in Board's Hoenn Indiv trainers. Rules are the same as last year for the big watch list. If you think you should be on the list and aren't, that sucks. Go make waves then complain. Note that this is for newcomers to the EGC, so if you don't see your favorite here and they've competed before, check the veterans thread. Anyone caught astroturfing themselves with a sock puppet account will be banned. Edit number 1. So far, our list in no particular order is Val Forrest, Link, Clark White, Link, Ash Ketchum, Link, Brendan Birch, Link, Katie Huffman, Link, Tyson Rinn, Link, Lee Henson, Link, Kai Morrison, Link, Andre No Surname *, Link, Gavin Freed, Link. The links will take you to their respective profiles. Opening the thread for replies and debate. Showing page 1 of 98, G_Freed, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX, 10th place? Come on, I think I'm better than that. I toasted Norman Maple EZ. Bald Quillfish replied on July 5, 20XX, at G_Freed, lol. Beating Norman Maple's kitty team with a Machoke isn't impressive. Also nice reading comprehension. G_Freed, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX, deleted, run that back, mod, original poster, replied on July 5, 20XX. At G_Freed, cool it underman. Replied on July 5, 20XX. Katie is taking it this year, no doubt. I live in Lilycove and I've seen her battle firsthand. It's game over. Love Machine McKeeve replied on July 5, 20XX. Yes, Katie is finally taking the challenge on my queen. Umbreon 778 replied on July 5, 20XX. Gavin going for the get deleted any % lol. KLMK replied on July 5, 20XX. Birch has huge ups on this. His dad probably trained him and gave him a monster-ass starter mudkip. It's already a marshtomp. Chatot_radio replied on July 5, 20XX. Who is Andre Umbreon 778 replied on July 5, 20XX. At Chatot_radio, a dark-type trainer who has been in Dewford for years. He beat Brawley's RT like 3 days ago with a type disadvantage. Showing page 2 of 98, V_Marlow, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX. At KLMK. Yeah, I've watched this kid's battles. He's got like a 90% win rate. Insanity. I guess you can get huge numbers with the power of nepotism. Burning Right Hand replied on July 5, 20XX. At V_Marlow, it's not really nepotism. He's good at battling. Even strong Pokemon fail with a bad trainer. He's unique. Unlike you. Underman. Replied on July 5, 20XX. At V_Marlow, that's nothing. You want to see suspicious numbers? Go look at Lee Henson's win rate. It's hovering right around 95%. Methinks he's a ringer the league hired to spice up this year after how awful last year was. V_Marlow, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX. At Burning Right Hand, deleted. Run that back, mod, original poster, replied on July 5, 20XX. At V_Marlow Global Rule 3. Stop it. Bald Quillfish replied on July 5, 20XX. Has the league done that before? Sounds like a juicy conspiracy. Breaky Brack replied on July 5, 20XX. No, Underman is just having vivid dreams again. Underman replied on July 5, 20XX. Bruh, the man is a ghost. He came out of nowhere, got hired by the regional lab, got a roster of rare mons and started sweeping. Does that not sound suspect? Now that I've said this, his handlers monitoring the thread are going to tell him to take a dive. Kazuo Candy replied on July 5, 20XX. At Underman. Have you seen that Vulpix? That's not a Pokemon you get from some league breeder, she looks like she was hand-raised. Bald Quillfish replied on July 5, 20XX. At Kazuo Candy. Missed the point of what he said, airhead. No one said he got his Pokemon from the league. Showing page 3 of 98, L_Blackthorn, verified trainer, Kanto champion, Johto champion, replied on July 5, 20XX. Be ready for Ash Ketchum. Sunny Bun replied on July 5, 20XX. OMFG Lance is here. Breaky Brack replied on July 5, 20XX. At L_Blackthorn Senpai, please notice me. Umbreon 778 replied on July 5, 20XX. Ketchum confirmed for Op_G_Freed, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX. Dude V_Marlow, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX. At L_Blackthorn, Marry Me I_Sora, verified trainer, replied on July 5, 20XX. I looked at Ash Ketchum's battles. This kid has had a ton of hype moments and his Pikachu smoked Andre's Absol in one hit. At L_Blackthorn, do you know this kid? Duke of Juke replied on July 5, 20XX. Posting in champ thread, posting in champ thread, posting in champ thread. Ash Ketchum is taking the gold. And it derailed from there for a solid 7 pages, which suits Lee just fine because he's already stopped caring. He sets his phone down and looks around the hotel room. Brendan is sitting huddled with Marshtomp, Breloom, and Mawile on his bed. Marshtomp is still sporting cuts and abrasions upon his body from his battle earlier today, but in his usual fashion looks wholly unbothered. Breloom looks as tired as Lee feels, and he wholly understands considering the mushroom Pokemon is missing part of his left claw, which is sure to be an uncomfortable healing process. His other claw has a number of cracks sealed with shiny medical glue. Mawile, meanwhile, is unharmed, as she didn't participate in the gym battle today. Together, the four idly flip through the channels on the TV, pretending the awkward atmosphere in the room isn't there. In the chair beside the window, Zinnia sits with Swablu in her lap, busying herself with silently helping the cotton bird Pokemon preen her wings. Both the dragon tamer and bird are too absorbed in their tasks to pay much mind to anything else. Alongside the chair sits Shelgon with his eyes closed, either asleep or meditating. At the foot of Lee's bed, Shinx soundly sleeps alongside Gumi after her afternoon meal. The kitten could feel the tension in the room when she was let out of her Pokeball and needed to be rocked to sleep after her meal, as she was simply too restless otherwise. Even then, she needed her friend Gumi by her side to truly find restful sleep. Vulpix is laid across Lee's lap, silent comfort radiating from her warm body into his with something more active just a word away. After leaving the Mauville gym and dropping Grovyle off for an overnight stay at the Pokémon Center, Lee powered through his exhaustion to walk back to where Corvisquire ran off so he could wait for a bit longer. Corvisquire never showed up. The representative with Sylph County was given a call and agreed to a rescheduling, leaving Lee the rest of the night to himself, though his friends seemed determined to not leave him alone. With a sigh, he lifts his phone again. Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokémon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, L_Henson. You are viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies or private message conversations with new replies thread-op is displayed. 10 posts per page. Topic. Lost. Corvisquire in. Boards Hoenn sightings, trades, lost, found L_Henson. Verified trainer, original poster, posted on July 9, 20XX, lost, Corvisquire. Roughly 3 feet 3 inches tall. Surly disposition and very battle competent. No distinguishing marks or nickname. Last seen near Mauville today. If seen, please ask him to return to his trainer in Mauville. Potentially violent, so do not engage. Still in my care, just lost. You did everything right. Lee sets his phone down and looks over to Zinnia, who stares back at him with her serious red eyes. Did what right? Everything with Corvisquire. She drums her fingers on the arm of her chair. You did everything right. When it comes to being a lovable goody-goody and caring for Pokémon. Doolittle, you're second to none. Don't sit there and mope over an ungrateful bird when today was a huge win in the gym. Lee dips his hand into his pocket and withdraws his Dynamo badge. He raises it to the light, watching it glint beautifully. Today doesn't feel like a win. Chapter 27. Just remember, Lee, Mabel firmly says as both rise from their spots in the Pokémon Center meeting room. Life can be challenging sometimes, but don't ever let unpleasant times control you, okay? Right? Lee sighs as he stretches his arms above his head, taking care to not push Vulpix off of his shoulder. Thank you again, Mabel. The therapist smiles kindly and steps up to his side, placing a hand on the shoulder Vulpix isn't occupying. I know your Corvisquire has you down, Lee. Just take heart in your other Pokémon and know that someone like yourself will pull through stronger than ever. Lee smiles back, though his smile is little more than a slight upturn of his lips. Will do, he says, turning and leaving the meeting room. Like last time, he heads left down the hall back to the lobby of the Pokémon Center. After Corvisquire's sudden abandonment and Lee's victory at the Mauville gym, he, Brendan, and Zinnia stuck around Mauville for several days in an unspoken agreement to wait and see if Corvisquire would return. So far, nothing. Lee's post on BattleNet garnered little in the way of useful replies, though one young trainer provided a humorous 5-post adventure of him tracking down what he thought was the rogue Pokémon, only to discover it was a Honchkrow. One person suggested contacting the Pokémon Rangers, and Lee did so, but other than the confirmation email saying they're looking, the Rangers have been silent. The team hasn't been idle during their time waiting, as Grovyle began to throw himself into his training with fervor. His loss in the Mauville gym stung him, that much was obvious, and Lee didn't need Vulpix's translation to understand the wood gecko's intentions. Grovyle, against Lee's wishes, is trying to single-handedly cover the loss of firepower that Corvisquire's departure created. Seed Blast was mastered in less than 2 days, and already the grass type can utterly saturate an area in a hellish barrage of near-sonic seeds. Grovyle's next custom move was a simple reversal of Seed Blast, being a single, accurate supersonic seed to pierce defense's leaf blade can't safely carve through. Seed Sniper is the somewhat uninspired name, and after just a day Grovyle has mastered it enough to use in a battle. Vulpix pushed herself as well, but not to the same level as Grovyle. Her physical growth is slowly beginning to stagnate, as her weight gain began to taper off and the recorded feats in Lee's notes show less and less improvement as time goes on. It's no big surprise or a problem, as Vulpix is a special attacker first and foremost, but Vulpix herself seems irked that Grovyle is beginning to pull away from her in physical ability. Her pyrokinesis continues to grow as expected. The shapes she can create with flames grow more and more complex, and directing them in different directions is becoming easier. With her telepathy so honed and psychic energy so familiar to her, Lee decided it was time to begin training the physical side of her psychic talents. So far, well, the empty soda can they were practicing with last night wiggled a little bit. So far it's been a frustrating experience for the vixen. Controlling fire came to her so easily that telekinesis has been a rude awakening. Stepping into the crowded midday lobby, Lee and Vulpix are just in time to see Brendan get his Pokeballs back from one of Nurse Joy's white coat-clad assistants before the boy turns to them, a smile on his face. Hey, you guys, the Birch Air greets as he clips his Pokeballs to his belt and walks closer. Ready for your demo with the Sylph guy? As ready as we'll ever be, Lee nods. Grovyle has his moves, and Vulpix is going to show off convergence, so I hope that'll be enough for a TM deal. Grovyle isn't super attached to Seed Blast and Seed Sniper, so we're planning on offering them up if Sylph wants something right away. PSSH, Brendan waves a hand with a grin. I betcha Sylph will sign you on instantly after seeing just one. Lee smiles. I appreciate the optimism, he says, glancing around. Where did Zinnia go? Right here. I ran to the post office real quick. Lee, Brendan, and Vulpix turn, finding the missing dragon tamer walking up with a beaming smile on her face. She stops before them and puts her hands on her hips with a satisfied sigh. Guess who just sent her Tyrant fossil off to be revived? Brendan's jaw drops. What? How? Fossil revival is stupid expensive if you're not some big shot. Stupid expensive? Lee wonders. How expensive is stupid expensive? Hundreds of thousands of credits for just one revival. Brendan's reply shocks Lee to his core. Hell, if you don't put a huge deposit down, most labs don't even reply back. Ouch, Lee winces. I thought an EV was asking too much, but just one fossil can set you back the price of a nice house. Wait. Lee turns to Zinnia with a sinking feeling in his gut. Zinnia, you didn't just put yourself in debt to get yourself a dinosaur, did you? She scoffs. Have some faith in me, Doolittle. I had to pull some strings, burn some favors, and make a few calls, but I didn't pay anything other than my time. It'll take a bit, but I'll have my Tyrant in a month or so. Brendan still seems unconvinced. Right? Good for you, Zinnia. Lee steps in before she and Brendan can argue. I'm glad to see this working out for you. I take it you're excited for your new Pokemon? Zinnia beams. Hee. Of course I am. She wiggles in place. Aw, every little girl's dream, her own dinosaur. She sobers up and clears her throat. Anyway, how did your time with your shrink go, Doolittle? It went. Lee crosses his arms and shifts on his feet, unsure what to say. Vulpix nuzzles his cheek, and from her comes a soothing reassurance. Last week was kind of heavy, so she suggested taking it easy this week, just talking about life and whatnot. The tanned woman smiles and nods, not pressing. Brendan looks as if he wants to inquire further, but he bites his lip. Vulpix paws Lee's neck, a silent reminder of the time poking his brain a second later. Oh, I need to get to that demo for Sylph. Are you guys coming? Brendan grins. You know it. Zinnia agrees. As a group, Lee, Vulpix, Brendan, and Zinnia leave the Pokemon Center and head deeper into Mauville through the throngs of people flooding the streets. Lee spares a look around as they walk, taking in the sights. Watson's popularity as the gym leader is apparent from how many electric types are out and about with their trainers. In just a few minutes, Lee spots a Pikachu riding in a girl's handbag, a Raichu jogging along with his college-age trainer, an impatient Electrike tugging at his leash, a Mareep with a giggling little girl on her back, and a Galvantula clinging to the underside of a lamp post enjoying a berry snack. Some of the smaller businesses they pass are made to cater to electric-type Pokemon only, many offering services like discharge therapy or electrocycling, which sound like the same thing to Lee. Others are stocked with tools and insulated toys for raising younger Pokemon. Almost like a miniature New York, Lee hums as he peers up at the tall buildings of Mauville. Largest city in Hoenn, yet only 500,000 people live here. I wonder if the census counts Pokemon? Hard to say. Idly, Lee wonders what Nigel would think of Earth's population of 8 billion when the entire Pokemon world doesn't even boast an eighth of that number. Then again, Pokemon outnumber humans, so that figure might be a bit skewed, and Earth's population probably isn't that high anymore. A nip on his ear from Vulpix pulls him away from such morbid thoughts. So do these guys have a place set up for the demo, or are you just going to trash one of their offices? Zinnia asks with a smirk. I gotta admit, that would be funny. The address they gave me leads to one of their offices, Lee says, pulling out his phone as they stop at a crosswalk with a red light. He flips through his emails back to the one from the Sylph County rep. Yeah, One of their offices, he looks up in time to see an old truck roll by with a panting Rockruff hanging out of the passenger window. A second later, the crosswalk light turns green and lets them continue on. I imagine they have a test site or some indoor range with a Pokémon that can make force fields on hand. I warned them that these moves are no joke. Another 30 minutes of walking leads them to a 4-story building in its own small corporate park near the outer eastern part of the city. The grass is cut short, the shrubs are all trimmed square, and the windows of the building are all sparkly and clean. At the top of the building is a large sign clearly spelling out, Sylph Company, in stylized letters. Lee double-checks his phone one final time before nodding. This is the place. Let's go. Stepping inside, the trio of trainers and single Pokémon push past the revolving door and take in the lavish lobby of the Sylph County building. Lee in particular looks down at himself afterward, now very conscious of the wear on his clothes and the dirt on his boots in the face of the immaculate room. Do you feel a little underdressed too? Lee hears Brendan whisper to Zinnia as they make their way to the reception desk in the middle of the lobby. Zinnia scoffs. No. Why would I care about what some office jockeys think? As they approach, the smartly dressed woman manning the reception desk looks up from her computer screen with a smile. That smile shrinks when the first thing she sees is Vulpix. I'm sorry, but Sylph Corporation has a no-loose Pokémon policy on the premises. I'll have to ask you to. She trails off with a look of vague fright when her eyes shift to Lee's face. The zoologist smiles disarmingly, or at least tries. Was I doing the scary no-expression thing again? He clears his throat. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Henson and I have a 12:30 meeting with Mr. Ahrens? When Zinnia snickers, the poor young woman seems to regain her wits. Oh, of course, Mr. Henson. One moment. She returns her eyes to her computer and quickly types in a string of words, her painted nails in the large ring on her left hand flashing in the sunlight. She pauses, then types something else. Alec Ahrens will be seeing you in just a moment, Mr. Henson. Will your guests be joining you? If it's all the same, Lee responds kindly. She nods and smiles back unsurely. It takes only a moment of waiting for one of the elevators near the back of the lobby to chime and open, letting out a smiling man in a black suit who beelines for Lee's group. Mr. Henson, Alec Ahrens is the name, and thank you for coming out here today. Lee scans the approaching businessman with an appraising eye. Ahrens is a handsome man in that difficult-to-place age range of late 20s to mid-30s. The skin of his angular face is flawless, and his platinum blonde hair is slicked back and shiny in the bright fluorescent lights of the office. There isn't a single wrinkle on his three-piece suit, and his perfectly white teeth almost glint through the narrow gap in his lips made by his easygoing smile. There's an aura about the man, one that would charm most anyone with his smooth voice and attractive face. In the back of his mind, Lee can't help but draw a comparison to Patrick Bateman from the old movie American Psycho. And thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Mr. Ahrens. Lee reaches out and clasps the man's hand with his own in a brisk shake. I know you must be busy around here. Ahrens lets out a single short laugh and lets his smile widen just a smidgen. Please, call me Alec, and for one of Hoen's rising stars? I can make time. He withdraws his hand and gestures to Vulpix before letting it fall to his side. Congrats to you and Miss Vulpix on your Dynamo badge. Watson is a superb trainer even if his other duties means he doesn't have as much time for his Pokémon anymore. To go toe-to-toe with his personal Pokémon and win speaks volumes about you. He looks past Lee to Brendan with an appraising look. And Mr. Birch's match was just as thrilling. Watching Manectric get pushed and actually lose is a rare event. Brendan chuckles bashfully. We were working with a type advantage, and even then Watson's Pokémon were tough. He nearly had us. Regardless, it was an excellent showing. Ahrens inclines his head and turns to Zinnia. And I'm afraid I never caught your name, Miss. Zinnia, the dragon tamer supplies simply. She looks over Ahrens with a critical eye, then relaxes. Dragon tamer. Nice to meet ya. The pleasure is all mine. The blonde man smiles back. Let's take this to my office, shall we? Lee and Co. follow Ahrens back to the elevator, where the businessman takes them up to the third floor and to a wooden door labeled, Tech Machine Department, guarded by a keypad lock, one that Ahrens swiftly enters the code for. As they enter and make the trip to Ahrens' office, Lee glances at the open floor office and glass dividers taking up much of the floor space, each desk occupied by a well-dressed worker, many of whom look up to see himself, his friends, and Ahrens. The air is filled with the sounds of shuffling paper, the ringing of desk phones, and muffled conversation. On Lee's shoulder, Vulpix's ears turn as she takes in sounds human hearing would miss, then she widens the psychic channel to her trainer and wordlessly offers her hearing to him. Aaron's doing bringing someone up here? He should have taken them to the demo site, not to show off his new client? That's bold, breaking the no Pokemon rule and walking right by Nasir's office. I thought Joan was working on the new Henson account? Lee reaches up and gently scratches under Vulpix's chin, making her shut her eyes in satisfaction. Thank you, Vulpix. Seems like Aaron's is quite the opportunist, to say the least. Along the outer perimeter of the large room are a number of private offices behind closed doors, several of which they pass, then they come to a stop by one labeled, A. Aaron's, Senior Licensing Rep. The 4 people and single-shoulder riding fox step inside, finding a tidy, modern office with little in the way of personal effects, though Lee is surprised to find 3 guest chairs before the desk. He seats himself in the middle one with Zinnia and Brendan flanking him. Aaron sits lightly behind his desk and folds his hands over one another. Can I get you all anything? Water? Coffee? Thank you, Alec, but I think we're fine. Lee speaks for everyone. I understand there is a demo process before any ink touches paper, so forgive me if this comes off as a little rude, but why bring us up here? Aaron smiles once more. Mr. Henson, I think we both know that for a trainer of your caliber, the demo is just a formality. Grass TMs are especially in vogue right now, so your personal takes on Bullet Seed will most assuredly sell out quickly. Really? Lee raises an eyebrow and leans back in his chair as Vulpix slides down into his lap. Why do you say that? The businessman's eyes seemingly twinkle. That's a little secret of mine, but I can give a bit away, I suppose. A great way to tell how well a TM run will do is to look at the gym leaders of the region, and the usual route aspiring challengers take between them. Grass is so popular right now because of the average starting and ending point of most trainers taking the circuit. Roxanne is the weakest gym leader, and Wallace is the strongest. Brendan's eyes widen when it hits him. Both of their specialties are weak to grass. Aaron's smile turns into a small grin. Right on the money. The data doesn't lie, and trainers want everything they can get when they first begin and are about to end a journey. In the middle, there is quite a bit of drop-off since everyone has a good idea of their own power in relation to the gyms, but the last gym is always intimidating. There are other factors at play, of course, such as TM rarity, the cost per unit, who the TM is being copied from, and media attention given to specialists of the same type. The blond man laces his fingers and sets his elbows on the desk. With grass being the answer to both the weakest and strongest gyms, and the unexpected defeat of Fortree's Winona to the rising grass specialist Valerie Forrest, grass is hot. A limited run of brand new grass moves will sell out from pre-orders alone. I never thought about it like that, Lee silently muses. With the price tags on TMs, it must be a lucrative business. Aaron's enthusiasm makes more sense. If he's the one doing all the behind-the-scenes work, then he probably gets a nice cut. Understandable. Lee nods along. So, how does the process work here? First, Aaron's holds up a finger. We'd establish an outline of the technique you intend to propose to Silphco. I've already done so here if you'd like to review it, he says, opening a drawer on his desk and taking out a packet of paper. He drops it to his desk and slides it over. Pending the demo, Sylph County can then choose to move forward with the process or decide to not take the proposal, and if denied you won't be able to submit your move again for a full year. No need to worry about that one, I think, he smiles. Upon choosing to move forward, Sylph County will have you sign a number of forms giving us exclusive rights to be your TM manufacturer and distributor, along with a few more giving us the right to use your name and likeness as marketing material. Once complete, we'll have the boys in the lab copy the move from your Pokemon and send it off for TM transcribing. When the discs hit the shelves, you can start collecting your royalties. Name and likeness, huh? Zinnia crosses her arms and taps her foot. And how long do you get to use it afterward? That's a good question. Lee focuses on Aaron's for an answer. Just for the TM run, he coolly replies. Once the last batch of discs leaves the warehouse, the contract is over. Typically a standard limited run is 250 units. Does Sylph retain the rights to the move itself at all? Lee asks as Aaron's answer isn't enough for him. In his lap, Vulpix shifts and thinks. Ask if T*EYAR* allow * to make more C-pies. BSP * Cific. As in, can Sylph County just decide to make more copies of the TM after the contract is over and cut us out of the equation entirely? Lee amends, watching carefully for Aaron's reaction. If Aaron's is perturbed by the line of questioning, he hides it masterfully. We do reserve the right to create copies of unpatented moves without the input of the trainer who submitted the move for copying. He admits. He opens another drawer on his desk and takes out another packet of paper, setting before Lee. Sylph County can submit the move for patenting on your behalf for a fee which will be deducted from your royalties until paid in full. If you'd like to read over the forms for yourself, then please go ahead. Now, your royalty rate does drop 2% if you decide to patent, keep that in mind. With the beginnings of a frown, Lee takes the paper offered to him and holds it so Vulpix can read along with him. At his sides, Zinnia and Brendan lean in to see it as well. Fee of 11,500 for the patent app, followed by losing 50% of my 4% of the royalties until paid back. If a basic TM is roughly 2,000 credits, and assuming my specialty TM would be worth a bit more at 3,000 credits, Lee crunches the numbers in his head. That's 37,000 credits for both runs after the fees. Holy shit. He blinks in surprise. That's a lot of money even with Sylph chunking me for not giving up the rights to it. Or I could get 90,000 credits from the 6% and no fees just by letting them have the moves. Hell, they might price the TM even higher than 3,000 and push that payment into 6 figures. Lee looks away from the form in his hands, feeling slightly lightheaded. It might take weeks for the TMs to sell, but that's still a dizzying amount of money. If these are the sort of figures high-level trainers play with, then Lee suddenly understands how they afford to care for their rare and powerful Pokémon. Pay to win? No, it's just free to lose. He shakes his head and looks down at Vulpix. What say you, love? Do we play the long game and hope they want to make more afterward, or get a bigger windfall? As Vulpix mulls her answer over, Lee looks between Brendan and Zinnia. Any opinions? Brendan finishes reading the form with a hum and scratches his chin. Yeah, patent them. Better to keep your rights for later, or that's what Dad told me. The fee is a little steep, but I guess you're paying for the convenience. I dunno. Zinnia fingers the edge of her cloak as she thinks. On one hand, keeping the moves sounds good, but on the other. She trails off. That's a lot of moolah, Doolittle. I can't decide, so I'm not going to say anything else. Vulpix snuffles and kneads Lee's leg with her dull claws. Keep th**m. Mind made up, Lee sets the form back on Aaron's desk. I'm going to patent them. Now, any other details? Out behind the Sylph County building and in the middle of the test fire range Sylph created for demos just like this one, Lee impatiently fingers Grovile's Pokeball. At his side, Grovile coolly waits with his arms crossed. The test fire range looks much like a gun range back on Earth. A long stretch of barren land roughly 100 yards leads back into a tall dirt berm to act as a backstop. The range is pockmarked with craters and burns, likely from other tests. Off to the side and leaning over the range from high above, a structure of metal beams like a leaning power pylon looms over the range. On the point of the pylon, a camera-like dome shines in the sunlight. Behind Lee and Grovile, Aaron's, Zinnia, Brendan, Vulpix, and several Sylph techs holding tablet computers stand behind a screen of ballistic glass. Zinnia taps her foot while Brendan simply sways on his feet, looking eager. At his feet, Vulpix sits calmly. Aaron's turns his eyes to the techs. Gents, are we ready? One of the three men, a tall, gangly man with limp brown hair, nods his head. Beginning sim. Standby. Sim? Above Lee and Grovile, the dome-like apparatus on the point of the leaning pylon glows a dull blue, and down on the ground, a hazy shape standing a head taller than a man and thrice as wide begins to take form. Startled, Lee takes a step back as Grovile narrows his eyes and takes up a defensive stance before his trainer. The mass crackles like TV static and coalesces into a shape with two thick legs, equally thick arms ending in claws, a long muscular tail, and a wide head with a shovel-like plate along its skull. A Kangaskhan? Lee wonders as the pixel-like details fill in on the Pokémon like a loading video game. In just a second, the details sharpen to a lifelike level, and there stands a Kangaskhan minus a youngling in its pouch. Some kind of hologram? The fake Kangaskhan grunts and slams its tail into the ground, making a tremor run under the feet of everyone in the field. Its eyes are flat and lusterless, but they focus on Grovile with a disturbingly lifelike gaze. Not a hologram. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Henson. One of the Sylph techs call. Have your Grovile attack the Kangaskhan construct with Seed Blast. Construct? Like hard light? The technology doesn't seem too far-fetched considering the consumer-grade non-Euclidean bag on his back. You heard them, bud. Lee points a finger at the Kangaskhan. Seed Blast. Grovile hisses and draws his head back, his throat bulging as seeds manifest from pure grass energy and travel up to his mouth. He trains his eyes on the Kangaskhan's center mass and works his jaw. Then with a flourish, he throws his head forward and spits a shotgun blast of seeds with an ear-ringing bang. The seeds fly in a tight cone trailing with yellow light, spreading only to the size of a volleyball in the 20 yards they fly. Then Seed Blast crashes into the Kangaskhan's thick hide with a series of loud cracks, throwing bits of the Kangaskhan's rock-like armor that dissolve into static before they hit the ground. Several seeds stay lodged in the armor, sizzling with unburnt grass energy. The Kangaskhan reels back with a realistic gasp, holding its cracked stomach armor with a paw. It retreats with several lumbering steps, watching Grovile warily. Above the Kangaskhan, a green HP bar of all things appears and drops to roughly 70%. Not bad at all, one of the Sylph techs murmurs as he taps away at his tablet. One direct hit dealt considerable damage to a mid-level construct. He taps a button on his tablet and the damage on the fake Kangaskhan vanishes as its life bar refills to 100. Again, please? Grovile looks up towards Lee, who nods back. Give her another one. Everything you've got. We don't need to worry about pacing ourselves here. The grass type turns to the Kangaskhan and charges Seed Blast once more, drawing up even more seeds than before. The muscles of his jaws quiver as he struggles to keep the attack contained, and once he can hold it no more, he snaps his mouth open and fires a wide-spanning blast with a bang like thunder. This time, the seeds spread out rapidly, but since there is a veritable storm of them, the Kangaskhan is struck over nearly its whole chest and head. The fake Pokémon cries out and stumbles back, a number of seeds buried in its flesh. It covers its head and ducks, avoiding several botanical bullets that whiz by. The wounds on the fake Pokémon don't bleed, instead leaving behind simple holes that glow a faint blue. The HP bar above Kangaskhan's head jumps down to 45%, the green color changing to yellow. Oh wow. Lee looks back when he hears one of the techs gulp. The middle tech glances down at his tablet and clears his throat. Well, I think we have enough data to work with on that one. Let's move on, shall we? I believe the next one is called Seed Sniper? Once again, the Kangaskhan stands straight, its wounds vanishing and its expression returning to uncanny neutrality. This time, Grovile needs no prompting and leans his head back, taking a deep, lung-filling breath. Like with Seed Blast, he stands still for several seconds, letting the power behind the attack build before spitting a single hypersonic seed the size of a marble. The air cracks sharply as the seed breaks the sound barrier and crosses the distance as little more than a streak of light. Grovile's aim is off even at the short distance, as rather than the center of Kangaskhan's chest, it hits her left shoulder, pushing in deep enough that the bones of a normal Pokémon would be pulverized by the impact. The seed then explodes into shrapnel, shards digging into skin and making a ghastly wound. The fake Kangaskhan goes pale and grasps the hole with its opposite paw. Above its head, its HP drops all the way to 30%, which flashes red in warning. Lee turns back to the spectators, taking in their reactions. Zinnia and Brendan both sport grins, and at Brendan's feet, Vulpix smiles slightly. The Sylph techs look between their tablets and the hard-light Kangaskhan with dropped jaws. Aaron's? Aaron's just smiles. Mr. Henson? He calls over the ballistic barrier. Fantastic showing. I believe you have one more? We do, Lee nods. Then an idea hits him, one that he pauses and mulls over. Say, Alec, is there any wiggle room on that royalty % if we show something really impressive? A look crosses Aaron's face, one that stands at the midpoint of predatory and hungry, then it vanishes and is replaced with his pleasant resting smile a split second later. I could be convinced to argue such a case to upper management for a better payout. What do you have in mind? While we're not going to let this move be released for copying, it's proof that we have a lot to bring to the table. As Lee speaks, Vulpix is already briskly trotting around the ballistic glass. Convergence is Vulpix's strongest technique, one that could be argued to be on par with Fire Blast. Is it on par? Lee isn't sure, but a bigger payment opening the route to rare breeders and better equipment for his team is worth embellishing for, he thinks. Aarons rubs his chin. Fire Blast, I admit, when I saw it on the demo list, I went and researched the move. Imagine my surprise when the only hints I could find were cell phone videos on the internet. He folds his arms behind his back and gives Vulpix a searching look as she and Grovile trade places, the wood gecko walking back and standing by Zinnia. Fire Blast is a move only the mightiest and most esteemed of fire types can learn, Mr. Henson. If convergence is that powerful. He trails off and glances at one of the labcoat-clad techs beside him sharply. The lanky tech jumps and nearly drops his tablet and Aaron's eyes bore into him. Right. He types a command into his tablet. The panting and injured Kangaskhan straightens back up as its wounds vanish, leaving it whole once more. Above its head, the HP bar returns back to 100%. Lee takes a deep breath, stilling the thrill of eager nervousness that wants to make his limbs shake. Alrighty, love, the trainer slips his hands into his pockets so as to not fidget. Convergence. Vulpix widens her stance and flares her tails, her eyes blazing a hellish orange. All around the Kangaskhan, orbs of flame the size of tennis balls burst to life with a cacophony of fuchsias, casting a harsh light even as the noon sun overhead grows brighter and brighter, coaxed by Vulpix's drought. The fake Kangaskhan raises an arm to shade its eyes, looking around at the fireballs with confusion. The motes of fire all shudder and bulge like disturbed liquid, growing larger and larger with a frightening haste, as if they were cancerous growths set alight. The humid Hoenn air around them begins to dry, and what little grass still alive on the ground of the range begins to blacken and smoke. Lee blinks his eyes and turns away, the sheer heat and light swiftly becoming overwhelming even from 20 yards away. On his face, his burns tingle unpleasantly. He breathes the hot air slowly, silently assuring himself that Vulpix would never harm him. The fireballs continue to swell, turning into hissing, miniature suns just as they did in the fight with Absol. Their growth begins to stall out around the size of beach balls, and Lee can feel Vulpix's stamina slowly flagging as her most powerful attack greedily sucks down energy. Just like he did in their gym battle, Lee opens his bond to his starter wider and takes the psychic tether deeper into himself, tapping into his own body. The fireballs roar and grow another size, making the dirt below them dry up and crackle from the sheer heat. Lee cuts the feed from his own body as his head begins to feel light, already prepared to get a scolding from Vulpix later. The vixen looks back at him, and Lee covers his ears. Vulpix's eyes flash, and the fireballs scream towards Kangaskhan. Heat, light, force. A power without discrimination. One Vulpix commands. Kraboom! Lee cracks open an eye to watch, calm taking hold even as he feels the explosion wash over him and nearly take him off his feet. The explosion is deafening. Even with his ears covered, Lee feels them nearly pop, and the shockwave is like a kick to the chest. Dust rushes past, dirtying his clothes and forcing him to close his eyes. The sheer, burning heat is present only for a moment, but it warms his skin to an uncomfortable level. Through the trees and off the building behind them, the echoes of the explosion roll through Mauville, rousing countless frightened bird Pokémon from their perches and into the air. As the dust settles, Lee rubs the dirt from his eyes and opens them to take in the destruction. Where the Kangaskhan was, there is now just a limp green wireframe in the vague shape of a Pokémon, as if the fake Pokémon had its hide blown clean off. Under it is a smoldering crater nearly a foot deep and 15 feet wide, and the dirt within hisses as it cools from red-hot back to a burnt black. Above the crater is Kangaskhan's HP bar. There is no number, just a flashing warning saying, Error. *TY**un**Cesari, Lee. The vixen at Lee's feet huffs, turning and jabbing his leg with a paw. ICN fuel yon mo **S. Lee smiles and bends down, taking Vulpix into his arms without a fight and rising again. He wraps his arms around her middle with her back to his chest, letting her hind paws and tails dangle. When he leans down just enough to kiss her scalp behind her head tuft, the fox's ire cools considerably. How about that? He turns on his heel to the spectators. The trio of Sylph County techs are struck dumb, all three of them glued to the tablets in their hands, all of them emitting a warning chime. Geez. Brendan breathes, a hint of awe on his face. I didn't realize it was that strong. He looks down to his belt, where Marshtomp's ball wiggles restlessly. The grin on Zinnia's face can only be described as savage. She clenches and unclenches her fists under her cloak as she effortlessly catches Lee's eyes, telling him that he's got a battle with her coming in the near future. Finally, Aarons works his jaw, seemingly speechless. His eyes look between the crater, then to Vulpix, then up to Lee. After a long moment, he smiles and combs his hands through his hair, brushing away debris that flew over the ballistic glass screen. Ooh yes, he purrs. We can work with this. As the chilled night of the city begins to roll in, Corvisquire curses himself for the millionth time. It's been 4 days since he liberated himself, and he feels hungry. His stomach gnaws at itself, demanding a meal more substantial than a stolen pizza slice or a bush of berries. Perched high on a fire escape on the side of an apartment building, he peers down at the multitude of people and Pokémon walking by the alleyway, his powerful eyesight taking in faces, hair, clothes, and stances. Few of them look up at him, and none are Lee, and for that he's grateful. Or, the Corvid growls under his breath and shakes the traitorous thought away. He doesn't want to go back. He doesn't want a trainer. He doesn't. Thank you for going above and beyond, Corvi. Corvisquire's talons grip his railing perch tightly. I know you do the same for me, even if you won't admit it. Corvisquire hisses to himself, screwing his eyes shut. Can you fly me to Littleroot? I want to make a grave for them, just a little one, so they're not forgotten. The hollow metal railing groans under his talons. I didn't verbally agree to anything, so I broke no promises. Lee settles on the dingy couch, shinks crawling up into his chest. He turns to Corvisquire with a small grin. It feels good to get everything off my chest. You guys are my family and I felt like I was lying to you by not explaining. Lee's mutilated face fills Corvisquire's mind, and the ugly human's kind smile fixes everything in the worst way. The crow grimaces so hard he feels his beak almost crack. Then another face, one from years ago, takes Lee's place. The boy looks down at Rookity, surprise on his face. The surprise is traded for delight a moment later. Wow, bred and born just for you, the other human who keeps his parents says, but Rookity is too focused on his young master to pay the man any mind. He's the best of the best. Gentle hands lift Rookity, and he snuggles into them. The bird Pokemon was just one of many offspring to his parents. It's simply nature to not invest too much into many chicks who are bound to go, so when his little master picks him up, Rookity knows love for the first time, and he needs more. The flitter of airlight wings and the tip-tap smaller talon touching down on the rail pull Corvisquire from the memory, making him see red. He snaps his head to the side, half ready to eviscerate the offender with steel wing. Next to him is Swablu, the dragon woman Swablu. She looks up at him with unreadable black eyes. How did you find me? Speak or else, Corvisquire demands darkly. Does that really matter? Swablu's voice is just as airy as her wings, with a slight trill as if she might start singing. She blinks. I won't tell if that's what you're worried about. TCH, the larger bird clicks his tongue. Really now? Why come down here? Just to talk, she answers easily. I just want to know why? Why? Swablu nods. Why leave like that? Do you know how much you saddened Lee? Or how angry your teammates are? Something in Corvisquire's chest clenches when he thinks of the scarred man, but he scoffs at Swablu. And I care. Why? The smaller avian scooches closer, gently running her beak through Corvisquire's wing and preening several out-of-place feathers that Corvisquire didn't notice. When did that happen? Well, Swablu pauses her preening. Why stick around so long just to turn around and leave? I simply needed food and shelter until it stopped being convenient. The crow sniffs. Again, Swablu pauses, looking up at Corvisquire with surprise. Are you assuming that the rest of us don't talk amongst ourselves? What? The larger of the two frowns. What do you mean? You may not talk to your team, but Marshtom's team and my team do. The cotton bird looks up at Corvisquire accusingly. You agreed to let Lee give you a physical only to run away. Why? Frazzled, Corvisquire barks out the first deflection that comes to mind. I don't like being touched. It was his fault for pressuring me. You only needed to refuse, and the worst Lee would have done is ask again. He does so out of care, not maliciousness. Swablu says dryly. And you claim to not like being touched, but let me preen you without issue. Corvisquire jumps to the side as if burned, putting a foot between him and Swablu and turning to her with a glare. Is it only an issue when humans touch you? Corvisquire's wings darken into a steel gray and take on a metallic luster, humming with thinly veiled danger, yet Swablu presses on. Are you afraid to be loved? Swablu leaps and spreads her wings, only narrowly avoiding the steel wing that screeches through the fire escape railing in a sloppy, rage-fueled cut. Don't speak about things of which you have no knowledge. Corvisquire screams at the hovering Swablu, red leaking into the edges of his vision. Don't you dare. Carefully, the other bird settles back on the railing a wary distance away. She peers up at the starry sky as she folds her wings. You're not the only one who hurts, Corvisquire, she murmurs. Zinnia has hurts, Lee has hurts, Vulpix has hurts, everyone does. You know this, especially about Lee. She gives him a hard stare. You leaving has left him worse off. The crow ignores the stab of pain in his heart. I know you care for Lee at least, so why won't you let him return the favor? Swablu asks. When she gets no answer, she continues on. One only needs to open themselves up to the love of others to heal. She spreads her wings. If humans like Lee and Zinnia can move past the pain in their lives, if they can bravely open themselves to others after the things they suffered, why can't a strong Pokemon like yourself? I'm not brave, you fool. As she takes off into the night sky, Corvisquire watches her go, suddenly feeling lost. He spreads his wings and flies in the opposite direction, feeling how smoothly his preened wing cuts through the air, and how much the other one drags. Can you fly me to Littleroot? I want to make a grave for them, Just a little one, so they're not forgotten. I need to evolve, I need the armor of a Corviknight, he mutters. Then I'll go back, if only to fulfill that promise I stupidly made. That night, he slept fitfully in a breezy tree, alone. Chapter 28. Marrow? Shinx mules, twitching her ears as the metal probes in Lee's hands touch her cheeks. Okay, baby girl. Lee glances down to the multimeter in the grass beside him. From the meter are a pair of red and black wires, each leading to a probe in the trainer's hand. Give it all you got. Shinx scrunches her face up in concentration, her claws kneading the dirt in her focus. Golden sparks jump across her fur, and the multimeter beeps shrilly. Even through the thick rubber insulation on the probes, Lee feels them grow warm in his hands. Very good. Lee smiles and pulls the probes away. He hides a wince when Shinx, not yet fully powered down, nuzzles his leg with a pleased purr and sends an unpleasant shock up his body. Turning his attention to the multimeter and the notebook sitting next to it, he opens the notebook and thumbs his way over to the section dedicated to Shinx. Let's see. He takes the pen from the spiral binding and clicks it open, writing down what the meter says. 6,000 volts at roughly. He presses a few buttons on the meter's display, changing the reading. 2 milliamps. Lee jots down the numbers, noting the day-by-day increase by small, but noticeable increments. You're growing like a weed, you know that? He says, reaching out and scratching her back. Hey, didn't think I would need to start down the path of an electrician to be a Pokemon trainer. Maybe you'll be big enough to battle Winona when we make it to Fortree in a few months, eh? Could you zap all those birds out of the sky for me? Shinx purrs louder and arches her back into Lee's touch, but otherwise doesn't reply. It's been just 3 days since the TM demo for Silphco. Lee, Brendan, and Zinnia decided to linger in Mauville for a while longer, taking in the luxury of the city before setting out on the daunting path to Laveridge Town for the next gym. With differing plans, everyone scattered for the day. Zinnia went to thrash a small local tournament for the prize money while Brendan decided to go to the annual Mauville Trickhouse event to try and win a year of free Pokeblocks. Lee debated on entering the tournament, loitering around a battlefield for a battle or two, or even going to the Mauville game corner to gamble a bit, but after the last week or so, a calm day in the woods with his team is what he really needed. The previous night, Brendan pointed out that the league tournament is still 10 months away, and they've taken 3 of the 8 gyms in only 6 weeks, so a slowdown wouldn't hurt. Lee honestly didn't realize just how urgent a pace he was setting until it was pointed out. The conscious realization that he has no deadlines, time clocks, or anything else breathing down his neck lifted yet another weight from the man's shoulders. Nearly a year to just wander around and have fun, getting paid to do research that he was going to do anyway. Then he can take a shot at fame and fortune in the Evergrande conference. After that, he has a spot in academia waiting for him. With a long-term roadmap laid bare to him, things just seem like they're going to work themselves out. It's no wonder the life of a professional trainer is the dream of countless people all over the world. Still need to keep an eye out for Magma and Aqua. Lee leans back into the tree he and Shinx are sitting under. Hopefully, Ash can deal with them. He glances to the left, where Vulpix sits. The vixen sits silently with her eyes closed, her face a picture of focus. Arranged from smallest to largest at her paws are several rocks gathered from around the forest, the smallest barely a pebble while the largest is the size of a bowling ball. A stone from the middle, maybe a pound in weight, hovers several inches off of the ground, suspended by a solid aura of pink. Slowly, the stone lowers to the ground, jerking unsteadily a few times. It lands with a muted thump, and the pink aura vanishes. Vulpix sucks in a harsh breath, and although his bond to her is pinched nearly closed, so as to not disturb her, Lee can feel the fox's slowly mounting fatigue. Her telekinesis is nowhere near powerful enough to be listed as the psychic move extrasensory in Lee's Pokédex, a move high-level members of the Vulpix line can learn. The telekinesis isn't even strong enough to be recognized as confusion, but much to Lee's pride, Vulpix takes a deep breath and centers herself, closing her eyes once more. Slowly, almost unsurely, the next largest stone at Vulpix's paws begins to rise in stark defiance of gravity. Already grand ideas and fantasies swim in Lee's head as Vulpix hones her newest power. He idly flips back to her section in his notebook and looks down at the next move he wants to create for her. Name: Psychobellows, better name pending? Veer 0 prototype, psychic type description. User creates a spherical, shape subject to change after testing, psychic barrier with the intent to trap air, then compresses the barrier while creating a small opening, add nozzle, dumping air into ongoing fire attack to increase intensity. Notes: Still in the conceptual stage. Vulpix needs to better master her psychic abilities to utilize. Requires focus as this needs to be used in tandem with another attack, ideally Flamethrower, Fire Blast name, Forbidden Sun, better name pending? Veer 0 Prototype, Psychic, Fire type?
Description: user generates an extreme amount of fire contained in a psychic shell and sends it towards foe at high speed.
Upon reaching foe, the shell breaks and unleashes the fire inside as a terrific explosion. Notes. Still in the conceptual stage. Intended to be an offset of convergence with a low cast time and alarming speed. The psychic shell should take out the necessity of carefully shaping the attack. Early versions of convergence lost cohesion if charged hastily. See notes on PG87, as the edge of the shell keeps everything contained. Will likely be unique to Vulpix since pyrokinesis is needed to maintain the fire in the limited airshell. With both pyrokinesis and psychokinesis giving Vulpix 2 degrees of control, she should be able to move the attack at high speed. Testing needed. Unknown if there will be any conflict between the fire and psychic energy. Addendum. Fair and balanced. Lee nods to himself and shuts his notebook. It'll take some time, but if anyone can make wild techniques like these a reality, it's Vulpix. Lee looks to his last Pokémon. Under another tree several yards away, Grovyle stands with his arms held in a ready stance, the leaves on his wrists glowing a verdant green with leaf blade. All around his feet are leaves from the tree above him, each one cut down the middle. Grovyle lets out a short exhale, then turns and kicks the tree with a harsh whack. Despite only being a little over 3.5 feet tall, Grovyle's thigh muscles, the same ones that give him his explosive speed, let him kick with bone-shattering, or tree-shaking, force. A shock runs up the tree, and from the branches falls a number of loose leaves that slowly flutter to the ground. Grovyle's eyes narrow and his leaf blades hum. Around his body, a thin outline of white, just barely noticeable, begins to glow. His legs tense, then, whoosh, he rockets upward, moving so quickly that the air whistles shrilly around his leaf blades. The grass around his feet is blown flat from the rushing air, and he rises so fast it looks as if he's going to fly up into the branches of the tree. Grovyle grunts, quick attack flaring around him. Then he stops midair, his momentum gone and his speed halting on a dime. Before gravity can take hold of him, Grovyle's arm blurs, his blade slicing one of the falling tree leaves clean down the middle. Quick attack flares again, and this time the grass type zooms down towards the lowest leaf, only 5 feet from touching the ground.
Once more, his white aura flares and arrests his momentum, giving him just a split second to cut the leaf in twain, then he's gone again, this time flying up to slice a leaf that strayed from the others. As a flicker of green, Grovyle zips from one point to the next, never letting any of the falling leaves touch the ground before he can cut them in half, each one split down the middle and only down the middle. He's getting so fast. Lee watches with no small amount of awe as the second stage Pokémon cuts every leaf like some sort of samurai. Well, if samurai could tell gravity to shove it, that is. Grovyle's movement is becoming so fast that he has to be approaching the speed of Andre's Absol. He's really taken quick attack and pushed it to its absolute limits. He's done nothing but focus on it for days now. I knew quick attack could be used to change directions even midair, but full on never touch the ground propulsion? The last leaf is carved down the middle, so Grovyle lets himself fall back to the earth, twisting midair to land on his feet in a silent crouch. He lets his leaf blades power down and shifts his chewing twig around in his mouth, inspecting his handiwork on the forest floor with a neutral expression. Despite his cool appearance, Lee still sees the barely suppressed tremors running up and down Grovyle's limbs. I hope he's not doing this to make up for losing Corvi. Lee bites his lip and runs his hand through Shinx's coat, making the little kitten climb into his lap. Not having a flyer sucks, but you don't need to try and fill a role you weren't made for. I know that technique is putting a lot of stress on your body. For a moment, he considers not voicing his concerns, then he shakes his head. Grovyle? Grovyle turns at hearing his name, stepping closer with a short, inquiring hiss. Careful not to overwork yourself. Lee pauses, trying to find words that won't wound Grovyle's pride, which has been especially sore since the Mauville gym battle. Until we fill our roster out some more, I need you in top shape now more than ever. Grovyle rolls his twig around in his mouth and nods. He seats himself across from Lee, crossing his legs and folding his 2-fingered paws in his lap. Grovyle gives the empty Pokeballs on his trainer's hip a pointed look. Wanting to know who I'm planning on catching? Lee asks, idly stroking Shinx. When Grovyle nods, Lee lifts his notebook again and turns to a page filled with names. We haven't had a team meeting in a while, have we?
I guess now is as good a time as any. It's about time for lunch as well. He looks over to Vulpix. Hey, love? How about a break as we talk about plans for the future? Vulpix lets out a slow breath and lowers the rock in her telekinetic grip to the ground, only jerking it once. Opening her eyes, she reopens her side of her connection to Lee, letting him feel her lethargy. Lee smiles at her. I think lunch will fix that. The fox stands and shakes herself before trotting up and sitting heavily beside Lee. In short order, Lee pulls a pair of covered bowls from his backpack and peels the plastic lids off, letting the aroma of the food inside fill the clearing. Both Vulpix and Grovile perk up as Lee lays the food out for them. Vulpix's bowl is much the same as it was months ago when Lee found a satisfactory mix for her.
A medley of lean beef, rice, eggs, veggies, slices of Oran, and a small amount of crushed-up vitamins mixed into a thin, savory sauce to round out what was missed.
Grovile's lunch is much greener. Inside are collard greens, turnip greens, shredded cauliflower and broccoli, lentils, mushrooms, thin slices of various peppers, and slices of Oran. The vegetarian mix is only lightly cooked to prevent the precious water-soluble nutrients inside from escaping. Mixed into both meals, however, is something Lee has been using for only a week, and already he's lamenting how quickly it's running out.
In both bowls are paper-thin slivers of citrus berry, mixed in so thoroughly that they're unseen.
After discovering the miracle properties of the citrus berry, Lee knew he needed to have one. Not to use as a held item for a fight, no, but to use as a long-term additive to his Pokémon's food. A smaller than average but high-grade example of the nearly magic fruit drained 2,000 credits from his wallet. To his utter relief, citrus didn't lose much potency when added to a mix. A test run with a salad for lunch several days ago with bits of citrus left him feeling peppy the entire day. Regular food to provide energy, nutrients, and minerals, Oran to promote proper digestion and body homogeneity, and a tiny bit of citrus for that utterly miraculous cellular regeneration, Lee muses. Everyone definitely seems to be holding info about the higher-end berries close to their chest. A grand total of no one has documented info on how to promote a gradual release of the enzymes responsible for the region. Already, plans begin to formulate in his head. The Oran has already done wonders for them, so here's hoping the citrus takes it a step further. The better my team grows before they reach their final stages, the better. Maybe I can find a mix that better promotes Vulpix's psychic growth? As Lee withdraws a baby bottle of Miltank milk from his bag and uncaps it for Shinx, the thought of his Pokémon team's growth flows into another. I'll let everyone eat first. The conversation can wait. Vulpix and Grovile both down their lunches with a contained gusto, as neither wants to appear gluttonous.
Shinx, however, has no issue sucking down her bottle like she's starved, and twice Lee has to remind her to slow down lest she ends up ill.
As everyone rests with full bellies, Lee clears his throat, getting Vulpix and Grovile's attention. Shinx, however, lays dead to the world in his lap, lulled to sleep after her meal. So, I figure now is as good a time as any to discuss team matters, Lee begins, looking between his Pokémon. Grovile wanted to know who is on my radar as a new team member, and honestly,
I'm a little unsure. Vulpix flicks her fan of tails, and her mind feeds Lee an image of an Eevee.
Yes, Eevee is still very high on my list of wants, Lee nods along. Preferably an Eevee partial to becoming a Vaporeon. Really, any good water type would be nice to have since the next gym is a fire specialist. It's minute, but Grovile's lips twitch downward. Lee can't quite hide his wince. I know, Grovile. I know.
Remember that I'll need you for the strongest gyms in Hoenn.
I won't let your skill and hard work go to waste, I promise. The gecko Pokémon mulls Lee's word over, then reluctantly nods. Vulpix, Lee looks her way. We've yet to actually fight another fire type seriously, as I assume most people think your ability is Flashfire. I'm confident in your ability to know self-fire attacks, but I think it would be a bad idea to rely so heavily on a single trick, hence wanting a water type. The Vixen nods her head easily, accepting the reasoning without any fuss. Hoenn's native water Pokémon are. Lee waves a hand in a so gesture. I've nothing against them, but after seeing that Vaporeon back on the Dewford boat ride casually shapeshift, it's going to take something pretty impressive to upstage that. Lee sighs and crosses his arms.
I don't want to take in another teammate just for them to realize they were a second pick, a silver medal, and be stuck with that hanging over them, you know. Vulpix openly scoffs.
Yo *RH *arts 2b *g.
You co-ld no *make t *m feel you *loved even if you try *d. Grovile warbles in his throat, leaning back as he reflects on Lee's words, then nods in agreement.
His golden eyes fall to Lee's notebook, and Lee himself takes notice. There are a few besides Vaporeon. Lee carefully takes Shinx's ball from his hip and recalls the sleeping kitten in a flash of light. After putting the ball back, he thumbs open his notebook to his wanted list, which has grown since he last reported to Nigel. Squirtle and Totodile are easy picks. Both evolve into bulky, physically powerful tanks, a role we're lacking on the team. Too bad both are a pain to find in the wild, and well-bred ones cost an arm and a leg. He moves his finger down the page, tracing names as he goes. A Gyarados would fill a powerhouse role well, but the Magikarp state is such a huge hurdle. Same thing with Melodic. Politoed is another tanky mon with a decent move pool, but a King's Rock to trigger the proper evolution is not an easy find. Both Vulpix and Grovile look more and more unsure as more names keep getting tossed. The fox turns to the gecko, a quiet inquiry passing through her lips. Grovile just shakes his head in a negative. Lee frowns. His own desire to avoid Pokémon with unfamiliar biology or situational utility is cutting his prospects down much more harshly than expected. Piplup is a decent choice, I suppose. Many have attitude problems and they're cheap to adopt for it, but, Meryl is common enough, but they suffer from an early evolution and little time to hone their fundamentals. Octillery, maybe? They're slow, but they hit like trucks and learn a ton of moves. A Primarina would provide fantastic power and coverage with their dual water and fairy typing, but they're never seen outside of Alola. He sighs and closes his notebook. I dunno, guy and gal. It's a hard choice and we might be better off just praying for a Suicune to drop in my lap. He closes his eyes and crosses his arms. After several seconds, he cracks open an eye and glances around, finding no free legendary Pokémon. Damn, I thought that would work. Vulpix lets out a scratchy, vulpine chortle while Grovile smiles slightly. Rock is also a choice, along with ground. Lee turns a page in his notebook. Rockruff is cheap to import and adopt, and they're much faster than other rock types. Trapinch is slow to grow, but a Flygon would make a great addition. A Nidoking or Nidoqueen would be nice, even if they're heavy investments given the Moonstone needed. Lee closes the notebook and stretches his arms over his head, a yawn escaping him. Well, it's not something we need to solve right now. Lee reaches out and takes Grovile's empty bowl, then pauses with a faint smile when Vulpix's bowl shakily hovers into his hand on its own. You two are some of the best Pokémon a trainer could want. You're walking blessings, really. I know you can pull us through just about anything. Grovile crosses his arms and looks away, vainly pretending he doesn't care when he has to fight to keep his smile from growing. Vulpix's expression melts into one of open adoration, her tails wagging slowly. She widens her end of their bond, and through it comes a gentle river of love that makes Lee's eyes sting just a little. The zoologist smiles back and pushes forth his own mental affection, slipping it around Vulpix and tightening it like one might a hug. After a moment, he lets go and returns his attention outward towards the bowls still in his hands. He replaces the lids on each one and slips them into his bag. Before I forget, Lee looks to Vulpix. What are your thoughts on evolving, love? For Shinx and Grovile, it's only a matter of time and they can't really choose unless they want to lug around an Everstone, but you can. The fox suddenly looks uncomfortable, the love she's telepathically feeding to Lee halting abruptly. The feeling makes Lee flinch. Vulpix? Vulpix turns to her teammate and murmurs something almost too quiet to hear, and Grovile's reply is a short, crisp nod. The wood gecko swiftly reaches an arm out but pauses an inch away from tapping the button on his Pokeball. He hisses out a sharp comment that makes Vulpix visibly wince, then hits the Pokeball button. Grovile is then sucked inside the ball as a flash of red, leaving Vulpix and Lee alone. Love? Lee begins, his worry building. What's wrong? Vulpix trots her way to Lee and hops into his lap, standing on her hind paws and planting her forepaws on Lee's shoulders for support. Then she presses her forehead to his, filling his vision with her brown eyes. With their heads touching, Vulpix opens the telepathic bond wide, and by doing so she can't hide the smidgen of dread that hangs onto her. Lee, her voice, is crisp and clear. How L**ing does a Vulpix Lee**e? How long? He recalls his studies back in the lab. Around 60 years. And how long d**s a nin** tails live? Several hundred, sometimes a thous. Oh. Vulpix's apprehension makes much more sense. I want to E**olvi, to become more **hourful for you. Vulpix blinks her large eyes. But, why** you are everything I k** ow and love? I'm *OT sure I can stand watching you grow old when I'll just stay young. A short whine makes it out of her mouth. I'm not sure what to do. With their minds so close, Lee can feel the turmoil inside her even as she tries to hide it, so he wraps her in a tight hug. Her soft, furry body warms him to the core. You don't have to evolve if you don't want to. It's your choice, he tells her. If the legends are true, he exhales sharply through his nose in a half-hearted laugh. Then maybe you can evolve, then I can grab one of your tails and curse myself with a 1,000-year lifespan, fixing everything. Vulpix growls at the jest. T's not funny. Maybe not, but if you really wanted me to, you just need to say. The fox pulls her head back and nips her trainer on the tip of his nose, making him cringe. No. Vulpix growls once more. No S's, especially not y from me. Understood, Lee mutters aloud, rubbing a finger across his smarting nose. Just think on it, Vulpix. If you want to evolve, then I'll get you the highest grade firestone there is. If not, then I won't breathe another word of it. She nods her head, thoughts still scattered and distracted. Lee, yes? I've been Maya *ing to. The vixen stops herself short and lets her forepaws fall, dropping into Lee's lap. No, never *ind. Why am I? The confusing question Lee gleaned from Vulpix's sleeping mind several weeks ago comes to him once more, but he just reaches a hand up and strokes the fox's chin. If you ever need to talk about anything, just let me know and I'll make time. She huffs with a small smile, seeming terribly amused. Of Sue say. For a time, Lee and Vulpix simply sit together under that shady tree, the tension of the uncomfortable conversation washing away in the breeze. Lee and Vulpix relax in the woods for some time, no words needing to be exchanged as they enjoy the simple pleasure of just being together. As the noon sun begins to flow into the afternoon, they decide to rise to wander through the forestry. Grovile is let back out of his ball as well, and the three aimlessly walk about, Vulpix and Grovile flanking their trainer. They encounter a bush of Oran along the way, which Lee picks to replenish his perpetually low stock. It was around this time that Lee's phone beeps, making the man glance down at his pocket. He wonders aloud, wiping a bit of Oran juice on his pant leg before pulling the device out. An email? Hello Mr. Henson. Alec here. I'm reaching out to you about your spectacular demo with us at Silphco. Upon seeing the footage and data readouts from our testing, the TM committee was quite impressed. They've expressed an interest in one run of both Seed Blast and Seed Sniper as a trial with the possibility of future runs. They, unfortunately, decided to hold fast in regards to your cut of 4%. Lee frowns. But seeing convergence in action has intrigued not only the TM committee, but a few Hoenn branch board of director members as well, which I think will open up future opportunities. Lee shakes his head with a sigh. Should have seen that coming, I guess. The TM committee has hashed out the numbers with our finance and marketing departments, and they've decided to price your TMs at 3,500 credits with you receiving a 4% royalty for each one. Please swing by my office at your earliest convenience and we can get the paperwork rolling and have the moves copied. Your friend and new Sylph account manager. Alec Ahrens. Senior Licensing Representative. Sylph Company Hoenn 5800 Junction Lane 9790-9856-1771. The numbers are run through his head, and Lee lets out a breath. Holy shit, that's almost 50,000 credits once all is said and done. Grovile raises one of his ridged eyebrows, looking at the phone in Lee's hand. Yeah, it was that slimeball Ahrens. Lee nods absently. Looks like all the red tape has cleared and they want the moves. We're about to have a lot more money in the coming weeks. He flips his phone between his fingers and looks between his Pokemon. Let's get going, then. Vulpix hops to her favorite spot on Lee's shoulder and partially wraps around his neck. Meanwhile, Grovile nods and falls in step. During the walk back into Mauville and towards the Sylph County office, Lee browses his phone, flitting between websites belonging to professional breeders, to Pokemon equipment manufacturers, to Sylph and Devon, to berry farmers, Evo stone sellers, and everything in between. Lee closes his browser and logs into his bank account, skipping past the cheerful Porygon icon reminding him his password is expiring in a week to look at the number inside. Preferred PKMN trainer account ending in 4873 checking, 10,982.25 credits savings, 5,200.00 credits IRA, 2,000.00 credits. Learn more about your retirement account, yearly deposit limits, and annual returns by clicking here. Even after years of working at the zoo, I can't recall a time when I had more than several $1,000s saved. After spending thousands on Pokemon care, supplies, transport, food, lodging, savings, retirement, and other things, all while being taxed on top of it, I still have 10,000 credits ready to spend after just 2 months of a low-level trainer career. Lee flips back to his browser. With just a few years of being a frugal trainer hunting for paid battles, I could buy a 200 grand house outright with money left over. No mortgage, no loans, just a single money wire and the deed would be in my hands. But the price of a house is utter chump change compared to the amount real pros throw around to make sure their Pokemon are treated like kings and in top form. Full belt of luxury balls? Easily 60,000 credits. Name brand food made for your Pokemon's particular genus and type? Several hundred for a 20-pound bag that any decently sized Pokemon would gobble in just a few days. A full berry case? Lee already feels that multi-hundred credit drain every week. Tailor-made training equipment? Land for your Pokemon to live on? High-grade potions? TMs? Evolution stones? The costs soar into the hundreds of thousands. Nothing is stopping a young trainer from keeping a few Pokemon as pets or for low-level competition, but for the ones who dream of the gym circuit and beyond. Pokemon training is not a casual sport. If you have no money, you've got to be resourceful and ready to hustle, otherwise, you're as good as sunk. The 47,000 credits only weeks away from Lee's pocket will surely end up spent. The walk to the Sylph County office takes almost an hour from the outskirts of Mauville, and Lee spends the time idly chatting with his Pokemon, looking at an intriguing breeder site advertising rare, Hisuian, breeds in Sinnoh, and reading a news article about the Global Pokemon League considering full membership for the Farum region despite their unusual battle style. The use of augmented reality headsets and brainwave sync tech that Farum is so fond of sounds interesting. Kind of like a heavily nerfed, bastardized version of telepathy. Lee puts his phone away and pushes through the revolving door to the Sylph office. Maybe we can go to Farum after graduating from Rustboro TS and show them what a real synced pair can do, eh, Vulpix? The fox yawns. The receptionist at the front desk looks up as Lee, Vulpix, and Grovyle approach, not even bothering to try and enforce the no loose Pokemon rule she stated last time. Hello, Mr. Henson. I'll let Mr. Ahrens know you're here, she smiles, typing away at her computer. Lee smiles back. Thank you. The wait isn't long, as Ahrens steps through the elevator and whisks Lee and his Pokemon away with a smile and a handshake, leading them up the elevator and to his office. As Lee sits down in one of the guest chairs in the office, Grovyle opts to stand beside him while Vulpix just lazily remains on Lee's shoulders. All three watch Ahrens seat himself behind his desk with a pleased sigh. Lee, thanks for coming by so quickly. Ahrens smooths a non-existent wrinkle in his suit and laces his fingers together. How are you doing today? Well enough, Lee answers, scanning the walls of Ahrens' office briefly. On the left wall is a trophy case and a framed diploma. Although the glittering trophies are too far away to read, the diploma, a degree in business awarded by the Castelia University of Commerce, is just close enough to be legible. We were using today as a sort of unwind day. Nothing planned until you emailed us. Ahrens nods pleasantly. I see. Even experts need a day off every now and then. It's important to not burn out. His chair squeaks just the slightest bit as he leans back into it. If you don't mind me asking, Lee, what did you do before becoming a Pokemon trainer? Both Vulpix and Grovyle become guarded, something Ahrens watches with a raised brow, but a little wave from Lee makes both Pokemon calm. I was an animal handler. Lee begins slowly, picking his phrases with care at Vulpix's silent behest. I worked with large carnivores in a zoo. Confusion flits across Ahrens' face but is gone again in an instant. Sounds like an interesting profession. He smiles disarmingly and waves at someone behind Lee in the office doorway. Why an animal handler, though? What are you digging for? As sorely tempted as Lee is to ask what the point of the small talk is, he resists. It's rewarding work. Pokemon are filled with logical and emotional intelligence akin to and sometimes surpassing humans, so being an entry-level trainer is as easy as being friendly. Animals, though, force you to think differently. They change how you see the world. Lee smiles, a bittersweet note growing in his voice. You can't find success unless you're willing to respect, understand, and grow. Without knowledge of their mindset and the ability to shift yours to match, I think you'd find even teaching a mundane canine how to sit on command maddening. Ahrens' eyes narrow slightly as he nods and looks over at his trophy case, seemingly reflecting on Lee's words. Interesting, he mutters. Vulpix's ears flick, making Lee turn to the office doorway just as an attractive young woman in a black dress suit walks in, a pair of steaming paper cups in hand. For you and your guest, Mr. Ahrens, she says coolly. Ahrens openly grins. You're a doll, Jill. They don't pay you enough. After a moment, he adds, that dress new. Black looks good on you. The woman smiles thinly. Thank you. She says nothing else, simply setting the cups down before Lee and Ahrens before leaving. Ahrens reins in his expression and lifts his cup, taking a silent sip from it. Ah, unknowable is the mind of the fairer sex, eh? I don't suppose knowing how to train animals gives you some kind of special insight, does it? Vulpix's body temperature rises in her offense, making her unpleasantly warm, so Lee soothes her ire by letting his own discomfort bleed through to her. Outwardly, he simply replies, no. A small smile rises on the blonde man's lips. Are you sure? Your lady friend Zinnia was awful quick to speak on your behalf during your last visit. He shrugs his shoulders minutely. Keep your secrets, then. Lee frowns as he raises his own paper cup and sips the coffee inside. Not bad. Rather good, actually. No way the guys in the cubicles outside are getting anything quality like this. He sets the cup back down. Well, what did you do before Sylph Company, Alec? I practiced law. Ahrens' smile slips when Lee smirks, and Ahrens realizes he seems to have lost some game of wit. He quickly recomposes himself and continues on. I worked under Nuge, Pauling, and Sons in Jubilife City, specializing in fraud, but that's a boring story for another day. Let's get on to the real reason you're here, Relieved, Lee nods and watches as Ahrens withdraws a number of forms from his desk. Let me tell you, Ahrens extends his pointer finger at Lee. The committee was blown away by your demo, dropped jaws in the whole room. Usually, these demos are nothing worth talking about, just a kid showing off a move their Pokemon mastered to an unusual level. They get a % or 2 and are sent on their way after copying, that Seed Blast and Seed Sniper? Ahrens' smile is all too pleased. Very much worth the investment. Lee raises an eyebrow. You take move copies from anyone? Ahrens lets his smile dim, though only slightly. We do. I'm not at liberty to say much, but the storage media used to hold the move data degrades over time, necessitating fresh copies from time to time. Sylph Company is happy to offer a bit of money to young trainers for good copies. Now, for brand new moves we can be much more generous. I see. Lee nods slowly. And you're saying these moves developed by my team are worth only 4%? The businessman's face drops into one of regret. I know, you should be entitled to much, much more, but even after arguing with our financial director, I couldn't secure anything greater than 4%. If we had more to give them. Absolutely not. Lee shakes his head with a sigh. Convergence is off the table, I'm afraid. It's a move developed exclusively for Vulpix's use. Well, you mentioned a dark-type move you wished to show a week ago. Another demo might change some minds. Ahrens offers, his smile returning. If not for the slightly amused twitch of his lips that Vulpix keys Lee in on, he might have missed the condescending air of Ahrens' smile. When will that move be ready to be shown? Grovile's eyes narrow, and on his shoulder, Lee feels Vulpix's hackles rise. You motherfucker. Lee openly scowls. The Pokemon who knows that move is currently away, the scarred zoologist grounds out, trying vainly to put Corvisquire out of his mind for now. He won't be back in a reasonable timeframe. Ahrens shrugs. I understand, Lee. I can't do much else without more from you. The process of TM creation is one where both parties need to bring an equal amount to the table. Very well. Lee stands, drawing a raised brow from the other man. I apologize for wasting your time. You aren't going to sign? Ahrens' confusion becoming plain as understanding dawns on his face. Mr. Henson, I assure you that this deal is a fantastic step towards lucrative contracts with Sylphco in the future. I understand this negotiated amount isn't exactly what you want, but back to Mr. and not Lee, But nothing, Lee cuts in, annoyed. This is not just my work you're trying to buy, but my Pokemon's work as well. Every single one of my team members is worth their weight in gold, and their efforts will be properly compensated. If you can't offer a proper payment, then perhaps Devin can. Ahrens' face twitches, like he's not sure if he wants to snarl or smile. Mr. Henson, I totally understand. I saw your matches with Roxanne, Brawley, and Watson, and I was beyond impressed. You're one of Hoenn's rising stars, and you do deserve more, but my hands are tied. Grovile hisses. Lee snorts. Bull. I can do math, Alec. I know Sylph stands to gain nearly 2 million credits from the TM sales. He turns towards the door. If we can't get a proper share, then Devin might like the moves. Yes, but, Ahrens raises a finger, making Lee pause and look back. You need to factor things like labor, making the copies, quality assurance, shipping them to our distributors, things like that. It's not instant profit for Sylph Co. Okay, how much of it is profit? When Aarons hesitates, Lee starts walking. Wait. The zoologist stops and turns once more, not hiding his irritation. Aarons takes a deep breath and smooths out his suit once more. If we frame this the correct way to the people upstairs, he begins carefully, then perhaps I have some wiggle room. Lee meets Vulpix's narrowed eyes, then Grovile's apathetic golds. With a sigh, he returns to his seat and sits heavily. Don't jerk us around on this, Aarons. The psychic fox on my shoulder can sniff out lies easily. Aarons finally lets a grimace cross his visage. Brendan Birch looks between all the people around him, wondering just how he got into this mess. Earlier today he entered the Mauville Trick House contest hoping to win the year's supply of Pokeblocks. Even if he didn't win, the Trick House sounded like fun anyway. Or it would have been fun if a bunch of jerks didn't cheat and sabotage all the obstacles. The maze was easy enough. No one said you can't use Pokemon to help you, so Marshtomp's airflow sensing fins and ability to feel vibrations in the ground lead them to an exit. The next obstacle, several rolling logs leading through an indoor waterfall and over a pool of water, was more tricky. The slick logs needed careful balance, but a woman with ridiculous red hair stood at the end laughing to herself as she rolled the logs by hand, sending a few kids into the drink below. Brendan even saw Ash Ketchum, May Maple, Max Maple, and Brock there. All of them took a spill. Fed up, Brendan let out Breloom, and the mushroom Pokemon leapt across the entire pool of water to hold a log steady for Brendan, making the red-headed woman freak out and flee. The next challenges were much the same. The red-headed woman, a man with blue, shoulder-length hair, and a talking Meowth made themselves into giant pains by getting past every challenge first and fouling up everyone else. Each time, Brendan borrowed his Pokemon's abilities to even the odds. In the last room, where he burst in at the same time as Ash and his friends, a pair of Trick House employees, a man and a woman, were there with a jump rope. The pair said they, the contestants, just needed to skip rope 10 times to advance. Something seemed fishy to Brendan, so he hid Marshtomp's small, travel-sized ball in his palm and played along. Quick as a flash, though, the pair holding the jump rope moved and tied everyone into one giant bundle. Before Ash's Pikachu could retaliate, he was stuffed into an apparently insulated bag now held over the employee woman's shoulder. After a few zaps failed, Pikachu resorted to fruitless struggling. Let us go. Ash struggles harder than anyone else, and Brendan winces as an elbow is driven into his side. Just what do you think you two are doing? Take it easy, Ash, Brock says tersely. You're just making the rope tighter. May and Max don't chime in, but they don't need to speak for Brendan to know how frightened they are. Brendan, meanwhile, remains silent. Rather than struggle, he wiggles his hand up from its place caught in the cocoon of rope, slowly working Marshtomp's ball free. Once the Mudfish Pokemon is free, he can clobber these crooks and untie the rope. The pair smirk, and from the rafters above them, a beige form hops down. Meowth. The beige shape stands up, showing off the same Meowth helping the troublemakers from earlier. Boy, you twerps really aren't the brightest bulbs around, are yas? Meowth raises a paw with a smirk. Recognition lights up on the faces of Ash and his friends before all four scowl. The pair behind Meowth both laugh. It was almost too easy, the man exclaims in a smooth voice. I almost feel bad, right Jesse? Indeed it was, James, the woman replies, one hand reaching down to grab the hem of her shirt and the belt of her pants. Her other hand reaches for the shades on her face and the bangs of her brown hair. In a dramatic flourish, both Jesse and James pull their disguises off and throw the extra clothes and wigs into the air, showing off a shared white uniform emblazoned with a red R underneath. Team Rocket. Ash yells accusingly. Brendan stiffens. Team Rocket? The Birch heir knows about the old crime syndicate, one Kanto police still struggle with to this day. Pokemon theft and trafficking, smuggling, money laundering, anything they could do, they did. Rumors of their leader, a shadowy man said to be an elite-level trainer, grow larger every time they're told. What makes Brendan so wary of the Rockets, however, is not this scheme or the stories he's heard. It's how Lee speaks of them with open hatred. Team Rocket only came up in conversation on the road twice before, but Lee's distaste for the criminals is so powerful that his Vulpix had to calm him lest he devolve into a tirade. Knowing the man after weeks of traveling together, Brendan had no idea Lee even had the capacity to hate. He spits the name Team Rocket like the words coat his mouth with poison, calling them pathetic thieves, terrorists, cowards who break up families for profit. These three have a fascination with Pikachu, Brock explains to Brendan, his brow furrowing. They're slippery too. No matter how many times we send them packing, they find us again. Brendan blinks. This is a regular thing? Ha. Meowth laughs. You's makin' me blush, twerp. Ain't no jailhouse that can hold Team Rocket. Brendan scowls. I won't let you get away. He wiggles Marshtomp's ball with more urgency. All three of you are as good as busted once we get out of here. As a Hoenn lab trainer, I'm not letting you go. Aren't you just adorable? Jessie comments dryly. It's been fun, truly. Jessie titters haughtily with her hand held in front of her mouth. But the time for tricks is over, and the time for us to get this treat to the boss is now. She shakes the bag with Pikachu in it, making the mouse Pokémon cry out and squirm. Ta-ta, twerps, James smirks. Someone will find you here before long. The three turn towards the door leading to the exit of the trick house, leisurely strolling away as the trainers left in the rope bindings struggle. Brendan grunts and tries to push Marshtomp's ball out faster. Come on, you're not going anywhere, a cold voice says. Team Rocket all yelp as one and jump back when a plume of lava smashes into the top of the doorframe they were just about to walk through. The lava hisses and bubbles, dribbling down until it covers the whole doorway in glowing, cooling rock. Brendan whips his head around. There, standing in the doorway from the last obstacle is a woman beside an enormous Pokémon. The Pokémon, a Camerupt, resembles a camel that Lee told Brendan about with its humps replaced by miniature, rocky volcanoes giving it a height of 6.5 feet tall. Both volcanoes gurgle with molten rock and plumes of smoke. The Pokémon's shaggy hide is a rusty red in color, covering everything but its brown muzzle and large, cloven hooves. Its body is built more like an elephant than a camel, with a large body and short, muscular legs. The Pokémon snorts, releasing wisps of black smoke from its nostrils. To the fire camel's side is a young woman, one who draws Brendan's attention more than the Camerupt. The woman is youthful, in the same nebulous teen to young adult age that Zinnia is, but her stoic expression would be right at home on someone thrice her age. She's clad in a red, pullover hoodie with a small flame decal in the middle of her chest, and a black and red skirt that comes down to her thighs. On her feet are simple black and white high-top sneakers. Her magenta eyes, the same color as her neck-length hair, are dull and bored, observing Team Rocket like one might an interesting bug from the shade of her large hood. Just looking at her makes the hairs on Brendan's neck stand up. It's the same feeling he gets when Zinnia breaks out into a feral, violent grin, or when Lee's face darkens. This woman is dangerous. Just who might you be? Jessie pulls a Pokeball from her belt nervously, voicing the unspoken question from the equally unsettled James and Meowth. The mystery woman tilts her head back, looking down at them. Courtney is my name. Don't worry about that, though. She raises a hand and Camerupt snorts another plume of acrid, black smoke. Do you surrender? Jessie grits her teeth. Seviper, go. She lets the ball in her hand fly. You too, Cacnea. James pulls a Pokeball from his pocket and tosses it. In a pair of flashes, the snake and cactus Pokémon materialize before the Rocket members. Seviper hisses menacingly, mouth open to show off his huge, poison-dripping fangs as he brandishes his bladed tail. Cacnea, being much smaller, looks at the massive fire type across the room with fear in his beady eyes. Nevertheless, he holds up his spiny arms threateningly. Courtney expresses no disappointment, fear, or even eagerness. There's nothing. You've chosen poorly, she mutters, letting her hand fall. Camerupt bellows and charges, thundering the whole way. Logs 4. Nigel Birch settles into his office chair, wiping sweat from his brow. It's been a hot one today under the Hoenn sun, and helping his aides with a young Magby in the middle of a temper tantrum certainly didn't help things. The regional professor ignores the stack of paperwork on his desk and jiggles the mouse of his computer, waking the machine up. Just as he does so, he sees that there is a new email waiting in his inbox. New mail from Lenson at hompamenlab.org. Ha, it's about time. Birch grins and opens the email, finding several audio and document files attached. He clicks on the first audio log and leans back into his chair. Log 17, Day 70. The last few days have been a whirlwind of ups and downs. Just as you wanted, Professor, I spoke to that therapist, Mabel, yesterday. She's good at what she does. I won't go into detail because I know that's not what these logs are for, but I think things will work out with her help. Thank you for pushing me, Nigel. I don't think I would have voluntarily gone myself. There's a pause in the recording, followed by a sigh. The most important bit I think is, my Corvisquire ran away. Nigel blinks. What? I came clean about everything to my Pokémon sans Shinx. Grovyle accepted what I said and swore to take the secrets to his grave. I'm still thanking my lucky stars for that. Corvisquire eventually followed suit, saying he would keep everything to himself as well. He even gave me permission to give him a proper physical so long as it was just he and I in a secluded location. Why he wanted this, I can make several guesses, many too ghastly to say. I know I shouldn't be assuming the worst, but after making it to Mauville, he and I went out into the woods for his physical and he took off without any warning. I figured that he was simply scouting the area to make sure there were no prying eyes, but seconds turned to minutes and minutes turned to hours, and he was nowhere to be found. I've contacted the rangers and put up a notice online to try and find him, but Corvi is smart. He won't be found unless he wants to be found. I don't really understand it. I'm sure he knows that he only needs to ask, and I would release him. He was approaching evolution, only weeks away. Is that why? Were we only a means to an end? Nigel pauses the recording. In the faint reflection of his computer monitor, he can see that his own face is troubled. A Pokémon that knows is loose. A Pokémon intelligent and determined enough to find a way to communicate one-to-one with humans should he wish. Before going any further, Nigel writes a reminder on a sticky note in all capital letters and sticks it to his desk phone. Call Rangers ASAP to upgrade Lee Corvi case, note written. He returns back to his computer. Grovyle and Vulpix netted us a win against Watson. His Jolteon, a beautiful example of her species, was obviously on her way to her elder years, but she put up a monstrous fight. Jolteon was by far the fastest combatant we've ever had to face, beating out the Absol we faced in Dewford. Not only was she fast, but she could also turn on a dime as well, instantly halting her momentum and then accelerating back to top speed in a single step. I can't imagine the sort of strain it must have put on her ankles. If not for one of Grovyle's new moves, Seed Blast, injuring one of her legs, I think we would have been up shit creek. I may have lost my temper slightly when Watson pulled a baton pass trick with Jolteon, swapping in his Magneton, who then got the agility stat boost Jolteon cast a moment ago. Magneton took out Grovyle, and it stung. I sent Vulpix in and we wasted no time pulling out all the stops. After 2 or 3 flamethrower attacks, Magneton was down for the count. Even with an injured leg, however, Jolteon proved to be just a little too fast to nail, so I pulled out another trick. I fueled Vulpix's attack with my own stamina. Nigel sighs and leans back into his cozy office chair, becoming resigned to the fact that every time he views these logs from his lab trainer, there's going to be something worthy of a migraine. The little connection between Vulpix and I seized it and pulled it deeper within myself, deeper than it's ever been before. I can't accurately describe the sensation of doing so, as I think there just aren't words for it, but I took that little psychic line from Vulpix and jacked it directly into my own stamina. The resulting flamethrower was unreal. It was more like an orange-white beam than a stream of flames, and it was so fast that Jolteon was taken out before she could dodge, winning the challenge and landing us a Dynamo badge. It felt like I'd run a marathon in the span of 2 seconds after that little stunt. The sensation was so strange, as every part of me was equally tired, not just my arms or legs. Vulpix was furious that I took the risk, but after the day we had, I wasn't about to leave the gym empty-handed. I have more, but to be perfectly honest, I'm exhausted. I'm recording this in the bathroom of our hotel room in the middle of the night so I don't disturb Brendan or the Pokémon. Lee, out. Log 18, Day 73. I meant to put this out on Day 71, but I was knee-deep in research, perhaps to distract myself. Anyway, onto my team. Shinx weighs a little more every day, and for that, I'm so thankful. She's also growing up as well as out, which is precisely what I wanted in this critical stage of her development. With any luck, she'll be healthy and of normal size by the time her evolution rolls around, however long it takes. For now, her formula mix remains unchanged since it's doing exactly what I intended. I've continued with the various corrective measures I mentioned in my last log, including helping Shinx stretch her limbs and massaging various muscle groups, but it looks like I won't have to do that for much longer. She's graduated from stumbling around it to being able to sprint like a professional runner even if it leaves her tuckered out. Her playfulness is an encouraging sign and I've been taking the time between work and training to play with her when I can. Her milk teeth are growing in, so she's been eager to gnaw anything and everything. Although this has resulted in some hotel chair legs being chewed up, I'm still happy to see it as it gives me a roadmap for weaning her off of her bottle. As the teeth continue growing in, I'll be monitoring her to determine a proper path going forward. The weaning process will likely begin in the next few weeks. Finally, I've begun testing her electrical output. Shinx is slowly beginning to grasp English, and being the smart girl she is, quickly learned how to output electricity on command. Her total output at the time of this recording is a few notches below a stun gun. Startling and rather painful, but nothing that would incapacitate someone, let alone another Pokemon. Her battling days, assuming she wants to battle, are still some weeks if not months off. Not much to say regarding Grovyle. He's pushing himself as hard as he ever was and continues to grow at a prodigious rate.
His strength, speed, stamina, control, and sheer instinct for combat are rising with no ceiling in sight. He's mastered his 2 new moves, Seed Sniper and Seed Blast, to such an incredible extent that I felt confident enough to present them to Sliff Company as demo material for TMs. I'll be sure to include notes on his moves along with other conceptual techniques with these logs.
Anyway, he wowed the demo team and I think we've cinched it. Call me greedy, but I'm going to try and wheedle out a bit more payment from Sylph for the TMs should they take it. I think the hard work of my Pokemon deserves a proper payment. Just 4% before the patenting fees? Kiss my ass. Vulpix is in much the same boat as Grovyle. She's growing at a steady rate. Her pyrokinesis is growing more and more complex, and I don't think it will be much longer before some of the more outlandish techniques still in the conceptual phase for her begin to become a reality. Physically, her growth is slowly beginning to plateau. I'm certain it's of no fault of her own, but rather she's just beginning to approach the physical limits of her small body. Not to say that she is a pushover by any means. As I noted in some previous logs, she's strong enough to pull me right off of my feet and she can probably drag me as dead weight without much of an issue. This is a very rough guesstimate, so they don't have the appropriate tools on hand, but I wouldn't be surprised if she could drag 1,000+ pounds of dead weight. On the more mental side of things, her telepathy is now to a level that's rather clear. I haven't any idea if this is proficiency in identifying underlying emotions on my end, but the tone in her words is getting easier to identify without her having to manually include a burst of emotion. Something curious I've noted is how her clarity increases the closer in proximity our heads are. If she's sitting on my shoulder with our heads almost touching, she is clear enough that I need only a moment to decipher the garbled parts of what she is trying to say. If she's on the other side of the room, then her meaning is a bit more unclear. After a bit of testing, I can safely conclude that the range and clarity of the telepathy are dependent on distance and materials between her and I. Telepathic communication across a field of, say, 50 feet, is easier than telepathy through a several-inch thick stone wall with only 20 or so feet of total distance. This leads me to believe that this psychic connection does exist in the physical plane rather than somewhere more esoteric. I'll have to research that a little bit more. That's about it for this one. Lee, out. Log 19, Day 80. I met with Mabel again a few days ago. My last session with her was emotionally charged, to say the least. I poured a lot of things out, and she offered advice. This time it was much more sedate. She said not to let unpleasant times control me, and I'm doing my best to follow that advice. Corvusquire. He's still not back, and as I expected, no one has seen hide nor hair of him. Rather than focus on him, I've been trying my best to put my time towards the things that are productive. Brendan and Zinnia have been helpful in that regard. I didn't mention it in my last log, but I did tell both of them that I am seeing an expert. I didn't mention any sensitive details, just that I've been going through some things. At first, I didn't want to burden Brendan with the knowledge that an adult in his life is mentally unwell, but now I don't regret it. I have to say, Nigel, you really hit a home run with a son like Brendan. He doesn't pry, he doesn't joke, he just supports. He's definitely more emotionally mature than I was at 12 years old. If I ever have kids, I hope they turn out like him. A smile warms the face of Professor Birch. Zinnia and I still butt heads every so often, and I think that we're always going to. It's just part of who she is to be abrasive, but she's been very understanding regarding this situation so far. I can't help but get the feeling that she and I are more alike than expected, even if our pasts are so different. I'm curious, but she ceased digging into my past after I revealed it was sensitive, and I'll extend the same courtesy to her. There have been no significant breakthroughs with my team, it's just been business as usual. Train, rest, play. We've been in Mauville a bit longer than usual waiting for. Well, I think you know what we are waiting for, but so far nothing. I think we'll be moving on before long. In this lull, I've been taking the time to research a couple of various projects and whatnot. I've modified the diets of my team a bit. While the general mixture is much the same, I've taken to adding paper-thin slices of citrus berry to each meal. Thankfully, it looks like the enzymes in the berry responsible for their absolutely miraculous cellular rejuvenation don't degrade when mixed with other food. I still maintain that these berries are some sort of literal godsend, Nigel. I wasn't joking when I said Oran would be a miracle food back home. Now, citrus? People would start wars over citrus, and I can say that with zero exaggeration. Either way, I'm using these properties to encourage rapid rejuvenation of muscle fibers and bones damaged during training for enhanced natural growth. If the few studies I was able to find on the subject are correct, then citrus should also facilitate the repair of damaged neural synapses and encourage the formation of new synapses in response to new skills and experiences. Citrus is commonly seen as a restorative simply because of how rapid the effects of eating a single fruit are, so this approach should promote an even, gradual release of the super enzyme in my team. I'm hoping that by playing a long, conservative game here while my team are still in their formative years, we can min-max and push the ceiling of their powers to the highest that can be reasonably attained. That's not a bad idea at all. Birch murmurs, rubbing his chin. That gives me an idea for a study of my own. Now, where to find places with Pokemon around natural citrus groves?
I might have to see about a permit to enter a reserve. I've also taken the time to meditate on what exactly I'm wanting to do after this run of the Hoenn Gym circuit.
The Rustboro Trainer School accepted me into their university-level courses and I'll begin my attendance next year. There, I plan on majoring in either Pokemon nutrition or psychology. After that, I'll probably take up a position with the league, buy a house with a plot of land for my Pokemon, and who knows from there. Hard to say. None of this is set in concrete yet, so maybe I'll take a different major or go on another journey. I heard Sinnoh in winter is beautiful, and although I'm getting used to the tropical weather of Hoenn, life in the US Northeast made me accustomed to mild weather year-round. Now that I think about it, maybe I'll take nutrition or psychology as a minor study rather than a major. I've been digging deep into the topic of infinity energy here recently. The Hoenn professor leans forward. I'm not sure if RTS offers any courses relating to infinity energy, but the more I learn the more fascinated I become.
I guess Devon Corp coined the term, but it's also known as aura in some small religious circles and just Pokemon, life force, or stamina, to the layperson, aka the fuel for Pokemon moves. In my efforts to build a diverse arsenal of moves for my team, I keep having to research different ways for Pokemon to build and mold different types of type energy, and all the sources I keep finding can't seem to agree on how type energy, or Te, is generated.
The most common theory seems to be that Pokemon generate stamina or infinity energy in some sort of poorly understood biological process, then the IE is then consumed by the cells of the Pokemon which then spit out type energy.
At first, I wanted to scoff at this, because every single study explicitly stated that the infinity energy is consumed and destroyed in its entirety by the cells of the Pokemon, then the overblown mitochondria of the Pokemon produce the Te. Then I remembered Pokeballs. So obviously you know how Pokeballs have been used for centuries, right?
To the average person, it just looks like the Pokemon shrinks and is sucked inside the ball, and they really don't give it any more thought than that. They really don't need to if it works, right? Professor Laventon, a Galarian researcher known for his work in Sinnoh well over a century ago, accidentally perpetuated that myth. To me, though, that makes no sense. Where does the extra mass of the Pokemon go if that is the case? Why doesn't a Pokeball containing a Wailord weigh countless tons? How early Apricorn Pokeballs, which for all intents and purposes were colorful coconuts, accomplished the absolutely mind-bending feat of converting matter to energy, and vice versa, I have no idea. I'm not even going to get into the storage and encoding of information into pure energy. That can wait for another day. I guess to people used to living with Pokemon, that's kind of mundane in comparison. To me, though, I guess I always knew that was the case in a peripheral sort of sense, but seeing one-to-one matter to energy conversion being casually glossed over in official academic texts really just, I don't know. It just messed with me. I could rant and rave about the seemingly inconsistent development of tech over the years, but I'll spare you that. Back home, there are a pair of ironclad rules in science. Normally it's laughable to call anything in science ironclad, but these rules have stood the test of time. There are some exceptions, but by exception, I mean theoreticals that require the energy output of the sun in order to create a small handful of useful matter. These two rules are known as the law of conservation of mass and law of conservation of energy. I know I'm going on a tangent here, just humor me. Both of these rules state that in a closed system, both energy and mass cannot be created or lost, they can only change their respective forms. Pokeballs just laugh in the face of this. The conversion of a full flesh and blood creature into a collection of pure massless energy that can be stored inside of a capsule the size of a baseball, only then to be restored back to matter again absolutely would not work in the model of science I was raised on. I did check. The weight of a Pokeball doesn't change regardless of the presence of a Pokemon inside of it or not. Then I ran into a few other things that made me think. According to most official sources, the generation of type energy is a process tied to the biology of the Pokemon in question. It's dependent on the mitochondria within the cells to create the energy, which then is transformed into the Pokemon move. It's again here that we can observe the energy to matter effect, as some moves create matter, like Water Gun or Rock Tomb. Where are you going with this, Lee? Birch wonders aloud. Nonetheless, he pays rapt attention. I'm of the opinion that the generation of Tay is not a process locked to biology. It's well known that a Pokemon can learn moves outside of its usual repertoire with the aid of a parent's genes, and this is used to explain why a Pokemon might know a move that they shouldn't. I have a theory, though, based on my observations of past studies. All the different sources and reference material I can find regarding infinity energy insist that it is, in fact, an energy. What if it's not? In this world, physics allows conversion of energy to matter and vice versa with an efficiency I would normally call impossible, so we already have proof of that. So what if IE is a matter produced by the bodies of Pokemon that emulates the nebulous nature of Tay?
Or what if IE is an undefined substance existing between the states of matter and energy?
Shit, anything is possible. I began pondering this after realizing that Grovyle shouldn't be able to learn Feint Attack.
According to the current model, the Trico line should have little to no ability to learn dark moves. They can sometimes learn Pursuit naturally if they have a dark-typed grandparent, and a Trico knowing Crunch as an egg move is rare, but not unheard of, but Feint Attack is not in the roster of even the most trained Sceptile. Yet, Vulpix taught the technique to Grovyle even if it took weeks. None of us even knew that limitation existed. According to the current model, what we did was impossible. So, I don't think the generation of type energy is constrained by biology at all, and that all Tay might be available to any Pokemon who learns how to properly shape their IE. I did look at the studies, and while different Pokemon of the same type share genetic markers indicating a predisposition for a move type in the mitochondria of their cells, I think this has resulted in a false correlation and thus the setting of artificial limits on Pokemon. Again, just a theory of mine, but I'm going to be studying it. I think infinity energy itself is not a fuel totally different from Tay, but rather the starting state of the Tay. Perhaps IE in its relation to Tay is more akin to chemistry, where the Pokemon induces a purposeful instability in the IE, which is the universal starting point, and the resulting Tay is a useful decay product. The Tay might even decay further, directed by the Pokemon into an excited, volatile state for an energy attack, are converted into mass for a physical one. Considering the Tay can end up being either mass or energy, it lends a little bit of credit to IE being its own, in-between, state, I think. I'm hoping the more I learn of IE, Tay, and the relationship between them, the better I can understand things like Vulpix's pyrokinesis and telepathy. Surely she must be creating and manipulating fire and psychic Tay for both. I'm just scratching the surface here, so I don't expect any of this to be right, but I hope it's a step in the right direction. I've already got some tests in mind, but, man, I know this is going to require a lot of expensive equipment. I'll be researching here and there, but I doubt I'll begin in earnest until I begin university. That's all for this one. Lee, out. As the last audio file ends, Birch doesn't bother to look at the attached documents right away. Instead, he stands and slowly paces around his office, mind abuzz with the musings of his lab trainer. Mass and energy can be created, it can change shape, and it can be annihilated by both Pokemon and modern technology. How strange that on Lee's bizarro Earth, some of the tech people enjoy, Pokeballs chief among them, just wouldn't work. The ideas presented in the last log are messy, but novel, and they make a startling amount of sense for being pure speculation. Once more, the perspective of an outsider is worth its weight in gold. Birch bites his lip and glances back to his PC. If Lee's theory is even the least bit true, this'll be a massive upset to the scientific community. The professor sits back down and moves the logs to an encrypted file squirreled away deep in his computer. Sense sharing, stamina sharing, missing Pokemon, alien theorems on infinity energy, this is getting to be too much. These things Lee is getting up to. He's going to cause a paradigm shift before long, and all I can do is hope the world is ready. Finale.
Seviper, Poison Tail, the red-headed rocket, Jessie orders.
Her face locks into a determined scowl. Make it hurt. Use growth, Cacnea. James's expression is one of caution, and maybe even worry to Brendan. Brendan analyzes the opening moves Jessie and James use as a counter to the camera-up charging at them like a runaway truck. It's a smart 2-on-1 opening, having the mightier of the pair attack while the weaker one buffs up.
With his grass typing, Cacnea will need all the strength he can muster to face a fully evolved fire type like Camerupt, and any time Seviper can buy is precious.
With a deep hiss and menacing brandish of his bladed tail, Team Rocket Seviper coils like a spring-loaded trap and waits for the charging Camerupt to get in range. The vicious red edge on the end of his tail shivers with pent-up violence. Cacnea, meanwhile, bounces behind his snake comrade on his short, stubby legs. Once out of harm's way, the cactus Pokémon glows a faint green as he draws on the dormant grass energy in his body to strengthen himself. Camerupt's eyes narrow, but the huge fire-ground hybrid continues his charge. Just as Camerupt comes within range of Seviper, Brendan notices it. Camerupt was already moving to dodge the instant an attack was called. The camel Pokémon adjusted his steps as soon as Seviper bared his tail, now charging at the space just to the right of the snake. Seviper hisses and brings down his tail like the hammer of a gun, going from poised to striking in nary a second. In reply, Camerupt just leans to his right the slightest amount and the tail passes by with only an inch to spare, slamming into the ground like a guillotine. A few red hairs from Camerupt's hide flutter down to the floor, shorn off by poison tail. The sheer economy of movement that such a large Pokémon can bring to bear leaves Brendan stunned for a moment.
Brendan isn't the only one surprised by Seviper's miss.
The snake Pokémon's trainer, Jessie, seems just as dumbfounded that a giant target like Camerupt dodged a point-blank strike. On the other end of the impromptu battleground, Courtney's face remains neutral, as if the outcome of the first strike was never in doubt. Headbutt. Now beside the wide-eyed Seviper, Camerupt stomps to a stop and rams his head into Seviper with devilish speed, the sort of beast his size shouldn't have, making a wince-inducing crack as their skulls meet. Seviper is thrown across the room from the force of the blow, flying through the air as limp as a wet noodle. Droplets of blood trail his new head wound, then they splatter as Seviper hits the ground and rolls, landing in a tangled, unconscious heap. Seviper? Jess's voice is shrill in alarm. Seviper, get up. The snake lets out a low, groaning hiss, but remains down. What? Ash blinks, drawing Brendan's attention. Camerupt beat Seviper in just one hit? Is it really that surprising? Brendan asks, wiggling the fingers holding Mashtomp's ball under the rope binding still holding himself, Ash, and Ash's friends in place. With just one push, Marshtomp could be released to back up the mysterious woman and her Camerupt, but he holds off to see where the battle will go. I doubt Pokémon belonging to criminals are going to be in top shape. Jessie and James aren't the best trainers, Ash concedes, but they and their Pokémon aren't pushovers either. They've nearly had us more times than I care to count. Beside him, May groans. I'm starting to rethink this whole Pokémon journey thing. Ash just grins sheepishly. Back in the battle, the other Rocket, James, seems to realize how dire things are becoming. He looks at Camerupt with something akin to fear, his face paling. Cacnea, stay on Camerupt's side and use Poison Sting. Cacnea bounds into action, circling the fire-ground type that just floored his ally. The cactus Pokémon raises his thorny arms, the spines lining the limbs glowing brightly. Then from the spines shoots a wave of sickly purple needles, all flying at Camerupt's wide flank. Once more, neither Courtney nor Camerupt seem concerned by the attack. The red-clad woman leans her head back slightly, almost as if she's looking down on the rockets. Heatwave. Camerupt's volcano humps boil and churn with molten rock, and all at once, the entire room becomes unbearably warm, slowly drying out Brendan's eyes and throat. The air around Camerupt wavers and hisses, the Pokémon within looking like a mirage to the naked eye. As Cacnea's poison sting needles fly through the scorching hot air at Camerupt, they simply burst into flames and disintegrate, falling short of peppering their target by a mere foot. As the last needle turns to ash, the temperature drops back down, the room now noticeably drier. Again, Brendan finds himself astounded. Camerupt didn't need any extra instructions to use Heatwave as a defensive move, and he measured the energy needed for Heatwave perfectly. How did Courtney do it? Some kind of gesture I didn't see? Did they plan a maneuver like that out in advance? Cacnea's brow creases in worry and he looks back to a stunned James for instructions. A fatal mistake that both Courtney and Camerupt ruthlessly jump upon. Flamethrower. The camel Pokémon draws in a deep breath, then from his mouth pours a tight gout of blazing orange flames. The flamethrower crosses the distance to Cacnea so fast the poor grass type has no time to even raise his arms in defense, even if such a defense would be worth nothing. The fire splashes around Cacnea's small, round form with such intensity that James hops backward with a yelp, nearly brushed by the attack. As flamethrower ends, Cacnea reels back, covered in blackened, savage burns. He sways and falls to the ground, unconscious and overloaded from pain. Both Seviper and Cacnea went down in just one attack. Brendan hears Max remark with surprise. Looking between the downed Cacnea and Seviper, then to the shocked Jesse and James, Meowth audibly gulps. Guys? He looks up at his human partners. Gettin' zapped is one ting, but I don't think I want to get char-broiled by Camerupt here. Me neither. James quietly agrees. Same here. Jessie tightens her hold over the sack holding Pikachu, who has since gone still at the sound of fighting. As one, Jessie and James recall their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and stand tensely. Meowth turns and looks at the door they were going to use as an escape, finding Camerupt's lava has cooled into solid, smoking rock. So now the only exit is behind the trainer of the mammoth Camerupt. Camerupt snorts, blowing twin plumes of black smoke from his nostrils as he impatiently taps a hoof on the ground, making the Team Rocket trio cringe and take a collective step back. Behind Camerupt, Courtney regards the trio with the same dead expression she's worn for the entire short fight. Her eyes turn to the bag over Jess's shoulder. Put the Pikachu down. And surrender. You can't win, she finally says, her voice halting and oddly cadenced. Jess's trepidation is traded for a red face of indignant anger, but her partner is quick to place a hand on her shoulder and frantically shake his head no. With a sigh, Jessie slowly begins to lower the bag holding Pikachu. But Brendan notices James reaching into his back pocket for something, and rather than let the rocket get away with whatever he has planned, Brendan pushes Marshtomp's ball free. The Pokeball pops out between Brendan's body and the ropes and splits open in a flash of light as it hits the ground, letting a furious Marshtomp out. The Mudfish Pokémon opens his mouth and unleashes an enraged bellow, one so loud that all three rockets jump, startled. The bag holding Pikachu slips from Jess's fingers in her surprise. Marshtomp. Brendan barks. Stop the blue-haired one. He's reaching for something. Marshtomp needs no other instruction and rushes forward like a wild-eyed, speeding train, his footsteps thundering on the concrete floor. James stiffens and goes ghost white as he yanks a small black orb from his pocket. These rockets aren't blasting off today, thank you, he says, throwing the orb against the ground with a crack. Thick black smoke erupts from the apparent smoke bomb, quickly filling the room with an acrid haze and drowning everyone's sight in darkness. Brendan, Ash, May, Max, and Brock all break out into a coughing fit, having no way to cover their mouths and noses with their limbs still bound. After a minute of teary-eyed choking, the smoke begins to dissipate. Blinking through his red, irritated eyes, Brendan looks around and curses under his breath when he sees no Team Rocket. Aw man, I can't believe I let them get away. I should have let Marshtomp out earlier. He watches his Pokémon grumble, probably thinking the same thing. Marshtomp isn't bothered for long as he walks up to the bag where Pikachu is contained. Rather than untie it, Marshtomp just rips off the knot holding the bag closed with a loud tearing sound, letting Pikachu pop his head out. The electric mouse looks around, his ears folding back. Pika, Ash's Pokémon says dejectedly. Marshtomp just waves off whatever Pikachu said with an uncaring don't worry about it croak. Got away again? Ash frowns slightly, unintentionally mirroring Brendan. Team Rocket is such a pain sometimes. Brock nods. They've been getting craftier too. This rope burn I'm getting is an even bigger pain than those clowns, May complains with a groan, theatrically struggling as she does so. Pikachu? Marshtomp? Please let us out. Pikachu and Marshtomp share a look, then smile. As a pair, they start towards their trainers. Here, let me. The bundle of tied-up trainers all look up as one is the mysterious woman, Courtney, leisurely walks her way up to them with her Camerupt at her side. With the fighting now over, Camerupt's humps have stopped smoking, and his sharp, alert eyes have fallen into an aloof sort of dullness. It's the same look most people would find on a Numel or a Camerupt, but after seeing the Pokémon in action, Brendan already knows it's an act. Courtney reaches out and gives the knot holding the rope together around the group a pull, slowly shimmying one length of rope past another and loosening the binds. As she works, she turns her half-lidded eyes to Ash. Those three, she begins. You've fought them before? Ash nods and hangs his head with obvious frustration. Yeah, they're a bunch of Pokémon thieves. Pikachu beat them once and they've been obsessed with him ever since. From his place atop Marshtomp's head, Pikachu sighs and slumps his shoulders right along with his trainer. Courtney hums to herself, then she turns her eyes to Brendan. Unable to squirm in discomfort with the ropes still around him, all the Birchair can do is stare back as the woman's piercing eyes cut into him like scalpels. Thankfully, it ends as quickly as it started, as the magenta-haired woman pulls the final part of the knot free, letting the ropes around the group go limp and fall to the floor. As one, everyone steps away from each other into a loose circle, some rubbing chafed arms. Max fixes his lopsided glasses and looks at Courtney. Thanks for the save, miss. Team Rocket would have gotten away with Pikachu if you didn't come in. Courtney's stony face finally breaks and reveals a tiny, almost non-existent smile. No thanks needed. But, she once more looks at Brendan. Brendan had his marshtomp ready. He would have saved you if we didn't. Camera up snorts. Brendan can't help but blink in surprise. She noticed? And she knows my name? He clears his throat. Well, that doesn't change the fact you and your camera up sent those creeps packing, so thanks anyway. Courtney's smile grows a little more. I've actually been looking for you, Brendan Birch. Me? Brendan spares a glance down at Marshtomp as the mudfish Pokémon takes the spot to his trainer's right. Why's that? You're one of Hoenn's rising stars, and son of the man who could have been champion. Courtney nods. You're going to go far in this world, Brendan, and I have something I want to ask of you. The guy was a lawyer? Zinnia smirks, weaving around a slower pedestrian in the dense foot traffic of downtown Mauville. That makes way too much sense. Exactly what I was thinking, Lee nods. After a lot of back and forth, we finally got him to agree to 5% and to file both of the patent applications as just one rather than separately, so we only have one fee. After fearsome debate with his new account manager within Sylph Company, one Alec Aarons, Lee finally compromised on a number that left neither him nor Aarons happy. The negotiations took the better part of an hour and resulted in more than one patent form crumpled up and tossed in the trash. The shell that is Aarons' pleasant demeanor was beginning to wear thin near the end, this Lee is sure of. The businessman let a single lock of his slicked blonde hair slip free, and although his smile remained nearly unflappable, Aaron's eyes would flit between something violent and a plea to give up. Lee gave no quarter. The work of his team would be rewarded properly. Once ink was set to paper, they went down to the lab portion of the building to copy the move and left. Grovile returned himself to his ball shortly afterward, leaving Lee and Vulpix to wander to a street corner ice cream stand. The frozen treat did quite a bit to soothe the former zookeeper's fouled mood. Vulpix's delight at trying and subsequently loving a peach-flavored scoop fixed his day in a hurry after that. Maybe Mabel was onto something with this whole treat yourself sometimes thing. The dragon tamer fixes her crimson eyes on Lee, bemused. They can do that and just choose not to? She asks, sounding vaguely disgusted. That's thousands of credits out of the patent holder's pocket though. Lee shrugs, lifting the placid fox on his shoulders up and down. I don't know if it's somehow less work filing the patents separately or if they have to eat some kind of cost now, but it's some kind of corporate nonsense. Zinnia rolls her eyes. So what happened after that? How did they actually copy the moves off of Lizardman? In the basement of the building, they had this. Lee pauses. I don't actually know how to describe it, he thinks, recalling the wall-sized machine not unlike the vintage supercomputers of yesteryear back on Earth. Gigantic computer-looking thing taking up an entire wall. All they needed Grovile to do was wear this headband with electrodes in it connected to the machine and just think about the moves. 5 minutes later, we were on our way out. That's kinda boring, Zinnia muses, unknowingly using the same words Lee did as he left the Sylph County office. A bit, yeah, Lee nods along. How did your tournament go? Zinnia sighs. Barely a challenge. Swablu handled the bulk of them and Gumi got a few battles in. Shelgon swept the semis and finals, netting me a neat 3,000. See any interesting Pokemon? The Draconid tribe's woman taps her chin with a finger. There were a few. The guy the first fought in the semis had a Scolipede. Lee feels his eyes widen. A fully evolved 3-stage Pokemon in a small local tourney? He tries to picture the massive centipede Pokemon in its 8-foot-tall glory, but the image in his head doesn't seem to do it justice. Yep. Zinnia pops the P in yep. He was a one-trick Ponyta, though, only using Poison Sting into Venoshock. He gave everyone else a 1-2 punch knockout, but Scolipede dropped like a sack of rocks after Shelgon hit him with Rollout and followed up with Flamethrower. Zinnia slumps. The money is nice, but I wish someone had put up more of a fight. Lee awkwardly puts a hand on her shoulder. You always have mine and Brendan's teams to spar against. I guess. She grumbles before straightening up, making Lee withdraw his hand. So, we're heading north tomorrow, huh? Which route are we taking? I wanted to discuss that with you and Brendan, actually. Zinnia nods, her expression firming up. The northernmost part of Hoenn is pretty treacherous. The closer you get to Mount Chimney, the harsher it is to navigate. I think we should really plan this out and prepare, maybe even stop by a store for more gear. We've had it nice and easy with the flat plains and forests so far. Lee looks at her, and he can feel Vulpix's curiosity as well. Is it really that bad? The tanned woman nods seriously. The Draconid tribe have strongholds throughout northern Hoenn, and that's where I grew up. Trust me when I say we need to be ready for this, because it could take weeks to get to Laverage town, and both routes have their own dangers. This leg of the journey is really going to test you and Brendan, Lee. Lee notes how Zinnia referred to him and Brendan by their real names, and not any dumb nicknames. Right, he hums. We'll start planning tonight then. Zinnia nods, sending him a sidelong glance. You don't want to wait any longer? If Corvi comes back, then he comes back and I'll be overjoyed, Lee replies, forcing his tone to be neutral. Nearly 2 weeks after Corvisquire ran away, it still stings. If not, then that's his choice. Vulpix shifts, nosing his cheek in a silent display of comfort. Zinnia says nothing more on the topic. When did Shrimpy say he was heading this way? Just a few minutes ago. Lee pulls his phone from his jacket pocket before unlocking it and taking another gander at his recent texts. Brendan. 2:22 p.m., Trick House was a bust, some other kid won and some cheaters threw everything out of whack. Coming back with a new friend. We're gonna stop here, if you want to meet us. Said he's bringing a friend too. Does he mean a Pokemon or another person? Zinnia asks, then she smirks once more. Oh, what if Shrimpy is bringing a girl? You better hope Birch gave his kid the talk or that might fall to you, Tilda. She giggles and pokes Lee's ribs. Yeah, nah. The professor will be down a lab trainer if he puts that evil on me, Lee shoots back. Doesn't say if it's a new Pokemon or not. Lee drops the phone back in his pocket. We'll see. The pair of trainers and single Pokemon continue their walk for several minutes, slowly leaving the bustling, skyscraper boasting downtown to a more sedate urban market area. Rounding a corner, they find a colorful corner store where Brendan asked them to meet at. Stepping through the automatic glass doors with Zinnia only a half step behind, Lee perks up as he hears a familiar voice. Man, it's hot outside. Brendan complains from 2 aisles over by a soda fountain. The rows of junk food obscure the boy, but the voice is unmistakable. I think a slushie would hit the spot. Do you want one? Another voice replies, this one quiet and female. No thank you, says the soft voice of a woman. Lee can feel Zinnia's amused smile without even turning. Not a word. I didn't say anything, Tilda. Zinnia almost laughs. They circle around the aisle, both Lee and Zinnia pausing for a second to take in Brendan's new friend. Standing a few inches taller than the young Birch is a woman in her late teens. Her large red hoodie covers much of her form, and her hands are resting in the hoodie's pockets, hiding them from view. Her hood is pulled up, but the zoologist and dragon tamer can still make out a gentle, placid face with pink hair and eyes of the same color. A red shoulder bag rests slung across her body, and her skirt and shoes are unremarkable, but I'm getting the weirdest feeling I've seen this girl before. Lee blinks. That thought is immediately followed by, Brendan, why are you letting a strange woman follow you around? If you need either a stranger danger talk or the talk, I swear to God I'm going to have a stroke. The unknown woman takes notice of Lee and Zinnia first, watching them with a raised brow as Brendan finishes filling a soft drink cup with his slushie. Brendan caps his treat and sticks a straw in with a smile. His smile grows as he turns and spies Lee and Zinnia. Hey, about time you got here. He pauses to take a sip from the cup in his hand and looks over at his new friend. Guys, meet Courtney, he says, raising a hand to the now named Courtney, who just nods politely. I met May Maple and her friends at the Trick House, and apparently they were being stalked by a pair of Team Rocket thugs. Lee feels his breath hitch, not questioning why the name Courtney seems familiar right now. And you got involved? He asks sharply. Smile falling, Brendan laughs nervously. Ah, maybe? It's fine, though. Courtney and her camera-up sent them running like the babies they are. Camera-up, huh? Zinnia gives Courtney an appraising look, and Courtney returns the stare coolly. You a trainer then? The red-clad woman nods. I am. When she doesn't elaborate further, Zinnia pushes more. Really? What kind of Pokemon have you got, and what's your motivation? Looking to hit the gyms? Zinnia? Brendan frowns. You're being nosy again. It's okay, Brendan. Courtney raises a hand to halt him. She looks back to Zinnia. I have Camera-up, Swellow, and Mightyena. My motivations? She glances away, the barest hints of a smile on her face. We just need to be strong for someone precious to me. That's a more noble reason to be a trainer than most. Lee smiles, hoping to smooth over Zinnia's less than stellar first impression. 3 fully evolved Pokemon, huh? Lee wonders aloud. You must be a talented trainer. The pink-headed woman shakes her head. My Pokemon and I are formidable to any who care to judge, but we've a lot to learn. That's actually why I am here. As she speaks at length, odd halts make themselves apparent in her speech, as if she's not used to speaking more than a few words at a time. Yet another thing that is so strangely familiar, but Lee can't put his finger on just who this woman is. If you are Zinnia, Courtney glances over to the frowning Draconid. Then you must be Lee, the leader of the group, she finishes, turning to Lee. The scarred man blinks. Leader? Yo fit t epart. Vulpix's dull amusement bleeds over to Lee. Hardly, he inwardly scoffs. I'm not really the leader, the other two are just too lazy to make decisions. Courtney shrugs. You're still the one in charge then. She then politely bows at the waist towards him. I've heard of you and Brendan being expert trainers, and I would like to know if you would permit me to travel with you. Huh? Is Lee's intelligent reply. The pink-eyed woman raises her head, looking at him intensely. I would like to travel with you as a learning experience, if you'll let me. I have the funds and skill to pull my weight, and I'm willing to see hardship through. Come on, Lee, Brendan vouches with a grin. You should have seen her Camerupt in action. I'm sure there's tons we can learn from each other on the road. The more the merrier, right? Not necessarily. Zinnia gives Courtney a stare that borders on accusatory. We don't know anything about this chick. You could be anyone for all we know. A good point. Lee looks at Courtney to see how she'll respond. The woman shakes her head. I'm not a danger to you. To another group, maybe, but I'm aware of the talent around me. I know my team and I would lose should we come to blows. Didn't you kinda force your way into mine and Lee's group anyway, Zinnia? Brendan asks with a raised brow. At least she's asking, and politely at that. Zinnia opens her mouth to respond, a finger raised to make a point, but after several seconds, she withdraws her hand and glowers at Brendan. Then she sniffs and looks away. Fine. Do what you want. She gave up rather easily. Brendan also seems bewildered by the dragon tamer's refusal to argue further, but he shakes it off. So, what do you say, Lee? He asks, smiling. I say, I want to know where I've seen this woman before. He looks over to the vixen resting across his shoulders. Thoughts, love? Vulpix mulls to herself. Where m ving into d engerus tur tori cum tomer ow. More ha ds and i's see old be useful. Then she adds, IW *LD not trust in *tently, howev *. Same thing with Zinnia then. Does the protection offered justify the risk of letting a powerful unknown hang around? She did save Brendan from the rockets, which is a talk we are definitely having later, Lee sighs. He turns his attention to the eager grin on Brendan's face, and despite some part of him warning him this is a bad idea, Lee says, if you would like to come, Courtney, then we'll have you as long as there's no funny business. Courtney smiles thinly once more and inclines her head. Thank you. The young birch laughs, a joyful sound. Told ya Lee is a cool guy, he says, looking up at Courtney. We're starting our trek north towards Laverage tomorrow, though, and the road isn't a fun one, Lee begins, leveling the red-wearing woman with an even stare. Are you prepared for that? She just nods. I'm acquainted with routes 111 and 122. Well, Lee scratches the back of his head. Nothing left to do but get ready for tomorrow then. Beside him, Zinnia nods, her temper now apparently cooled off. Hey, Shrimpy. Take your girlfriend and pay for your drink. Lee and I got something to discuss. As Brendan blusters out a denial with his cheeks pink, Zinnia turns and heads for the front of the store, stopping only to turn her head and urge Lee to follow with her narrowed eyes. Outside the store, the Draconid tribe's woman grabs Lee's collar and drags him down roughly to whisper in his ear so no one passing by can hear. Whatever you do, don't freak out. She begins, slow and serious. That woman, Courtney? She's a Magma affiliate. That's why her name and face are so familiar. The swiftly fading memories of the Pokemon Ruby remake slams back into Lee's brain like a strike from a hammer, and he just screws his eyes shut as a headache forms. Lee isn't sure if the thrill of alarm he feels is from himself or Vulpix, and frankly he doesn't care. I wish I was still back in the forest getting zapped by Shinx. Dare I ask how you know that? Lee grimaces, keeping his voice down. Zinnia's face screws itself up into a snarl. I think Magma and Aqua are up to no good on a scale that might endanger my tribe, so I was going to sneak in to see what they were up to. A few payments to the right brokers, and I had dossiers on some key members. That bitch is one of Magma's admins. With a long-suffering sigh, Lee can already guess where this is going. You quit putting up a fight over her joining for a reason, didn't you? Zinnia blinks in surprise. Yeah, she shakes it off. I think this is a perfect opportunity to slowly pump one of these admins for info. I have no idea what she wants or why she decided to seek us out and play innocent, but I know an opportunity when I see one. She looks around Lee's frame back into the store. What she's looking at, he's unsure. We could nip all this in the bud from the magma side. And why, pray tell, can't we just lead her to the police? Lee asks with a sigh. We keep doing this shit over and over where we risk our lives when there are professionals to handle things. I'm getting tired of it. The tanned woman shakes her head. Lee, the police would be stupidly outgunned by an admin of a criminal syndicate smart enough to lay this low for this long. You can't just talk the talk in the criminal world, you have to be able to walk the walk too, so her Pokemon have to be strong with a capital S. If she gets violent, then that's a big problem in a populated area like Mauville. And so the alternative here is? Keep your friends close. Zinnia's face darkens. And keep your enemies closer. If she's here with us, then she's not helping Magma or causing trouble. Damn it, Lee growls, frustration mounting. Damn it. Zinnia lets go of his collar, letting Lee stand straight and cross his arms. I know, Doolittle, her voice is quiet in sympathy. She reaches out to pat him on the arm. But either 3 capable trainers handle this, or it gets passed off to someone else who can't. Lee hisses through his teeth. I don't like it. I don't either, Doolittle, Zinnia murmurs. I don't either. People with power have got to do the right thing though, and with our Pokemon, we are those people. Lee sighs once more, silently hating how much sense Zinnia is making. On his shoulder, Vulpix finally speaks up after having been silent for the entire conversation. Lee, she begins, pressing her head into the crook of his neck. The curly tuft of fur on her head tickles his cheek, and reassurance, do WH*TUF*L as Rig*T. Grovile and IW*LL follow. Lee reaches up and gently strokes Vulpix's head. Fine. I guess we're playing babysitter for a criminal. End ACT1 Homebrew Audiobooks hopes you enjoyed this program. Stay tuned for future releases.